Information table of contents URL. https www.fanmtl.com noveltrxs 6711.html Lin Mo travels to Pirate World, activates the traveler check-in system, and completes the check-in task at the designated place to get rewards. Sign in at the beginning of the game. Get 3-color domineering, sign in Windmill Village. Get Fire Escape Dragon Fire Art, sign in Frostmoon Village. Get Demon Knife Star Broken sign in Sea Restaurant. Get Shuanpa Yekai sign in Luga Town. Cigarettes Drum Island check-in, Alabasta check-in, Sky Island check-in, Judiciary Island check-in, Chambord Islands check-in, Advanced City check-in. Redhead, I was rejected twice in a row. It really didn't give me any face. Carp, even if you can't be a comrade in arms, you can still be a friend. Linimo, come, let's eat sweets together. Page 1 Pirates start from rejecting the red-haired invitation author. Netherworld 9 songs Lin Mo travels to Pirate World, activates the traveler check-in system, and completes the check-in task at the designated place to get rewards. Sign in at the beginning of the game. Get 3-color domineering, sign in Windmill Village. Get Fire Escape Dragon Fire Art, sign in Frostmoon Village. Get Demon Knife Star Broken sign in Sea Restaurant. Get Shuanpa Yekai sign in Luga Town. Cigarettes Drum Island check-in, Alabasta check-in, Sky Island check-in, Judiciary Island check-in, Chambord Islands check-in, Advanced City check-in. Redhead, I was rejected twice in a row. It really didn't give me any face. Carp, even if you can't be a comrade in arms, you can still be a friend. Linimo, come, let's eat sweets together. Chapter 1 Redhead's Invitation East China Sea, Windmill Village. A boy named Lin Mo, wearing a black t-shirt, opened the door of the tavern at noon as usual. Magino, same old. Lin Mo went directly to the bar and sat down. Okay. The tavern proprietress Makino, who has short dark green hair and wears a headscarf, smiled and picked a bottle of good wine of some years from the wine cabinet, opened it, poured it into a glass, and brought it to him. As the only tavern in Windmill Village, the regular customers here are not only the villagers, but also many guests from other villages passing by. The drinkers who come here like to drink strong alcohol, and occasionally a few children such as Luffy will come over. The children don't like to drink, so there will be some fruit juice drinks in the tavern. And this quiet 10-year-old boy was the first drinking kid she had entertained in years. Picking up the wine glass, Lin Mo took a sip. Makino smiled and asked, "How is it?" "Not bad." At this time, the entrance of the tavern suddenly became lively. With the sound of opening the door, a cheerful voice came at the same time. "Hey, Lin Mo is also here. It's Shanks the Red Hair." Immediately afterwards, Jesus Boo and Lackey rushed into the tavern with other members of the red-haired pirates, yelling for Makino to serve wine. The red hair sat down directly next to Lin Mo, took off the straw hat, and put it on the bar. At this time, he had not lost his left arm because of saving Luffy. Makino brought all the good wine. The red hair opened a bottle directly, took a big sip from the bottle, and then patted Lin Mo on the back with a smile. "Ah, kid. Do you have the answer to the question I asked you yesterday?" Lin Mo put down the wine glass calmly and said casually, "I refuse." Rejected so directly? You really don't give me any face. The red hair pretended to be sad. The members of the red hair pirates all laughed. "Hey, ha, the boss was rejected. Even a little devil can't handle it. You can't do it, boss." Boss. Come on. We are all optimistic about you." Then, the redhead took another sip of wine and laughed with everyone as if nothing happened. The atmosphere of the red-haired pirates was so joyful that Lin Mo, who was a time traveler, couldn't help laughing. That's right, Lin Mo is a time traveler. It has been 10 days since the time travel. As a traveler, the golden finger that Lin Mo got was the traveler system. That is, there will be a check-in task every time you arrive at a designated location. The sign-in here is not just completed when you arrive at the sign-in location. You have to wait until the sign-in progress bar is full. And the conditions for the progress bar to fill up. A bit confusing. At the beginning, when Lin Mo appeared in Windmill Village, the progress bar only increased by 30. After drinking a glass of wine in Makino's tavern, the progress bar increased by another 30. Then, after meeting Hongfa and buying him a drink, the overall progress bar has reached 90. After the last dash of the progress is completed, for Lin Mo, it is time to get up and go to the next sign-in location. But since meeting the red hair a week ago, the progress bar hasn't moved. Hey, brat. The red hair suddenly hooked Lin Mo's neck and asked with a smile, have you thought about what you want to do in the future? Go to see, drink, and eat meat, and see the scenery all over the world. Lin Mo pushed away his red hair and continued, I want to be a free-spirited traveler. Hearing this, the redhead patted the table and laughed loudly. Ah, traveler? Don't you think it's too wasteful to be a traveler with your talent? Okay, talent. Could it be that he discovered something? Lin Mo didn't speak yet. The red hair continued. Little devil, maybe others can't see it, but don't try to hide it from me. In fact, the two of them have only officially known each other for less than 7 days. Even though the other party seems to be just a 10-year-old who doesn't talk much, the occasional words are mostly mature opinions and bold words that his age should not have. Although Lin Mo's words are often laughed at by other drinkers, I don't care about them at all, and I have never argued with them. If it weren't for the age, the red hair would even have a kind of adult who has experienced many stories. Illusion. In short, even if they got along for a short time, just because of Lin Mo's informal personality, the two hit it off right away and became friends who talked about everything. In addition, Lin Mo's strength may not be seen by others, but he cannot escape the red-haired eyes. Red hair can be sure, 3-color domineering. This kid is all awakened. Domineering is the potential power that almost everyone can possess. This kind of power is an innate ability, such as momentum, murderousness, fighting spirit, etc. By manipulating these invisible feelings, willpower can be turned into a powerful weapon. Strength. Domineering is divided into 3 types: knowledge color, armed color, and overlord color. Except for the overlord color and the highest level of knowledge color, although ordinary people can obtain this kind of power through cultivation, it is not a short-term success. If it is said that he awakened and mastered the armed color and knowledge color at the age of 10, he is undoubtedly a very talented kid. What if he added the domineering color that only one person in millions of people can possess? The most important thing is that Lin Mo is only 10 years old. That would be pretty scary. And this is not what Redhead admires Lin Mo the most. When he saw Lin Mo for the first time in this tavern a week ago, he discovered that this little ghost possessed 3-color domineering energy, but the little ghost's aura was still very disordered. But every day after that, he could clearly feel that the brat's aura was becoming calmer and stronger day by day. The red hair can be sure that no one in Fengshe village can guide Lin Mo now. Relying on himself alone to truly become stronger day by day is not something ordinary people can do, especially the stability and improvement of domineering, let alone achieve results in a short period of time. From this, it can be seen that this little ghost is quite terrifying. If it weren't for the past few days and seeing each other every day, he wouldn't have believed that someone could have such an astonishing growth rate. He fully believed that in the near future, this kid would definitely become a person who would shake the whole world. Therefore, Hongfa invited Lin Mo to board the ship yesterday and gave him a night to think about it. Page 2. Even though I was rejected just now. But no matter how talented and fast-growing, how far can a 10-year-old child sail alone in this perilous sea? The red hair didn't want Lin Mo, who was still growing up, to die in the sea at such a young age. Actually, you have already awakened the 3-color domineering spirit. With your talent, it's really overkill to be a traveler. The red hair was still reluctant to let go, and continued. Come on my boat. We can travel all over the world. You can eat meat and drink freely. And you can also gain a boatload of companions worth entrusting your life to. Lin Mo. It was indeed found, as expected of the person who will become the 4 emperors in the future. Indeed, as Red Hair said, with his easygoing personality, he should be very happy on his boat. Moreover, it is indeed attractive to have a group of deadly and interesting companions. It's a pity that Lin Mo didn't intend to join any camp from the beginning. Lin Mo shook his head and said firmly, I'm used to being alone. No matter how much you say, no matter how good the conditions you give, I'm not interested. For me, my dream is just to be a free and unrestricted traveler, and that's all. Dazed for a moment, the red-haired didn't expect Lin Mo to reject him again. If it weren't for the firm and unshakable eyes of the other party, he would have continued to persuade him. Little devil, you have to think about it. You are the first person who can let me invite me to board the boat twice in a row. Are you sure? Think about it again. The red-haired Shanks is a generous and informal person. He has a good temper and has a harmonious relationship with his subordinates. Because of this person's character, Lin Mo is willing to be friends with him. But to join his crew of pirates? Impossible. Lin Mo shook his head and said, I've made up my mind, so I don't need to persuade you anymore. Just as he finished speaking, a system notification sounded in his mind. Didi successfully rejected the Redhead's invitation, and the sign-in completion rate is 10. Didi, the sign-in task of Windmill Village is completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the full attribute chakra physique and the skill Fire Escape Dragon Fire Art. Chapter 2 Stun People at Sea Fire Escape Dragon Fire Art. This is one of the extremely powerful fire escape techniques in Naruto, in which the caster uses chakra to extract high-heat flames and condense them into a fire dragon to charge at the enemy. Lin Emo didn't expect that in Pirate World, he could get the skills in Naruto. However, he was happy to be happy. One thing he was quite speechless. Since he could complete the final progress by rejecting the red-haired invitation, why didn't he complete the final progress when he refused for the first time? Sure enough, the red-haired guy's first invitation was just a casual talk. Lin Mo immediately opened the attribute panel that only he could see. Name, Lin Mo. Age, 10 years old. Sign-in location, Frost Moon Village, 0. Physique, all attribute chakra. Domineering, armed color LV2, knowledge color LV2, overlord color LV2. Skill, Fire Escape Dragon Fire Art, introductory. System space, 10 by 10 by 10 cubic meters. 3-color Domineering and System Space are gift packages for newcomers given by the system when Lin Mo first bound the Traveler system. And the level behind Domineering is the strength of Domineering, which is different from the Aborigines in Pirate World. If Lin Mo wants to strengthen and improve the level of Domineering, he only needs to complete the sign-in progress task. That is to say, I met Hongfa and invited him to drink, which increased my progress by 30. At the same time, I was given a reward for each level of Domineering in 3 colors. The line of sight turns to Frost Moon Village behind the sign-in location. Sure enough, after the check-in at one place is over, the next check-in place will be displayed. Now that the next sign-in place has come out, it means that it is time for him to leave. But before leaving, at least treat the redheads to a good drink. A smile appeared on the corner of Lin Mo's mouth. Today I am treating the audience. Everyone, let's drink. His fighting wolves, bears, and tigers these days is not for nothing. That is, he has improved his domineering proficiency and earned a lot of Baileys, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Why are you so proud all of a sudden? The redhead asked with a smile. Lin Mo said casually, I'm going to leave. He froze for a moment, but the redhead didn't say anything. Lackey came over with a piece of bone in one hand and a phone bug in the other. Boss, I'm looking for you. Looking for me? Who is it? The redhead took the phone bug. A growl came from the phone bug. Hey, you bastard, red hair, have you gone to Windmill Town? Hearing the voice of Luffy's grandfather Garp, the redhead got up and walked out of the tavern with a phone bug in his hand. Haha, why are you so angry? You want to stay here, and I want to buy you a drink. I'm going to be in Windmill Town, so I'll arrest you. Bastard, Luffy, that stinky boy, was taken away by you. Stay away from Luffy. Do you hear me? Ha ha ha. The red-haired man was still laughing 1 second, then calmed down the next second, turned sideways, looked at Lin Mo who was sitting at the bar with his back to him, and suddenly became serious. Carp, you know what? I see a supernova with a bright future. What supernova? Aren't they just brats who rely on their own abilities and think they are awesome? No, he's different. Given time, that brat might be able to stir up the world. As soon as the red hair said this, Garp fell silent. Although his position is different from that of red hair, but based on his understanding of red hair, it is absolutely extraordinary to be able to attract this guy's attention and still be so optimistic about him. Who is the brat you're talking about? I won't tell you, haha. After finishing speaking, the redhead hung up the phone. On the other side of the phone bug, Garp threw the phone bug to the ground angrily and stomped it to pieces. Shanks. One day, sooner or later, this old man will personally arrest you and bring you into Push City. Page 3. The Navy next to him was too late to stop him. He couldn't laugh or cry. Vice Admiral Garp. This is the only phone bug that can contact the red-haired Shanks. Garp. After the redhead hung up Garp's phone call, she went back to the tavern and sat down next to Lin Mo. Lin Mo drank in silence. The red hair said, "Little devil, do you want to know who called me just now?" Lin Mo glanced at him speechlessly. He knows. Although he didn't hear the following content, he could be sure that it was Garp when the other party spoke the first sentence. It's Vice Admiral Iron Fist Garp. The redhead took a sip of wine and continued. The old guy actually got a phone bug that can contact me, but it's nothing, kid. You have to think about it. Well, your talent will definitely attract the attention of many parties in the future, and if you don't join any camp, you may face the risk of being attacked on many fronts in the future. It doesn't matter. Lin Mo shrugged his shoulders indifferently, and then picked up the wine glass. Red hair, before I go out, have another drink. The red hair didn't say anything more, touched Lin Mo's glass with the wine bottle, drank the remaining half of the bottle, wiped his mouth casually, and asked, "Leave now?" Lin Mo nodded. The red hair got up directly and said proudly, "Let's see you off." In fact, the red hair was somewhat disappointed because he did not recruit Lin Mo. But with his personality, no matter what happens, he can face it calmly and optimistically. So there is no disappointment at all on the surface. "Come to the pier," the red hair suddenly asked. "Where is your boat?" Lin Mo pointed to a small sailboat that had been docked on the shore for a few days and replied, "There." This was purchased by Lin Mo a few days ago, and he was going to leave immediately after the sign-in task was completed. "Such an ordinary boat. Are you sure it's okay to sail in the sea?" "Yeah." Lin Mo jumped onto the boat and untied the rope tied to the shore. "I'm leaving. The next time we meet, we should be on the Great Route." "Okay. Next time we meet, let's have a good drink. Kid, if you are tired from sailing alone, you are welcome to come to me at any time." Well, there will be a period later. The boat carrying Lin Mo moved forward slowly. The next stop is Shuangyue village where Sauron is located. The system has its own navigation system, so Lin Mo doesn't have to worry about getting lost in the sea. The boat had just left the pier less than 50 meters, and there were bursts of tumbling waves suddenly under the water. Immediately afterwards, a Neptune-like monster resembling a giant crocodile pierced through the waves, opened its mouth full of fangs, and bit the boat carrying Lin Mo in one bite. At the pier, the villagers of Fengche village exclaimed, "The king of the near sea? It's actually the king of the near sea. Brat, run for your life." What should I do? He is about to be eaten. Whoever saves him quickly." Compared to the worries of the villagers, the red-haired group seemed much more relaxed. The red hair knew that Lin Mo was very strong, but he hadn't actually seen him do anything, so he could take this opportunity to see what this kid was capable of. However, just in case, I still have to stay behind. "Hey, Beckman, Jesus Cloth. Don't worry, that kid's fate is not here." Boss, you really like to meddle in your own business." The two picked up their guns at the same time, aiming the muzzles of the guns at the head of the king of the sea, and were ready to shoot if Lin Mo was in danger. Lin Mo looked up and stared at the dominant party, the so-called king of the sea, with disdain. "You can't control yourself. It's just a good time to try the power of Howlong Fire Art." With the corner of his mouth slightly hooked, Lin Mo condensed and compressed the chakra in his body, then gathered it in his throat, and then sprayed it out in one mouthful, turning into a figurative fire dragon. Under his control, he roared and charged towards the king of the near sea who was close at hand. Almost instantly, the fire dragon directly pierced the thick-skinned body of the king of the sea, and then dissipated into the air. A strong heat wave spread out in all directions. The king of the near sea who was pierced, his eyes were white. He didn't even let out a painful roar. His huge body fell heavily on the sea surface, stirring up countless waves. It took only a few seconds from the appearance of the king of the sea to the defeat by Lin Mo. Everyone on the pier who saw this scene had their eyeballs protruding, and their jaws almost fell to the ground in surprise. Especially the red-haired one. He was surprised, but his heart was full of shock. This kid actually hit a hand. Fire dragon. Could it be that he is still the owner of a natural-type devil fruit? Chapter 3 The Temptation of Koshiro Shimatsuki Village Devil Fruit is also known as the secret treasure of the sea. It is the incarnation of the sea devil. The taste is hard to describe, but it can endow the eater with powerful abilities. But the side effect is that they are cursed by the sea and cannot swim. Therefore, the sea water or the sea stone representing the solid sea are all tools that can be used to restrain and capture ability users. In addition to its own powerful ability, the devil fruit also has a higher state called awakening power. The fruit awakening here is not a state that can be achieved by simply training the fruit ability, but requires a certain opportunity and opportunity. Therefore, there are very few people who can really achieve fruit awakening. The fact that Lin Mo possessed three-color arrogance at such a young age was enough to impress the red-haired man. But now, this kid is suspected to have the ability of a devil fruit, or a very strong nature-type ability. And look at the use of abilities, not only proficient, but also very powerful. What a treasure! It's a pity, if only the kid was willing to board the boat. The red-haired turned around, flicked his sleeves, and shouted, "Little ones, let's go," and continue drinking. When the shocked villagers came back to their senses, the boat carrying Lin Mo had already sailed away. Just what happened just now? That kid defeated the king of the sea. Oh my God, am I right? How old is that kid? It's amazing to kill the king of the sea with one move. Who is this brat? Do you know? Page 4 I don't know. It seems that he came to the village a few days ago. I thought he was just an ordinary kid. TSK, he really hides his secrets. I remembered. I seem to have seen him in a tavern. At that time, I laughed at him as a kid drinking like an adult. Hey, I hope he didn't take my words to heart. Lin Mo here, sitting in a boat. He expressed his satisfaction with the power of the entry-level Howlong fire art. As for the voices of the villagers on the pier, even though they were hundreds of meters away, he could still hear them, so naturally he didn't take them to heart. Lin Mo opened the system's own navigation. Start to move forward to the next destination, Frost Moon Village. As the evening approached, I finally saw the small island where Xuanyua Village was located. Moor the boat to the shore. As soon as Lin Mo got off the boat, a system notification sounded in his mind. Didi, congratulations to the host for successfully arriving at the check-in location Xuanyua Village. The check-in progress is 10, and the current total progress is 10. You will be rewarded with the Demon Knife Star Shard and unlock the Skill Sword Technique LV1. Demon Blade Star Broken? The name of the knife sounds interesting. For the names of some famous knives, Lin Mo has a little impression, but he really doesn't have the slightest impression of the Demon Knife Xingsha. Forget it. Let's see how this knife looks like. In this way, Lin Mo thought. A seemingly ordinary wooden knife appeared in his hand. That's right, a wooden knife. Look at the words Lake Toya engraved on the handle. Lin Mo was silent. He didn't know about Yao Dao Xingsha, but when it came to Lake Toya, he knew it. Isn't that the saber of the protagonist Sakata, Jintoki, and Gintama? Didi, the system prompts that the Yao Dao Xingsha, also known as Toya Lake, is a sword made of a 1-year-old diamond tree. Whether it is a rock or a meteorite, it can be cut or smashed in two. Even bullets are no exception. Even it can reach the level of splitting the stars and cutting the moon to destroy everything. Splitting the stars and cutting the moon, destroying everything. Seems to be pretty good. Lin Mo gestured with Lake Toya, which was unexpectedly smooth. Put Lake Toya on your belt. Lin Mo got up and walked towards the village. Speaking of Xuanyua Village, the first thing he thought of was Sauron and Isin Dojo. According to the current age of Sauron, he should have been worshipped under Koshiro, the owner of Isin Dojo. Moreover, the initial rewards for going ashore this time were swordsmanship and Lake Toya. It can be seen that this sign-in task should be inseparable from Kendo. That being the case, let's go to Isin Dojo to see the situation first. Under the guidance of enthusiastic villagers, Lin Mo soon came to the door of Isin Dojo. Even though it was late, the dojo was still brightly lit, and the sound of children practicing sword chopping could be heard from it. Didi, arrive at Isin Dojo, sign-in progress 10, current total progress is 20, sword skill level 1. Suddenly, a warm current flowed through the meridians of the whole body, and various sword skills of LV2 level naturally appeared in his mind. Compared with the insignificant improvement of LV1, LV2 made Lin Mo clearly feel that he has become stronger again. Mouth slightly raised, Lin Mo walked into the dojo generously. In the dojo, led by a girl with short blue hair, and dozens of young children are practicing chopping. Lin Mo noticed at first glance that among the group of children, the boy with short green hair and a middle-aged man wearing glasses, squinting his eyes, and always smiling was sitting by the side of the dojo. The boy with the green algae head is Zoro, and the middle-aged man is Koshiro, the father of the blue-haired girl Kuna, and the master of the Isin dojo. Koshiro's swordsmanship is very superb. As far as Lin Mo knows, this hermit master has never really used his full strength. According to his current L2 swordsmanship, compared with Koshiro, he has no chance of winning. The slight movement at the door caught Koshiro's attention, and at the same time, he also noticed the wooden sword hanging on Lin Mo's waist. Koshiro's glasses reflected light. That wooden sword. It didn't feel normal to him. Get up. Koshiro walked towards Lin Mo. The children who were still practicing chopping swords in the dojo stopped and looked towards the door. Are you a child from a foreign country? Are you also a swordsman? Koshiro asked with a smile. Lin Mo nodded lightly, but did not directly answer Koshiro's question. Originally, he came here just to have a face-to-face with Koshiro and Zoro. Now that his goal has been achieved, he should withdraw. Lin Mo was about to leave. Koshiro looked at Lin Mo's receding figure strangely. There are many things that ordinary people can't see, but Koshiro is different. He has seen countless people in his life, and Lin Mo's steady walk and calm breath can prove that this child's strength is extraordinary. Moreover, from the first time he saw the child, he discovered from the calm eyes of the other party that the child had a mood that looked down on everything. Most people practice swords very impetuously. There are only a handful of people who can truly achieve peace of mind. Page 5. Only by truly sinking your heart to understand everything in the world and not being affected by the emotions and desires can you become a truly powerful swordsman. Koshiro saw the future from Lin Mo. Wait a moment. Koshiro stopped Lin Mo. Lin Mo paused, turned his head, and said in a flat tone, "What?" Koshiro smiled and asked, "What's your name?" Lin Mo. "Do you like tea?" Lin Mo. Question mark. "If you have time, why don't you stay and have a cup of tea together, have some refreshments, and chat by the way, how about it?" "No need." Lin Mo refused. "I prefer drinking to tea." Koshiro was stunned for a moment. "Wine? Oh, hee, what an interesting kid. I also have some old wine that has been placed here for several years. Do you want to try it, aging?" Lin Mo was slightly moved. "It is good." He just finished the word. Kuina came over dissatisfied. "Father, what are you doing? Obviously he has already rejected you. Why do you have to keep him?" "Guena, you don't understand." Koshiro smiled and said, There is still a lot to learn from Lin Mo in the future." "Learn from him?" "Father, did you make a mistake? He looks younger than me." "Age doesn't mean everything." Koshiro continued. "His strength is already far above yours." "What? Just rely on him." Kuina refused to accept and pointed at Lin Mo with the bamboo sword in her hand. "I want to challenge you." Chapter 4. Surprise in Frost Moon Village. As Kuina, who can easily defeat even an adult, she naturally refuses to accept that her strength will be weaker than someone from a foreign country, or even younger than her. Therefore, she wants to prove to Koshiro that she is the strongest. And Lin Mo was not the kind of person who was easily incited, and the purpose of his coming here was not to fight. Facing Kuina's invitation to fight, he was speechless. Koshiro sullen, a little displeased. "Kuina, that's enough. Put down the sword." "Father," Kuina said angrily, "I want to prove to you that a girl can also become a swordsman and #1 in the world. Since you think he is better than me, fine, then I will defeat him." This child, Koshiro rubbed his temples with a headache and turned to look at Lin Mo, who was speechless. "Sorry, I made you laugh." But in fact, Kuna just refused to admit defeat, and she didn't mean any harm. "It's okay." Lin Mo shrugged indifferently. To be able to maintain peace of mind after being challenged like this, Koshiro strengthened his mind. This child is indeed extraordinary. But Kuna is determined to challenge Lin Mo. If it makes the child Kuna suffer, maybe it won't be a bad thing for her. Thinking of this, Koshiro said, "In this case, Lin Mo, you can accept Kuina's challenge. Of course, I won't let you compete for nothing." Koshiro looked at Goena. Since you insist on challenging Lin Mo, then at the price of He Dao Yi's words. If you lose, He Dao Yi's words will belong to Lin Mo. He Dao Yuan is one of the famous knives of the 21 Knives of the Kwai knife. Lin Mo naturally knew. What surprised him was that Koshiro would use a famous sword as a reward for a swordsmanship competition between children. Kuina couldn't believe it. Father, He Dao is a word. I know. Koshiro cut off Kuina's words. This is the risky price you have to pay for insisting on challenging Lin Mo. If you are afraid of losing, then give up the challenge. Only the word fear cannot appear in the heart of a qualified swordsman. Especially on the occasion of battle, once such emotions arise, the consequences will be very dire. Guiana looked at Lin Mo. Her eyes were full of dissatisfaction and anger. I will not lose. I want to challenge you. Lin Mo actually didn't want to accept this inexplicable challenge. Even if he was rewarded with a famous knife, he didn't care. Seeing that Lin Mo had no intention of fighting, Koshiro smiled and said, If you win, you will not only get He Dao Yi, but also 10 altars of aged wine brewed with special techniques and sealed for nearly 10 years. Lin Mo's eyes moved slightly. 20 altars? I only have 15 altars. I can give them all to you. Make a deal. Seeing that Lin Mo agreed to Kuina's challenge, the children in the dojo, including Zoro, immediately sat around skillfully. Come on, Kuina. You are the most powerful person in the dojo. Rush over and kill him. That's right. Let this outsider see how powerful our dojo is. Yes, just like how you usually fight Sauron. Knock that guy down with one sword. Sauron. Hey. Sauron glared dissatisfiedly at someone who cheered Kuina up. Do you need a beating, brat? Cheer up, Kuina, and don't get me involved. Dojo Center. Okay, everyone be quiet. Koshiro said. Goena, Lin Mo, get ready to start. Lin Mo walked towards the sword bucket placed in the corner of the dojo, and randomly pulled out a bamboo sword from it. For a competition of this level, he does not intend to use Lake Toya. Page 6. According to the rules of Isen Dojo, to learn and challenge swordsmanship is to salute the altar and the opponent. After a set of procedures, the two stood opposite each other. Holding a bamboo sword in her hand, Guiana faced Lin Mo with a solemn expression. I will not lose. Come on, Lin Mo said calmly. Huh. Guiana immediately rushed towards Lin Mo quickly, swiped the bamboo sword in the air, and slashed at Lin Mo's face several times in a row. The speed was extremely fast, and the strength was great. With her resentment. But every blow was easily blocked by Lin Mo, seeing that she couldn't break through the opponent's defense. Kuina slightly changed the angle of the blade, from bottom to top, from left to right, and drew a beautiful arc, trying to knock the bamboo sword in Lin Mo's hand into the air. Just when Lin Mo seemed to be ready to continue to block this move, Kuina suddenly made a turn, turned around and quickly appeared behind Lin Mo, raised her sword again, and slashed at him aggressively with all her strength. Indeed, Kuina's sword skills are not bad compared to most people. But in Lin Mo's view, it was still too late, the speed was too slow, and it was full of loopholes. Let's fight fast. He doesn't want to waste too much time here. Without thinking too much, Lin Mo turned around directly, and with a slightly surprised look on Kuina's face, he knocked the bamboo sword in his hand away with one blow. Kuina only felt a pain in her wrist, and the bamboo sword in her hand had fallen to the floor 2 meters away. From the start to the end of the game, it only takes a few seconds before and after. After a short silence, the audience was in an uproar. Cheat lie? Kuina actually lost. How is this possible? How could Kuina lose? She is someone who can defeat even adults. How could she lose to a foreigner? My God, who the hell is that guy? Koshiro glanced at Kuina, who was in a daze at the moment, and then announced the result of the competition. 1 point. Lin Mo wins. Lin Mo threw the bamboo sword in his hand back into the sword barrel. Kuina, who came back to her senses, picked up the bamboo sword that fell on the ground and said loudly, No, I won't lose. Come again. I won't give you the words of He Dao. Goena, you have already lost. Koshiro reprimanded Kuina in a rare and serious tone in public. No matter how many times you compete, you can't beat Lin Mo. The gap between you and him, you can see for yourself, won't you come out? No. With tears in her eyes, Kuina clenched her fists and ran out of the gym unacceptably. Hey, Kuina. Seeing this, Sauron hurriedly chased her out. This girl. Koshiro shook his head with a headache, then looked at the other children. This is the end of today's practice. Everyone go back and rest. Yes, teacher. The children got up and bowed to Koshiro, and then left the dojo with a lot of discussion. After the children had left, Koshiro looked at Lin Mo. Come with me. Lin Mo nodded slightly. Follow Koshiro to the tea room in the backyard of the dojo. The two sat opposite each other. On the tea table in front of you are a pot of freshly brewed tea and a pot of fine wine exuding a pure fragrance. Koshiro handed Lin Mo a knife with a white handle and scabbard that had just been taken out of the warehouse. It looked simple, but it was actually hidden. From now on, this knife is yours. This is Hidaoi 1. Lin Mo took it unceremoniously and hung it on his waist together with Lake Toya. Then, the two took a sip from the teacup and wine glass in front of each other. Not to mention, Koshiro said that the taste of the aged wine is not bad. Although it is not very strong, it has a clear and mellow cherry blossom flavor, which is refreshing. Lin Mo liked it very much. How is it? Koshiro said with a smile. The brewing technique of this wine has been passed down from a very special place. Generally, you can't buy this kind of wine outside. Not bad. Lin Mo nodded in affirmation. At this time, Didi, chat with Koshiro over a drink. Sign in progress 10. Current total progress is 30. Reward swordsmanship level 1. Current swordsmanship level is LV3. The moment his swordsmanship level was raised to L3, Lin Mo's aura suddenly became fierce. With him as the center, an invisible sword intent spread out, but it was fleeting. A look of astonishment flashed across Lin Mo's eyes. The reason why he is willing to have a drink with Koshiro is because he thinks that the other person is not bad, and he is just a little bit interested. But I didn't expect this unintentional move to complete the sign-in progress by mistake. What a pleasant surprise. Chapter 5 Sauron's Advice in Frostmoon Village Tea Room. Sitting opposite each other, one big and one small, sipping tea and drinking wine, it was very pleasant. However, the moment Lin Mo drank a cup of wine, suddenly, the tea room was full of sword spirit, and a powerful invisible sword energy spread around Lin Mo and stirred in this small square inch, and it was fleeting. Koshiro's originally smiling face froze for a moment because of the sudden appearance of the sword aura that made him feel a little oppressed. The fingers holding the teacup couldn't help tightening, and even the way they looked at Lin Mo changed. Koshiro said in surprise, "Your swordsmanship seems to have improved just now." Although he doesn't know what happened, Koshiro can be sure that the current Lin Mo, compared with the Lin Mo who competed with Guina before, is no longer at the same level in terms of understanding of swordsmanship and mastery of swordsmanship. This kid is indeed a swordsman. Page 7. After thinking about it, Koshiro couldn't help but ask, "Can you tell me, who taught you your swordsmanship?" "Self-taught. Self-study? So, don't you have a teacher yet?" "Oh, no one guides you. So how do you practice swords?" No comment. Koshiro is not the kind of person who will get to the bottom of the matter, and then he smiled and said, "Since you don't want to talk, I won't ask anymore. I have a suggestion. Why don't you stay in the dojo? Not only will there be wine to drink, but I can teach you swordsmanship." In fact, when Lin Mo said that he did not have a teacher, Koshiro was already moved. Such a talented child like Lin Mo is really rare, and he naturally doesn't want to let it go easily. No, Lin Mo refused. "I'm a traveler, and I won't stay in the same place for too long." "Traveler?" Koshiro was stunned for a moment. "Your talent is only to be a traveler. It's too reckless. If you are willing to stay, I can teach you everything I have learned all my life. I believe that with talent, you can definitely become a teacher in the shortest time, and it will not be too late to continue to be a traveler." "No, I appreciate your kindness." Lin Mo still maintained his original attitude, and he also rejected Koshiro with the same words he had rejected Redhead before. Inheriting the way of swords, or becoming a great swordsman admired by everyone. None of them are interested. For me, my dream is to be a free and unfettered traveler, nothing more. Koshiro asked again without giving up, "Are you really unwilling to stay?" Lin Mo nodded firmly. Yes. Seeing that he couldn't move him anymore, Koshiro had no choice but to say, "Okay, since that's the case, I won't persuade you to stay. How long do you plan to stay in Xuanyue village this time? Lin Mo thought for a while, and now the total sign-in progress is only 30. According to the previous sign-in experience in Fengche Town, it is estimated that it is unlikely to end smoothly in less than 10 days and half a month, about half a month. Hearing this, Koshiro took a sip from his teacup and continued. There is no hotel in the village. Before you leave, you should stay in the dojo. Okay. Lin Mo had no objection. Afterwards, the two chatted a few more words, and Koshiro arranged a guest room for Lin Mo, and by the way, had someone deliver all the wine he had promised to give to Lin Mo. After putting all the 15 altars and half-person-high wine jars into the system space, it was still early, so Lin Mo was going to go to the village for a walk. Just walked into the yard. He felt a murderous aura coming from behind him. Sideways dodged a wave of attacks. Facing the moonlight, after seeing the person with the iconic short green hair attacking him, Lin Mo easily knocked Sauron to the ground with 2 bamboo swords. Damn it! Sauron got up from the ground. Goena will lose to you. You must be opportunistic to win. If it is a man, pick up the sword. I want to challenge you. If I win, you will fight with me. Return the words to Kuina. Lin Mo. What is this? Lin Mo was speechless. He didn't want to talk to Sauron. But when he turned to leave, Sauron held 2 bamboo swords and attacked him again. Huh. Take it. Just like before, even if Lin Mo didn't face Sauron, he still easily dodged all kinds of attacks from Sauron, and finally hit him to the ground with a handblade. When he left for the 3rd time, Sauron got up from the ground and rushed towards him again. Lin Mo was a little annoyed. Was this guy so annoying as a kid? If you beat you with a sword, you won't bother me, right? Lin Mo pulled out Lake Toya and easily blocked Sauron's moves. At the same time, he also discovered that in terms of strength, Sauron really is stronger than Kuina, but in terms of skills and understanding, the gap between the two is a bit big. No wonder this guy can't beat Kuina all the time. Lin Mo didn't think about it anymore and hit Sauron's face with a sword, just like Kuina usually fought against Sauron. Sauron fell backwards, fell heavily to the ground, and turned his back to the sky. Lin Mo put away Lake Toya and prepared to leave. Looking at the sky full of stars, Sauron clenched his fists, unwilling to reconcile. Damn, he is about the same age. Why is he so strong? What? The fluke mentality that existed at the beginning dissipated. He originally thought that Lin Mo won against Guyana by relying on opportunism, but now it seems that he was wrong. Lin Mo is really strong. Get up from the ground again. Zoro looked at Lin Mo's back as he went further and further away, hesitated to speak, clenched his fists tightly, and finally couldn't help but chased after him. Hey, wait a minute. Huh? Lin Mo turned to look at him. Sauron asked directly, how long have you practiced sword? Less than half a day. Ban half day? Sauron swallowed secretly. How could it be possible for Ban Tian to have such powerful swordsmanship? At the moment, the first thing he thought of was that Lin Mo was fooling him, but for some reason, this guy didn't feel like the type of person who was full of lies. Lin Mo doesn't care if others believe it or not. Believe it or not, I'll go first. Seeing that Lin Mo was about to leave, Sauron immediately caught up and stood in front of him. I didn't say I didn't believe it, but I was just surprised. Can you tell me how you practice swords? I want to be you too, such a powerful person. Lin Mo didn't expect Sauron to ask him about swordsmanship, but thinking of Sauron's entanglement just now, if he left without saying anything, this guy would definitely not give up easily. That being the case, it's better to give that guy some advice and let him figure it out by himself, so that the next days can be passed in peace. Thinking of this, Lin Mo said, how long have you been in Isen Dojo? Almost a year. The result of studying for a year is to rush forward recklessly and knock down the opponent with brute force. This. Sauron panicked. Page 8. Lin Mo continued. Do you know why you can't beat Kuina all the time? I don't know. Obviously I have worked very hard, but I just can't beat her. Do you know why? You have no skill in fighting. Lin Mo said bluntly. In terms of strength, you are on par with Kuina when you use the double knife style now. Even if your strength is far greater than hers in the future, she can still defeat you with superb sword skills. From the beginning, your direction was half wrong. Half wrong? Sauron asked hurriedly. Then what should I do to defeat Goena? On the premise of practicing basic skills, you still have to improve your sword skills. Don't blindly just know how to rush forward with brute force. You have to think about the opponent's attack routines. As long as you are strong enough, then you can also find flaws in perfect sword moves. Just when he had just finished saying this sentence, DD, Guide Sauron's Swordsmanship, sign in progress 20, and the current total progress is 50. Reward sword skill level 1. Current sword skill level is LV4. Hearing this, Lin Mo immediately felt the change in the power in his body, and a more powerful and terrifying aura emanated out. Really, if you want to complete the sign-in progress, you still need to be with key people, as you can see from the sign-in progress that has increased by 20 from guiding Sauron's swordsmanship. What was that just now? At this moment, Sauron's voice came. Is it an illusion? I seem to feel an indescribable sense of oppression. Lin Mo glanced at Sauron. It is worthy of being the great swordsman who will become the left and right hand of Pirate King Luffy in the future. Turning the topic back, Lin Mo asked, do you understand what I told you just now? Sauron came back to his senses, scratched his head, and said with half understanding, it is to think and analyze the opponent's moves, and then find a flaw to defeat him, right? In a real battle, the enemy won't give you a lot of time to analyze his moves. Huh? Then what should I do? Understand it yourself. Speaking of this, Lin Mo suddenly asked, do you believe that there is a sword that can cut everything in this world? Sauron was stunned for a moment, his eyes flooded. Is there really such a sword? The corner of Lin Mo's mouth hooked slightly, and he picked up a bamboo, sort of Sauron casually. Look at it. At this time, a gust of wind blew up. A leaf floats. Lin Mo chopped the bamboo, sword towards the leaf. When the leaf fell to the ground intact, Sauron couldn't help complaining. A bamboo sword wants to cut off the leaf. How is this possible? Lin Mo smiled lightly, but did not explain anything. At this time, there was only a crackling sound, and not far from the leaves, a stone as tall as a man shattered and scattered all over the ground in an instant. Huh? Sauron was startled. What the hell happened? How did the stone break? Chapter 6 Frost Moon Village Dragons Visit in a Quiet Courtyard. The bright moonlight elongated the two small figures standing quietly in the courtyard at this moment. Lin Mo threw the bamboo, sword back to Sauron. Sauron caught it in a hurry, his eyes full of shock. Could it be? Did you chop the stone into pieces? But you obviously didn't chop the stone. What happened just now? Lin Mo glanced at Sauron. The corners of his mouth slightly curled up, and said, listen up, Sauron. There are swordsmen in this world who can cut everything without interruption, but that kind of swordsman can cut everything in the world with the same knife. A truly powerful swordsman can protect what he wants to protect, and he can also cut everything he wants to cut. You still have a long way to learn, come on. After finishing speaking, Lin Mo patted Sauron's shoulder lightly, then turned around and walked out of the courtyard. The evening wind blows, blowing the hair of the people who have gone away. Zoro stared blankly at his back, full of thoughts in his heart. Can it cut everything or cut everything in the world? If it was before, he definitely wouldn't believe that such a person existed. But just now, Lin Mo has already told him with practical actions that a truly powerful swordsman can indeed do this. With just an ordinary bamboo sword, it was possible to do this. Obviously, he is about the same age. That guy is indeed a monster. Hey, what are you doing in the yard alone? At this moment, Kuina's slightly cold voice came over. When he came back to his senses, Sauron did not look at Kuina, but set his eyes on the gravel that was cut off by Lin Mo, with a serious expression and firm eyes, and said, Kuina, that guy Lin Mo is really good. Strong. Kuina followed Sauron's line of sight and saw the rubble on the ground. She immediately guessed that it was Lin Mo who did it, but she was not surprised at all. Cut. It's a waste to chop stones with the word he Dao. No. Sauron picked up the bamboo sword that Lin Mo had just used. He used this sword. What? Kuina glanced at the bamboo sword in Sauron's hand. A look of surprise flashed in her eyes. She said in disbelief, Bamboo sword? He cut off a stone with a bamboo sword? How is this possible? It's true, Sauron said seriously. Kuina, I probably understand why the teacher said those things to you. The other side. After Lin Mo left Isin Dojo, he planned to go to the village tavern to taste the flavor of local wine. Although the taste of the wine Koshiro gave him was indeed special and enough for him to drink for a while, it didn't stop him from continuing to search for fine wine. However, when he came to the door of the only tavern in Shuangyue village, he happened to see the scene where the tavern owner closed the door. The tavern owner closed the door and locked it, wiped off his sweat, and was about to go home. When he turned around and saw Lin Mo, he was startled. When he saw a child in front of him, he asked angrily, "Hey, kid, why don't you come home so late? What are you doing here?" Lin Mo asked speechlessly, "Is it closed at night?" After being stunned for a moment, the tavern owner continued, "You are from a foreign country, right? My tavern is only open during the daytime. You have to buy wine for the adults at home and come back after dawn." After speaking, the tavern owner left. Lin Mo didn't say much and was going back to the Isen dojo. We stopped at a stall selling wine jugs. After thinking about it, he still chose one, and just after paying for it, he hung the newly bought wine gourd around his waist. Several people hidden under the dark green cloak passed behind him. Page 9. This breath. Lin Mo turned his head and looked at those people. At the same time, the leader of the few people also looked back at him. The sights of Lin Mo and the leader met at this moment. The former looked the same, without a trace of wavering. A look of surprise flashed in the latter's eyes. The surrounding vendors placed lanterns for lighting, illuminating the faces of the people hidden in the shadows under the cloak. Especially seeing the red square tattoo on the other's left face, Lin Mo confirmed the identity of this person. It's Monkey D. Long, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, the son of the naval hero Garp, and the father of the future pirate king Luffy. "Hey, Dragon, what are you doing? We can't stay here for too long. It will be troublesome if you attract others' attention. Hurry up." Walking beside the dragon, the man with a super big face tried to lower his voice to remind said a word. A companion behind him also murmured in a low voice, "Ivankov, your terrifying big face has already attracted the attention of others." "Hop, what did you say?" "Say it again." Ivankov turned around and gave a hammer. The person who was beaten had tears in his eyes and dared not speak out. Long retracted his gaze and continued to walk forward, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Interesting. After a few minutes, the tea room in the backyard of Isen Dojo. Koshiro was not surprised by these unexpected guests. "I thought you guys would come in 2 days." Koshiro took a sip from his teacup and said with a smile, "It seems that the plan is going well." "It's okay." Long looked at the steaming teacup in front of him, picked it up, and took a sip. "This tea tastes good." "Really? Koshiro, I want a drink." Ivankov yelled. "You used to prepare good wine for us when we came here. Why are you so stingy today?" Koshiro smiled and shook his head. "It's not that I don't want to prepare it for you. It's just that I gave away all the wine in my collection." "Huh? It's a lie. Did you give it away?" Ivankov said in surprise. "I begged you so much before and refused to give me an extra bottle. Who is so shameless that it is worth giving away all the wine?" "It's that little ghost." Long continued to sip his tea, seemingly casually saying, "Ivankov, huh? Brat? What brat? Which brat?" Koshiro asked in surprise. "Have you met Lin Mo?" Ivankov, "Lin Mo? Who is it?" "The kid you just mentioned. I met him on the street just now." Long continued. "He wears Hidaoi characters and a jug on his waist, and he is not afraid at all when he sees me. Moreover, I can tell that the boy's strength is not in guise. Underna, it seems that you have accepted a good apprentice." Ivankov, "I saw it on the street just now. Why didn't I see it? If only he was really my apprentice." Koshiro smiled regretfully. "What?" Long put down his teacup and looked at Koshiro in surprise. "Isn't he your apprentice?" Koshiro nodded and said, "I hope he can stay in the gym, but he doesn't want to stay." Ivankov, "Hey, you two, didn't you hear me? Don't ignore people, hello." After a moment of silence, Long ignored Ivankov, looked at Koshiro, and continued. "You gave him the good wine and the words of peace that you have treasured for so long, and you are so sincere that you don't want to keep it. Why does he have to? Let's do it." "Perhaps." Koshiro took another sip of tea. "Actually, the words and wine of Wadu were the spoils he won from Kwa. They can't be regarded as things I gave him. You already knew that he would win, and you even gave wine and famous swords as rewards for the winner, which is no different from giving away for nothing." Long just finished speaking. There was a sound of footsteps from far to near outside the corridor. Several people sitting in the tea room looked out of the open sliding door at the same time. They saw a small figure with 2 swords and a wine gourd hanging from his waist, walking past them indifferently. Chapter 7. Annoying little ghost in Frostmoon Village. After seeing Long and his gang in the town, Lin Mo knew they must be looking for Koshiro. Long is the leader of the Revolutionary Army. The significance of the existence of the Revolutionary Army is to overthrow the unequal rule of the Tianlong people who dominate the world government. That it is even regarded by world governments as the biggest threat to world stability. Judging from the current point of time, the Revolutionary Army should be in the preparatory stage and has not yet launched large-scale operations. As for the purpose of Long coming to Xuanyue Village to find Koshiro this time, he can do whatever. Anyway, it has nothing to do with him. It's just that to go back to the guest room that Koshiro prepared for him, he had to go through the tea room. Koshiro was the first to say hello. Lin Mo, are you out? Lin Mo turned his head and glanced at him, then nodded calmly. Yeah. Long looked at him with interest. Ivankov couldn't help but rushed out of the tea room and stared at Lin Mo almost face to face. You are the brat Long, and Koshiro said? I don't think it's very good. Hey, you two, did you make a mistake? Is this brat really capable of beating Kuina? Lin Mo pushed him away in disgust. Stay away from me. Huh. Ivankov took a few steps back, feeling hurt, then clutched his heart, arched his waist, and trembled. Ah, my heart. Heart. Can't do it anymore. I'm going to die, dying. A few seconds later, Ivankov suddenly regained his energy, raised his hands high, and laughed loudly. Yeah, I won't die. Koshiro smiled and gave him a knife. Ivan, Lin Mo has already left. Ah. Pausing, Ivankov looked in Lin Mo's direction, and sure enough, he had gone far away. Ivankov was hit like a bolt from the blue. The next second, he hugged his legs and sat against the wall. His whole body was immersed in a large shadow. That stinky brat really just left. Hee. Koshiro smiled. Ivan is still the same, very energetic. Yes. Long took a sip of tea, put down the cup, and asked suddenly, is that kid named Lin Mo really a child? Huh? What do you mean by that? Page 10. His eyes and demeanor make him look like an adult with a lot of experience. I also feel what you said, but he is indeed just a child, and he is also a genius with amazing talent. Koshiro replied with a smile. His eyes flashed suddenly, and he asked, Dragon, do you believe in miracles? After a pause, Long asked inexplicably, Miracle? What do you mean? If you had come a few hours earlier, you would have understood what I mean. After finishing speaking, Koshiro drank another sip of tea, and the memory of Lin Mo's sudden increase in strength in front of him a few hours ago appeared in his mind. The scene where I felt a sense of oppression. The next day, it was just dawn. Lin Mo got up early, just stepped out the door. A murderous figure rushed over from the side. Lin Mo sideways avoided speechlessly. He had already noticed this wave of attacks from someone waiting outside. Raising his hand with a hand blade, he knocked this overwhelmed guy to the ground. Ah. Sauron fell face down to the ground. Lin Mo didn't even look at him, and just walked past him. Sauron got up from the ground, and followed with 2 bamboo swords in his hands. Not only did he not lose his temper because of his defeat, but he was also very excited. Lin Mo, I remember what you said to me yesterday. There are many things I haven't figured out all night, but I want to give up. Sooner or later, I will fully understand what you said, and then surpass you and beat you. Lin Mo replied perfunctorily. Oh, Sauron continued. I'm serious. You may not pay attention to me now, but it doesn't matter. I will prove myself. I will take practical actions and redouble my efforts to prove to you that I can do it. Lin Mo. It's so annoying, kid. Lin Mo continued to walk forward without a word. When passing the tea room, Koshiro's voice suddenly came out. Zoro, it's time for you to practice early. Suddenly stopping and following Lin Mo's footsteps, Sauron immediately bowed respectfully to Koshiro. It's the teacher. After finishing speaking, he ran to the dojo energetically. Lin Mo looked at Koshiro, who was drinking tea, sitting upright in the tea room, and nodded. Thank you. Koshiro smiled and said, You're welcome. Are you going out? Oh. Without further nonsense, after Lin Mo left the Isin dojo, he entered the hills around Xuanyue village and started hunting daily. This is what he does every day. Fighting all kinds of powerful animals can not only improve his fighting skills, strengthen his physique, and increase his domineering proficiency, but he can also use the animals he hunted to exchange for Bailey to make money to buy wine and eat. 2 hours later, Lin Mo returned with a full load, and he distributed part of the meat he got from hunting to Isin Dojo. Then he came to the tavern in Frost Moon Village with ease. It's similar to entering the tavern of Makino in Windmill Village for the first time. As soon as he entered the door, all the drinkers laughed uproariously. Am I not mistaken? It looks like a kid has entered the tavern. Hey, kid, this is a tavern. You need to drink juice and buy it elsewhere, haha. Look, he still has 2 swords. Is he a student of Isin Dojo? I'm not practicing swords in the dojo at this time. Is he coming to the tavern to show us how to split swords? Ha ha ha. Little ghost, this is not the place you should come to. Go back to the dojo and practice hacking, ha. Lin Mo ignored these voices and came to the bar of the bar. Sit easily on the bar stools in front of the bar. He grabbed a handful of Baileys and put them on the bar and wrote lightly, "Have a glass of the best wine here." Okay. The tavern owner wiped his wine glass and turned around with a smile. When he saw Lin Mo for the first time, he immediately recognized him. Huh, you were the kid from last night, right? Here, where's your adult? Didn't you come with you? Lin Mo didn't want to chat with him. He raised his hand and tapped on the bar table. The tavern owner looked down, smiled immediately, and put away the Baileys in front of Lin Mo's fingers. Can you drink at such a young age? It's amazing. As he spoke, the tavern owner quickly poured Lin Mo a glass of the shop's special sorghum wine. Lin Mo picked up the wine glass and took a sip. A strong, mellow fragrance spread between the lips and teeth. Although it is a bit inferior to the wine sent by Koshiro, the overall taste is still good. Lin Mo expressed that he was quite satisfied. So he tore off the wine gourd hanging from his waist, put it on the bar, and at the same time took out some Baileys, full. The tavern owner nodded, took the money and took the wine gourd, and handed the wine gourd back to him after it was full. In just this moment, Lin Mo had already finished the glass of sorghum wine. The tavern owner saw that his face was not flushed, he was not out of breath, and he looked like he was fine, so he couldn't help giving him a thumbs up. I can't tell, he can drink so well at such a young age. At this time, at the gate of the tavern, a figure hurriedly pushed the door and entered. As soon as the visitor came in, he sat down at the table with the most people, as if he had just received hot news, and said excitedly, "Have you heard that? Kuina, who has never been defeated in Isin Gymnasium, was defeated by a foreigner yesterday." Already. Chapter 8 Sauron's Enthusiasm in Frostmoon Village. What? Kuina actually lost to a foreigner. Really? Are you mistaken? Kuina is very strong. I remember that all the players who kicked the gym in the past few years seemed to be defeated by her. How could she lose? However, it's not surprising that she lost. After all, she is only 11 years old. There are still many adults who are stronger than her. Yeah, that's right. It's not a big deal to lose once. Kuina is still young. The one who wins her must be a very powerful adult. Although it was surprising that Kuina, who had never had a defeat, would lose, but everyone was relieved when they thought that the child was still young. Page 11, however, the person who came to report shook his index finger, shook his head, and said, "No, the one who defeated Guina was not some adult, but a little ghost with a wooden sword. I heard that the little ghost seemed to be bigger than Guina. Na is still young." Just finished speaking. The noisy tavern suddenly fell silent. A few seconds later, there was a sound of shock. What? The kid who was younger than Kuina defeated her? Are you sure it's true? How is this possible? How could Kuina lose to a brat? That brat must be cheating. Hey, we are not so easy to deceive. Lie about this kind of false news. Be careful we beat you. Seeing that everyone didn't believe it, the person who came to report said helplessly, "What I said is true. Kuina really lost to that brat, and she even gave her favorite knife to that brat." Liar. Guina treasures her knife. How could she give it to a kid from another country? That's right. There must be a mistake somewhere. We are not so easy to deceive. Just when everyone was arguing and arguing, Lin Mo hung the wine gourd full of wine on his waist and jumped off the high stool. In front of everyone, he calmly walked towards the outside of the tavern step by step. The moment he pushed open the door of the tavern and just stepped out. I don't know who shouted, "Look at that kid's saber." All eyes were on Lin Mo. When they saw that there was really a wooden sword and a real sword hanging on Lin Mo's waist, especially the real sword was very familiar to them, all of them widened their eyes, and their faces all looked like hell the color of horror. Huh? Isn't that Queen Ah's sword? Really? Queen Ah actually lost to a kid who was younger than her. What's the origin of that kid? It's amazing to be able to defeat Queen Ah, who has no defeat at all. I laughed at him just now. He won't hold grudges, right? Completely ignoring the noise behind him, Lin Mo left the tavern without looking back. For the next few hours, the news that Kana in the Isin dojo was defeated by a foreign kid spread throughout Shuangyue village. Lin Mo originally wanted to complete the sign-in task in a low-key manner and then leave quietly. Fortunately, he became the focus of Shuangyue village all of a sudden. In order to avoid trouble, it seems that I will have to walk less in the village in the future. Lin Mo went straight back to the Isin dojo, just walked into the backyard. Sauron ran towards him excitedly. Lin Mo, Sauron excitedly said, I heard that you went hunting in the mountains this morning. Did you go to cultivate? The next time you go to the mountains, take me with you. Lin Mo. Again, this annoying guy. Lin Mo walked past Sauron speechlessly. Sauron didn't care about Lin Mo's indifference at all. Instead, he chased him like a dog's skin plaster and continued to pester him. I have finished my basic training today. Why don't we go to the mountains to practice now? Regarding Sauron's enthusiasm, Lin Mo's response was still ignorance. Seeing that the other party still ignored him, Sauron still followed relentlessly. Lin Mo, didn't you say that you want to see the tricks? It's useless to think about it, and you have to fight with people who are stronger than you. Understand it. So, I have decided, besides challenging Kunai every day, I also want to fight with you. Lin Mo suddenly stopped in his tracks. The heart is extremely resistant. Don't look for me. Zoro then stopped, with a dazed look on his face. Why? Lin Mo said directly. No time. Huh? Sauron asked in surprise. Sure enough, you still think I'm too weak and don't want to fight with me? Lin Mo was too lazy to explain. That's right. After finishing speaking, he continued to move forward. Sauron looked at Lin Mo's back, tightened the bamboo sword he held in both hands, hesitated for a while, then rushed towards him with a loud shout. If you don't fight me, I will keep attacking you. I will definitely let you draw your sword. Accept it. He felt the murderous aura getting closer behind him. Lin Mo didn't turn his head back and dodged a few times left and right, easily dodging all of someone's attacks. Then when someone rushed in front of him, he punched him and sent him flying into the yard. He glanced at the person who had fallen to the ground tens of meters away and tried to get up, but couldn't get up. Now let's see how you follow. Lin Mo smiled lightly and continued walking forward. When passing by the tea room, Koshiro's voice came from it. Lin Mo, come in and have a drink. Let me introduce someone to you. Pausing in his footsteps, Lin Mo turned his head to look. At this moment, the one sitting opposite Koshiro was the dragon who came last night. Long's identity should not be underestimated, but it was no accident that he appeared in Shuangyue village at this time. Maybe contacting this guy can trigger the completion of the task progress. After thinking about it, Lin Mo stepped into the tea room and sat down directly beside Koshiro. Koshiro smiled and asked, Do you want some tea? No, I have wine. After speaking, Lin Mo picked up his wine gourd, uncorked it, and took a sip. Koshiro introduced with a smile. Lin Mo, this is my friend Long. Page 12. Lin Mo nodded and said politely, Hello. Long asked with interest, How old are you? Lin Mo said casually, 10 years old. You can drink well. Long said with a smile that was not a smile, I heard from Koshiro that your swordsmanship is good. Fortunately, it's really modest. Long looked at Lin Mo carefully and continued, although it only showed a little bit, just now, you used your knowledge to avoid that kid's attack, right? Hearing this, Lin Mo looked up at him and said calmly, That's right. Originally, this was not a secret that could not be told. Sure enough, you are more interesting than I imagined. However, I always feel that there seems to be something missing. After finishing speaking, Long hooked the corner of his mouth. His face suddenly changed, and a golden glow burst out in his eyes. Immediately afterwards, a powerful aura spread out around him, instantly covering the small tea room. Chapter 9: The Exploration of the Dragon in Frostmoon Village. From the moment he saw Lin Mo in Murakami last night, Long realized that this child was not simple. At only 10 years old, he has the swordsmanship that can instantly kill Kona. Especially since he showed a little bit of knowledge just now, it can be seen that this child's talent is indeed quite good, and he is a good seed. But he always felt that something was missing, and he always felt that this kid's strength was more than that. So he decided to use domineering to test Lin Mo's details. When Koshiro realized that Long was testing Lin Mo with his domineering aura, his face froze immediately. Long, Lin Mo is still a child. Don't worry, I know. Long stared at Lin Mo. Lin Mo looked directly into Long's sharp eyes without fear. The moment he felt that the other party released his arrogance to test him, there was nothing more to say between them. Even if the dragon's temptations are just the tip of the iceberg, there is no malice. Silently plug the wine gourd. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes slightly. Immediately afterwards, an equally powerful aura was released from him, colliding with the domineering aura released by the dragon. A powerful wave of air gushed out horizontally when the Overlord's domineering energy collided, and there was only a bang crack, and the tea table in front of the three of them shattered into countless pieces in an instant, and even the walls around the tea room were shattered. Numerous dense cracks were formed by this extremely destructive air wave. Both Lin Mo and Long didn't output at all. Interesting, it really didn't disappoint me. The smile on the corner of Long's mouth was getting stronger, and he was about to increase the output of domineering arrogance, wanting to see Lin Mo's maximum tolerance. At this time, Koshiro suddenly grabbed a person's shoulder with one hand, stopped them in time, and said in an unhappy tone, "Okay, are you two trying to destroy my dojo? Stop it." Although I was surprised that Lin Mo also had a domineering look, but now is not the time to be surprised. The collision showdown between Overlord Color and Domineering Chi is no joke. If you are not careful, you may destroy the entire gymnasium, or even the entire Frostmoon village. He could see that neither of these two people had exerted their full strength, and they were only tentatively exchanging ideas, which had such a great destructive power. If they were not stopped, the tea room would be destroyed. If they were injured, they were training in the gymnasium children. That would be miserable. Koshiro's words made both of them withdraw their arrogance at the same time. Long said apologetically, "I'm sorry, I couldn't hold back for a while." Koshiro sighed helplessly. "The two of you really don't make people worry. What's the difference between an adult and a child?" Haha. Long smiled, turned to look at Lin Mo, and asked, "Lin Mo, do you know the Revolutionary Army?" Lin Mo stared at the dragon speechlessly. He knows. This guy, isn't he going to throw an olive branch at him? Before Lin Mo could answer, Long continued, "This is a world where the fittest survive and the fittest are eliminated. There are too many wastes in power, and many powerless people are devastated. The existence of the Revolutionary Army is to subvert and rule the world. The unequal rule of Fu's Tianlong people liberates those who are oppressed and makes this world more harmonious, equal, and free." After a short pause, Long continued, "I heard from Koshiro that you want to be a traveler. What's so good about being a traveler? It's a waste of your talents. Why don't you join the Revolutionary Army and join me in overthrowing this decaying society? The world is bright. How about it?" "It's not that good," Lin Mo said bluntly. "Whether it's the Revolutionary Army or the Navy Pirates, I'm not interested. I just want to be an unfettered free traveler. How righteous it is has nothing to do with me." Lin Mo just finished speaking. Didi, fighting against the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon. The sign-in progress is 10, the current total progress is 60, and the Overlord Color Domineering level is rewarded 1, and the current Overlord Color level is LV3. In an instant, Lin Mo's whole temperament rose a lot with the increase of domineering. Before Lin Mo could be happy, the system notification sounded again in his mind. "Didi, if you reject the invitation from the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long, the sign-in progress will be 10, and the current total progress is 70. After being stunned for a moment, Lin Mo couldn't help being overjoyed. The sign-in progress has actually increased by 20. It seems that my thinking is correct. The appearance of the dragon is not accidental. As expected, contacting this guy will trigger the completion of the sign-in task. However, after increasing the sign-in progress twice in a row, only one sign-in reward was given. After thinking about it carefully, an idea appeared in his mind. The rewards obtained by signing in to the task should be related to the characters in contact, and a related character can only get the reward once. The expressions of Long and Koshiro suddenly became dignified at the moment when Lin Mo's domineering spirit rose. A thought flashed in the minds of both of them at the same time. This kid has become stronger. Obviously he didn't do anything, but just a little domineering and colliding with each other just now. The strength of this brat has improved inexplicably. Is it an epiphany? Long's eyes on Lin Mo gradually changed from admiration to longing. He now understands the meaning of what Koshiro told him last night, that Lin Mo is a miracle. This kid has such amazing talent and strength at the age of 10, and he will definitely become a key figure who can turn any situation around in the future. If he is missed, it will definitely be the biggest loss for the Revolutionary Army. Thinking of this, Long couldn't help but said, "You want to be free and unrestrained, I can understand, but you are only 10 years old after all, and you are still a child. It is too dangerous to travel alone. Joining the Revolutionary Army, at least in the until you fully grow, we can temporarily act as your umbrella." No, Lin Mo's attitude remained the same. "I don't need an umbrella, and I won't join any camp. No matter how much you say, it's useless." Page 13, Lin Mo. "I'll go first." Lin Mo got up and interrupted Long's words, and left the messy tea room directly. Koshiro didn't stop him. The dragon's head hurt, and said, "What a brat who can't make money." "Haha," Koshiro said with a smile. "Lin Mo is a kid with his own ideas, and it's not that easy to convince him." Yard. Sauron, who was punched flying by Lin Mo, fell right in front of the door of the tea room. When he got up from the ground after crawling a few times with sore body, he just complained, "Damn it, it's really hard to strike." When he looked at the tea room with the door open, he happened to witness the scene where Long and Lin Mo collided domineeringly. Huh. Sauron was shocked and froze in place. It wasn't until Lin Mo came out of the tea room as if nothing had happened that he came back to his senses. Looking at Lin Mo's receding back, Sauron's eyes flickered. The hand holding the bamboo sword tightened involuntarily. Chapter 10 Frost Moon Village Guidance Results the next day. Lin Mo left Isin Dojo early in the morning and went to the valley around Xuanyue village for daily hunting training. Only this time he was followed by a little tail whose tracking skills were indescribable. Although Sauron's talent and strength are not as good as Goina's, he is definitely the one who wakes up the earliest and sleeps the latest in the gym and has the most training. As usual now, he should practice basic skills in the dojo. But today, he decided to secretly follow Lin Mo into the mountains to practice. Looking at the person who was walking faster and faster, walking towards the depths of the valley, 100 meters away. With firm eyes, Sauron said softly, "If you don't take me there, I'll follow by myself." However, a few minutes later, when he chased the person who was farther and farther away from him out of breath at the fastest speed, and finally lost him, not only did he not feel discouraged at all, but became even more excited. As expected of Lin Mo, the speed is so fast, I can't even catch up with him. It's too powerful. I will definitely catch up with you tomorrow. In fact, Lin Mo had already discovered that Sauron was following him, and he just didn't want to be harassed, so he dumped him. After hunting, Lin Mo returned to Isin Dojo with his prey. This afternoon, Lin Mo came to the tavern with an empty flagon. Just got in. The crowd was full of people. "The kid who defeated Kuina is here." "Little devil, how did you defeat Kuina? Let me hear it." "His name seems to be Lin Mo. I haven't seen you before. Which village are you from?" "Hey, don't ignore us. Did you come to Xuanyue village by yourself?" Lin Mo came to the bar in silence and put a handful of Baileys and an empty wine gourd on the bar. "It's full." The tavern owner smiled awkwardly. "Okay, wait a moment." When he filled Lin Mo's wine gourd and handed it back to him, he took advantage of the situation and asked, "Little ghost, have you already joined Koshiro's sect?" Lin Mo replied casually, "No." Carrying the wine gourd full of wine, he left the tavern calmly amidst the voices of dissatisfaction from everyone. The tavern owner smiled helplessly. What a kid with personality. "Go back to the dojo." When passing the training ground, Kuina suddenly stopped him. "Lin Mo, let's compete again." The last time she was defeated, she also lost Hidao Yuan, which hit her hard, although very unwilling. But the gap in strength was there, and she had to accept it. but that doesn't mean she's giving up. Therefore, Kuina decided to continue to challenge Lin Mo. She didn't believe that she could keep losing. Compared to the warlike Kuina, Lin Mo didn't have the leisure to waste time fighting her here. He walked past her without saying a word. He rejected Kuina's invitation to fight with actions. Seeing that the other party ignored her, Guyina immediately chased after her. Lin Mo, I am seriously challenging you. Why are you ignoring me? Then, the answer to Kuina was still silence. Lin Mo didn't intend to talk to her. You bastard. Kuina suddenly lost her temper. Guyina. At this time, Sauron appeared in time to stop Kuina, who was going to settle accounts with Lin Mo. Let's compete again. I want to compete with Lin Mo. Get out of the way. Sauron continued. If he wants to compete with you, he has already entered the dojo. It is useless for you to pester him. He was deeply touched, so he dared to say this. Pausing in her footsteps, Kuina's complexion was not good. She clenched the bamboo sword in her hand and stared at Lin Mo's back unwillingly. After a long time, she turned around and walked back. Page 14. Sauron stood still. Kuina gritted her teeth and said, Why are you still standing there? Aren't you going to fight me? Well, here we come. Sauron immediately followed. A competition is over in a few minutes. The result was still the same as before, and Kuina won in the end. But this time, Zoro took several moves from Kuina in a row, and even almost hit the opponent once. If it were him 2 days ago, there would be no chance of hitting her. Is it a coincidence, or did this guy improve his sword skills in 2 days? Kuina felt more and more uncomfortable. She has seen Sauron's hard work this year. In order not to let the other party surpass her, she has also been very strict with herself this year. When others can't see it, she also redoubles her efforts to improve herself. Even so, every time she made a move, she could still feel that Sauron was slowly approaching her, and the distance between them was getting shorter and shorter. It used to grow slowly, but in the past 2 days, this guy's sword skills have obviously improved to a higher level than before. Could it be that someone is guiding him? Kuina put away the bamboo sword and stared at the person she knocked down to the ground with a complicated expression. Sauron got up from the dojo floor, patted the dust off his body, remained silent without speaking, and began to replay the moves that Kuina had just made in his mind. If it were him before, it would be impossible to do such a thing. Koshiro walked over and said with a smile, You lost again, Sauron. Obviously you have really become stronger, especially the improvement in the past 2 days has been really great. As soon as Koshiro finished speaking, other children from the dojo rushed over. Teacher, you shouldn't give Kuina a secret special training just because she is your daughter? Too rambunctious. Koshiro said helplessly. No, I won't do that kind of thing. Sauron has indeed become stronger, but Kuina has also become stronger and stronger. I'm going to wash my face. Sauron didn't stay in the dojo for too long, turned around and walked to the backyard. After washing his face, he made a decision to challenge Kuina one last time tonight. That night, when Kuina passed by the tea room that Koshiro had temporarily repaired, she heard something that shocked her. Her father, Koshiro, believes that it is impossible for a girl to become the world's #1 swordsman. Although she herself knew that as a girl, some of the prerequisites for becoming a swordsman might not be as good as boys, but she just didn't want to believe it, and she just refused to accept it. Why can't girls become the #1 in the world? Sitting beside the village field road, Kuina was silent and wanted to digest her emotions alone. At this time, Sauron came. What are you doing here? Sauron asked. Kuina wiped her nose with a handkerchief and asked, I just wanted to ask you. It's so late. What are you doing here? I'm here for the 2001st duel with you. This is the last duel between me and you. Sauron said seriously. To finish it off, fight me with a real sword. Kuina froze for a moment, then hooked the corner of her mouth. Okay. Originally, she was going to fight Sauron with the words of Hidawi, but now she can only borrow other people's knives to PK with Sauron. On an empty meadow, the two stood facing each other, ready to fight. There was a gust of wind. Zoro held 2 real swords and attacked Kuina first. The two went back and forth many times, and whenever Kuina was about to defeat Sauron, the latter would always find a way clumsily and escape dangerously. Kuina discovered Sauron's flaws and immediately rushed over, from bottom to top, trying to fly the 2 knives in Sauron's hands, who looked very tired. As if knowing in advance that Quina would make this move, Zoro subconsciously took half a step back. The real knife is much heavier than the bamboo sword. And he also took 2 real knives, and the physical exertion was much greater than that of Quina. Since one cannot use physical strength and strength to defeat the opponent, one can only use sword skills or see through the opponent's moves to find flaws and reverse the outcome of the duel. This subconscious retreat allowed Sauron to successfully dodge Quina's blow in a fraction of a second. At the same time, under the astonished sight of the opponent, for the first time, he discovered the opponent's flaw. Without hesitation, Sauron immediately grabbed the knife and slashed at Quina's arm with the back of the knife. A hint of disbelief flashed in Quina's eyes. She reacted immediately, blocked the blow in time, and then swung again, finally flying Sauron's sword. Sauron fell to the ground, gasping for breath. Although she won, Quina was not happy at all. Just now, if she was slow to react for half a second, she would lose. Sauron is really catching up. Chapter 11 Frost Moon Village 2 Little Attendants Deity. To change the fate of Quina's death, sign in progress 10. The current total progress is 80. Reward swordsmanship level 1. The current swordsmanship level is LV 5. Lin Mo was drinking in the room when a system notification sounded in his mind, making him pause involuntarily. Immediately afterwards, a more powerful sword energy spread out from him, stirring in the small room. He even calmed down and could feel the breath of everything around him. His strength has become stronger again. Lin Mo couldn't help but look at the words he Dowie placed aside. In the original work of One Piece, Quina fell down the stairs and died because she was looking for the whetstone of the Japanese characters. Now the knife belongs to him. Then, Quina has no reason to look for the whetstone again, and thus avoids the danger of falling to her death. It seems that the task of Xuanyue village will be completed soon. Lin Mo continued to drink wine in a good mood. The man was sitting in the room, and he felt happy coming from the sky. Back to half an hour ago, Gwaenon narrowly defeated Sauron. Sauron lay on the grass, covering his face unwillingly. Damn it. It was just a little bit, so unwilling. Page 15 Quina stared at him sullenly. I'm not reconciled. Zoro let go of his hand and looked at Quina. Quina continued. When a girl grows up, she will be weaker than a boy. You have already caught up, and I will be defeated by you soon. Sauron, you often say that, to become the strongest swordsman in the world, Father told me that a girl can't be a girl. I understand. I have understood this kind of thing a long time ago. But I am not reconciled. Sauron is so kind. Because you are a boy. I also want to become the strongest swordsman in the world. If I can be a boy. Sauron got up from the grass, and the more he listened, the more angry he became. You have defeated me, so don't complain anymore. This is too despicable. You are the target I have always wanted to defeat. What kind of man and woman are you? When I really beat you, do you want to say the same? It seems that I did not win by my own strength. Then, now that I am working so hard for special training, don't I look like an idiot? Don't say it again, such words. Quina looked at Sauron with tears in her eyes. Sauron approached her, gritted his teeth, and said, Promise me, one day, it will be either me or you, and you must become the strongest swordsman in the world. Looking at Sauron's firm gaze, Quina was stunned for a moment, and then said in relief, Idiot, you are obviously weaker than me. Then it's settled. Sauron held out his hand to her and insisted, But before we become the strongest swordsman, let's compare to see who can defeat Lin Mo first. Quina's eyes flickered. She stretched out her hand to hold Sauron's hand, and said with a smile, Okay, it's settled. Just wait and see. I must be the one who defeats him first. The next day, Lin Mo usually got up early in the morning to go hunting in the valley. The little tail behind him changed from 1 to 2. Moreover, the 2 guys, as if they had made an agreement, tried to confront him one after another from time to time, and after being rejected, they still didn't give up and even learned to sneak attack. Although he was beaten to the ground by Lin Mo every time. It was the same for the next few days, no matter how many times Lin Mo beat them down. But it didn't wipe out their enthusiasm at all. They still enjoyed it every day, doing the same thing relentlessly. Koshiro saw it, but he was always smiling, and he had no intention of stopping his daughter and disciples at all. It was a tacit consent to his 2 pairs of Lin Mo's stocking. This evening, when Lin Mo beat Sauron and Kuna to the ground for the nth time in the backyard of the gymnasium. Koshiro smiled and waved to Lin Mo in the corridor. Lin Mo, come here. Lin Mo glanced at him. The dragon is there too. It looked as if the dragon was leaving. Lin Mo walked over. Long smiled and said, I've stayed here for too long this time. I should go. Oh, Lin Mo responded casually. Long continued, Are you sure you don't think about going with me anymore? Lin Mo said directly, I don't think about it. Seeing that Lin Mo really didn't care at all, Long had no choice but to give up the solicitation temporarily. Well, since you don't want to, I won't force it. If you encounter any troubles in the future, you can come to Brother Baldy to find me. Bartigo is the base of the Revolutionary Army. Lin Mo nodded complacently. Long smiled, turned to look at Koshiro, and said without hesitation, Thank you for raising the food this time. Koshiro smiled and said, It doesn't matter. What are your plans for the future? This place is not far from the windmill village of Goya Kingdom. You haven't been back for a long time. Do you want to go back and have a look? No. Long shook his head and said, It's not the time yet. Let's talk about it later. Koshiro nodded and said, Okay, just let me know in advance when you come next time. Okay. Long responded without saying anything more and left Shuangyue village before night fell. In the original plot, Luffy didn't know who his father was until he passed through the capital of Seven Waters located on the Great Route. Long is a very cautious person who will not easily expose his weaknesses, so very few people know his life experience. Even his trusted subordinates in the Revolutionary Army don't know that he has a son. The conversation just now, although Koshiro didn't say it clearly, but it is not difficult to see that Koshiro is one of the very few people who knows the root of the dragon. This can be seen. The relationship between the two is indeed extraordinary. However, no matter what, Lin Mo is not interested. He is only interested in completing the sign-in progress task and wine. It's okay, I'll go first. Lin Mo was about to go back to his room to drink. Koshiro stopped him again. There is a party in the village tonight. Do you want to go and see it? No. Lin Mo directly refused. At this time, Zoro and Kuina trotted over. Sauron excitedly said, Shuangyue village will hold a lively party at the end of every month. It's fun, Lin Mo. Let's go to the party together. Goena said arrogantly. I don't like shopping very much, but if you go, I can reluctantly accompany you. Lin Mo. Lin Mo refused. I'm not interested, I won't go. Koshiro smiled and said, In the evening, many villagers will bring out their own homemade wine for sale. Each family has a unique taste. This is not something you can buy in taverns. Hearing this, Lin Mo stopped walking towards the room. Koshiro looked at Zoro and Kuina. What are you still doing? The two looked at each other and smiled, and immediately grabbed Lin Mo's arm from left to right and pulled him out. Aunt Sugimoto's home-brewed wine should be pretty good. Goena recommended. Uncle Long's friend is that uncle who has a super big face and looks a little scary. Whenever he comes to the village, he will go to Aunt Sugimoto's house to buy it. Drinking wine. Usually, her family's wine is not sold to outsiders, because Uncle Long and my father have a good relationship, so the auntie will make a special case to sell some to them when it is not the party day. Is the wine really that good? Zoro asked inexplicably. I drank it secretly before, and it tastes better than juice. Lin Mo pulled his arm out of the holding hands of Sauron and Kuina, and said speechlessly, Why are you two so thick-skinned? Page 16. Sauron grinned and said, No. Do you have any misunderstandings about me and Kuina? Lin Mo. Kuina said with a smile. Actually, Lin Mo, you ignore us and knock us down every time you return a blow. You are training us, right? Lin Mo. No, really no. Sauron continued. My reaction ability and ability to resist blows are much better than before, thanks to Lin Mo's teaching. Lin Mo. Forehead, when did I teach you this? Kuina continued. I've always wanted to ask, many times, Sauron and I attacked you at the same time, and you didn't see us at all, so why can you escape all our attacks? That's right. Sauron nodded quickly. I've always wanted to know this too. Lin Mo, just tell us how you did it. Chapter 12. The provocation of the bandit Sig in Frostmoon Village, facing the series of questions from Sauron and Kuina. Lin Mo said that he didn't want to bother with them at all. This is indeed the case. No matter how coquettish and cute the two are, Lin Mo just ignores them. There was really no other way, and Ka suddenly thought of an idea. Lin Mo, as long as you tell us, I will take out all the pocket money I have saved over the years to buy you wine. How about it? Not so good. Lin Mo said speechlessly. No, I have money myself. Don't be so stingy, Sauron muttered. Speaking of which, the three of them had come to the busiest night market street in Shuangyue village. The streets are full of hawking sounds, people coming and going, very lively. Lin Mo was still calm. Sauron and Gwaina blushed, looking around, very excited. Sure enough, a child is a child. There. Gwaina pointed to a row of middle-aged women on the left side of the street, who used a cart as a stall and was selling. That's Aunt Sugimoto. The wine made by her family is the best and most sold. Hurry up. If we come a little later, it will probably be sold out. As soon as we were talking, many people had gathered around the small cart and started queuing up to buy the few drinks. The three of Lin Mo went immediately and were at the end of the line. Go and play by yourself. Lin Mo didn't want these two guys to follow him all the time. Kuina smiled and said, Aunt Sugimoto's wine is limited. One person can only buy a small jar. Zoro and I can buy you 2 more jars here. Kuina's voice just fell. A group of vicious-looking people pushed aside the crowd very roughly and came to Sugimoto's booth. The leader was a tall, long-faced man with a cross scar on his forehead and a sword on his waist. It's Sig the Bandit. He is the one who poured wine on the head of one of the future 4 emperors, the red-haired Shanks. Although the situation at the time was that Shanks had a big heart and didn't care about him. Judging from the current point of time, Seeger and his group should not have gone to Windmill Village and haven't met Red Hair in them. There are so many people in line. It seems that the wine is good. I want all of this car. Seeger said proudly. The surrounding villagers stepped back in fear. Yes, but the wine in my house is limited, and one person can only buy a small jar. Sugimoto asked nervously. If you want to buy it, can you go in line? Line up. Sig sneered. I'm a bounty criminal with 800 million Baileys. You want me to line up? Sugimoto was so frightened that he almost cried, and the villagers dared not speak out. Bounty offenders with 800 million Baileys. That's not a joke. These helpless villagers dare not provoke them. Zoro and Kuina touched the bamboo sword they were wearing at the same time. Kuina's cold voice suddenly sounded. I don't care how many Bailey's bounty criminals you are. This is Frostmoon Village, and you won't be allowed to mess around. Exactly. Sauron tightly clenched his 2 bamboo swords. We will not let you run rampant here. Seeger tilted his head to look at Lin Mo and the others, and sneered. The younger brothers behind him laughed even more presumptuously. Ha ha, how dare these brats come here to find trouble? I really don't know what to do. Before our boss is not angry yet, get out. Our boss is a man who is going to become the king of bandits. All those who are sensible, get away. Looking at the arrogant Sig and his group, Sauron asked in a low voice, Gwaina, can we beat them? Gwaina glanced at Lin Mo, who didn't say a word, took a deep breath, and responded, If you can't beat them, you have to beat them. We can't let them do whatever they want in Shuangyue village. Hey, Gwaina stared at Sig coldly and mocked. Aren't you just a group of bullying bandits? What bandit kings? I think you are just a group of black sheep who only know how to bully the weak. I won't let you. You are acting recklessly here. What? Sig frowned slightly. Seeing this, Sugimoto said anxiously, Gwaina, stop talking. You guys go away. Although Kuina's swordsmanship is one of the best in Isen Dojo, many adults can't beat her, but she is still a child after all. How can she beat a vicious bandit with a bamboo sword? The surrounding villagers were very worried, and tried to persuade Kuina and the others not to provoke Sig anymore. Want to leave? Sig pulled out the saber at his waist and pointed the tip of the sword at Kuina's forehead. If you want to leave, you can leave one arm. Gwaina clenched her teeth. Sauron suddenly pulled her behind and pointed at Sig with 2 bamboo swords in his hands. Gwaina, stand back. I will be this guy's opponent. Page 17. Kuina dissatisfied. Idiot. You are weaker than me. I should be his opponent. Haha. Sig laughed. It's really touching. 2 people are vying to die. Well, I'll let you die together. Sig just finished speaking. Lin Mo suddenly said, Aren't you queuing up? The surrounding villagers were silent, and no one dared to speak. Not speaking is the default. Lin Mo looked at Sig. You came late. You have to wait behind me. After finishing speaking, Lin Mo calmly walked past Sieg. The surrounding villagers gasped. All eyes fell on Lin Mo, who had come to the cart full of drinks. Lin Mo asked, "How much is a pot?" Sugimoto was stunned for a moment and responded instinctively, 50 Baileys per jar. Lin Mo casually took out 2 Baileys and handed them to Sugimoto. Then he took a jar of wine, opened the cork, and took a sip in front of everyone. Not bad. Lin Mo nodded in affirmation. Seeger's face was livid, and he stared fiercely at Lin Mo. Lin Mo ignored him and looked at Sauron and Gwenah, who were also in a daze. "You too? Aren't you going to help me buy wine?" The two were stunned for a moment, then immediately put down the bamboo swords in their respective hands and trotted over. Sig put his sword on Lin Mo's neck and said in an unhappy tone, "Hey, brat, who allowed you to buy wine?" Lin Mo glanced at him and said in a flat tone, "Take the sword away." To everyone's surprise, Sig actually moved the sword away. But in the next second, a fierce light appeared in his eyes, and he slashed at Lin Mo's neck with the sword. "Ah, run, Lin Mo. It's over, the child is going to die. Who will save this child? Koshiro, where is Mr. Koshiro? Is it too late to invite him over now?" In the ears are the voices of the villagers who are worried. Sauron and Kuina couldn't help but sweat. As for Lin Mo himself, when Sig's sword was about to hit him, he took half a step back. The tip of the sword swept half a centimeter before his throat. The corners of Seeger's mouth twitched slightly. When had he been so weakened? And still by a brat. Now he is angry. "Little devil, you are looking for death." Sig raised his sword viciously, ready to chop Lin Mo down. Lin Mo still ignored him and looked sideways at Sauron and Gwenah. "Buy wine. Really, I still want to drink at any time." Having said that, Kuina paid the money obediently and picked up a jar of wine with Zoro. Chapter 13. The Price of Self-Righteousness. In Frostmoon Village, Sig the Bandit had never been so humiliated. Every sword he slashed contained great anger and murderous aura. Even so, Lin Mo easily dodged all his attacks. "I really can't hit Lin Mo." Sig's attention shifted to Sauron and Gwenah, who were holding the wine jar. Without further ado, Sig immediately shifted his target and slashed at Sauron, who was closest to him. Sauron subconsciously took 2 steps back, but he was still within Sig's attack range. Oops. Sauron's face was ugly, and he wanted to draw his sword, but he was holding the wine jar with both hands, and he couldn't draw his sword to resist. "Go to hell." Seeger was furious. Kuina wanted to help Sauron, but she was holding the wine jar and couldn't do it. Just when Sig's sword was about to hit Sauron, Lin Mo suddenly appeared in front of Sauron, pulled out the word Hidao, and cut Sig's saber in half with just one blow. It doesn't matter if Sauron is injured or not. He just didn't want his wine to be smashed. But in the eyes of Sauron and Gwenah, it has a completely different meaning. Sauron said excitedly, "I knew that you would not ignore my safety. You are indeed the person I admire." Lin Mo. Sig stared at Lin Mo's words of Hidao, which cut off his sword. The knife gave him an unusual feeling. Seeger suddenly changed his attitude. "Little devil, I have changed my mind. Give me your knife, and I will let you go." "No." Kuina was the first to be unwilling. "You can't believe the bandit's words, Lin Mo, and Dowie words can't be given to them." Oh, it turned out to be the words of Hidao. Seeger's eyes lit up, and his eyes were full of greed when he stared at Lin Mo. "It's a waste of you, kid, to use such a good knife. Quickly give me the words of Hidao. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." Page 18. After finishing speaking, Seeger threw his broken sword at Sugimoto's cart, smashing several jars of wine. At the same time, his men have surrounded Lin Mo and others. Lin Mo frowned slightly. Some feel sorry for those good wines that are sold in limited quantities. One Heart Dojo. Koshiro is drinking tea with friends in the tea room. The two chatted happily. At this time, a villager came anxiously. "Mr. Koshiro, come with me quickly. A group of bandits have come to the village and are provoking trouble." "Bandit?" Koshiro put down the teacup in his hand, got up immediately, and asked, "Where is the bandit now?" The villagers quickly replied, "It's on Sugimoto's side." "Sugimoto." Koshiro paused. "Are Lin Mo, Kuina, and Zoro there?" The villagers nodded and said, "Yes, but they are still children, and they are still too weak to face the vicious bandits." "Mr. Koshiro, let's go." It's okay. Koshiro knelt down again and said with a smile, since Lin Mo is here, there is no need to worry. Huh? The villagers were confused. Even Koshiro's friend's face was full of worry. Mr. Koshiro, do you really not need to go? No need. Koshiro smiled and picked up the teacup that had just been put down not long ago. Don't worry. Nothing will happen. Back to Lin Mo, facing the intimidation of the bandit Sig. Lin Mo felt nothing at all. It's even boring. But the surrounding villagers didn't think so. Everyone is anxious. Lin Mo, give him the knife quickly. There is no need to lose your life just because of a knife. That's right. You're still young. You can't beat so many bandits. You'd better be obedient and hand over the knife and save your life first. Little ghost, don't hesitate. Bandits are not good people. They will really kill you. Damn it. Sauron became more and more annoyed as he listened and shouted to the surrounding villagers unhappily. Don't underestimate Lin Mo. He is very powerful. The bandits laughed. Ha ha ha. Isn't it just to avoid our boss's attack a few times to be powerful? It's ridiculous. I was able to cut off the boss's sword just now, and it's just that you used famous knives. Kid, if you don't want to die, you should quickly hand over the knives. Lin Mo glanced around in silence, and there were more than 40 people from Seeger's group. It seems that if we don't solve them, we can't leave. It's really annoying. He obviously didn't want to do it. Forget it. Anyway, the wine is also bought, so let's go back to the dojo early. Lin Mo didn't speak. Sig thought he was afraid, and proudly said, You are good at skills. Obey me obediently, and I can consider letting you join my Sig bandits. Lin Mo was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. His eyes flashed. A powerful sword force emanated from him, just as Sig had just finished speaking that sentence arrogantly. Lin Mo's figure flashed and appeared behind Sig, then calmly put the words He Dao into the sheath slowly. Sig turned to look at him in disbelief. When the words of He Dao are fully sheathed, immediately, 2 extremely long knife marks appeared on Sig's body, and the blood couldn't stop gushing out. The surrounding villagers all looked dumbfounded. You? Sig's eyes widened. Before he finished speaking, he fell to the ground, unconscious. Boss, are you all right? Seeger's men hurriedly surrounded him to check on Seeger's injuries. Damn it, you actually hurt the boss so badly. Little devil, you are finished. Suffer to death. Seeger's men yelled and rushed towards Lin Mo. Lin Mo gave a look. Everyone stopped in their tracks, rolled their eyes, and fell into one piece. You can't control yourself. Lin Mo held the wine jar and shouted at Sauron and Kuna, who were already startled from ear to ear, Let's go. Ah, here we come. Zoro responded blankly and looked at Kuna, who hadn't slowed down yet. Hey, Kuna, come back to your senses. It's time to go. Oh. Guyana shook her head, trying to wake herself up a bit, and looked at Lin Mo's back, her body trembling slightly. Lin Mo is very strong, she knows it. Page 19, but she didn't expect to be so strong. She even had a sense of fear that she might never win him. Hi, Kuina. Sauron called her again. He could see Kuina's state, and he knew roughly what Kuina was thinking, although he was also frightened by Lin Mo's strength. Don't think too much about it. Sauron continued. Let's go back to the dojo first. Kuina nodded. Holding Lin Mo's wine, the two immediately chased after him. Wherever Lin Mo reached, the villagers consciously gave way. When Lin Mo and the others left, the villagers slowly calmed down. My God, who the hell is Lin Mo? How could one person kill the entire bandit group in seconds? Is he really just a child? It's terrible. When this child grows up, he might be stronger than Mr. Koshiro. Don't talk about growing up. I think in a year or two, he may surpass Mr. Koshiro. Anyway, it's a good thing that Lin Mo's child is here, otherwise we will suffer a great loss. That's right. What about these bandits? What else can we do? Throw them out of the village together. Chapter 14 Sauron's determination in Frostmoon Village. On the way back to the dojo, Sauron and Kuina walked on both sides of Lin Mo holding the wine jar. Sauron couldn't help asking, Lin Mo, your move was so fast just now. I didn't see it clearly. What kind of move did you use to defeat that bandit leader? Lin Mo said casually, 1 knife and 1 life together. What a handsome name. Sauron's eyes sparkled. Kuina was silent for a while, and then asked, Then what method did you use just now to bring down all those bandits? Domineering. Domineering? Sauron and Kuina said in unison. Sauron asked strangely, "What is domineering?" Lin Emote didn't speak anymore. He is not a person who answers every question, what he wants to answer and what he doesn't want to answer. It all depends on his mood. Seeing that Lin Emote didn't want to talk, Sauron consciously didn't continue to ask. The three of them continued to move forward in silence. When they were approaching the Isen dojo, Sauron suddenly made a decision. Through the incident that I was almost hacked by bandits just now, I decided that starting tomorrow, I will practice three-knife flow. The future Sauron was originally a very powerful three-sword swordsman. Lin Emote was not surprised at all. On the other hand, Kuina didn't quite understand. You are too tired to hold two real knives, and you want to take three? I think you are crazy. How do you get the third knife? Bite with your mouth, Sauron said firmly. I won't let myself be so passive anymore. Even if there is no chance of winning, I will fight with a knife, instead of standing there and waiting for someone to rescue me. In fact, in the past year, Zoro has also exercised his bite strength, but he has not made up his mind to learn the three-sword style. Kuina looked at him and was silent for a long time. What an idiot. I'm not afraid of breaking my own teeth. Kuina continued. 3 knives are much more expensive than 2 knives. Since you have made up your mind, you will have to use it in the future. Only by increasing the amount of training can we sustain the consumption of the 3 swords. I know, Sauron said with a smile. I'm already mentally prepared to squeeze out all my strength every day and train hard to the death. Lin Emote did not make any remarks. Not much to say either. When the 3 of them passed the backyard of the gymnasium, the corridor of the tea room was lit. Koshiro smiled and said, You've worked hard today, Lin Emote. And Lin Emote responded casually, without stopping, and continued to walk forward. After Zoro and Kuina delivered the wine they were holding to Lin Emote's room, they immediately turned back to Koshiro's tea room. Both looked at Koshiro expectantly. What's wrong? Do you want to ask me anything? Koshiro asked with a smile. Kuina quickly asked, Father, what is domineering? Huh? How do you know about domineering? Koshiro thought for a while, then asked again, Did Lin Emote use domineering to deal with those bandits? Yes. Sauron nodded and said, Teacher, you were not there at the time. Do you know that Lin Emote is so handsome? With just one move, he killed the boss of the bandits. Oh, that's really powerful. Koshiro took a sip from his teacup. Yes, super powerful, Zoro said in admiration. What's the name of that move? One knife flow, yes. The name is so handsome. Huh. Koshiro paused for a while. Sure enough, he is very talented, and he can actually live in a city. Sauron's eyes flickered. Teacher, will you do it too? Teach me, I want to learn too. Koshiro smiled and said, I can teach you, but not now. Let's practice the basic skills first. Kuina dissatisfied. Father, you haven't told us what domineering is. Koshiro smiled and continued. Domineering. There are knowledgeable, armed, and domineering. It is a potential power that each of us possesses. In the following time, Koshiro briefly explained the domineering to Sauron and Kuina. The more the 2 little guys listened, the more excited they became. The more they listened, the more excited they became. The days after. Page 20 Lin Emote, as always, lives at 3 o'clock every day, hunting going to the tavern to drink going back to the Isen dojo to drink. Before he knew it, he had been in Shuangyue village for nearly 20 days. He drank all kinds of wine in the tavern, and almost all the beasts in the surrounding valleys. It's time to complete this last 20.00 progress task and leave. In Windmill Village before, relying on red-haired Shanks to complete 2 progress tasks. Here in Shuangyue village, he also completed it twice with the dragon. And the key Koshiro and Zoro are only once. This can be seen. This last mission is most likely related to Koshiro or Zoro. Perhaps, fighting against Koshiro once can complete the progress. Think of this. Lin Emote, who has completed today's hunting training, is going back to the gym to find Koshiro. It hasn't been long. Facing him, a man with 3 real swords hanging from his waist was running towards him. It's Sauron. Since defeating the bandit Sig and his gang last time, Sauron and Kuina didn't bother him anymore. During these days, Lin Emote lived quite comfortably. However, now is the time to come to him. What does Sauron want to do? Lin Emote continued to walk forward expressionlessly. Lin Emote, fight against me. Sauron came to Lin Mo excitedly, just the same as before. Lin Mo bypassed him directly, not intending to make a move. See, Zoro hurriedly caught up and said as he walked, I'm no longer what I used to be. Really, I've been doing special training every day during this time. Now, I can use the three-sword style to draw with Kuna? Lin Mo responded casually. Oh, Sauron continued. Also, I figured it out. I won't sneak attack you again in the future. I want to challenge you openly. Lin Mo. Sauron ran to a distance of 50 meters in front of Lin Mo and stopped, then faced him, biting one sword in his mouth and holding the other two in his hands, ready to go. When Lin Mo was less than 10 meters away from him, Sauron crossed his hands and put the two swords in his hands parallel upwards in front of the one he was biting. Lin Mo, accept my challenge. Sauron bit his sword and said vaguely. A weak sword force spread out from him. This pose, this momentum. Lin Mo's eyes moved slightly. Could it be Purgatory Ghost Slash? He remembered that this trick should be learned 10 years later, within 2 years of Sauron and Luffy's separation. Although it is still only a prototype, Sauron's posture is not very standard. Lin Mo didn't expect that this guy could improve to such a degree after not seeing him for dozens of days. He even comprehended a little bit of sword power, as expected of a man who will become a great swordsman in the future. Lin Mo has never been very disgusted with people who work hard. I've always wanted to have a good fight with you. Lin Mo, please, accept my challenge. Sauron stared at Lin Mo seriously. Lin Mo stopped in his tracks and stared at him silently. Suddenly the corner of his mouth hooked, and Lin Mo pulled Hidaoi's words out of the scabbard. Okay, then before I leave, I will fulfill you once. Chapter 15 The Unexpected Progress of Frost Moon Village. For the past 10 days, Sauron has been training at the limit of the human body every day, which frightened the children around him who practiced sword together. Koshiro worried that his body would be badly trained, and even talked to him specifically, hoping that he could reduce the amount of training. But Sauron refused. Koshiro went to Kuina again, wanting Kuina to persuade Zoro. Unexpectedly, Kuina's attitude was actually the same as that of Sauron. Even Kuina's training volume is several times higher than before. The reason why these two children started to train crazily was the day after Lin Mo killed the bandit Sieg and his gang in seconds more than 10 days ago. Koshiro was very depressed, but there was no way to stop the two of them. In the valley, Lin Mo accepted Sauron's challenge. The two stood opposite each other. They are all ready to fight at any time. A gleam flashed in Sauron's eyes, and he rushed to Lin Mo first. Page 21. When he was approaching Lin Mo, the sword he held in both hands skillfully drew two intersecting arcs, and the sword in his mouth was also under his handy control, and the three swords slashed aggressively at the same time. Lin Mo compared with the first time when he recklessly confronted Lin Mo with brute force. He is not at the same level at all. To be able to improve so much in a short period of time, talent and savvy alone are not enough. There must also be enough training to form physical memory, just from Sauron's current sword skills and control of the three swords. It can be seen that this guy has worked very hard during this time. But the current Sauron is still too weak for Lin Mo. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes slightly and saw the opponent's flaw at a glance. When Sauron approached, he sent Sauron flying with one blow. The word Hidao is sheathed. Lin Mo looked at the person lying on the ground not far away. Sauron gritted his teeth and stared blankly at the sky. After a while, he got up from the ground, patted the ashes on his body, and said with a grin, Sure enough, I am far from your opponent. It seems that I still have to just work harder. Lin Mo looked at him. Suddenly, there was a touch in my heart. Sauron, Lin Mo said, for your move just now, try to raise your shoulders a little more, concentrate your attention a little more, and lower your chassis a little more. Sauron was taken aback. Without thinking too much, he immediately picked up the sword that fell beside him and set up the action just as Lin Mo said. Is that so? Zoro asked vaguely, biting the hilt of his sword. Lin Mo nodded and continued, You can strike again and see. It is good. Zoro responded and turned his gaze to the tree closest to him. Lin Mo already felt that Sauron's sword power was a little higher than before. Sauron immediately rushed towards the big tree, and with one blow, 3 sword marks nearly 10 centimeters deep were left on the big tree. Huh. Sauron stared at the sword marks cut out by himself. His eyes sparkled. I could only cut 5 centimeters deep before. Lin Mo, you are too good. You can make me break through with any guidance. Try more. Lin Mo continued. This trick can be even stronger. Just keep working hard. Yes, I will. Sauron nodded solemnly. Just when he had just finished speaking, there was a click, and the sword in his right hand suddenly split open, and half of the blade fell to the ground. Sauron widened his eyes and stared at the half of the sword that fell on the ground. His expression changed drastically, and he shouted, "Ah, why is it broken? I bought it after saving money for a long time. It's over, and one is missing. Sword, how can I practice sword in the future?" During this time, he was training with real swords. Ordinary swords cannot withstand the intensity of Sauron's training. Therefore, the 3 swords have varying degrees of damage, especially the sword held in the right hand. The damage is more serious, and it will break sooner or later. Lin Mo also stared at the half of the sword that fell to the ground. I thought to myself, is it too coincidental that it was just a sword that was broken at this time? There was silence for a moment. He pulled He Dao Yuan with the scabbard from his waist. Sauron. Lin Mo called him. Sauron had tears in his eyes, and was still immersed in the sadness of his broken love knife. When he heard Lin Mo calling him, he turned his head to look at Lin Mo through He Dao's words to him. Sauron stretched out his hand reflexively to catch it, looked at He Dao's words, and then at Lin Mo. Who are you? I'll see you off. Lin Mo said calmly. Huh? Sauron was shocked. Why? Didn't I lose to you? This knife is very suitable for you. Lin Mo didn't say anything more, turned around, and walked towards Isin Dojo. Just walked a few steps. In mind, the system alert sounded. Didi, send He Dao text to Sauron, and the sign-in progress will be 20. Didi, Frost Moon Village sign-in task is completed. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the 6 styles, sword skill level 1, and the current sword skill level is LV6. Heard. Lin Mo stopped suddenly. A palpitating power emanated from him. Just like before, the power soon dissipated. It seems there's no need to challenge Koshiro. However, the final progress was really beyond his expectation. Lin Mo smiled and opened the property panel. Name, Lin Mo. Age, 10 years old. Check-in location, see Restaurant Bardi, 0, Domineering. Armed color LV2, Overlord color LV3, Knowledge color LV2, Skills, Fire Escape Dragon Fire Art, Beginner, Swordsmanship LV6. Page 22 6 Styles, Finger Gun LV1, Iron Block LV1, Shaving, Unlocked, Moon Step, Unlocked, Haze Feet, Unlocked, Paper Painting, Unlocked. Weapon, Demon Blade Starbreaker, Lake Toya. System space, 10 by 10 by 10 cubic meters. The 6 forms are the 6 physical arts that surpass the limits of the human body in the world of pirates. If you have mastered all these 6 physical skills, you will be quite strong. It's a pity that only finger guns and iron blocks are unlocked now. Pointing the gun is a technique that claims to have the power of a gun. Concentrate all the strength on the index finger and release a blow with the hardened finger. The fingertips have bullet-like attack power, which can easily penetrate the human body or even steel. The iron block is the defensive technique in the 6 forms. Drums strength into a leanly trained body, giving it an iron-like hardness. Even ordinary bullets and knives cannot break through. As for the body skills that are not unlocked later, I will explain it after unlocking. Collapse the properties panel. Lin Mo continued to walk towards Isin Dojo. The task is completed. It's time to go. After all, I have lived in Isin Dojo for so long. At least I have to say goodbye to Koshiro. Sauron hugged Lin Mo's words of He Dao and stared blankly at his back. Just now, a terrifying force suddenly appeared that made him shudder. His legs were so frightened that he fell to the ground. Sauron tremblingly looked at Lin Mo not far away, who stayed for a while and then continued to move forward. Probably already knew who emitted that terrifying power. Although it was only for a moment, he didn't think it was an illusion. Yes, is it Lin Mo? Sauron swallowed anxiously. It's too scary. What the hell was that just now? One Heart Dojo. Koshiro is watching the students practice basic skills at the dojo. Sensing Lin Mo's breath, Koshiro looked at Lin Mo, who had just arrived at the entrance of the dojo, and smiled. You came back earlier today than before. Yeah. Lin Mo said directly. I'm leaving. Koshiro paused for a moment. A fleeting surprise flashed in his eyes, and then he said in relief, I think so. You said you want to be a traveler, so are you going to leave now? Lin Mo nodded. Yes. Kuina, who was taking the lead in practicing the basic skills, immediately came to the door of the dojo when she heard it. Her face was full of disbelief, and her heart was full of anger. You want to leave? Why? Sauron and I haven't defeated you yet. Well, I don't want you to go. Chapter 16 The agreement before the departure of Frost Moon Village. Guina was not reconciled. She doesn't want Lin Mo to leave. How despicable. She hasn't defeated him yet. How can she just leave? Lin Mo, biting her lower lip. Guina tried her best to hold back her emotions and continued. Do you have to leave? If you really leave, I won't forgive you. You really can't stay? No. Lin Mo shook his head and said, I'm a traveler, and I don't stay in one place for too long. But I haven't defeated you yet, Guina said aggrievedly. You want to go, does Sauron know? Before the battle with Sauron, Lin Mo had told him. According to the situation at the time, that guy should not have noticed. Even if he didn't pay attention, that's what he said. Lin Mo nodded. I told him. That idiot. Guina clenched her fists. I didn't keep you. What the hell is this idiot Sauron doing? Guina, it's all right, Koshiro said helplessly. Parting is always painful, and besides, your separation now doesn't mean that you won't meet again in the future. When you and Zoro grow up, you will become outstanding swordsmen. Sir, I will not stop you from going to sea. Lin Mo didn't expect that his departure would cause Guina's mood to fluctuate so much. Sure enough, he was still a child. Then at least before you leave, let's fight again. Guina took a deep breath, just like challenging Lin Mo for the first time. She pointed the bamboo sword in her hand at Lin Mo. I want challenge you. Same words, different mood. Koshiro wanted to say something more, but after thinking about it, he decided to forget it. Lin Mo looked at Guina speechlessly. He just came to say goodbye. That's it. How did you get invited to fight again? There was silence for a moment. Lin Mo didn't intend to fight. 10 years. Lin Mo stared at Guina's eyes and continued. Our duel will be held in 10 years. When you become stronger, come to the new world to find me. After finishing speaking, Lin Mo didn't stay any longer, turned around, and left Isen Dojo. Guina stood there in a daze. Koshiro smiled and stroked her hair. Before the official duel, try to make yourself stronger. Father, Guina looked at Koshiro. Didn't you say that girls can't become the #1 in the world? Then do you think I have a chance to defeat Lin Mo? Who can tell for sure in the future? Koshiro smiled. Guina, you have to know that your father is not a person with small vision and limited thinking. You are my daughter. Out of selfishness, I actually don't want you to be the first to fight with others and fall into danger. I hope you can stay by my side like an ordinary girl and grow up healthy and happy. Father, then, didn't what you said that day come from the heart? Guina's eyes flickered. Koshiro smiled and said, Of course not. Then what are you doing now? I've figured it out these days. Koshiro continued. If I stop you who are working so hard, wouldn't I be a sinner? Page 23 Father, thank you. Guina smiled through her tears and finally let go of the stone hanging in her heart these days. Father, I want to discuss something with you. Well, let's talk. I want to surpass Lin Mo, so please teach me the sword skills that can make me stronger. Guina's eyes were firm. Okay. Koshiro agreed to her frankly. At this time, Sauron came back. Seeing Guina and Master Koshiro at the entrance of the dojo, he asked strangely, Guina, teacher, what are you doing here? Guina saw the Hidea riding on Sauron's waist at a glance. She was stunned and asked in disbelief, How come the Hidea riding is with you? Lin Mo gave it to me. Sauron replied, I had a duel with him just now, although I lost. He also pointed out the sword move I invented, which is the one that I tied with you. Really, Lin Mo is super powerful. He just gave me some pointers, and the power of my move has been increased by at least 2 times. When I tried the move, I broke a sword, and then he gave me the word He Dao. After a short pause, Sauron continued, I don't know why he gave me the word He Dao. Maybe it was because I broke a knife, so he gave it to me. Guina clenched her teeth, feeling very angry. Koshiro looked at Sauron thoughtfully. Sauron scratched the back of his head and smirked. Koshiro said, Lin Mo is not a casual person. Since he gave you the word he Dao, it means that you have his approval. What? Sauron was surprised. Really? Lin Mo really recognized me. Humph, Kuina said dissatisfiedly. That's great. That guy fought with you and gave you pointers before he left, but he gave you all the knives, Sauron. Don't be complacent. And Dao Yu and I will not give up. I will use my strength to take He Dao back, and 10 years later, I will definitely defeat Lin Mo before you. Huh? 10 years later? Zoro asked inexplicably. What are you talking about? Don't tell me. You don't know about Lin Mo's leaving. Huh? Sauron was shocked. What? He's leaving? When is he leaving? Why didn't he tell me? Kuina was stunned. He said he told you. When did he? Before he finished speaking, Sauron suddenly remembered what Lin Mo had said before the confrontation with Lin Mo just now, and his face changed drastically, and he asked quickly, he must have left not long ago, right? Kuina nodded. Without saying a word, Sauron immediately ran towards the pier. Go. Koshiro patted Kuina on the back. You should also send Lin Mo off. Kuina hesitated, but chased after her. Frostmoon Village is not very far from the pier. Lin Mo arrived at the pier after walking for about 10 minutes. Find the small sailboat he had parked on the shore before. Lin Mo boarded the boat directly and untied the rope tied to the shore. Turn on the system navigation and start sailing in the direction of the sea restaurant Bardi. On the shore, Sauron's voice suddenly sounded. Lin Mo. Sauron looked at the back of Lin Mo on the boat that had sailed tens of meters away and shouted, Thank you. Lin Mo looked back. Kuina also chased to the shore at this time, and like Sauron, she yelled at him. 10 years later, I will definitely go to the new world to find you, and you must live well before I confront you. I won't allow you to lose to anyone else until I beat you. Lin Mo. Sauron held up the words of He Dao and continued to shout. I will definitely defeat you before Kuina, and then use the words of He Dao to become the world's #1 swordsman. Lin Mo looked back at Sauron and Kuina speechlessly. What are these two guys doing here? After thinking about it, he still stretched out his hand and waved at them. The two people on the shore waved their hands immediately, saying in unison, Bon voyage. Chapter 17. The boy who refuses to waste food in the sea restaurant. Lin Mo left Shuangyue village and sailed on the sea for a whole week. Finally, at noon on the 8th day, I saw Birdie's boat shadow. Baladi is a well-known sea restaurant in Donghai. When dining in Birdie, you must follow the principle of absolutely not wasting food. Because there are many fully armed fighting chefs, Birdie is also known as a restaurant with the name of Fighting. Based on Lin Mo's understanding of restaurants on the sea, Birdie's chef and boss Redfoot Japu and Sanji, who will become the sous chef for a short time in the future, should be the key people to complete this check-in progress task. The boat carrying Lin Mo slowly approached Baladi. Because it happened to be lunchtime, many ships have already stopped around Bardi. Park your boat casually between the two big boats and tie the ropes. Lin Mo just stepped onto Bardi's deck. The long-lost reminder sound came in my mind. Didi, congratulations to the host for successfully arriving at the sea restaurant Bardi at the sign-in location. The sign-in progress is 10, and the current total progress is 10. The new skill Shuanbu LV1 is rewarded, and the system space has been expanded tenfold. The current total system space is 100 times 100 times 100 cubic meters. 100 by 100 by 100 cubic meters, which is quite large. If it is filled with food and drinks, Lin Mo alone can eat and drink for a whole year. And this Shuanpa. When the system integrated Shuanpa's information into his mind, Lin Mo couldn't help but his eyes lit up. This is a skill in Reaper that can move the body quickly and can move to the opponent's side or farther away at a speed that the opponent cannot see. Advanced Shuanpa Kanchan can even teleport himself out of the encirclement when he is surrounded. Page 24 for Lin Mo. Shuanpa is a very good auxiliary skill. Open the red door leading to the dining hall. Lin Mo walked in calmly. In the dining hall, many diners have already been seated at this time. A burly man with a big mouth and a face resembling an orangutan walked towards Lin Mo rubbing his hands. Welcome, kid. We don't welcome poor people. Are you rich? Lin Mo looked up at him. It's Patty. Patty was originally a pirate, but later defected to the sea restaurant and became a chef and combatant. It is normal to have to pay for a meal in a restaurant. Lin Mo didn't think it was a big problem for Patty to ask him if he had money from the very beginning. Just touch it. Lin Mo took out a money bag and weighed it in his hand. Patty's ears moved, and he smiled immediately. The customer is God. Please come with me. Arranging Lin Mo at an empty table, Patty took out a menu, rubbed his hands, grinned, rolled his eyes, and smiled obscenely. Guest, please order. Lin Mo casually glanced at the dishes on the menu. The consumption here is indeed much higher than the restaurants on the shore. Lin Mo ordered a few dishes at random. Patty had just recorded which dishes Lin Mo had ordered. At this time, Birdie's door was opened from the outside again. Two young men in navy uniforms first appeared in front of everyone. Immediately afterwards, a tall and burly man wearing a dog hood strode in. Welcome, Lieutenant General Garp. As soon as Patty saw the person coming, he immediately greeted him with a smile. Ha ha ha. Garp laughed loudly. I haven't eaten Birdie's desserts for a long time. Go, bring me all the delicious desserts in the store. Okay, I'll be here soon. Patty smiled and arranged Garp at the table on Lin Mo's right. The two Marines who came in with Garp stood upright behind Garp. Lin Mo glanced at him. Sure enough, it is Liu Fei's grandfather, the father of the Revolutionary Army Dragon, and the Vice Admiral known as Iron Fist Garp. In fact, Garp's strength has long surpassed the level of a lieutenant general, as can be seen from the fact that he chased the former One Piece Roger and pushed Roger into desperation many times. It's just that he has repeatedly refused to be promoted to admiral, so he has always retained the title of lieutenant general. Thinking of the time before in Windmill Village, Garp called Redhead once. This time he returned to the East China Sea. He should go to the Windmill Village to find Luffy. Lin Mo did not expect that such a coincidence would meet Garp and Birdie. Take a sip of wine. Lin Mo put his wine gourd on the dining table. Garp at the next table sniffed his nose, then turned to look at Lin Mo. Little devil, what are you drinking? Wine. Lin Mo responded casually. Turning his gaze, Garp suddenly noticed the lake toy hanging on Lin Mo's waist. He rubbed his chin and thought for a moment, then asked, Are you a swordsman? Lin Mo continued to drink, not going to answer him. Seeing this, Garp laughed loudly. Ha! What an interesting kid. What's your name? Swallowing the wine in his mouth, Lin Mo said calmly, Lin Mo. Are you Birdie alone? Oh. Cap then asked, Which island are you from? Lin Mo looked at him speechlessly. Is this guy here to check the account? Lin Mo continued to drink, ignoring him directly. At this time, a blond boy with several band-aids on his face, who looked like he had just been beaten up, came over with 2 plates of food. Your food is here, please use it slowly. The person who came was the 9-year-old Sanji, the chef and one of the main combat forces on the future One Piece Lu spaceship. Put the dishes in front of Lin Mo. Sanji is about to go back to the kitchen. Just turned around. Suddenly, several harsh voices came from a dining table not far away. Why are there carrots in the fried rice? I hate eating carrots the most. Such unpalatable things shouldn't exist in the world. Oh, if you don't like it, just throw it away. Let's order another one without carrots, shall we? It was a richly dressed young woman and her 10-year-old son. Sanji looked towards the table where the woman and her son were. It's okay if you don't look at it, but when you look at it, it almost blows him up. Page 25. That boy actually dumped a plate of fried rice on the table, and even played with the fried rice with a spoon, occasionally dropping a little bit of rice to the floor. For Sanji, who had almost starved to death, he could not forgive such a waste of food. Hey! Sanji angrily walked towards the child who wasted food. The child's mother, the young woman, saw Sanji approaching, and immediately said, It's just in time, we have to order again. Sanji ignored the woman's request to order food, but asked, Do you know how many people are starving in the world? How can you waste food like this? The young woman froze for a moment, and couldn't help but frown. What? What kind of mess are you talking about? The food I bought with money can be wasted as much as I want. What does it have to do with you? Damn it. So what if you have more money? Sanji clenched his fists and said excitedly, In a place where there is nothing to eat, can money fill your stomach? Chapter 18. See Restaurant. Ginger is still old and spicy in the huge dining hall. At this moment, most of the diners stopped. It's like watching a show. Focus on Sanji, who is arguing with a customer. The gorgeously dressed woman looked around. Seeing that everyone was looking at them, he pouted his lips and suddenly had a flash of inspiration and dumped half of the fried rice left on his plate on the ground in front of Sanji. Sanji widened his eyes. The woman stepped on the fried rice on the ground and then said with a smirk, "Don't you hate others wasting food? Why don't you just eat the fried rice that fell on the ground? Anyway, I spent money too. Just treat it as my invitation. Don't be shy." "You?" Sanji trembled angrily. "Oh my goodness," the woman said in astonishment. "Why? Do you only know how to play tricks? Saying one thing and doing another is really disappointing. From now on, don't ask others for things you can't do yourself. Do." The woman's words caused laughter from some people around her. There were also a few people who felt that she had gone too far, but did not stop her. Sanji stared at the fried rice that had been trampled dirty on the ground. His clenched fists loosened and clenched, then loosened and clenched again. Finally, Sanji took a deep breath and asked, "If I eat the fried rice on the floor, you will eat all the rice on the table." The woman squinted her eyes slightly and stepped on the fried rice on the ground a few more times. "Okay," the woman sneered. "As long as you eat the fried rice on the floor, I'll eat all the rice on the table. Okay, that's what you said." After finishing speaking, Sanji squatted on the ground, picked up the dirty fried rice with his hands, stuffed it into his mouth, and started to eat. "Mom, is that guy a fool?" The woman's son pointed at Sanji with a spoon and laughed. "Ha ha ha, he actually ate fried rice on the ground. Is he a beggar? Ha ha." At this time, some customers around couldn't help talking. "Who the hell is bullying a child like that? No, did you really eat it? I thought he was joking. Hey, the woman over there, everyone has eaten the fried rice on the ground. You should fulfill your promise and eat the rice on the table, right? That's right, eat the food on the table." The woman gritted her teeth and listened to the discussions of other customers around her. She couldn't help getting up and wanted to leave here with her son. "Isn't it? Obviously promised that child, but broke his promise. It's too bad." That's right, her son is still here. What a bad example. Hurry up and eat. The food that other children eat is the food that you stepped on and dirty. As long as you eat the food on the table, you will earn it no matter what. Everyone's discussion constantly stimulated the woman's ears. She was so effeminate. She looked at Sanji, who was still lying on the ground eating the fried rice that had been trampled by her. Jaw clenched, immediately grabbed the fried rice dumped on the table by his son, ate it all in a few mouthfuls, then took his son's hand, walked out quickly, and muttered as he walked, "What a broken restaurant. Brat, you wait for me," the other sighed. Lin Mo watched Sanji's situation while drinking the 2 appetizers he ordered. Perhaps in the eyes of many people, there is no need for Sanji to argue with that woman over such a trivial matter. There is no need to actually pick up the dirty fried rice on the ground. If Sanji really ignores these, then it's not Sanji. After all, spoiling food and beating women were the most intolerable things for him. Therefore, Sanji's actions were all within Lin Mo's expectations. At this time, Patty came out of the back kitchen with a big smile on his hand, carrying a large tray full of desserts, and saw Sanji's situation. His face suddenly sank. "Hurry up and send Carp's dessert over there." Then he came behind Sanji, grabbed Sanji by the collar of his back, and lifted him up. The mother and son who wasted food before are gone. Patty didn't know exactly what happened between Sanji and the guests at this table, but seeing a spread of fried rice that was trampled dirty on the ground, and a grain of rice still sticking to the corner of Sanji's mouth, he probably guessed the situation. "Let me go, Patty the asshole." Sanji struggled hard. Page 26. At only 9 years old, he was far inferior to the strong Patty in terms of stature, height, and strength. So, no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't get away from Patty's hand holding his collar. Patty hit Sanji directly on the head with the other hand. "Smelly brat, you must have quarreled with the guests again. How many guests have you left this month in anger? Do you know that because of your mess, we want less? How much money do you make?" Sanji refused to accept. "Money, money, money. You know money. Can money fill your stomach?" Patty punched Sanji on the head again. "Isn't opening a restaurant just to make money? If you don't have money, where do you go to buy cooking ingredients? You idiot." Patty taught Sanji a lesson and carried him to the back kitchen. "You little brat who can't do anything while eating and drinking. Just wash the dishes for me." Whispering, "You stinky cook." "Huh? You guys who want to be a stinky cook, you have no right to call me a stinky cook." Lin Mo silently watched Patty carry Sanji into the back kitchen. The purpose of his coming here is to complete the sign-in progress task. Obviously, Bardi is only a dining ship for guests to eat, and it is impossible to have guest rooms for guests to live in, unless he stays here to work. After thinking about it, Lin Mo denied his idea. It is impossible to work part-time, and it is impossible for him to work for others in this life. Another option is to talk to Bardi's captain and Chef Zip, based on the previous experience in Frost Moon Village. Maybe talking to Jipu can trigger the check-in progress task. Thinking of this, Lin Mo ate the last bite of food on the plate in front of him and drank the last bite of wine from the wine gourd, just about to get up and go upstairs to Jipu. At this time, Garp next to him suddenly threw a donut at him. Lin Mo turned sideways, raised his hand to easily grab the donut thrown by Garp, and looked at him speechlessly. Ha ha ha. Garp laughed loudly. You're pretty good, Lin Mo kid. Do you want to consider joining the Navy? Forehead. This came up with an inexplicable invitation to him to join the Navy. So casual? No. Lin Mo directly refused and threw back the donut that Garp threw to him. Garp laughed and caught the donut thrown back by Lin Mo, and then took a bite. It's illegal to spoil and waste food in Bardi. Lin Mo was speechless. You were the one who threw the donut over first, okay? Garp continued to laugh. Ha ha. Kid, don't rush to make a decision. Think about it carefully. As a lieutenant general whose strength is higher than that of a general, although Garp is usually not serious, in fact, his vision of people is quite vicious. In fact, from the first time he saw Lin Mo, he noticed that this taciturn kid was not simple. One of the opportunities that made him admire Lin Mo completely was the wine Lin Mo drank. Although it didn't smell very strong, but the unique flavor mixed with the faint scent of cherry blossoms and some special grains made him sure that this kid had definitely been to the Isin Dojo in Shuangyue Village. Garp had been to Shimoyu Village on official business before, and he happened to be in Isin Dojo for 2 days. Koshiro entertained him to drink this kind of wine brewed with special techniques and materials. When he was leaving, Garp asked Koshiro for this kind of wine, but Koshiro refused to give him an extra pot. But now, this kid actually has this wine in his gourd. It can be seen from this that Koshiro is very optimistic about this child. As for the other opportunity that made Garp admire him, it was a small sailboat parked outside for only 1 or 2 people. The style of the sailboat was unique to Windmill Village, and he recognized it immediately. That's why he asked Lin Mo if Bardi came here alone. When Lin Mo admitted that he came here alone, it also basically shows that the small sailboat is his. Reminiscent of when I was on the phone with Hongfa before, Hongfa said that he met a kid who might disturb the world in the future. Looking at it now, there is a good chance that the kid in front of him is right. Chapter 19C Restaurant Justifiable Defense based on Lin Mo's understanding of Garp. This guy is not going to take the initiative to invite people to join the Navy, unless the person he invites has the potential he is extremely optimistic about. Obviously, the two of them met for the first time today. Didn't even say a few words. What else to think about? What is there for him to consider? Lin Mo said directly. I don't think about it. I refuse. Ha ha ha. Garp laughed loudly. Little brat, you probably won't join Shanks' pirate group, right? Shanks? Lin Mo glanced at him in surprise. How did this guy know he knew Shanks? Could it be that last phone call that Shanks told him? Page 27 wrong. Lin Mo denied this possibility. It's impossible for Shanks to do such a thing. Therefore, it is very likely that the old fox deduced it himself. As expected of Garp, Lin Mo didn't answer Garp's question directly and wrote lightly. I'm just a traveler. Hey. Garp was stunned for a moment, then slapped the table and laughed loudly. Ha ha. I'm so ridiculous. What kind of traveler are you, a brat? You have no future at all. It's great to be a Navy. I have 2 grandchildren. One is a little younger than you, and the other is about the same age as you. From now on, the 3 of you will join me as a Navy and maintain order and justice at sea together. The 2 grandsons mentioned by Garp, one is Luffy, his own grandson. The other is Ace, the son of the former One Piece King Joel D. Roger. So far, very few people know that Ace is Roger's son. Garp has always wanted Luffy and Ace to become the Navy in the future, but both of them became famous big pirates in the sea in the end, which made Garp very angry. In short, no matter what Garp said, It was impossible for Lin Mo to shake his heart. Not interested in. Lin Mo put the meal money on the table. Go directly to the spiral staircase leading to the second floor. It happened that several chefs serving dishes came up to me. Seeing Lin Mo going upstairs, immediately stopped the road. Little ghost, you went wrong. The gate is over there. Upstairs is the kitchen and private room. Outsiders are not allowed to enter casually. If you want extra food, just call. Lin Mo was too lazy to talk nonsense with them. Just try Shunpa. While the two chefs were talking, he had already jumped past them lightly and quickly. Before the two chefs could even react, Lin Mo had disappeared. Hey, where's that brat just now? One of them asked in surprise. The other person shook his head and said, I don't know. What was in front of me just now suddenly disappeared. All of Lin Mo's movements were clearly seen by Carp. After all, he has never seen it with his own eyes, and he still has doubts about Lin Mo's strength. But Lin Mo's footwork just now made his eyes light up, and his speed of eating desserts slowed down. It was the first time he had seen such a peculiar footwork that could increase the speed of a person so quickly. This kid is really extraordinary. It's getting more and more interesting. Garp grinned and continued to eat dessert. In just a few seconds, Lin Mo arrived outside the room where Japu was writing the account book. Feel the breath at the door. Zap looked up towards the door. It turned out to be a brat he had never seen before. Little ghost, this is not the place for you to come. Go back to the restaurant downstairs. After speaking, Japu lowered his head and continued to write the account book. After a while, seeing that Lin Mo hadn't left yet, Japu slapped the pen in his hand on the table and said in a displeased tone, Hey, don't you understand me? As he spoke, Zep's two braided beards trembled with joy. In fact, before forming the sea restaurant, Japu was a cruel and ruthless pirate. After experiencing the pain of almost starving to death with Sanji, the two decided to open a sea restaurant after they were rescued. Since then, he has not been as cruel as before, but his temper is still violent. Lin Mo stared at him silently without saying anything. There was the sound of hurried running in the corridor. Sanji saw Lin Mo at the door of Japu's room from a long distance away. Isn't that a guest in the restaurant? What is he doing here? Sanji was stunned for a moment, and without thinking much, he quickened his pace. Bump into each other. Lin Mo quickly moved a step to the side without being touched by him. What a strange person, Sanji muttered in a low voice, and then shouted at Japu in the room. Stinky old man, when did you teach me how to cook? I won't do odd jobs anymore. Zap stared at Sanji sullenly, got up and walked towards him. Smelly brat. Japu directly kicked Sanji out of his right leg with a prosthetic leg. You are like this. What right do you have to ask me for this? Continue to do chores for me. Zap's leg was broken to save Sanji before he and Sanji died. Damn it. Sanji got up from the floor that was kicked more than 10 meters away, dissatisfied. You always say that. When will I be qualified to learn how to cook? Hey. Japu didn't answer Sanji's question, but turned his attention to Lin Mo and kicked him unceremoniously. And you. Enough watching the excitement. Give me go back to the restaurant. Just when Japu's prosthetic limb was about to hit Lin Mo immediately used Shuinpa to easily dodge his attack. A look of surprise flashed across Japu's face, and he immediately chased after Lin Mo and attacked him continuously. Lin Mo kept dodging Japu's attack with Shuinpa. Shuinpa, who is only LV1, can barely dodge. If Japu is more serious, maybe he can really kick him. Red-footed Zap's nickname is not for nothing. His leg skills are quite powerful. Page 28. Oh, brat, there are two tricks. Japu narrowed his eyes slightly, his aura half opened, and he accelerated his speed. Lin Mo didn't want to do anything at first. Can be forced to this. He didn't intend to be passive all the time. Seeing that he couldn't dodge Japu's next attack, Lin Mo's eyes moved slightly, and he applied the armed color to his hand. Grab Zap's fast-attacking prosthetic in one go. Then, in the direction of Japu's attack, he turned half a circle in place and threw it out. Just listen to the sound of clang. Zap smashed a nearby wooden panel and fell into his room. Sanji, who was not far away, stared wide-eyed. Unbelievable. It's a lie. The stinky old man was defeated by a kid about my age? Damn it. Garp got up from a pile of sawdust with an ugly face and glared at Lin Mo angrily. Little brat, you actually broke my boat. Lin Mo shrugged and said, Justifiable defense has nothing to do with me. Jipu said angrily. What self-defense? You damaged my boat. You will lose money. Lin Imo asked nonchalantly. How much? Jipu narrowed his eyes slightly and said bluntly, 10,000 Baileys. Chapter 20 The Unexpected Harvest of the Sea Restaurant in the World of Pirates. Baileys can be regarded as a huge sum of money for an ordinary family. Apparently, it didn't take that much money to repair the siding that Zap had smashed. Before Lin Imo was in Fengche Village and Xuanyue Village, he would go hunting in the surrounding valleys, and then exchange money to buy wine. He doesn't change too many each time, usually enough for his own use for a while. So, now he has less than 1,000 Baileys on him. Not enough to pay for Zep's lion's big mouth. 10,000 Baileys so much. At this time, next to the kitchen, several cooks heard movement in the corridor. Immediately rushed out of the kitchen. When they saw a lot of sawdust on his body, a bruise on his face, Jipu looked a bit embarrassed. All of them became indignant. Boss, are you alright? Huh? What's going on here? What happened just now? Boss, who did it to you? Damn. Dare to hurt our boss. It is unforgivable. Who did it? I want to settle the score with him. Enough. Jipu yelled at the cooks. I'm fine. You go back to the kitchen and continue cooking for the guests. But, boss, you are injured. Shall I go get you the medicine box? Boss, who did it? You tell us. We will never spare that person lightly. The cooks still refused to go back. It's him. Sanji pointed to Lin Imo in the corridor, who seemed to have nothing to do with him. He did it. I saw it with my own eyes. The cooks all looked at Lin Imo. There was silence for a moment, then burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Sanji, what are you kidding? That brat is about the same age as you, right? The hair hasn't even grown yet. How could it hurt the boss? That's right, that brat. I can bounce him away with just one finger. Sanji, if you want to brag, let's start with a draft. Ah. Hey, what I said is true. Sanji said angrily. Stinky old man. You said it. He was the one who knocked you away. With a sullen face, Jipu said angrily. Bastard, if you don't go to work, get out of Bardi. As soon as the sentence comes out, the cooks became restless and hurried back to the kitchen one by one to start working. And you? Jipu stared at Sanji and shouted. If you don't want to get out, just wash the dishes for me. Huh? Sanji was startled. No matter how much he complained in his heart, he could only obey obediently. No matter what, he can't leave Bardi, can't leave Zap. Clenching his fists tightly, Sanji went back to the kitchen and started to wash the dishes according to Zap's order. All of a sudden, there were only Jipu and Lin Imo left in the entire corridor. Hey, brat. Jipu patted the dust off his body and said expressionlessly, if you can't afford the compensation of Baileys, stay and work. No. Lin Imo directly refused. It is impossible for him to work for others. Jipu frowned slightly. If you don't want to stay, just hand over the compensation. Lin Imo took out 2 money bags containing Baileys each and threw them to Jipu. These are enough for repairs. Jipu stared at the 2 purses in his hand with a sullen face and narrowed his eyes slightly. It was you who broke my boat, and I have the final say on how much compensation should be paid. If I say these are not enough, it is not enough. You are a brat. I can relax a bit for you, stay here to work for 2 months, and then let you go. The situation in Bardi is quite special. The cooks here are all warlike people. Pirates often come here to eat and make trouble, so the cooks here often fight with those pirates, causing many people who come to work here to be scared away. And every day, many people come to Baladi to eat, and there are too few people, which makes everyone very busy. Therefore, Jipu's purpose at the beginning was not to really ask for so much money, but to want Lin Imo to stay and help. Page 29. Lin Imo naturally thought of this too. Of course he wouldn't do what Zap wanted. Do not. Lin Imo refused again. At this time, in my mind, the system's notification sounded. DD, reject Jipu's part-time job request. Sign in progress 10. The current total progress is 20, and reward the new skill, Yekai, LV1. Night Kai? Lin Mo's eyes flickered, and his heart was tight with joy. He knew that contacting Jipu could complete the progress of the sign-in task, but he didn't expect that the system would give out new skills. In Naruto, the skill that almost kicked out the finale. Yikai is the ultimate mystery of the 8th door of death in the 8 gates of Duanjia. First, make a starting posture, Gather chakra to rush up and kick the opponent with power beyond the common sense of physical skills, and its power is so powerful that it can even distort space. This skill can be said to be quite powerful, but there is a disadvantage of using Yikai. That is, you must burn your life to use it. This is what Lin Mo is more worried about. Lin Mo couldn't help asking in his heart, "System, will my life be burned if I use Yikai?" Didi, it will not burn life, and it will have no effect on the host below LV6 level in the early stage. If it exceeds LV6 level, it will consume a lot of chakra and stamina every time Yikai is used. Heard. Only then did Lin Mo feel a little relieved. Jipu saw that Lin Mo hadn't spoken, and since just now, his expression had been off, as if he had received some news that made him very happy. "Hey, brat," Jipu said speechlessly, "what are you doing? Are you listening to me? Do you think you are qualified to bargain with me now? Come back to your senses." Lin Mo calmed down. He raised his head and glanced at Jipu lightly. The corner of the mouth was slightly hooked. "It's still the same sentence, I refuse." Jipu took a deep breath and attacked him again. "Smelly brat. A man has to admit his mistakes and pay for his mistakes. I just want you to work for 2 months. I reject." This time, Lin Mo did not dodge. Rarely took the initiative to meet him and rushed towards Jipu. A faint red vapor emitted from Lin Mo's body, just as the two approached. Kick out. Kicked hard at the prosthetic that Zap kicked out. Regardless of whether it is a prosthetic limb, the damage that its leg skills can cause is not small. In fact, from the moment Lin Mo's body began to emit steam, Jipu noticed something was wrong. When he was on the Great Route before, he encountered some powerful people who made him feel threatened. But these powerful people are generally over 20 years old. But this time, he actually felt a hint of threat from a child. At this moment, it was too late for him to withdraw his legs. The legs of the two hit each other, and they froze for 3 seconds. Then the two bounced off at the same time and took several steps back. Jipu only used dash of his strength. But for ordinary people, dash strength is enough to kick people away. "Little devil, who are you?" Jipu frowned slightly and asked, "What was the name of that blow you just had?" Lin Mo stretched his right leg and wrote lightly, "Yikai." "Huh," Jipu said speechlessly. "Is this the name of your move?" Lin Mo nodded lightly. "Yes." Jipu was stunned. How could there be such a strange name move? However, strange is strange, but the kid in front of him made him look at him with admiration. Chapter 21. The Stalking Vice Admiral in the Sea Restaurant. Leg skills are Jipu's most proud physical skill besides cooking skills. At the beginning, many people were defeated by his leg skills, and his feet were stained red with blood. That's why he has the foreigner Jipu with red feet. "No. What's your name, kid?" Zap asked. Lin Mo. "Okay, I accept the compensation you gave, but you have to work in Bardi for at least 1 month. "No." "Hey." Jipu frowned tightly. "It's just ordering and serving the guests. You don't need to do chores in the kitchen." At this time, at the spiral staircase going down in the middle of the corridor, Garp's voice suddenly appeared. "How much does that kid still owe you?" Lin Mo and Jipu looked at Garp at the same time. Jipu was surprised. "You are? Naval Hero Garp." Page 30. Garp bared his teeth and said with a grin, "Redfoot Zap, the former head of the Chef Pirates, and now the boss of Bardi. Even if you don't become a pirate, your bounty is still there, and I can still catch it." "You?" Jipu narrowed his eyes slightly. He knew that he was not Garp's opponent. Even so, he did not intend to obediently catch him. "Since you know that I drove Bardi, if you want to catch him, you have already caught him. Why wait until now?" Garp continued to grin and said, "I'm actually very talkative. If you let that brat go, I won't arrest you. Isn't this a good deal?" "Hee." Jipu sneered. "A brat, he can actually ask you, a naval hero, to rescue him in person. It seems that his identity is not simple." "Ha ha ha." Garp laughed loudly. "Don't be so nervous. That brat is just an ordinary kid. I just had nothing to do. I was taking a walk after dinner, and I happened to see a poor, helpless kid being killed. You bullied me, and the justice in my heart drove me to rescue this little devil from the dire straits." "Zap, I believe you a ghost." Jipu was speechless. "What do you want to do?" Garp looked at Lin Mo and said with a smile, "Little devil, if I save you once, you owe me a favor. I don't ask for anything else, as long as you join the Navy." Lin Mo stared at him speechlessly. What's the matter with Cap? Why do you keep staring at him? In fact, Garp noticed the movement upstairs after eating snacks in the restaurant. Driven by curiosity, I went upstairs. In the end, I happened to see the scene where Lin Mo and Jipu kicked each other. Redfoot Zap he knew. Although Jipu's strength is not as good as his, it is still very easy to deal with those young people who are overwhelmed. This time, he was able to tie a match with a brat. The main thing is, from the wooden sword hanging on Lin Mo's waist, it can be seen that this kid should be a swordsman. Instead of competing with Jipu with his good sword skills, he used his legs to respond to Jipu's attack. Garp immediately thought of a possibility. This brat wants to use what the opponent is good at to defeat the opponent. It's really arrogant. He admired this brat more and more. I almost understood why the red hair was so optimistic about this brat. For Kapuna's own decision, Lin Mo expressed that he was speechless, quite speechless. As for Zap, he discovered something interesting. Jipu smiled and asked, Garp, did you invite this kid to join the Navy before, but he rejected you? Garp touched his head and laughed. Ha ha ha, I'm really a little embarrassed. Jipu continued. However, looking at the boy's appearance, it seems that he is very unwilling to join the Navy. If you force him to join, then what is the difference between you and those pirates who are extremely arrogant and will use any means to achieve their goals? Ha ha, you can't say that. Who said I'm going to force him to join the Navy? Garp looked at Lin Mo with a smile. Little devil, I'll help you this time. In return, join the Navy and we'll settle the matter. Before Lin Mo could answer, Jipu said, Little devil, I know you don't want to join the Navy, so why don't you stay in Barty? You don't need to do those chores. You can go wherever you want and do whatever you want. As long as you don't make trouble, you can do whatever you want. Besides, how long do you want to stay here? It was obvious that Zap was deliberately confronting Garp. Hey, Zap, Garp said speechlessly. You guy, do you have to do this? Haha. Jipu laughed loudly. I just gave this kid one more choice. As for which side he will choose, it depends on him. Hey, kid, what do you think of the choice I just mentioned? Lin Mo smiled lightly. Okay. Zaputi's request is equivalent to that. Lin Mo only needs to stay here, and he doesn't have to do anything. What's there to hesitate about? Of course I agreed. It is quite troublesome to pay back favors. He didn't intend to be led by the nose in this world because of his debts to anyone. Haha, I won. Jipu hooked his lips and smiled. I didn't expect that you, Garp, would be rejected one day. Cap was silent for a moment. Then he laughed out loud. He didn't seem to care at all that Lin Mo didn't choose his appearance. Ha ha ha. Garp laughed loudly. Sure enough, he is an interesting kid. Since that's the case, then I have also decided to stay here for the time being. Whenever Lin Mo leaves, I will leave. Huh. Jipu was shocked. For a kid, why not? Don't forget your identity. Don't you need to catch pirates? Garp pointed at Jipu and said with a smile, Pirates are naturally to be caught. I heard that there are often pirates visiting your restaurant. You can eat delicious desserts while catching those pirates who have thrown themselves into the net. You can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Isn't it wonderful? Zap. Lin Mo didn't expect that Garp would do this. This energy that insists him to join the Navy is very similar to the energy that Luffy insists on Sauron Sanji and others to join the pirates when he is looking for a partner in the future. Sure enough, they are grandparents. Forget it, let him do it. Lin Mo didn't intend to stay here any longer. Without saying anything, he walked directly towards the kitchen. Where are you going? Zap asked. Lin Mo replied indifferently. The kitchen. Page 31. Jipu's eyes moved slightly. Can you cook? Lin Mo's expression remained the same, and he said as a matter of course, No, Zap. Garp couldn't help laughing out loud. Ha! After Lin Mo entered the kitchen, Garp is also going back to the restaurant. Zap stopped him suddenly. Garp, do you really want to stay here? Cap grinned, of course. After finishing speaking, he had already walked down the spiral staircase and returned to the restaurant downstairs. Jipu's eyes fell on the door of the kitchen again. What is the origin of this kid? Come to the kitchen. Lin Mo's eyes skipped over the dozen or so busy cooks and landed on Sanji, who was washing dishes in front of the sink. Judging from the experience of signing in Frostmoon Village, Sanji's progress tasks should account for a large proportion. Without thinking too much, Lin Mo walked towards Sanji. Feel someone coming. Sanji turned his head to look. At first glance, the kid who kicked Japu just now is coming. Dazed for a moment, a dinner plate in Sanji's hand accidentally slipped down. With a click, it shattered. Sanji's face changed drastically. Oops, I'm going to be scolded by that smelly old man. Chapter 22. Sanji, who started self-reflection at the sea restaurant. Sanji didn't expect Lin Mo to come to him. It's fine to look for it, but it actually caused him to break a plate. This pissed him off. Hey, what are you doing? Sanji said unhappily. Thanks to you, I broke a plate. Lin Mo laughed and said, I broke it with my own hands. Sanji froze for a moment, curled his lips, and said, No. Lin Mo, what does that have to do with me? Sanji knew he was wrong, so he could only swallow this unwilling breath. Damn it. You all know how to bully me. Those stinky cooks are like this. So is that stinky old man. Even you. An outsider it's all. Sooner or later, I will definitely impress you all. At this moment, Patty angrily pushed open the door from outside the kitchen and came in, complaining as he walked. The pauper dares to come to Barty for dinner. He is such a fearless fellow. The busy cooks laughed together. Patty, you threw him out the back door again. It's really Patty's style. As for Sanji, when he heard that Patty threw a poor man who had no money to eat from behind, the action of washing the dishes in his hands stopped. Lin Mo looked at him indifferently. Based on what he knows about Sanji, this kid will definitely secretly take food to those who have no money to eat. After all, Sanji can't sit idly by and ignore hungry people. As predicted, Sanji secretly took 2 pieces of bread and a bottle of milk. When he noticed that Lin Mo was looking at him, he also gestured to Lin Mo to speak individually. Then, while Patty and the others were not paying attention, they slipped out of the kitchen. Lin Mo followed behind him. Sanji came to the back door deck. There was a starving, bony man lying on his back in despair. Without saying a word, Sanji put the bread and milk beside the man. Eat. Sanji sat next to him, staring at the man, and said. The man turned his head and glanced at him weakly, tremblingly picked up the bread and milk that Sanji put beside him, and devoured it without hesitation. After eating, he burst into tears to Sanji. Thank you. Thank you so much. I almost thought I was going to starve to death in this sea. Sanji grinned and asked, Isn't it nice to have something to eat? The man nodded and smiled. Yes, for the first time, I feel that having something to eat is a very happy thing. I really don't know how to thank you. You don't need to be grateful. Food is a gift from nature. You just need to promise me that your life will be rich in the future and you don't waste food. Okay, I promise you. Yeah. Sanji nodded, turned, and walked back. When he came up the spiral staircase, Lin Mo was leaning against the wall next to the stairs on the 2nd floor. Watching Sanji walk by in front of him, he said, Hot food is better than dry bread. Sanji stopped abruptly. Lin Mo's words were like stabbing a sharp knife into his heart. Hey, what do you know? Sanji couldn't help being angry. I also want to cook for those hungry people, but the food I make is terrible. That old man just doesn't want to teach me. It's also very distressing. Page 32. Lin Mo sneered. Sanji gritted his teeth angrily. You are laughing at me. What right do you have to laugh at me? As far as your understanding is concerned, why should Japu teach you? What? Sanji trembled angrily. You bastard, do you want to fight? As he said that, Sanji rushed towards Lin Mo and punched him directly. Lin Mo dodged sideways. Sanji slammed his fist on the wooden wall behind Lin Mo, and he stomped on the spot in pain. Lin Mo was speechless. It seems that this kid hasn't started to learn leg skills. Are you still fighting with your hands? The chef's hands are used for cooking. An excellent chef should use his legs in a fight. That's what happened to Zap. The same goes for future Sanji. It's just that he's enlightened too slowly. While Lin Mo was disgusted, he suddenly had an idea. Perhaps this is the key to the progress of this sign-in task. Think of this. Lin Mo then said, Does your hand hurt? Sanji said angrily. Nonsense, of course it hurts. Lin Mo chuckled and said, Do you know why Japu has been unwilling to teach you cooking? Sanji was stunned and snorted coldly. Who would know what that stinky old man is thinking? You are an outsider. Don't tell me you know why. I know. Sanji couldn't believe it. Are you kidding? How long have you known that smelly old man? How could you know? What is your aspiration? Hey, why are you asking this? Although Sanji was dissatisfied, he still answered Lin Mo honestly. I want to surpass that stinky old man, and wait for the stinky old man to go to sea to find Albi after 100 years. Albi is the place that Sanji has always longed for. It is the place where the four seas meet. It is said that it has all the ingredients from the four seas. It is a paradise that chefs dream of. When talking about Albi, Sanji's eyes are bright. Lin Mo said indifferently. Sanji was brought back to reality immediately. What do you mean by being so perfunctory? A person who only knows how to complain all day? Who has the right to talk about dreams? You bastard. You don't know anything. Sanji clenched his fist and hit Lin Mo again. This time, Lin Mo didn't dodge. Hands are the most important thing for a chef, right? If you hurt them, you plan to cook with your feet. Sanji's fist stopped less than 5 centimeters from Lin Mo's face. The corners of Lin Mo's mouth curled slightly, and he continued, guys who can't even work hard are not qualified to talk about dreams. After finishing speaking, Lin Mo walked around, ready to walk around Bardi and get familiar with the road here. Anyway, he said all he had to say. In his impression, Sanji is not a person with poor understanding. You should be able to understand his words soon. Sanji looked at his hands, then looked at Lin Mayuan's back, and couldn't help asking, what did you say to me just now? Lin Mo didn't turn his head back, and said calmly, I understand it myself. Sanji stared blankly at Lin Mo walking away, then looked down at his hands again. The past scenes came to mind. It seemed that he had never seen the old man Japu fight with his hands. Anyone who came to make trouble, or teach the cooks who did something wrong, that smelly old man kicked them with their feet. Yes, hands are the life of a chef. How can you fight with your hands? Sanji clenched his fists and said excitedly, it's decided. From now on, I won't fight with my hands anymore. After finishing speaking, he began to meditate on the other words Lin Mo said. A guy who only knows how to bury his head and complain, and can't even do his best. Is he really such a bad person? Obviously, he is working very hard too. In the past few months, he has been doing his best to wash the dishes and clean up for Bardi every day. Why not work hard? Forehead, and many more. Suddenly, there was a shock. Sanji sweated profusely. What the hell have I been doing these past few months? Chapter 23 Familiar Questions and Familiar Recipes of the Sea Restaurant. Page 33 DD. Guide Sanji and gain Sanji's worship. Sign in progress 20. Current total progress is 40. Reward Shuanpa level 1. Current Shuanpa level is LV2. Not long after Lin Mo left, the system's notification sounded in his mind. More comprehensive information about Shuanpa also integrated into his mind, and his whole body felt much lighter. It seems that Sanji's understanding is still very good. Lin Mo expressed his satisfaction. But what about the worship? Why can it be counted in the progress task? Lin Mo was very puzzled by this point. However, the result is good on the line. Stretched. Lin Mo has come to the deck of the back door on the second floor of Barati. The warm sun shone on his body, making him feel a little drowsy. Take a nap. Lin Mo took out a recliner from the system space, lay on it comfortably, and took a nap with his eyes closed. He had only been asleep for a few minutes. Not far away, a pirate ship flying an unknown pirate flag is slowly approaching. When Baladi entered the range of the pirate ship, the turret fixed on the ship was immediately ignited by someone. Just heard a few bangs. Several cannonballs fired menacingly at Bardi. This group of pirates wanted to sneak attack Bardi, so the attack was launched from behind Bardi. The sound of shells woke up Lin Mo, who had just fallen asleep. Frowning slightly, he opened his eyes. The first thing Lin Mo saw was the black cannonballs that were getting closer and closer to him. Without further ado, Lin Mo immediately got up from the deck chair, jumped up from the deck, and kicked all the shells into the sea with Yikai. Dropped to the deck. Lin Mo stared blankly at the pirate ship that was hundreds of meters away, disturbing his sleep. Without hesitation, he pulled out Lake Toya from his waist and slashed at the pirate ship with one blow. Then he hung the sword back around his waist, returned to the couch, and lay down. The moment he closed his eyes, the pirate ship suddenly split a flat cut, turned into two halves, and sank slowly to the bottom of the sea. There was a lot of wailing and screaming on the sea. Soon, everything returned to calm. Cheat, you're a liar. Sanji originally wanted to thank Lin Mo, because Lin Mo's words just now untied the knot in his heart. When he chased in the direction Lin Mo had gone just now. But I happened to see Lin Mo kicking the cannonball and splitting the pirate ship with a wooden sword in the air. He was so scared that he didn't dare to go to Lin Mo, swallowing secretly. Sanji slowly moved his feet and stepped back. Back and forth, he trotted up. What Lin Mo kicked the cannonball just now is always in his mind. The more I think, the more excited I get. I couldn't help kicking my own feet eagerly. That guy Lin Mo is too powerful. He's about the same age as me. No, I can't waste any more time. With that said, he came to Zap's door. See Sanji again, Zapu said angrily. Have you finished washing the dishes in the kitchen? Sanji bared his teeth and said with a grin, Stinky old man, I have decided. I want to learn leg skills from you. Zapu was stunned for a moment, and then laughed loudly. Ha! You still want to learn my leg skills? Don't think about it. Do your job well. I will work hard, Sanji said seriously. I will also learn how to cook well. If you have more time, you can teach me leg skills. Zap stared at Sanji in a daze. Why is this kid different from when he came over half an hour ago? It seems that you've got the hang of it? Zapu frowned slightly and said, I'm not going to teach you how to cook. Sanji laughed and said, It doesn't matter. Anyway, I work in the kitchen every day. If you don't teach me, I will learn by myself. I am not the Sanji I used to be, old man. Just wait for me. I will soon be beyond you, whether it's cooking or leg skills. Ha ha ha, it's just you? I don't think you can surpass me in your life. Just obediently be your handyman. Whatever you say, anyway, no one can change my mind about what I decide. After finishing speaking, Sanji ran away quickly. Zapu's face, which was still smiling just now, immediately returned to calm. That boy Sanji. Could it be that someone told him something? It's definitely not Patty's big bastards. Page 34. Besides Patty, the others and him, Zapu, who can enter the back kitchen, there is also a person he just gave the privilege to. Zap narrowed his eyes slightly. Could it really be that kid, the other side? Lin Mo slept happily for more than an hour, and the first thing he did after waking up was to pick up the wine gourd. The wine gourd is empty. When he left Shuangyue village before, he went to the tavern to buy a lot of wine. But nearly 8 days at sea. In addition to drinking and sleeping every day, he occasionally beats the sea kings who are overwhelmed and attack him. There are only 2 jars of special aged wine sent by Koshiro left in the inventory. I thought about it. He still gave up the idea of drinking the wine Koshiro gave him. Get up. Return the armchair to the system space. Lin Mo yawned, smelling the faint scent of wine in the air, and came to the door of a room on the 2nd floor that was dedicated to storing wine. Just in time, Sanji came out with a bottle of wine in his arms. When opening the door, I saw Lin Mo outside. Sanji was stunned for a moment. What are you doing here? Sanji asked hurriedly. Lin Mo stared at the wine bottle that Sanji was holding. How much is this? Here, 5 Baileys, don't you want a drink? Sanji asked cautiously. Lin Mo said calmly, Yes. Then I'll give you this bottle, and I'll get another one. Sanji smiled and stuffed the wine he was holding into Lin Mo's hand. Lin Mo? It's okay, Sanji said indifferently. In the future, if you want a drink, just tell me. We come here together. You go in and drink, and I'll watch out for you. Lin Mo smiled. This kid is very good at coming. He appreciates Sanji's kindness. But he is not the kind of person who will eat the overlord's meal. Lin Mo touched his pocket. He took out a money bag containing 100 Baileys and threw it to Sanji. Sanji hurriedly took over. Hey, what are you? Drink money. After finishing speaking, Lin Mo directly opened the wine cork and took a sip from the bottle. The taste is okay. Then he poured the rest of the wine into his wine gourd. Returned the empty bottle to Sanji. Getting ready to leave. Sanji hurriedly asked, Where are you going? Hunting. Lin Mo said lightly. Sanji was stunned for a moment. Then remembered about an hour ago when he saw Lin Mo kicking the cannonball. He suddenly became excited again and hurriedly followed and went downstairs with Lin Mo. As he walked, he asked, Are you going to fight pirates? I saw you kicking cannonballs away with your feet and cutting off pirate ships with a single blow from a wooden sword just now. You are so amazing, Lin Mo. Can't tell me, when did you start practicing leg skills? Lin Mo. This question seems a bit familiar. Chapter 24 The shocked Lieutenant General Garp in the sea restaurant. Lin Mo remembered. Isn't this the question that Sauron asked him in Frostmoon Village back then? Didn't think much about it. Lin Mo replied to Sanji with the same words he had answered Sauron. It won't take half a day. Huh. Sanji was shocked and almost dropped the wine bottle he was holding in his hand. Is it a lie? You will be able to draw with that stinky old man in less than half a day? Believe it or not, Lin Mo still used the same answer to prevaricate Sanji. Sanji was stunned and continued to follow Lin Mo's unstoppable pace. Although it's incredible, you don't feel like you're lying. Lin Mo, how did you practice your leg skills? Can you teach me? Lin Mo seemed to see the progress of the task beckoning to him. But there are too many people in the restaurant, and now is not the time to guide Sanji alone. Come and see me tonight. After finishing speaking, Lin Mo walked straight to the door of the restaurant. Sanji didn't follow him anymore. His hand holding the wine bottle tightened involuntarily, and his body trembled involuntarily due to excitement. He means that he will teach me. That's great. I will definitely study hard, definitely. Hey, brat. At this moment, a table of guests who were waiting for food called Sanji impatiently. I ordered the wine in your hand, right? Page 35. When he came back to his senses, Sanji immediately responded with a smile. Yes, here we come. Sanji grinned as he uncorked the bottle and poured wine for the guests. As a result, after a long time, he didn't pour out a single drop of wine. Only then did he realize that this bottle of wine had been poured into the wine gourd by Lin Mo just now. Lin Mo came to the deck outside the main entrance on the first floor of Bardi. A cargo ship that was originally parked next to his boat was replaced by a warship at some point. At this time, Cap is on the deck of the warship. Seeing Lin Mo coming out of Bardi, Garp grinned and asked, Little devil, are you leaving? Lin Mo didn't bother to talk to him, so he jumped onto his small sailboat, untied the rope, and sailed towards the windlass belt in the small boat. He is not leaving Bardi. I just want to find some sea kings to fight, practice my hands and feet, and bring one back to Baladi by the way. It was the same when I lived in Isin Dojo. He will not eat and live for nothing, so it will take the prey back as a reward. Garp saw Lin Mo leaving in a boat, immediately asked his subordinates to release a military boat, and followed him by himself. Garp and Lin Mo always kept a distance of 50 meters. He didn't pay attention at first. After sailing for nearly half an hour, he realized something was wrong. Little ghost, do you know where it is further on? Garp shouted towards Lin Mo's background. Lin Mo didn't answer him. Garp immediately accelerated his sailing speed, and when he was about to catch up with Lin Mo, he continued. There is almost no wind ahead. Once the boat enters, it will not move. Don't go any further. Lin Mo still ignored him and moved on. Garp scratched his head and suddenly laughed. There are a lot of sea kings in the windlass belt, and there are also many sea kings entrenched around the windlass belt. You little brat, you are not enough for them. Gap between teeth, haha. Just when Cap's laughter just fell, right in front of the two of them, a lot of dense bubbles suddenly popped up under the water, and then the water surface began to roll. The turbulent waves strongly drove the boat that the two were on. A huge sea monkey emerged from the center of the tumbling water splash, roared and slapped Lin Mo and Garp with its palm. Little Lin Mo, stand back. Garp bared his teeth and grinned, with a serious expression on his face. Lin Mo smiled lightly. He really didn't intend to make a move, and made a gesture of please to Garp. Garp jumped up from his boat, clenched his fists, grinned, and smashed the sea monkey hard on the head. A flash of lightning. The sea monkey's eyeballs protruded from the beating, then rolled its eyes, and fell to the surface of the sea with a bang. The aroused water splashed in all directions. At this time, from behind him, another giant sea king frog appeared. Oops, kid, be careful, Garp yelled. He couldn't save Lin Mo in time. The giant frog opened its foul-smelling mouth, and a red, black, barbed tongue quickly rolled towards Lin Mo. Lin Mo glanced at it indifferently. He unhurriedly drew out Lake Toya and slashed the sword seemingly casually. The giant frog's tongue stopped suddenly less than half a centimeter away from him. Not even a growl. The head of the giant frog was separated from his body just as he hung Lake Toya back around his waist. Garp looked at Lin Mo in surprise, just when Lin Mo turned his back and was about to move on. A long black needle more than 3 meters long protruded from the mouth of the giant frog head that was separated from the body and shot towards Lin Mo extremely fast. Garp was about to tell Lin Mo to avoid him. Haven't said it yet. Lin Mo turned his head slightly, and the long needle full of poison was less than half a centimeter away from his face, passed by, and shot into the sea water. Garp gaped in surprise. In addition to being able to kick against the red-footed Japu, this kid also has superb sword skills, and now, he has a good grasp of knowledge and color. With such strength, no wonder he dared to travel alone at sea. Sure enough, he is a good seed. It would be a pity not to join the Navy. Thinking of this, the smile on Garp's face became even stronger. He actually abandoned his slightly larger boat and jumped into Lin Mo's boat. Little devil, join the Navy. I can make you stronger, Garp said with a smile. Lin Mo said with disgust. Go back to your own boat. Little ghost, if you don't promise me, I won't go back. Ha ha ha, don't underestimate my perseverance. As long as you promise me, I will go back. Do not. Page 36. Don't be so arbitrary. Being in the Navy has many advantages. As long as you follow me, you don't have to listen to the old guys in the headquarters. You can do whatever you want. As long as I'm covering you, no one in the Navy will dare to touch you. It sounds like this guy is serious. Lin Mo looked at him indifferently. Still the same answer. Not interested. Hey, don't be so stingy. Garp didn't restrain his expression at all, looking extremely disappointed. I really want to recruit you. Needless to say, Lin Mo insisted. I will not use my life to protect the so-called justice, nor do I want to rely on others to become stronger. I just want to be an unfettered traveler, that's all. The Navy model is not suitable for me. It's useless for you to say more. Don't waste time on me. Garp wanted to say some more benefits to lure Lin Mo, but seeing the other party's unwavering gaze, he swallowed back the words. Really? Garp pretended to be regretful. It's your loss not to join the Navy. Lin Mo smiled and said nothing. At this time, the system prompt sounded in my mind. DD, reject the invitation of the naval hero Garp. The sign-in progress is 10. The current total progress is 50. The reward is the domineering level of the armed color 1, and the current armed color level is LV3. Chapter 25 Who is the Sea Restaurant Creek? The rewards for completing progress tasks are related to the character who triggered the task. The rewards he got from Garp, the increase in the level of armed color, was completely within Lin Mo's expectations. The improvement of armed color and knowledge color will not show off momentum. Therefore, only Lin Mo can feel it. Garp didn't realize that Lin Mo's strength had suddenly become stronger. After that, Lin Mo drove Garp out of his boat. Garp reluctantly returned to his boat, watching Lin Mo continue to sail. After thinking about it, he followed without worry. It was not until evening that the two returned to Barty one after another. Lin Mo brought back a big fish more than 3 meters long. He wants to take the Neptune class. Unfortunately, the smallest one can capsize him, can only give up. Barty has limited rooms for staff accommodation, basically a room for 3 or 4 people. Japu arranged Lin Mo into the room where Sanji lived. That night, Sanji and Lin Mo came to the deck of the back door on the 2nd floor as agreed. The faint moonlight shone on the two of them. Sanji couldn't hold back the excitement in his heart and hurriedly said, Lin Mo, I'm ready. Let's start. Lin Mo looked at him lightly. The current Sanji is too thin. It is completely incomparable with Sauron, who is strong and strong. Starting strength training directly, I am afraid that Sanji's small body will not be able to bear it. Lin Mo said directly. From now on, tie a 2-kilogram weight on your ankles. Whether you are eating, working, or sleeping, you are not allowed to take it off until you get used to it. Then increase it. Ah, Sanji was surprised. Is this to exercise the strength of my feet? Lin Mo nodded lightly. And then, Sanji asked excitedly, and what else do I need to do? For example, practice kicking accuracy or something. Don't worry. First improve the strength of your ankles in the early stage, and then practice other things. Lin Mo continued. If you feel that you have nothing to do, go study biological structures. Sanji was stunned for a moment, and couldn't help muttering. What's there to study? Lin Mo said indifferently. Without the power of skill, it's just a mess of loose sand. After finishing speaking, Lin Mo didn't say anything more, bypassed Sanji, and went back to the room to rest first. Sanji stood on the deck in a daze, thinking about what Lin Mo said. The more I think about it, the more confused I become. Lin Mo's meaning should be to let him master the power of skill. But what is this skill? Does it have something to do with the biological structure that Lin Mo asked him to study? Sanji scratched his head, thinking about it all night, but still couldn't figure it out. The next day, Lin Mo ordered a breakfast at the restaurant. Garp, who was dressed in normal clothes, sat down at the table next to him just like yesterday, and ordered the same breakfast. Drinking early in the morning, I'm not very old, but I'm an alcoholic. Garp stared at Lin Mo, who was eating and drinking next to him, and said with a smile. Lin Mo didn't bother to talk to him, and continued to eat breakfast. He was very puzzled. Obviously yesterday Cap had accepted his refusal to join the Navy. Why don't you go? Garp grinned and asked. When you were in Windmill Village, did you know a kid named Luffy? That's my grandson. Page 37. Lin Mo said calmly. I don't know. He only stayed in Windmill Village for 10 or so days, and during that time Luffy hadn't been to the tavern, so they hadn't met. Hey, what a pity. Garp held his side face with one hand, and said regretfully, I thought you and Luffy were friends. What about Ace? Do you know Ace? Lin Mo looked at him speechlessly. What does this old fox want to do with these inexplicable words? I don't know. Lin Mo said speechlessly. Garp laughed loudly. Ha ha, it's okay. You will always meet in the future, and it's not too late to make friends again, ha ha. Just at this time, the door of the restaurant was suddenly kicked open roughly. A man with a fleshy face and a ferocious expression rushed into the restaurant with a group of younger brothers. Hand over that blonde-haired brat, the leading man shouted loudly. Isn't that Crick's subordinate? Huh? Creek? Is he the most vicious pirate in the East China Sea recently? Why did his men come to Baladi? I don't know. Is the blonde kid he's talking about the one who served us just now? Hey, that kid is finished. In the restaurant, the diners were talking about it. There were also some who were afraid and did not dare to speak. Lin Mo continued to eat breakfast on his own. Garp looked more at the miscellaneous soldiers under Creek, and after thinking for a long time, he couldn't remember who this Creek was. Crick? Is it a pirate? Why don't I remember it? Instead, the diners at the table next to him reminded him in a low voice. Crick, this is the pirate who has emerged in the East China Sea. He does all kinds of bad things, and he already has 15 pirate ships under his command. 15 pirate ships. Garp touched his chin and thought for a while, then turned his gaze to Lin Mo and suddenly laughed. What a coincidence. I just asked my subordinates to drive the warship away this morning. Lin Mo kid, what do you say? What should I do next? Lin Mo glanced at him speechlessly. It's up to you. Patty came downstairs with the food. I saw a group of people at the door. Immediately delivered the dishes to the corresponding guest's table, then rubbed hands and greeted with a smile. Welcome. Are you guys coming to eat? The leading man glared at Patty, grabbed Patty's collar, and said angrily, Hand over that blonde brat. Blonde brat? Patty asked with a smile. So, the uncles are here to find someone, not to eat. Huh? Don't you understand what I'm talking about? The man's eyes widened, and he punched Patty's face with the other hand. Patty's face changed, and he grabbed the man's fist, and his entire aura changed. If you're not here for dinner, get out. Saying that, Patty kicked the man. The man directly drew a gun from his waist and put it on Patty's forehead. Patty immediately stopped the movement of his feet. His forehead began to sweat. At this time, Sanji came down slowly from upstairs with the dishes, because there are weights strapped to the ankles. When he saw that Patty was pointed at the head with a gun, he stopped in fear. Brother Chong, I saw the blonde kid. The man's subordinate pointed at Sanji on the spiral staircase and shouted. Humph. The man snorted coldly, shifted the muzzle of his gun to the stairs, and aimed at Sanji. Brat, if you want to blame you for not messing with our boss's woman. Go to hell. After finishing speaking, the man directly pulled the trigger. A bullet quickly passed through the restaurant lobby and shot at Sanji, who was already too scared to move. There are only 4 words in Sanji's mind at the moment. It's over. Chapter 26. Thanks to Japu at Sea Restaurant. Just when the bullet was about to hit Sanji, a chopstick appeared out of nowhere and hit the side center of the bullet with great precision, deflecting the bullet off course, brushing Sanji's hair, and hitting the wooden wall behind him. Oh, so you have such a kind heart. Garp smiled and looked at Lin Mo, who had only one chopstick left. Lin Mo poked up the last fried dumpling with the only chopstick left and ate it in one bite, chewing and swallowing slowly. Seeing someone making trouble, the leading man shouted angrily, "Who? Whose chopsticks belong to just now? Stand up for me." Lin Mo ended his breakfast with a final sip of wine. "Hang the wine gourd back around your waist." Lin Mo got up and walked step by step towards the main entrance where the pirates were. What is that kid going to do? Don't go there. They are vicious pirates and will kill you. Little devil, go back and sit down. In the ears are the worried voices of the surrounding guests. Lin Mo continued to walk forward as if he didn't hear it. Garp looked at Lin Mo with a smile. He wasn't worried about what would happen to Lin Mo at all. On the contrary, those pirates are miserable. "Brother Chong, I'll take care of this kid." A pirate wearing a blue turban held a machete and slashed at Lin Mo with a smirk on his face. Lin Mo turned sideways, easily dodging the blow that was full of loopholes. Page 38, damn it. You're finished, brat. The hooded pirate immediately gathered his strength and attacked Lin Mo again. Lin Mo dodged twice casually and hit the man's back hard with a backhand blade, knocking him to the ground. The leading man, known as Brother Chong, narrowed his eyes slightly, noticed the wooden sword hanging on Lin Mo's waist, and said with a sneer, "You brat, I will send you to heaven today." After finishing speaking, Brother Chong aimed his gun at Lin Mo and fired several shots in a row. At this time, Sanji shouted anxiously, "Lin Mo, be careful, get out of the way." Lin Mo quickly dodged all the attacks with Xuanbu, appeared in front of Brother Chong with a stride, and kicked Brother Chong's knees with one kick. Losing his balance, Brother Chong fell to the ground. "Bastard! Smelly brat, do you know who I am?" Brother Chong jumped up from the ground angrily. "Little ones, let's go together. I want this brat to die without a place to die." "Yes, Brother Chong." All of a sudden, there was a lot of noise inside the restaurant. I saw a large group of pirates rushing towards a 10-year-old child. Lin Mo looked at them indifferently. "Move your feet. Then use a general attack to quickly and ruthlessly kick the waist, chest, ribs, and other parts of these pirates." Soon, the group of pirates were kicked to the ground by him, rolling all over the ground in pain. Lin Mo glanced indifferently at the defeated subordinates all over the ground. They walked around them and walked towards the gate. Before going out, he left a sentence. "As long as you find the right position, even if you don't have enough strength, you can still bring down the enemy." There was silence for a moment. The whole restaurant cheered. "Wow, that kid is so powerful. He defeated so many pirates by himself. That group of pirates is too weak. Haha, this brat has 2 hits. But what did he mean by what he said before going out? I don't know. Anyway, it was so exciting just now, haha." Carp was very surprised at the beginning. Why didn't Lin Mo directly knock down those pirates with his sword or kick with Chapu yesterday, instead of kicking them with ordinary attacks? When he noticed Sanji trembling slightly on the stairs, reminiscent of what Lin Mo said just before he left, he immediately understood the reason. This kid is really interesting. Sanji wasn't trembling because of fear. He knew that Lin Mo's last words were for him. It was because I understood the meaning of that sentence that I was too excited to tremble. As soon as Lin Mo boarded the boat, the system's notification sounded in his mind. "Didi, guide Sanji's kicking skills, sign in progress 20, and the current total progress is 70. Sure enough, there was no reward. But that's okay, only the last 30 of the progress is left. It seems that the mission on Barati's side is going smoothly. Lin Mo untied the rope tied to the deck. Continue to sail in the direction of the windless belt. Evening. When he came back, the small military boat that had been parked had disappeared. In other words, Cap is gone. Lin Mo is very happy to lose an annoying guy. Get your boat tied up. Lin Mo threw the big octopus he brought back to the kitchen. When I was about to leave the kitchen, but a group of chefs led by Patty stopped at the door of the kitchen. Patty said with a smile, "Lin Mo, I heard from the boss that you are only staying in Barty temporarily. I think you are very skilled. How about staying here for a long time?" "No." Lin Mo refused. "I don't know how to cook." "It's okay, we can teach you." "That's right. Although we haven't seen your skill, it must be very powerful to be praised so much by Patty. Just stay, you have nowhere to go anyway." These guys are inexplicable, what's going on?" Lin Mo said speechlessly. I am a traveler, and I have many places to go. It is impossible to stay in any place for a long time, and I am not interested in being a chef. If you have the time to keep me, you might as well work hard on your cooking. Art. Huh? Is this rejecting us? You are too straightforward. At least be more tactful. Hello? What are you doing? Have you finished all the dishes ordered by the guests? At this moment, Japu's voice suddenly came in from outside the door. The group of cooks, like a mouse meeting a cat, hurriedly returned to their respective positions and hurried to work. Japu looked at Lin Mo expressionlessly. Come with me. Lin Mo calmly followed him to the deck outside. After a moment of silence, Japu said, Thank you for the morning. Lin Mo said calmly, It's okay. Japu continued, There is also the matter of Sanji. You enlightened him, right? Oh. Page 39. Although I don't know why you want to help that brat. Thank you anyway. Fine. Hee. Japu smiled. I heard what they said to you just now. Do you really have no intention of staying? Lin Mo said directly. No. Carp has already left, so when are you going to leave? Lin Mo thought for a while and replied, Soon. Lin Mo just finished speaking. At the stairs, a cook who had just gone down to deliver food hurried up. Seeing that Japu is here, he said anxiously, Boss, it's not good. That creek with 15 pirate ships is here. What? Zap frowned slightly. He said he was going to settle accounts with Sanji and Lin Mo. How bold. Japu said displeasedly with a gloomy face. Let's go. I'd like to see how this Crick can dare to come to Barati to make trouble. In Lin Mo's impression, when Crick and Japu met head-on, it should be when Luffy came to Barati 10 years later. Why are you meeting me now? When he was about to go downstairs to have a look together, out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a pirate ship that was heading towards Barati, not far from the sea. This is... Lin Mo stared at the pirate flag of the pirate ship with some surprise. Behind the skull is a cross made of 2 bones, with a crescent-shaped upward beard. Isn't this the logo of the Whitebeard Pirates? Chapter 27 C. Restaurant Phoenix Marco joins the Whitebeard Pirates is a pirate group created by Whitebeard Edward Newgate, who has the strongest superhuman shaking fruit ability. Judging from the current point of time, the Whitebeard Pirates are probably the strongest pirate group in the world right now. Lin Mo remembered that the main ship of the Whitebeard Pirates should be a large ship with a whale head on the bow. But now it was a light sailboat that was heading towards Barati. From the looks of it, it should be one of Whitebeard's captains coming. Just don't know who is coming. Look back. Lin Mo didn't think anymore and immediately walked to the stairs. When he came to the restaurant downstairs, at this moment, the restaurant was completely silent. The guests who had dined in the restaurant before had already fled out in a panic. And Japu, with the cook who had reported to him just now, and Crick and his party came face to face. Besides his younger brothers, there was another woman behind Crick. It was the woman who asked Sanji to wait and see yesterday. Just as Lin Mo expected, Crick's eyes widened when he saw Zap. It's you. You are the incomparable pirate who served as the captain of the chef, Redfoot Zap. I heard that you died in a shipwreck, but I didn't expect you to be alive. Japu narrowed his eyes slightly and said with a sneer, So what if I'm alive? It's nothing to do with you. I'm just a cook who makes a living from cooking. Crick was stunned for a moment and then burst out laughing. Originally, his face looked like a monkey, but this smile looked even more like it. Ha ha ha. Crick laughed loudly. It sounds nice to say that you can only be a cook if you say that you make a living as a cook. Crick looked at Zap's prosthetic limb, and the smile on the corner of his mouth deepened. If you were healthy, I would still be afraid, but now you lose a foot, which means that you have lost your fighting power. To me, you are already it's no longer a threat. So what? Zap said with a serious face. I'm not a pirate anymore. Besides, I still have these hands, so you can say whatever you want. Hey, Crick said with a smirk, red-footed Zap. You are a man who has entered the great voyage and returned safely. You should have a logbook that recorded the entire year of voyage. You just need to hand over the logbook to give it to me, and I'll let you go today. Humph. Japu snorted coldly. Yes, I do have a logbook, but I can't give it to you. The logbook is the pride of all the companions who have sailed with me. If you give it to you, it will be worth a lot. A little too heavy. Crick's face darkened, and he clenched his fists and said, If that's the case, then I'll grab it. The voice just fell. Suddenly, a relaxed male voice came from the door of the restaurant. Oh, I finally saw a sea restaurant and wanted to have dinner. It seems that we came at the wrong time. A tall and thin man with a golden punk hair, a dagger on his waist, and a white beard pirate tattoo on his chest appeared outside the main entrance with a few younger brothers. Lin Mo recognized the person at a glance. It's Pineapple Head Marco. In the Whitebeard Pirates, the real number 2. Crick looked back impatiently towards the door. When he saw the tattoo on Marco's chest, he couldn't help but froze. This tattoo looks familiar. Hey, didn't you see our boss is here? One of Crick's men yelled at Marco and the others. Why don't you have dinner? Get out. How do you talk? Do you know who our captain is? One of Marco's subordinates responded dissatisfiedly. He wanted to continue arguing with that man, but was stopped by Marco. Xiaoping doesn't need to quarrel with these ignorant people. Marco touched his chin and said with a half-smile, I remember. It seems that no one has said the word fuck to me for more than 10 years. Page 40. It's really arrogant. Boss, you don't need to shoot. Let us teach them a lesson. As Crick's men spoke, they greeted their companions and surrounded Marco and the others. At this time, Zap suddenly chuckled. Crick frowned tightly. What are you laughing at? Jipu sarcastically said. As expected of the most active pirate group in the East China Sea recently, they even dare to bully people with white beards. What? Whitebeard? Crick then remembered that the tattoo pattern was the logo of the Whitebeard Pirates. Oh no, now he can't afford to provoke Whitebeard. Crick immediately shouted to his little brothers, stop. However, he was still one step too late. His men were already holding weapons and slashing at Marco and the others. You guys are really harsh, even bullying hungry people. Marco didn't panic at all, and the subordinates behind him all had smiles on their lips, rubbing their fists and rubbing their hands, eager to try. Marco said to Jipu lightly, Brothers are hungry. Please help us prepare dinner for 15 people. Thank you. Jipu smiled, nodded and said, Okay, no problem. But you fight back. Don't ruin my restaurant. Okay, then let's pull them out and fight. Marco grinned. Zap nodded. When he was ready to go to the kitchen, the cook behind asked worriedly, Boss, is it really all right? Crick is a pirate with 15 pirate ships. No problem. Whitebeard's people are very strong. Besides, this time, he is the number 2 member of the Whitebeard Pirates, Phoenix Marco. It's easy to deal with a Crick. After finishing speaking, Jipu walked towards the spiral staircase. When he saw Lin Mo, who was on the side of the stairs at the moment, he couldn't help but smiled again. Little ghost, you haven't had dinner yet, have you? Lin Mo glanced at him and nodded. Then you stay here to help me watch, and I will treat you to your dinner. I have money. I'll treat you to another bottle of good wine. Make a deal. Haha. Zap laughed and walked upstairs. Facing the attack of Crick's men, Marco and the others did not fight back at first, but kept retreating until Crick's men left the restaurant, and then shot them into the sea one by one. Crick didn't have time to stop his subordinates, and when he chased after him, all the subordinates he brought over were defeated. He was shaking with anger. The woman behind him couldn't help trembling in fright. Honey, what should I do? They seem to be very strong. Go away. Crick glared at the woman. The woman took a few steps back in fright. Marco smiled and said, What is a fierce woman? It seems that you are the captain of the big ship next to you. Let's discuss something with you. How about taking your people out of here now? As soon as Marco finished speaking, his men burst into laughter. Crick was so angry that he took off his coat, revealing a golden armor, and snorted coldly. Don't think you are a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. I am afraid of you. It's just that you went to the great route before me. I'm full of weapons. It's easy to kill you. Oh, it seems that you haven't gone to the great route yet. Marco smiled. I don't know if you, a frog in a well, are more capable than your breath. Come on, let me see your strength. Chapter 28. The Creek of the Sea Restaurant. Outside the restaurant. On the narrow deck, Marco's people alone occupied more than half of the area. Crick took out 2 guns at once, and even 10 muzzles were exposed on both sides of the golden armor. Go to hell. All of a sudden, countless bullets were fired at the same time, shooting towards Marco densely. Marco hooked his mouth and immediately transformed into a pair of wings burning with green flames. Crick's bullets all passed through his body, piercing many bullet holes in his body. When he thought Marco was dead, those gun holes were quickly covered by Qin Yin and returned to their original state. Marco is fine. He is the owner of the bird fruit of the zoomorphic beast species. Is it a kind of animal-type phantom beast fruit ability that is rarer than the natural type? Or is it one of only 5 animals that can fly? Marco's ability is to wrap the wound with the resurrected blue flame and then regenerate it, making the attack ineffective. His ability not only heals his own wounds, but even has a certain effect on others, which can increase the speed of healing. Therefore, as the first team captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, he is also the ship's doctor. Damn it, it's actually a devil fruit user. Seeing that his attack was completely ineffective, Crick calmed down. Originally, he didn't intend to use this move. Even if you are a user of ability, so what? I am the person who will dominate all sea areas in the future. Today, I will let you see Lao Tzu's true force. As he said that, Crick took off the shoulder shield on his shoulders and pointed it at Marco. It's MH5, the most terrifying gas weapon. Mask, put on the mask. Page 41. Asshole. Do you know what happens when you use that thing? In the sea, even the crew members on the Creek pirate ship yelled in dissatisfaction. Crick smiled disdainfully. Shut up, idiots. Fighting is fighting, and only victory is the goal. As long as you win, it doesn't matter what the means are. This is powerful, huh? Poison gas. Marco frowned slightly and immediately flew towards Creek quickly. He knew that once the poisonous gas spread, it would affect many people. It must be stopped before the opponent releases poisonous gas, because the distance is not far. Before Crick released the gas bomb, Marco chased him and knocked out the shoulder armor hiding the gas bomb with one blow. Crick was shocked. He didn't expect Marco to be so fast. Crick immediately caught the shoulder armor that hadn't flown far, merged it with his other shoulder armor, pulled out a gun handle from the middle, and extended a sharp point from the top, forming a big gun. This is his secret weapon. It is a super heavy war gun that weighs a ton. Go to hell, join this broken restaurant, and destroy it for me. Crick slammed his big gun at Marco. Marco dodged a blow with an easy leap. Although Crick missed anyone, he easily split the deck outside the main entrance of Bardi in two. Marco's men immediately returned to the boat next to them, so they didn't fall into the sea. Inside the restaurant, Lin Mo frowned slightly and suddenly appeared at the door of the restaurant stepping on Xuanpa. Marco noticed him and immediately said, "Little devil, go back to the restaurant. It's dangerous outside." Lin Mo didn't listen to him at all. His eyes were fixed on the small section of the stern of the boat that had sunk into the sea along with the broken deck. That's his boat. He didn't care how Marco and Crick fought. But once it hurts him, even if it's just an insignificant boat. No. Lin Mo looked indifferently at Crick, who was rushing towards Marco. Marco even stood in front of Lin Mo, trying to protect him. Lin Mo pulled out Lake Toya and walked around Marco, facing Crick's attack head-on. Little devil, step back. Marco was shocked. There was a flash of hostility in Lin Mo's eyes. A powerful sword force spread out from him. Only one sword. Crick's big gun didn't even touch Lin Mo's wooden sword, and was cut into 2 pieces by the sword energy. What? Crick's eyes widened. Huh. Marco was taken aback. Even the people around watching the battle had their eyeballs protruding in shock. Lin Mo's expression was indifferent, and he struck again. The powerful sword energy directly hit Crick's chest. Crick rolled his eyes and fell straight backward with a bang. His subordinates were all terrified and wanted to step forward to check on Crick's injuries, but they didn't dare. It was the woman who crawled over tremblingly. Pushing Crick, seeing that he didn't respond, he felt his pulse again. Immediately, his face turned pale, he covered his mouth and exclaimed, "Dead, dead." What? Boss is dead. The boss was actually defeated by a child? Who is that kid? It's too scary. Not only can he cut off the big gun of the boss with one blow, but he can also kill the boss with one blow. Is he really a child? It's terrible. If we become enemies with them, we will die too. Let's run for our lives. Crick's men immediately panicked and tried to escape by boat. The woman covered her mouth, looked at Crick, then at the boat that was about to leave, hesitated for a while, and left Crick, and hurried on board to escape with the crew. Marco didn't let his own people intercept them. Instead, he stared thoughtfully at Lin Mo, who was silent on the sea. What are you looking at? Boat. Boat. Marco was stunned for a moment, and suddenly remembered that when they came, there was indeed a small sailboat tied to the outer deck. But now, There is nothing on the sea. The small sailboat has sunk to the bottom of the sea with the broken deck. No wonder the kid wanted to do it. Feelings are a disaster for one's own ship. Page 42. Marco smiled and asked, "What's your name?" Linimo. It looks like you are only 9 or 10 years old. Oh, your sword skills are good. Who did you learn from? Linimo glanced at him, said nothing, turned around, and walked towards the restaurant indifferently. Marco looked at his back, smiled, didn't ask any more questions, turned to his brothers on the boat, and shouted, "Brothers, get ready and have dinner." "Oh, here we come." The kid just now was too powerful. Is he from this restaurant on the sea? I don't know. He's not wearing a uniform or a chef's outfit. He doesn't necessarily belong to the restaurant. If he isn't, I really want him to join our pirate group. This kid must be a very interesting person, huh? Marco's men entered the restaurant lively. Zap had the cooks put together the empty tables in the dining room and place 15 dinners on them. Marco and his party sat in a circle and started eating lively. As for Linimo, he was quietly eating his dinner at a small dining table not far away. At this time, several of Marco's men shouted at Linimo, "Little ghost, do you want to come and eat together? You were so handsome just now. Do you want to consider joining our Whitebeard pirates?" That's right. That's right. Join our big family. Dad is super nice." Linimo didn't intend to talk to them and continued to eat his dinner. Chapter 29. Marco's recruitment at Sea Restaurant. It was obviously just a simple dinner. But Marco and his party made the atmosphere extremely joyous. It's like having a party. They ate meat and drank heavily, and chatted loudly with wanton laughter. Not long after, they even sang the song Binks Wine that almost every pirate would sing. Even Biloti's cooks, seeing that they are not busy now, joined in. As for Linimo, it was as if they were not in the same world as them. Calm face, eating and drinking quietly alone. I was still thinking about the sinking of my ship. Page 43. Jap answered for him. He's a traveler. Traveler? Marco was slightly surprised. Are you alone? Linimo finished the last bite of food, wiped his mouth, and replied calmly. Marco smiled and said, "Isn't it lonely to travel alone in this vast sea? Do you want to consider joining the Whitebeard pirates?" No. Linimo stood up. He doesn't want to stay here anymore. This lively atmosphere did not suit him. He was going upstairs to bed. See, Marco stopped him immediately. Your ship has sunk. If you don't have a ship, you can't go anywhere. You may be more afraid of our identity as pirates. In fact, there are many kinds of pirates. We Whitebeards see the band of thieves is different from ordinary pirates. Daddy is the most broad-minded person in the world. He can tolerate everything and treat us as his son, his family. Believe me, as long as you meet Daddy, you will definitely love Daddy. No, Linimo directly refused. I'm just a traveler. I don't need a home. I don't need family members and fetters. I appreciate your kindness. If there is nothing else, I will leave. After finishing speaking, Linimo continued to walk forward. In my mind, the system prompt sounded. Didi, if you reject the invitation of Marco the Phoenix, your sign-in progress will be 10, and the current total progress will be 80, and you will be rewarded with 1 level of arrogance. The current level of arrogance is LV3. Heard. Linimo couldn't help but pause. Although others can't feel that his knowledgeable color has improved, but he can clearly find that he can feel the breathing of people within a few hundred meters, and even the breath of fish swimming in the water. It's just their heartbeat. He can't feel it yet. Seeing that Linimo stopped suddenly, Japu asked strangely, "What's the matter, kid?" When I came back to my senses, I suddenly thought of something. Linimo looked back at Japu and asked, "Is there any bounty for Creek?" Japu didn't understand, so he said, "He has just emerged in the East China Sea, and the bounty is not much. It seems that there are only a few million Baileys. What's the matter?" "His body is still outside," Linimo said calmly. "The bounty is yours. Give me a boat." Stunned, Japu couldn't help laughing. "It's really generous of you to exchange a few million Baileys for a small boat. Money is not important to me." After speaking, Linimo turned around and continued to walk upstairs. Sanji hesitated for a moment and immediately trotted after him. "Hey," Marco said regretfully. "Is it because Marco is not charming enough? I can't even deal with a kid." Haha. Japu laughed. "That kid Linimo has a very bad temper. Not just you. He even directly refused the invitation from Carp and me. Huh? Garp. Marco was surprised. You're talking about Vice Admiral, the Iron Fist Garp? That's right. Japu nodded and said, that fellow Carp has been pestering Lin Mo for 2 days, and he didn't talk to Lin Mo. He left this morning. Fortunately, you came at night. Otherwise you would meet Carp guys. You're in trouble. Marco was silent and didn't speak anymore. His eyes could not help turning to the spiral staircase where Lin Mo's shadow had long since disappeared. Without much thought, he got up. Walk out of the restaurant. Japu looked at his back, with an expectant smile on the corner of his mouth. Even the recruitment of naval heroes and the strongest pirates can be so calmly rejected. Lin Mo, what will your future be like? Marco returns to the boat alone. Immediately, he used the phone bug to call the Moby Dick, the main ship of the Whitebeard pirates. Soon, the call was connected. Give the phone to Dad, hurry up, Marco said urgently. The person who answered the phone was startled and quickly sent the phone bug to Edward Newgate, the Whitebeard who was drinking with the crew. Whitebeard picked up the phone bug. What's wrong with Marco? Are you in trouble in the East China Sea? Marco grinned and said, Father, I met a terrible kid. You little brat? Whitebeard asked strangely, why is it so terrible? With only 2 swords, he easily killed a pirate with 15 pirate ships in the East China Sea. Oh, the strength is indeed not bad. Not only that, Marco continued, he also rejected the offer of the naval hero Garp. What? Garp? Whitebeard asked, slightly surprised. The Navy wants to recruit that brat? That's right, we missed it with Garp. We didn't face each other. I heard from the owner of the Sea restaurant that Garp pestered that brat for 2 days and didn't move him. That guy Garp is definitely not someone who would do such boring things. The Whitebeard pondered for a while and continued. What's the name of that kid? How old is it? His name is Lin Mo. He should be about 10 years old. Whitebeard was shocked. What? Are you only 10 years old? Chapter 30 The result of the Sea restaurant's unconscious domineering leakage. Originally, Marco recruited Lin Mo only out of appreciation for Lin Mo's strength and calm attitude. It doesn't matter if the other party refuses. But now, Lin Mo, this brat, was actually taken by the Navy. It happened that he was taken by the naval hero Garp, who took the title of Lieutenant General and was actually stronger than the general. This is enough to prove that this kid is not simple. That's why Marco called Whitebeard to report the situation here. Page 44 for Lin Mo's situation. Whitebeard was quite shocked. Now there is also the meaning of wanting to recruit him. But think about it. Carp pestered Lin Mo for 2 days but failed to deal with him, which shows that this kid's heart is quite firm and unshakable. Marco, did you invite him? On the other end of the phone, Whitebeard calmed down and asked in a flat tone. Marco said helplessly, well, I was invited, but was rejected. He said that he is a traveler and doesn't need a home and family. It's really nerve-wracking. Ha ha ha. Whitebeard suddenly laughed loudly. Traveler, what an interesting kid. I really want to meet him. Inside the staff room on the 2nd floor of Bardi, Lin Mo just entered the room. Sanji ran over excitedly. Lin Mo, did you really kill that creek? Sanji asked with bright eyes. Lin Mo responded casually. Yes. You are so powerful. Everyone is afraid of Crick. You are only about my age. Not only are you not afraid of him, but you also defeated him easily. Ah, I envy you so much. If only I could have your strength. Yes. How did you defeat him? Did you use a sword? But yours is a wooden sword, so it shouldn't be able to kill anyone. Did you use a kick? Ah, I'm so excited. Lin Mo, you and I tell me about the process. Lin Mo. Is Sanji a chatterbox? Obviously he remembered. In pirates, Sanji's words should not be so much. Even if you talk too much, you still talk too much to beautiful women. How? I'm so bored. Just when Lin Mo disliked Sanji. In my mind, the system's notification sounded again. DD, appreciated by Whitebeard Edward Newgate. The sign-in progress is 10, the current total progress is 90, and the Overlord color level is rewarded 1, and the current Overlord color level is LV4. Before Lin Mo had time to be surprised why Whitebeard wasn't here, he somehow got Whitebeard's appreciation. A powerful force spread out around him, although only for a moment. But Sanji was stunned directly. Overlord color is different from armed color and knowledge color. When the level is raised, if there are masters present, you can feel it. This was the case when he was in Shuangyue village before. Both Long and Koshiro could feel that his strength had become stronger. But this time, the improvement of Overlord color is actually like the improvement of swordsmanship. The whole power spreads out at once, even farther than when it is upgraded to LV6 swordsmanship. Even downstairs in the restaurant, the original laughter came to an abrupt end. Marco's men and Barati's cooks all fainted on the spot. Only Zap and Marco, who had just returned from the phone call with Whitebeard, were fine. That was just now. Marco was shocked. Is it domineering? Who did it? Japu's face was not pretty, but he could feel that the arrogance just now came from upstairs. At this moment, there should only be Sanji and Lin Mo upstairs. Without thinking too much, Japu hurried upstairs. Marco followed closely behind. When they came to the staff room, seeing Sanji fainted, Lin Mo was fine. Japu asked solemnly, "Is it really you?" Lin Mo looked back at the two people at the door and said calmly, "Yes." Japu covered his forehead with one hand and said with a headache, "I never thought that you could be overbearing. Even if you can't just let it go. It's too dangerous." "I'm afraid he didn't do it on purpose," Marco said solemnly. "It should be because his overlord's strength has improved, and he exudes power unconsciously." "Is that so?" Japu was surprised. "The power that is emitted unconsciously is so powerful. What will happen if you release it with all your strength?" Marco chuckled and said, "I'm afraid both of you and I will suffer." Japu was startled and couldn't help but gasped. "It's so terrifying." "Lin Mo kid," Marco said, "are you really unwilling to join the Whitebeard pirates?" Lin Mo said speechlessly, "No, I just called my father, and my father really wants to see you." Lin Mo. That's the case. No wonder he suddenly got the task progress from Whitebeard. Seeing that Lin Mo didn't speak, Marco grinned and said, "You will go to the Great Route next, right?" Lin Mo nodded. "Yes." "Okay, when the time comes, if you see the Moby Dick, remember to come and see Dad. You and Dad both like to drink, and maybe you will become very good drinking friends," Marco said in a relaxed tone. Lin Mo nodded perfunctorily. Marco saw it at a glance, but didn't intend to expose him. Page 45. "Okay, then I won't bother you. My people have almost eaten, and it's time to go back to the boat. Really, I don't know when those guys will wake up. It seems that I have to carry them back to the boat by myself," Marco said as he walked, and quickly left the room. Japu stared at Lin Mo in silence for a long time before he breathed a sigh of relief. "Forget it. Let's close early today and rest." Finished. He also left the room. Marco took a lot of effort to carry all his men onto the boat. Immediately, he called Whitebeard again. "Father, I probably know why Garp is so optimistic about Lin Mo's kid. He is not only good at swordsmanship, but also has awakened a very strong domineering color. Maybe, armed color he will also." The next day, Sanji woke up in a daze. What happened last night? He only remembered talking to Lin Mo, when suddenly there was a feeling of terror that made his heart palpitate, and after that, he didn't remember anything. Immediately jumped out of bed. At a glance, Sanji saw Lin Mo, who was drinking in the sea breeze, at the guardrail of the corridor outside the house. Dazed for a moment, Sanji immediately went out, came to Lin Mo, and hurriedly asked, "Lin Mo, what happened last night?" "I fainted out of nowhere." Lin Mo didn't speak. Sanji continued, "What about you? Are you okay?" Lin Mo glanced at him and shook his head. "It's okay." Sanji couldn't help but heaved a sigh of relief. "It's okay. It's okay. It's fine." Lin Mo smiled and hung the wine gourd back around his waist. At this time, suddenly, a familiar voice came from downstairs. "Huh, what happened to the deck at the door? Did the pirates come yesterday?" Heard. Lin Mo couldn't help but froze. Speechless in my heart. How come that Cap guy is back? Chapter 31. The Sea Restaurant is operated by Lieutenant General Garp. Lin Mo originally thought Garp went back to Windmill Village to find Luffy. The results of it. The old fox returned to Birdie with a net of seafood early in the morning. Zap was repairing the deck outside with his cooks. Seeing that Garp came back, he said in a bad mood, "It's just in time. That guy's head is worth a few million Baileys. I don't want more. Just give me Baileys, and take that guy away." Garp turned his head to look at the stiff corpse next to him, scratched his head, and curled his lips. "Then who is it?" Zap said sullenly. "Crick, That's the captain of the gang that came to the restaurant yesterday morning to make trouble. Oh, I remembered. Garp grinned. Yes, Zap, you can still kill this vicious pirate with a broken leg. Ha ha ha, it's really old and strong. Zap, Japu said speechlessly. I didn't kill it. Huh. Garp raised his brows slightly. Who is it if it's not you? Could it be Lin Mo? Ha! Yes, that's him. Japu smiled with a smile on his face. Marco came here last night, and he witnessed Lin Mo killing Crick with 2 hits. Lin Mo initiated an invitation to board the ship. What? Garp's smiling face froze, his eyes widened. You mean the captain under Whitebeard, Phoenix Marco? Yes, it's him. Garp asked nervously. Did Lin Mo kid promise him? Japu shrugged his shoulders and said with a strange smile. Who knows? He's upstairs now. You can ask him yourself. Damn it. I sent an invitation to that brat first. Garp threw a net bag of seafood on the deck and angrily walked towards the spiral staircase inside the restaurant. Japu looked at Garp's back with a smile and added a special sentence. Oh, by the way, Lin Mo can be domineering. You should have known about this for a long time. Stop. A look of shock flashed across Garp's face. Domineering color? That brat can be overbearing. Garp stopped. Japu continued. I really thought of it. That kid's domineering look is quite powerful. Just casually revealed it and stunned all my people and Marco's people. Garp! Exclamation point. Garp didn't stay any longer and went upstairs immediately. After finding Lin Mo, without saying a word, he punched him. Lin Mo easily dodged by stepping on Shuanpa. Garp continued to shake his fist. Little ghost, you will not agree to join the Whitebeard pirates, right? Lin Mo. Why don't you talk? Could it be that you really agreed to that stupid bird of Marco? Garp punched him again. No. Lin Mo was a little annoyed. Wrap the LV3 armed color on your fist. Page 46. No more dodging. With a punch, it collided with Garp's iron fist, followed by a powerful air wave spread from between his 2 punches. A look of surprise flashed in Garp's eyes. Ta ping shi yong I de tichen, shi zhou lu fei hu, yiju zhiyong le yicheng li, because I know that Lin Mo is very strong. He used dash of his strength to beat him. Result. The beating was not successful. He was actually resisted by this Lin Mo. Sure enough, this kid even knows how to arm himself. Possesses leg skills that are on par with Japu, and possesses 3-color arrogance, and seems to be a swordsman. How many secrets does this brat hide? Garp is becoming more and more interested in Lin Mo. The two closed their fists at the same time. In Lin Mo's mind, a system notification sounded suddenly. DD, fight against the naval hero Garp, sign-in progress 10. DD, the Sea Restaurant Baladi sign-in task is completed. Congratulations to the host for unlocking Yuebu and Lanjiao. The rewards are 1 Shuanpa level and 1 Yekai level. The current Shuanpa level is LV3 and Yekai level is LV2. Moon Step is a kind of stepping on the air with strong foot force in the 6 poses, which produces a strong air force, and can walk in the air like stepping on stairs. Lanjiao is one of the 6 postures that utilizes the rapid contraction and stretching of the leg muscles to create kinetic energy, and then quickly exits the leg to compress the air in front of the leg, rolling up a vacuum attack, like a sharp slash, killing the opponent's skill. Lin Mo frowned. With the unlocking of new skills and the upgrade of Shuanpa and Yekai, a powerful force spread out from the soles of his feet. He just stood there doing nothing. The deck he was standing on had his feet as the center, and countless cracks were cracked outward, just like a spider's web. Just heard a crackling sound of click. The place where Lin Mo and Garp were standing collapsed into a big hole because of the crack. The two reacted very quickly. Immediately jump onto the undamaged deck next to it. That's why it didn't fall down with the collapsed deck. Sanji, who was secretly watching the battle from the side room, was shocked from ear to ear. Huh. Garp was shocked. Lin Mo, what did you do? Lin Mo stretched his legs and shook his head. I didn't do anything. Garp's mouth twitched slightly. I believe in you. Lin Mo didn't say anything more, indifferently walked around Garp. Garp looked at him and asked, Where are you going? I'm leaving. Now that the sign-in task here is complete, it's time to leave. What? Garp was surprised. Are you leaving now? Garp followed immediately and said as he walked. Otherwise, why don't you consider joining the Navy? Lin Mo said resolutely, I don't think about it. Sanji saw that Lin Mo was leaving. Immediately recovering from the shock just now, he hurriedly chased him out. Lin Mo, are you really leaving? Are you really leaving now? Sanji asked with a slight frown. N. Lin Mo responded lightly. When the three of them came to the restaurant downstairs, Sanji immediately ran to the front and blocked Lin Mo's way with his hands open. You said you were going to teach me leg skills, but you haven't taught me well yet. How can you leave now? Lin Mo said speechlessly. When did I say I would teach you? Sanji was stunned, but in retrospect, it seems that Lin Mo never said that he would teach him. Yes, but didn't you acquiesce? Sanji said aggrievedly. Lin Mo looked at Japu, who was directing the cooks to repair the deck on the outer deck of the restaurant, and said, You already have a good teacher. Sanji bit his lower lip tightly, looking like he was about to cry. Lin Mo walked past him. When he was about to reach the gate of the restaurant, after thinking about it, he still said that sentence. All blue is real. Sanji's heart trembled suddenly. Immediately turned back to look at Lin Mo, who had gone away. He doesn't seem to have told Lin Mo about All Blue. How is that guy? Page 47 correct. That night, Lin Mo asked him about his dream, and he seemed to have said it casually. That guy actually still remembers. It seems that you have made a good friend. Garp came to Sanji, grinning, and looked at Lin Mo's back with him. Sanji turned his head and glanced at Garp. The unwillingness and grievance on his face were replaced by a relieved smile, and he nodded heavily. Yeah. Lin Mo came to the first deck. Tell Zap directly that you want to go. Japu was straightforward, and asked his cook to prepare a small wooden boat for him to purchase. Looking at the procurement ship, twice the size of his original schooner, Lin Mo jumped up without hesitation. Open system navigation. Sailing to the next check-in destination. Haven't gone very far. On the deck behind Barati, Sanji's voice suddenly came. Lin Mo, when we meet next time, I will definitely use the best ingredients in the world and make the most delicious dishes for you, for sure. Garp's voice also came over. Even if you can't be a comrade in arms, you can still be a friend. Lin Mo, next time we meet, we can eat delicious donuts together. Japu then shouted, Little Lin Mo, I have nowhere to go in the future, so go back to Barty. At least here, I can guarantee that you will never be hungry. Lin Mo didn't answer them, nor did he look back. He just waved his hand. Japu and the others watched Lin Mo go away from the deck. At this time, a cook hurriedly ran over from the dining room and said anxiously, Boss, it's bad. There's a big hole in the deck on the second floor. What? Japu's eyes widened, and he immediately looked at Sanji. What's going on? Because only Sanji, Lin Mo, and Garp were upstairs before. Sanji turned his head and muttered, Lieutenant General Garp did it. Huh. Garp pointed at himself, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. So I did it. Chapter 32 Rogue Town is called the Town of Beginning, and in Lin Mo sailed on the sea on Barty's procurement ship. His next check-in location is Rogue Town. Open the Personal Properties panel. Name, Lin Mo. Age, 10 years old. Check-in location, Rogue Township, 0. Physique, all attribute chakra. Domineering. Armed color LV3. Overlord color LV4. Knowledge color LV3. Skills. Fire escape dragon fire art. Introductory. Swordsmanship LV6. Shuanpa LV3. Yekai LV2. 6 styles. Finger gun LV1. Iron block LV1. Shaving. Unlocked. Moonstep LV1. Haze foot LV1. Paper painting. Unlocked. Weapon. Demon blade Starbreaker. Lake Toya. System space. 100 by 100 by 100 cubic meters. A general glance. Lin Mo put away the attribute panel. Speaking of Rogue Town, the first thing he thought of was former One Piece King Joel D. Roger. That was the town where Luo Jia was born, and it was also the place where he was executed. Therefore, Rogue Town is also known as the Town of the Beginning and the End. As for the famous landmarks in Rogue Town, it should be the execution platform where Roger was executed in the central square of the town. After all, the former One Piece Roger is the dream of many pirates. But most of the pirates who come to Rogue Town will go to the execution platform to have a look. Therefore, Roger's execution platform is very likely to trigger the completion of a sign-in-progress task. When you arrive at Rogue Town, you must go to the execution platform. As for who will meet in Rogue Town then, Lin Mo didn't care. Just get the job done. No further thought. Linimo picked up the wine gourd and drank happily. Jep had prepared a lot of dry food and drink for him before he left Bardi. He doesn't have to worry about food at all. After that, they sailed at sea for 3 full days. Finally, in the early morning of the 4th day, I saw a small island full of houses and buildings. The new check-in location, Rogue Town, has arrived. Page 48. Dock the wooden boat on the shore. As soon as Lin Mo's feet landed, the system notification sounded in his mind. Didi, congratulations to the host for successfully arriving at the check-in location, Rogue Town. The check-in progress is 10, and the current total progress is 10. The reward is entry-level swordsmanship, and the armed color level is 1, and the current armed color level is LV4. Information about swordsmanship and divine avoidance immediately appeared in his mind. Linimo couldn't help, but his eyes lit up. God's avoidance is the sword skill of One Piece King, Joel D. Roger. It uses a high-speed knife to swing a domineering flying slash to attack the target. When attacking, it will avoid the opponent's weapon and directly hit the body. This is quite a powerful sword skill. Although it is only entry-level now, its power should not be underestimated. Lin Mo expressed his satisfaction with this reward. Enter the town from the port. Because it was still early, there was very little traffic on the street, and many shops hadn't opened yet. Lin Mo walked along the street all the way. Due to the intricate streets in the town, he lost his way after walking for a long time. Go down the steps in an alley. Lin Mo was about to ask someone for directions. In a blink of an eye, I found a tavern named after Gord D. Roger. Isn't this the tavern that Luffy will come to 10 years later? Lin Mo frowned slightly, without saying a word, pushed open the door, and walked in. It just so happened that he was almost running out of wine, so let's replenish it first. Go all the way down the stone stairs that rotate down. Soon, he came to the small wooden door in the lobby of the underground tavern, which was only half a person tall. At this time, there was only an old man with silver hair in the tavern, who was putting down the upside-down benches on each wine table, as if it was about to open. Hearing the movement at the door, the tavern owner turned his head and glanced. Seeing that it was a kid who looked only a few years old, he said blankly, "Get lost, kid. This store is not the place you should come to." Lin Mo pushed open the small wooden door and walked in without hesitation. He sat on the high stool in front of the bar and said calmly, "A bottle of rum." One Piece Roger once drank rum in this tavern. He wanted to taste the wine that One Piece had drunk. Seeing that Lin Mo didn't leave, but actually sat down in front of the bar, the tavern owner immediately stopped what he was doing and walked towards him speechlessly. "Little devil, do you know how to drink?" Lin Mo nodded. The tavern owner chuckled and said, "Then do you have money? I don't entertain the poor." Lin Mo directly took out a handful of Baileys from his pocket and put them on the bar. He glanced at Bailey on the bar. The tavern owner accepted it unceremoniously and casually took a bottle of rum from the wine cabinet and put it in front of Lin Mo. "This wine is very strong. Don't blame me for not reminding you. A brat like you will get drunk after 2 sips. Lin Mo ignored him. He uncorked the bottle directly and took a big sip from the bottle. Indeed, as the tavern owner said, as soon as he took it in, he felt a strong spiciness accompanied by a mellow aftertaste, which stimulated his throat. Seeing Lin Mo's reaction in surprise, the tavern owner couldn't help laughing and said, "How is it? I'm not wrong. This kind of wine is not for a kid like you to drink." Lin Mo put down the wine bottle and couldn't help but grinned. "It's really good wine. Boss, 2 more bottles." Forehead, the tavern owner was stunned. "Are you sure you want 2 more bottles?" Lin Mo nodded and continued drinking. The tavern owner took 2 more bottles of wine from the wine cabinet in confusion and put them in front of Lin Mo. Lin Mo opened the wine cork and directly poured the 2 bottles of wine into his already empty wine gourd. At this time, there was a sudden sound of footsteps outside the tavern door. A tall man with short silver hair, 2 cigars dangling from his mouth, wearing a big coat with the word "Justice" written on the back, and a man with 10 hands on his back, pushed open the small wooden door and walked in. "Old man, I'd like a glass of rum." This sound. Lin Mo turned his head and looked. At a glance, it was recognized that the person who came was Smokey, a small smoking man in the Navy stationed in Rogue Town. Smoker is still very young now, in his 20s, and should have just graduated from the Naval Academy. Beside him should be a girl named Dashiki, who looks very similar to Kuina. But judging from the current point of time, Dashiki should still have not graduated from the Naval Academy. The tavern owner seemed to dislike Smoker very much, and said in a displeased tone, "It's unlucky to see someone you hate early in the morning. There's no wine here for you. Get the hell out of here." Not paying attention to the bad attitude of the tavern owner, Smoker sat down next to Lin Mo with a cigar in his mouth. The business is so sluggish that even children are entertained. It seems that this tavern is not far from closing down. Glancing at Lin Mo, who was drinking, Smoker smiled lightly at the hotel owner. "Whether the door is closed or not is my business, and it's not your turn to make irresponsible remarks here," the tavern owner said angrily. Page 49. "You are not welcome here. Go out. Get out of here." Ha ha ha. Smoker laughed, but had no intention of leaving here. At this time, outside the tavern, a sailor hurried through the door. Sure enough, Smoker is here. "There is news that there are pirates in the port. Please go to the scene immediately," heard. Smoker got up immediately and left the tavern without saying a word. And Lin Mo sighed. After filling the wine gourd, he drank all the remaining rum and jumped off the high stool. Seeing this, the tavern owner couldn't help asking, "Are you leaving?" Lin Mo nodded lightly, left the money for the drink, and left calmly. Just walked out of the tavern. A boy with a green coxcomb head ran past him with a swish. Chapter 33. Rog Town wants a low-key. Lin was that Bartolomeo just now? Lin Mo didn't expect to meet such a shameless guy so soon. Bartolomeo is Luffy's superfan after going to sea in the future. Before he became a pirate in order to chase stars, that guy was once the leader of the underworld with as many as 150 streets. In short, this is a guy who is very troublesome once you get in touch. Lin Mo didn't know where Bartolomeo was going to do early in the morning. Not interested in knowing either. Next, all he had to do was visit the scaffold where Roger was executed. Under the guidance of some townspeople, he soon arrived at his destination, the central square of the town. Looking at the execution platform tens of meters high, Lin Mo climbed up without thinking too much. As soon as he stood firmly on the square execution platform, the system's notification sounded in Lin Mo's mind. Didi successfully climbed to the top of Roger's execution platform. The sign-in progress 10, the current total progress is 20, and the proficient level of avoidance skills will be rewarded. In an instant, there are more advanced information about God's avoidance, which appeared in Lin Mo's mind. He hadn't had time to take a closer look. "Hey, little brat above, get off the top right away. This is a special execution platform under the jurisdiction of the world government. If you don't want to be arrested, come down right now." Under the execution platform, a sailor shouted at him with a loudspeaker. Heard. Lin Mo looked down at the people under the execution platform. Some townspeople had already surrounded them. "Look, there's a kid on the execution platform." "Who is that?" "I don't know. I haven't seen it before. By the way, how did he climb up?" Everyone was talking. Lin Mo didn't want to draw too much attention here, although it's just a little height to jump directly. But he is still a 10-year-old child after all, and in the eyes of ordinary people, it is impossible for him to be able to jump from such a high platform without incident. So, to keep a low profile, he could only slowly climb down from the iron frame next to him. Smoker happened to come back from the main street with a team of sailors and a group of newly arrested pirates. When he saw Lin Mo climbing down on the iron frame of the execution platform, he couldn't help being slightly stunned. Isn't that the brat in the tavern? It was also his inadvertent trance. One of the captured pirates immediately slipped a small pistol from his sleeve and shot Smoker with a smirk. Smoker reacted very quickly. He sideways avoided the blow and quickly snatched the gun from the pirate's hand. At this time, there was a sudden exclamation in the square. "Ah, it's over. That kid is going to die. Who will save him? Come and save that brat." Smoker looked for his reputation. I saw that the bullet fired by the pirate just now was shooting towards Lin Mo's position at high speed. Even if he uses the ability of the smoke fruit to stop it now, it's too late. Page 50. Lin Mo stared at the bullets that were getting closer and closer to him in an extremely speechless manner. It was easy for him to dodge the bullet, but even if he dodged it, the bullet would hit the frame of the execution platform directly. There is a high probability that the execution platform will fall because of this wave of attacks, and his current position is still 10 meters above the ground. A normal child would either die or be injured if he fell. If he landed unharmed, he would surely attract attention. But if he blocked the bullet directly, the result would be fine. In short, no matter what his choice is, he will inevitably become the focus of everyone's attention. Obviously, he wants to keep a low profile, but why doesn't he always give him a chance to keep a low profile, resignedly? Lin Mo grabbed the iron frame of the execution platform with one hand. Overlay the arming color on the other hand. In front of people, just grab it. Easily grasp the bullet flying at high speed in the palm of your hand. Then, the audience was dumbfounded. After a few seconds, the exclamation sounded again. Huh? True or false? Liar. Oh my God, am I blind? That brat actually catches bullets with his bare hands. That bullet must be fake, right? How could someone catch the bullet with bare hands and be fine? Impossible, impossible. I can't hear gunshots. This bullet cannot be fake. The pirate who shot was startled with cold sweat on his forehead and said in disbelief, "How could this be? My bullet is processed by a special method, and its power is several times stronger than ordinary bullets." Who is that guy? What? Smoker stared blankly at Lin Mo's arm that had returned to its original state. Very shocked. That kid, did you use the arm color just now? Lin Mo, who is still hanging on the iron frame, has become the most beautiful boy in this square at this moment. In this case, there is no need to continue to install. When he let go of his hand, jumped directly from the 10-meter-high shelf and landed firmly on the ground. Out of the corner of his eye, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of a certain coxcomb-haired boy staring at him excitedly among the crowd in the distance. Forehead, Bartolomeo? Why is that guy here? Lin Mo was slightly taken aback. Suddenly, there is a bad premonition. Without thinking too much, I immediately found a direction with few people and walked away quickly. Smoker saw Lin Mo running away. Instruct the men who are still in shock to take these pirates back. Then he quickly chased in the direction Lin Mo was running. That kid is definitely not an ordinary person. He must find out the identity of that kid. Lin Mo knew that Smoker was chasing him, so he deliberately walked into those alleys leading in all directions. As he thought, soon he was ditching Smoker. It was too high profile just now, so it can't be too conspicuous in the future. Lin Mo didn't want countless pairs of eyes staring at him wherever he went. When he was thinking about where to go next, a weapon shop specializing in selling swords fell into his sight. Isn't this the weapon shop where Sauron bought knives in Rogtown 10 years later? Actually came here. It seems that Utaru, one of the 3 generations of demon swords, and one of the 51 craftsmen of good fast swords, are in this shop. Now that you're here, let's go in and have a look. Thinking of this, Lin Mo stepped into the weapon shop without hesitation. What? It turned out to be a child. The owner of the weapon shop, selling a knife, was about to welcome the customers with a smile. When he saw that the person who entered the door was a child, his face collapsed and he muttered dissatisfiedly. Lin Mo casually glanced at the swords and weapons hanging on the wall, and his eyes fell on the 3 sword barrels full of swords placed in the corner. Seeing that Lin Mo seemed interested in those bargains, he said impatiently, "There are all the cheapest knives in the bucket over there, Baileys each. If you want money, just pick one. If you don't have money, get out." Lin Mo ignored him and walked directly towards the 3 sword barrels, intending to find out the 3 generations of ghosts to have a look. When he just walked to the sword barrel, before he started looking for the sword, a slender figure who had just passed by the door of the weapon shop caught his attention. Page 51, as if sensing that someone was looking at him, the people outside the weapon shop suddenly stopped and looked into the shop. The eyes of the two met. Silver-white long curly hair, a silver-white beard on his chin, glasses, and a vertical scar over his right eye. That's right, it's Hades Raleigh. Chapter 34 Rogtown Pluto Rayleigh's invitation to fight Wine Silbaz Raleigh, nicknamed Hades, is the former deputy captain of the Roger Pirates, known as the right wrist of One Piece. After the disbandment of the Roger Pirates, didn't he stay in the Chambord Islands as a coding craftsman? Why did it appear in Rogtown now? Before Lin Mo had time to think about it, Rayleigh turned around and entered the weapon shop. After selling a knife, I saw a guest coming, and I was not happy yet. Seeing that Raleigh was dressed plainly, with a few holes in the white hooded cloak, he looked like a poor man. Selling Edow's face collapsed again, and he said dissatisfiedly, "What's the situation? Today, the people who just opened are all poor ghosts." "Hey, old man, Do you have money to spend? Rayleigh smiled and said, Can't you just look around if you don't have money? After finishing speaking, Rayleigh smiled and walked towards Lin Mo. Rayleigh, this guy, probably came for him. Forget it, ignore him. Lin Mo turned around and continued to rummage in the sword barrel. Found it. Lin Mo pulled out a relatively simple-looking knife with a small piece of white cloth strip on the handle, which was divided into a cross shape, with a handle and a handle from the sword barrel. When he took out the third generation of ghosts, he was still complaining about the price of selling a sword today, but he suddenly became nervous. Even Rayleigh, who had just walked to Lin Mo's side, couldn't help being slightly surprised. This is the third generation Guiche? Lin Mo silently pulled Sandai Guiche out of the scabbard and slashed it casually twice. A chilly air entered his body through the hilt of the sword. Obviously nothing happened, but Lin Mo seemed to smell a faint smell of blood. He even felt the knife, as if trying to erode his consciousness. It is indeed a demon's sword. It's really interesting. The corner of Lin Mo's mouth hooked slightly, and he put the sword into its sheath. Throw the third generation of ghosts into the sword barrel again. Seeing Lin Mo put the 3 generations of ghosts back, and noticing the wooden sword hanging on Lin Mo's waist, Rayleigh couldn't help laughing. If I'm not mistaken, the sword you just took is the 3rd generation of ghosts. Although it is a demon's sword, once you subdue it, it is a good sword. Don't you plan to buy that sword? I have no money, Lin Mo said directly. The 3 bottles of wine he bought at the tavern just now had already used up his savings. Ha ha ha. Rayleigh laughed loudly. It's really a pity. I don't have any money. Otherwise, such a good knife. Even if you don't use it yourself, it's good to buy it and store it at home. Boss. Rayleigh looked at Selly Dow and asked, How much is the sword in the sword barrel? Selling a knife secretly swallowed and said with an ugly face, Baileys. But the knife you just saw, I won't sell it. Huh? It's a pity that they don't sell it. Rayleigh pretended to be sorry. If such a good knife sells for Baileys, I will definitely buy it when I have money. Lin Mo glanced at him speechlessly. Would a guy who sold himself if he had no money, and gambled, and bought wine if he had money, save money to buy a knife that he didn't even use? The result is of course impossible. Lin Mo didn't believe Rayleigh's nonsense. But Mai Dao turned pale when he heard Rayleigh's words. This is a demon's sword. Many people died tragically after wearing it. Now there is no swordsman in the world who uses it. Even if someone who doesn't know uses it, he will disappear from the world. It's like being cursed. In short, even if you have money, I won't sell it. If you die, wouldn't it be that I indirectly killed you? Oh, if that's the case, then why do you still sell the 3rd generation of ghosts in the sword barrel? Raleigh asked curiously. Mai Dao grabbed his hair and said, This cursed knife, I want to get rid of it quickly, but now I am afraid that the person who bought this knife will become a short-lived ghost. No, I can't become an indirect murderer. This knife will not be sold. Even if it is kept in the bottom of the box for a lifetime, it cannot be sold to harm people. Saying that, Mai Dao immediately ran to the sword barrel, quickly found the 3-generation ghost mixed in it, and hugged him in his arms. Both Lin Mo and Rayleigh looked at him speechlessly. Raleigh suddenly laughed. Haha, what an interesting boss. Lin Mo left the weapon shop in silence. Seeing him leave, Raleigh didn't stay long and followed him out. Little ghost, wait a minute, do you know me? Lin Mo shook his head. I don't know. Rayleigh didn't believe it. The way you looked at me in the store just now, you clearly know me. Lin Mo. Raleigh continued. I haven't been to Rogue Town for 5 years. I really miss it. The town is still the same as before. Nothing has changed. Lin Mo continued to walk forward without a word. Page 52. Seeing that Lin Mo ignored him, Rayleigh continued to say to himself, Your way of ignoring people is very similar to the kid that a guy told me about. Your name is Lin Mo, right? Lin Mo? Exclamation point. Pausing in his tracks, Lin Mo looked at Rayleigh. How did this guy know his name? Could it be that Raleigh met someone who told him on the way to Laga Town? Seeing that Lin Mo seemed a little surprised, Rayleigh continued with the corners of his mouth hooked slightly. Don't guess. I met Shanks on the way here, and he told me about it. He also told me that if we meet, pay attention, you will surprise me. Lin Mo was speechless. It's no wonder when you think about it. After all, Shanks was once an intern crew member on the former One Piece Roger's ship, and Raleigh was the deputy captain on Roger's ship. After meeting the former deputy captain, it is normal for the red hair to tell Rayleigh about him. Little devil. Rayleigh stared at Lin Mo's wine gourd and asked, "Do you still have wine?" Lin Mo. "Haha. Don't be so nervous. I won't take your drink idea. I know the owner of a nearby tavern. How about it? Would you like to have some drinks with me?" "Okay. Drinking? Sounds good." Lin Mo was slightly shaken. Rayleigh could tell at a glance that Lin Mo had already moved his heart. He patted him on the back and walked forward. "I heard from Shanks that you can hold a good amount of alcohol. Just right. Let's fight to see who can hold a better amount of alcohol, huh?" Lin Mo passively followed Rayleigh forward. Not long after they left the alley, Bartolomeo, a boy with a green cockscomb head, appeared in the weapon shop that sold one knife. "Huh, are you Bartolomeo from the next street?" Mai Dao was shocked when he saw the cockscomb head. Bartolomeo hooked the corner of his mouth, holding a mace in his hand, and said with a smirk, "Hand over the sword that kid was looking at just now." Sword? What sword? I don't understand what you're talking about." Mai Dao tried to get away with it. Bartolomeo directly smashed the small counter in the store with a mace, and said in an arrogant tone, "I'll give you one last chance. If you don't hand over the sword, I'll smash your store." "Hey, don't. I'll pay it. Can I still pay it?" Selling a sword was so frightened that he ran to the warehouse to look for a sword, originally wanting to fool around with a similar one. Result: Bartolomeo yelled outside, "If you give me a fake one, I'll kill you." This scares the hell out of selling a knife. Bartolomeo is the little bully of these streets. He has done almost all bad things. Even the Navy has a headache for him. If you don't follow his words, you might really die. I hesitated. Selling a knife and gritting his teeth, he still took out the 3 generations of ghosts. Anyway, he has always wanted to deal with this demon's sword. Just right. Let this little villain take it away. Even if this little villain dies, no one will be sorry. After Bartolomeo got the sword, he left the weapon shop. Walking in the alley with the sword in his arms, what he couldn't get out of his mind was the scene of Lin Mo catching the bullet with his bare hands. The more I think about it, the more I can't stop being excited. He decided to use this sword for his own benefit and let that formidable boy become his subordinate. Chapter 35. Rogtown come to the competition. Lin Mo boy, at Raleigh's kind invitation. Lin Mo followed him to a certain tavern with half push and half push. Looking at the tavern owner, who was cleaning the bar in front of him, Lin Mo was speechless for a while. That's right. Rayleigh took him to the same tavern where he bought the rum earlier. "Little ghost, why are you?" Before the tavern owner finished speaking, his eyes were attracted by Rayleigh, who walked into the tavern with Lin Mo and was wearing a hood. Rayleigh took off his hood and said with a smile, "Boss, long time no see. Are you Rayleigh?" The tavern owner was shocked. "Mr. Rayleigh, I remember that you haven't been to Rogtown for many years, right?" "Yeah, it's been 5 years." Rayleigh took Lin Mo and sat down directly at the bar. The tavern owner immediately poured him a glass of rum, and his eyes were a little moist. "You returned to Rogtown this time because of that incident, right?" Rayleigh drank down the glass of rum, wiped his mouth, and said with a smile, "Yes, Roger's death anniversary will be in a few days, and I came here this time to remember him." "Hey, is it okay to say it so directly?" The tavern owner looked at Lin Mo more and asked worriedly. Rayleigh waved his hand indifferently. "It's okay. This kid can be trusted." "Huh? Do you know this brat?" the tavern owner asked in surprise. Rayleigh took a look at Lin Mo and said with a smile, "Although we met for the first time today, I believe that with the eyes of red hair, he will not misjudge anyone." Lin Mo said speechlessly. "So, you plan to let me watch you drink?" Rayleigh was stunned for a moment, and then laughed loudly. "Haha, the boss serves the wine, and all the bills will be charged to me." "Hey, good." The tavern owner nodded, and immediately took out several bottles of wine and put them on the bar. Page 53. The old and the young, sitting side by side, immediately drank from the bottle, enjoying themselves. Until near noon. Looking at the empty tavern, Rayleigh asked strangely, "Lin Mo and I have been drinking for several hours. Why didn't other customers enter the tavern?" The owner of the tavern waved his hand and said, "Since Roger's death, the business in my store has been declining day by day. Maybe because of the name of the store, People in the town are unwilling to drink here again. Only some pirates who admire Roger they will come over to cheer. But a while ago, after a Navy captain named Smog was transferred here, even the pirates are less here now. Speaking of this, the expression of the tavern owner couldn't help but dimmed. Raleigh stared at him in silence. A long time. Suddenly he laughed again, just about to pat Lin Mo on the shoulder, who was still drinking. Hands just dropped. Lin Mo directly turned slightly to avoid it. A trace of surprise flashed in Lei Li's eyes, and he withdrew his hand immediately and said with a smile, "Little brat, do you have anything to do this afternoon?" Lin Mo looked at him speechlessly and shook his head. Rayleigh grinned and said, "Since you have nothing to do, how about going hunting with me?" Lin Mo stared at him strangely. Hunt? What does this guy want to do? However, maybe going hunting with this guy can also trigger the sign-in-progress task. Without thinking too much, Lin Mo nodded and said, "Okay." Rayleigh looked at the tavern owner. "I'll pay for the drink at night." The tavern owner quickly waved his hand and said, "No need. How can I take your money? This drink is treated as my invitation to you." "That's not acceptable." Laylee stood up straight away and looked at Lin Mo. "Let's go, Lin Mo." N. Lin Mo nodded indifferently, jumped off the high stool, and left the tavern with Laylee. The two came to the street with the most traffic in Rogtown together. Looking at the crowd, Raleigh grinned and said, "Rogtown is the closest town to the Great Airway. Lin Mo, you should go to the Great Airway next, right?" Lin Mo responded indifferently. "Yes." Raleigh continued, "Shanks and I met at the entrance of the Great Airway. At that time he boasted you to the sky. I thought he was deliberately exaggerating. It seems that I was wrong. You may be more talented than I expected." Lin Mo, question mark. What is this guy talking about out of nowhere? Laylee smiled and continued, "Actually, from the first time I saw you, I realized that you are different from ordinary people. Seeing that you are wearing a wooden sword, you should be a swordsman. A powerful swordsman. The most commendable thing is to have a calm heart that is indifferent to everything. Over the years, I have met many people, and I have fought against many powerful swordsmen. Among the people I have met, the one who can truly be as calm as water, very few. But you are the youngest of all the people I have met, and the person with the most potential to become a swordsman." Lin Mo then. Laylee said with a smile, "The red hair said that you have awakened the three-color domineering, and you have mastered it to a high degree. If it is true, then you are really a well-deserved little monster." Lin Mo said speechlessly, "What do you want to say?" Raleigh smiled and said, "I can see that you are a person who yearns for freedom. Travelers are indeed a good choice. But what kind of changes will happen in the future? What kind of events will you experience? And what kind of problems will you encounter? People, no one can say for sure. It is difficult to truly stay true to your original intention and live the way you want, but I hope you can do it." So, what the hell is Rayleigh trying to do? Lin Mo now regrets why he agreed to go hunting with him. Lin Mo seemed speechless. Laylee couldn't help laughing and said, "Haha, I accidentally said too much. Then from now on, let's compete. Lin Mo boy, let's compare and see who catches the most bounty criminals. If you win, I can promise to do one thing for you. If I win, just buy me a good drink, how about it?" It seems that regardless of winning or losing, Lin Mo is not at a loss. So what's the point of this bet? Lin Mo really didn't understand Lei Li's purpose for doing this. However, after thinking about it, this is also good. As long as you don't cheat him. It happened that I had no money in my pocket. Catching some bounty criminals and going to the Navy to exchange Bailey is indeed the fastest way to make money. Think of this. Lin Mo nodded, expressing his agreement to the competition. Raleigh bared his teeth and said, "Then let's limit it to 2 hours. After 2 hours, we'll bring all the bounty criminals we catch here and see who catches the most." "It is good. Then let's start now." As soon as Raleigh finished speaking, he disappeared with a schwa. Lin Mo's eyes flickered. So fast. He didn't even see what Rayleigh was doing. As expected of Hades Rayleigh. Sure enough. Well, since that's the case, he's going to start too. Lin Mo immediately speeded up and found some reward lists first. Then with the help of knowledge, quickly capture the target. Page 54. In just 1 hour, 5 bounty criminals were caught. When he found the 6th target and was about to do it, suddenly, there was a loud explosion in the direction of the port. Chapter 36. Lin Mo, who is being targeted in Rogtown. The situation at the port. Lin Mo didn't know, nor was he interested in knowing. He just wants to catch more bounty criminals, surpassing Raleigh. Since he had agreed to compete against Rayleigh, he had no intention of losing. It's just that the sixth bounty he was eyeing got mixed into the crowd watching the fun just because of the explosion at the port. Without thinking too much, Lin Mo followed. Also mixed in the crowd, when getting closer to the target and preparing to make a move, Riley appeared out of nowhere, right in front of his face, and quickly knocked his target unconscious. Then he moved that guy very quickly and withdrew from the crowd with lightning speed. Before withdrawing, Raleigh gave him a smug smile. Lin Mo. On purpose. That Rayleigh guy definitely did it on purpose. Lin Mo was speechless for a while. Now he can only find new targets again. When he was about to walk back, he turned his gaze and suddenly found a certain alley. Coxcomb Bartolomeo, who is holding a sword, is looking around, as if looking for something. Lin Mo's eyes fell on the sword held by Bartolomeo. Isn't that the third generation of ghosts? How could it be in the hands of that guy? Before Lin Mo had time to think about it, Bartolomeo spotted him. The two looked at each other. Bartolomeo's eyes gradually became excited. Lin Mo. Sure enough, that guy was looking for him. Seeing Bartolomeo coming, without saying a word, Lin Mo immediately ran out of the crowd. He didn't want to be entangled with that guy Bartolomeo. But no matter how fast Lin Mo is, in Luaga town, where he was unfamiliar, he was stopped by someone in a small alley. Bartolomeo hugged the third-generation ghost, blocked in front of Lin Mo, and said excitedly, "The guy who caught the bullet with his bare hands finally found you, Lin Mo." Bartolomeo handed the third generation of ghosts over in a big way. "I saw you in the weapon shop in the morning, and you couldn't put it down. You must like this knife very much. I'm giving it to you." Lin Mo glanced at the 3 generations of ghosts handed over by Bartolomeo. There was another burst of speechlessness in my heart. When did he show that he couldn't put it down? Seeing that Lin Mo hadn't spoken, Bartolomeo continued, "Haha, I know you must be embarrassed to take the gift for nothing. It's okay. This knife is just a gift for meeting. I, Bartolomeo, now formally invite you, become my super powerful left and right hand." Lin Mo said directly, "I refuse." Then he walked past Bartolomeo expressionlessly. Huh. Bartolomeo was stunned for a moment, then turned back immediately, blocked in front of Lin Mo again, and said seriously, "Now I am the boss of the underworld who has commanded 3 streets. Follow me. I guarantee you will eat well every day. No one dares to bully you." Lin Mo didn't bother to talk to him, and walked past him again. Bartolomeo was greatly shocked, and angrily pulled the third generation of Guache out of the scabbard, and pointed the tip of the sword at Lin Mo. "Hey, I am seriously inviting you. How can you refuse me?" He had just finished speaking when he shivered suddenly. Originally, he didn't want to really attack Lin Mo, but his body involuntarily moved forward, holding Sandai Guache, and slammed towards Lin Mo. "Hey, what's going on? What's wrong with my body? Hey, get out of the way." Bartolomeo's face changed drastically, and he quickly shouted at Lin Mo. Lin Mo turned sideways. Bartolomeo made a cut. When he raised his knife to slash at Lin Mo again, Lin Mo raised his hand and hit Bartolomeo's sword hand hard. The intense pain made Bartolomeo let go of his hand, and Sandai Onitsu fell to the ground. At the same time, Bartolomeo also returned to his original form. Looking at his hands, he looked at the knife on the ground. Bartolomeo felt chills. What kind of ghost knife is this? It can control me to cut people. Lin Mo said calmly. Only those who are not determined will be controlled by the knife. After speaking, he continued to move forward. Bartolomeo looked at Lin Mo's back in shock, scratched his head. In my mind, I remembered Lin Mo slashing the knife like a normal person in the morning. Page 55. The more he thought about it, the stronger the admiration in his heart became. As expected of the person I like. Bartolomeo clenched his fist and said excitedly, "That's great. Sure enough, only such a person is worthy to be my Barto's partner." Just when Lin Mo left this alley and stepped into the main street again, in my mind, the system prompt sounded. DD, obtain the worship of Bartolomeo, sign in progress 10, the current total progress is 30, and reward the new skill fairy ball. Immediately afterwards, Information about the fairy ball quickly flooded into his mind. Lin Mo involuntarily stopped in his tracks. Fairy ball is fairy tale, a legendary super magic that can create an invincible protective ball with a wide range, and even freeze all time inside the protective ball. This is a very powerful defensive magic skill. Lin Mo didn't expect that he could get such a powerful skill from Bartolomeo. Earned. It seems that the kid is still useful. Lin Mo was in a good mood and was ready to continue hunting. While checking the reward list, a tall man with curly hair wearing a green eye patch on his forehead, wearing a white suit vest and a dark blue shirt, passed in front of him on a bicycle with a chill in him. Lin Mo looked up unconsciously, although the other party has already driven away on a bicycle. Just looking at the other party's distinctive hairstyle and attire, Lin Mo recognized the other party's identity. It's Admiral Akiji. Forget about Raleigh. The purpose of his coming to Rog Town is to pay homage to Roger. But why did this majestic Admiral Akiji come to Rog Town at this time? Could it be that he came to find Smoker? In Lin Mo's impression, the relationship between Akiji and Smoker is indeed pretty good. Lin Mo didn't have time to think about it. A motorcycle engine sounded. Smoker arrives on his smoke-propelled amphibious trike. Akiji and Smoker met each other smoothly. The two stopped directly in the middle of the road to exchange a few words. As for what they talked about, Lin Mo was not interested at all and was about to leave directly. Smoker's eyes suddenly caught a glimpse of Lin Mo's figure and immediately started the three-wheeled motorcycle and drove towards Lin Mo's direction. A handsome flick directly in front of Lin Mo stopped him. Lin Mo stared at him speechlessly. Smoker bit his cigar and said solemnly, "Little devil, I think you are still running there." Qingji chased after him on a bicycle, stopped beside Lin Mo, sized him up, looked at Smoker, and asked, "Smoger, you came to stop this brat in such a hurry. Did he commit a crime? What's the matter?" Chapter 37 The Admiral Who Implements Laziness and Justice in Rogue Town. Smoker stared at Lin Mo and said, "This kid is not an ordinary person." On the execution platform in the morning, he took a special bullet fired by a pirate with his armed color. "Oh, are you armed?" Qingji looked at Lin Mo, noticed the wooden sword hanging on Lin Mo's waist, and asked, "Little devil, are you a swordsman?" Lin Mo said indifferently, "It is." Akiji looked at Smoker with a serious face, waved his hand, and said, "He's just a wandering swordsman, and he hasn't done anything bad. It's all right. All right, don't look murderous, let him go." "Smoker." Akiji pointed to the direction of the port. "When I came, I happened to meet the pirates who were bombing the port. I obviously said that I didn't come to catch them, but I wanted to fight with me. They are frozen, and your people seem to be heading to the port. They probably don't know that the people frozen by me are very fragile and can be easily smashed to death. If you don't go there quickly, many people may die. Although they are all pirates, if you think it doesn't matter if those pirates are dead, then forget it. Akiji has the ability to freeze fruit. He can freeze everything he touches and can turn any part of his body into ice. The light blue ice cubes produced can be changed at will to create any type of weapon attack target. With the strength of Akiji, it can freeze all substances without even touching it, including freezing part of the sea surface. Therefore, he often hangs out on the sea by bicycle in the form of freezing the sea water under his feet. And the person or creature frozen by him will not die immediately, but will appear in a state of suspended animation, and the body will become fragile like ice, easily shattered and killed by a small impact. If it is thawed in time, it can survive. Smoker frowned and said in a displeased tone, "Damn it. Then you help me watch this kid and wait for me to come back. Don't let him run away. I still have something to ask him." "Okay, got it, let's go," Akiji lazily said. Smogdo glanced at Lin Mo, immediately changed direction, and drove towards the port quickly on a motorcycle. After he leaves, Qingji yawned suddenly. "I'm so sleepy, it's time for a nap." Qingji looked at Lin Mo. "Little devil, Smoker said he wanted to ask you something. Can you go to the naval base and wait for him?" Lin Mo, question mark. "If you don't speak, it's your acquiescence." "Ah, I'm so sleepy, let's go." Akiji once again rode on his beloved bicycle and walked away. Lin Mo stood where he was, looking at Qingji's leaving back with some amusement. As expected of an admiral who enforces laziness and justice. "You can be as lazy as you can be," smiled. Page 56. Lin Mo didn't stay here for long. He had to hurry up and catch the bounty offender. Although I wasted a few minutes here, does not affect the speed of his arrest. Until it was almost time for the match with Rayleigh. Almost at the same time, the two dragged the bounty offenders who were tied together with hemp rope and had been knocked out to the agreed place. Oh, not bad. You caught more than I expected. Rayleigh glanced at the 10 people dragged by Lin Mo and smiled. Lin Mo also glanced at the prisoner Rayleigh had caught. There are actually 11. Among them was a guy who was targeted by him, but was cut off by Rayleigh. Although there is only one person short, you still lost. Rayleigh smiled and said, "Little devil, I am willing to accept the bet, but you can't play tricks?" "Understood," Lin Mo said speechlessly. "If you lose, you lose. There is nothing to say." "Ha ha ha, I really like your mentality." Rayleigh threw the end of the hemp rope that tied the prisoners to Lin Mo. Lin Mo caught it smoothly. Rayleigh continued, "Even if I retire, my bounty list is still pending in the Navy. After all, to the Navy, I am still a pirate, and I am not suitable to go to the Navy to receive the reward. So, you go, the reward you get. We share equally." Lin Mo. In fact, he didn't want to go either. But, if you want to get the bounty of these bounty criminals, you must get Smoker's signature. If you don't go to the naval garrison base, you can't get the money. Without money, you can't buy wine. Without alcohol, he will have a headache, and so, after going around and around, he still had to go to the naval garrison base. "Okay," Lin Mo said speechlessly. Rayleigh laughed and said, "Then I'll wait for your return at the tavern." "Huh." Finished. Rayleigh turned around and walked towards the tavern with confidence. Lin Mo dragged the 21 people on the way to the naval base. When passing the central square, it attracted the attention of many people. "Look, what is that kid doing? He is so strong that he can drag so many people. By the way, who is he dragging? Huh? Isn't that the gangster who has a reward of Baileys on West Street? The bounty criminals from East Street are also in there. Oh my God, the brat dragged all the bounty criminals, right? It seems to be, wait, why does this kid look so familiar to me? I remembered. It was him in the morning, the one who caught the bullet with his bare hands. I remembered it too. Oh my God, what is the origin of this brat? He catches bullets with his bare hands, and jumping from such a high place is fine. Now he has caught so many bounty criminals. He is too powerful, right?" Lin Mo continued walking in silence, completely ignoring the surrounding voices, until I came to Smoker's naval office base. The Navy station here saw a child dragging 21 stunned people over. Everyone was dumbfounded. "Little ghost, who are you dragging?" One of the Navy couldn't help asking. Lin Mo said with a sullen face, "Offer a reward." Huh. The Navy was shocked. Could it be that these people are all bounty criminals? Lin Mo, yeah. My God, did you catch this all by yourself? Lin Mo, no. Ahem. Then let's help you drag these guys to Mr. Smoker's office. Lin Mo nodded lightly. Then several Marines enthusiastically surrounded him and helped him carry the bounty criminals into Smoker's office. Originally, Smoker's office was not very big. All of a sudden, most of the space was occupied by these 21 unconscious people. Lin Mo didn't wait too long. Soon, Smoker's voice came from the corridor outside. "Smoker, did anyone come to see me while I was away?" "A certain Navy." "No, Xiao Xiao." "Smoker, that guy Akiji, forget it. You go and thaw those frozen pirates first." "A certain Navy." "Yes, Xiao Xiao then." Smoker opened the door to his office. Page 57, when he saw a mountain of people piled up in the office. He stopped suddenly at the door, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Who will tell me what is going on with these people? Chapter 38, The Invitation of Rogue Town. Smoker Rogue Town is the nearest town to the entrance of the Great Airway. Exactly. This town gathers many bounty convicts who want to go to the Great Route. Where there are bounties, especially where there are a lot of bounties, there are bounty hunters. Smoker has been stationed in Rogue Town since he was transferred. Every now and then, a bounty hunter would come to him with a bounty offer to sign and receive the bounty. Generally, bounty hunters bring 2 or 3 bounty criminals. But what's the situation now? "Ah, Xiao Xiao, Smoker, you are back." A sailor hurried over and reported. "Xiao Xiao, these are bounty criminals. We have checked them." "Forehead, these are all bounty criminals." Smoker froze. Immediately, Lin Mo's attention was drawn to Lin Mo. who was leaning against the inner wall of the office and drinking. It's that brat. Smoker frowned. Walking around the pile of people in the middle of the office, he walked towards Lin Mo. Little devil, you caught these guys? Lin Mo put down the wine gourd, looked at Smoker indifferently, and nodded indifferently, although only half of it was caught by him. If you say it directly, I'm afraid it will arouse the suspicion of the smoker. Smoker narrowed his eyes slightly. Are you a bounty hunter? I am a traveler. Traveler. Smoker didn't believe it. Does a traveler need to catch so many bounty criminals? Are you so short of money? Lin Mo gave in him, without denying it, although there are still doubts about Lin Mo's identity. However, Smoker was certain of one thing. This kid should not be a pirate. Hey, what's the total bounty for these guys? Smoker glanced at the sailors standing at the door. Hai Bing immediately stood up straight and reported. Report, the total is 450 million Baileys. Register all these guys. Report, already registered. Smoker continued. Bring me the form and sign it. Hai Bing. Yes, Xiao. As he said that, Hai Bing immediately handed over the reward list that had been recorded long ago. Smoker signed his name directly, and then handed the list to Lin Mo. Lin Mo accepted it without hesitation. The goal has been achieved, it's time to withdraw. When he was about to leave, Smoker stopped him. I still have something to ask you. What's your name? Lin Mo said speechlessly. Lin Mo. Age? 10 years old. Huh? 10 years old. Smoker was stunned for a moment, and continued to ask. When did you start practicing armed color? Lin Mo stared at him speechlessly. Less than a month. What? Smoker was stunned for a moment, and then he laughed loudly. Haha. Don't you make drafts when you lie? You've only practiced armament for a month, and it's absolutely impossible to catch bullets with your bare hands. Lin Mo was too lazy to explain. At this time, outside the office, a lazy voice suddenly came in. Why are there so many people? Akiji appeared at the door. When he saw that Lin Mo was also in Smoker's office, he couldn't help scratching his head. Huh? Are you really here? What's really coming? Smoker asked strangely. Qingji waved his hand. It's nothing important. So what on earth are you here in Rog Town? Smoker asked speechlessly. Can't you come if you have nothing to do? Just pass by here, just drop by to see you. It's just right here. Smoker continued, biting his cigar. Roger's death day will be in a few days, and there will be many pirates who admire Roger to pay homage to him. If you are fine, stay in the let's help catch the pirates. Akiji looked disgusted. I'm not here to catch pirates. This is your job, you catch it yourself. Page 58 Smoker said speechlessly. You are also a navy. Isn't it your duty to catch pirates? It's really troublesome. Akiji scratched his head, not motivated at all. I just passed by here for a walk. A few little pirates, you can just catch them yourself. Smoker, you are the general of the headquarters. Is it appropriate to say such a thing? You really haven't changed at all. Qingji waved his hand and said, Forget it. Since you have said so, I will help you this time as hard as I can. Why are you reluctantly helping me this time? Smoke's forehead was bulging with veins. You are also a navy, and catching pirates is what you should do. Okay, I see. Don't be angry. What about this brat? Qingji asked Lin Mo, who was walking towards the door. Smoker narrowed his eyes slightly. Suddenly, his lower body turned into a cloud of smoke. Swiped to appear at the door, stopping Lin Mo again. Smoker is the ability user of the smoke fruit of the natural devil fruit, which can be turned into smoke by relying on the ability of the fruit. His smoke can also materialize and trap enemies. Although his ability looks very troublesome, in the world of pirates, it is an unremarkable one in the natural department. It can be seen from the fact that he has never won a fight with anyone after chasing Luffy to the Great Route in the future. Lin Mo, you don't leave until I finish asking. Smaller stood in front of Lin Mo and said solemnly. Lin Mo. Smoker, you're not from Logtown, are you? Although Lin Mo didn't want to talk to him much, if he didn't cooperate, it would be very troublesome to be entangled by this guy. After thinking about it, he nodded. Smoker continued. Where are you from? Windmill Village. Huh? Windmill Village? It sounds familiar. Smoker thought for a while, but couldn't remember. Akiji touched his chin and reminded him. Is this Garp's hometown? Smoker was shocked. Yes. Windmill Village is indeed the hometown of Lieutenant General Garp. Since you are from Windmill Village, do you know Lieutenant General Garp? Although Lin Mo did know Carp, and just dumped that old dog skin plaster from Barty the other day. But to be honest, I'm afraid he will be asked endlessly by the smoker. Without thinking too much, Lin Mo shook his head and said, I've heard of it, but I haven't seen it. No? Are you sure? Smoker asked suspiciously. At this time, Akiji suddenly sat cross-legged on the ground. Smoker looked at him speechlessly. What are you doing? I'm tired of standing, sit down. Qingji waved his hand. Don't worry about me. You can continue. The rhythm was disrupted at once. Smoker said with a headache. Forget it. Kid, let me ask you one last thing. You said you are a traveler, so where are you going next? Lin Mo said without hesitation. The Great Route. Smoker froze for a moment. Are you planning to go alone? Lin Mo, yeah. Do you know where the Great Route is? A brat like you. You're courting death if you go there. Smog, what you said is a bit serious. Akiji held his side face with one hand, tilted his head, and said expressionlessly, maybe this kid can really make a name for himself on the Great Route. What kind of fame can a traveler make? After all, he is only a 10-year-old kid. Smoker stared at Lin Mo and insisted, since you are going to the Great Route, then call me once. If you win, I will not hinder you anymore. If you lose, join the Navy. Chapter 39, The Navy Colonel in Rogue Town Who Tries to Push His Feet. In fact, Smoker made a secret decision when he saw Lin Mo catching bullets with his bare hands in the morning. If Lin Mo is not a pirate, he will pull Lin Mo to be a Navy. It's not just Lin Mo's talent for armed color that he has shown at such a young age. There is also Lin Mo's ability to remain calm and observe carefully. The speed of the bullet is quite fast. Ordinary people, even if they can block the attack of bullets, it is difficult to achieve the insight to accurately catch the bullets. As long as there is a slight mistake, the result will be a bloody and painful price. But Lin Mo did it easily. That's why Smoker pays so much attention to him. If Lin Mo is allowed to join the Navy by taking this opportunity, it will definitely be a profit, but not a loss. Smoker's meaning has been made very clear. Lin Mo was speechless in his heart. It seemed that Smoker had planned his wishful thinking from the very beginning, and was just waiting for him to fall into the trap. If he really wanted to be in the Navy, he would have agreed to Garp when he was recruiting him, so he still needs to wait until now. Lin Mo didn't intend to fight, nor did he want to join the Navy, and was just about to refuse. Akiji's lazy voice sounded again. This brat is not a pirate, isn't he? He didn't hang any bounty on his body, and he didn't seem to have committed any crime. He openly bullied the younger. This doesn't seem to be your style, Smoker. Smoker glared at Akiji with a headache. Which side are you from? Page 59. Qingji waved his hand and said, of course I'm on the side of justice. Don't just think about fighting and killing all day long. The weather is so good. Isn't it uncomfortable to find a sunny place to sleep? Smoker. Being said so by Qingji, it seems that he is really bullying Lin Mo. There was a drop of cold sweat on Smoker's forehead. After all, he is only in his 20s, still very young, so he still needs to save face. Hey, Lin Mo. Smoker coughed dryly and continued. It's just a competition. You shouldn't refuse, right? Lin Mo said directly. I refuse. Smoker choked on the cigar he was smoking and coughed several times. Ahem. Cough. It's okay if you don't compare. Then you join the Navy directly. Do not. Little devil, don't push yourself too hard. Akiji suddenly interjected again. It seems that you are the one who is making progress now, Smoker. Smoker. Smoker was angry. Qingji, did you come to Luoga town just to tear down my platform? No. Akiji scratched his head with an innocent face. I'm just seeking truth from facts. If someone doesn't want to join the Navy, I won't join. Why do you have to drag him into the Navy? Lin Mo's talent. It's a pity not to join the Navy. To put it nicely now, he's just a traveler. What if he joins the pirates in the future? Smoker said, frowning tightly. Qingji looked at Lin Mo and asked, Little ghost, are you going to be a pirate? Lin Mo said speechlessly, not interested. Look. Akiji looked at Smoker again and continued. He said he's not interested in pirates. Can you let him go? Smoker is quite speechless now. A few sailors stared awkwardly outside the door. What he did was whether he was advancing or retreating. If he is really stubborn and fights Lin Mo, whether he wins or loses, his reputation is sure to stink. The most annoying thing for him is that this hateful Akiji didn't help him. If Lin Mo is a pirate or a bounty criminal with a bounty on his body, then he still has reason to fight Lin Mo. But they are not pirates and there is no bounty. This is very difficult. After considering the pros and cons, Smoker bit his cigar and said unwillingly, "Let's go. You better not let me catch you. Or even if I chase you to the ends of the earth, I will catch you with my own hands. Lin Mo, as far as your strength is concerned, save it." Lin Mo let out a faint "oh." Smoker moved a step aside to make way for him. Lin Mo left the office, and under the leadership of the soldiers outside the door, he got the bounty. Come out of the naval garrison base. Lin Mo followed the route he remembered and went straight back to Roger's tavern. Laylee was chatting with the tavern owner. Seeing Lin Mo came back, he smiled and said, "How is it? How much did you get?" Lin Mo took out the divided Bailey, kept 200 million for himself, and gave Laylee the remaining 250 million. After all, Rayleigh had caught one more person than him. Rayleigh kept 100 million for himself and gave the 150 million to the tavern owner. "Huh, that's too much, Mr. Rayleigh. I can't accept this money," the tavern owner said and wanted to return the money to Rayleigh. Laylee smiled and said, "I will stay in Rog Town for the next few days, and I will just stay in your tavern. This money will be my drink and accommodation expenses." "Yes, but this is too much." The tavern owner wondered. "Mr. Raleigh, I really can't take your money. If you don't accept it, then I will take Lin Mo to drink in other taverns." As he said that, Raleigh really stood up. The tavern owner had no choice but to compromise. "Okay then, I'll take the money from the head office." The tavern owner looked at Lin Mo and asked, "Little ghost, you are not from Rog Town, are you? If you have no place to go, you can live in the tavern like Mr. Raleigh. Before you leave, you can drink whatever you want." Lin Mo nodded. "Okay. Anyway, it's the same for him wherever he lives." "Lin Mo," Laylee suddenly said, "you owe me a fine wine." Lin Mo said speechlessly, "I know." Raleigh continued, "Since the boss said that he would pay for all the wine we drank before we left, we can only wait until we leave Rog Town. When we meet again next time, you can invite me again." Lin Mo. "Ha ha ha." Laylee laughed and drank the wine, opened a bottle for Lin Mo, and pushed it in front of him. Lin Mo picked up the wine bottle speechlessly and just took a sip. Suddenly there was a sound of footsteps at the door of the tavern. A group of vicious people kicked open the small wooden door of the tavern and walked in noisily. "Take out all the wine." The man in the lead, with a fat body and two big axes hanging from his waist, looked very powerful. "Sorry," the tavern owner said blankly. "This shop has already been booked. You go to another tavern for a drink." "Hey, do you know who our boss is? You dare to talk to our boss like that, you want to die. Hurry up and take out all the wine if you are sensible, or your shop will be smashed." Page 60. A group of younger brothers behind the fat man in the lead shouted arrogantly. At this time, a thin-looking man wearing a gown with a red snake pattern and a blue and white striped turban on his head followed the group of people and appeared at the entrance of the tavern. "Get out of the way," the hooded man said coldly. The two people standing in front of him glanced back at him with disdain. "Who is this?" "Do not know. Dare you tell us to get out of the way? You're laughing so hard. If you don't want to get hurt, get out." The two laughed wantonly. The man in the turban pulled out a double-barreled gun expressionlessly, and without blinking his eyes, he shot the two unrecognizable guys headshot with 2 shots without hesitation. Chapter 40. The Appreciation of Raleigh, King of Pluto in Rogue Town. "Bastard. You are courting death. Brothers, come on. Kill the guy who shot." The companions of the two who were headshot immediately rushed towards the man in the hood at the door, roaring, "It's you who are courting death." The man in the hood narrowed his eyes slightly, put away the double-barreled gun, took out 2 crutches with ball-shaped ends, and swished quickly through the group of people. When he stopped in front of the fat man, the boss of the group, the whole tavern fell silent. Without exception, everyone behind the man in the hood fell to the ground and lost their breath. The fat man, who was still very proud, turned extremely pale in an instant. "You bastard, you actually killed all of my people, and I want you to pay for it." As he said that, the fat man immediately pulled out his double axes and slashed at the man in the hood. "Huh." The man in the hood snorted coldly, and with one turn, he easily smashed the big-faced man's tomahawk, and with another turn, He hit the big-faced man's face directly, knocking him out, and slammed into the opposite side. The wall. Bastard, what did you do to my tavern? The tavern owner's face changed drastically. Both Lin Mo and Lei Li stared at the man in the hood in silence. Raleigh didn't know the identity of this guy, but Lin Mo knew. It's akin to Ghost, the captain of the Creek Pirates. Creek was the pirate leader who was killed by Lin Mo and Barty before. Little devil, I've been looking for you. Ajin stared at Lin Mo fiercely. When Creek went to Barty before, he didn't follow because he had a mission. When he knew that Creek was dead, he almost collapsed. It can be said that Ajin is the Creek Pirates and the most sincere person to Creek. In order to avenge Creek, he searched for Lin Mo's whereabouts all the way. That's why it's here. Lin Mo stared at him speechlessly. Ajin is a ruthless but reciprocating person. If the plot of the original book is followed, Akin will be indebted to Sanji 10 years later, and even knocked out Crick, who he supported the most, in order to repay his favor. But now Crick was killed by Lin Mo. Lin Mo was also ungrateful to Ajin, so it was expected that he would be hunted down. Oh, it seems that the enmity between the two of you is very deep. Layli looked like a theatergoer and continued to drink with a smile. The tavern owner was very angry. Even if there is any hatred, don't make trouble in my tavern. Really, a few tables have been broken. Ajin looked sullenly, looking at the tavern owner with a fierce look in his eyes. He took out the double-barreled gun directly, aimed at the tavern owner, and shot him. The tavern keeper was taken aback. Layli held the wine bottle in one hand and drank, while with the other hand he pulled out the long sword hanging from his waist. The moment the bullet flew past him, he used the blade to reverse the trajectory of the bullet. The bullet grazed the innkeeper's hair and slammed into the wine rack behind him, shattering a bottle. Ajin frowned slightly. Layli said regretfully, "Really, a good bottle of wine was wasted." Humph. Ajin snorted coldly and focused his gaze on Lin Mo again. Without saying a word, he fired several shots at Lin Mo. When the bullet flew out of the barrel, Ajin immediately took out his crutches and rushed towards Lin Mo. Lin Mo tilted his head twice silently, dodging all the flying bullets. When Ajin got close, Lin Mo immediately pulled out Lake Toya. It's just a good time to try swordsmanship and avoidance. His eyes flashed. Lin Mo immediately swung the knife at high speed, spinning the domineering aura around the sword aura he cut out. The sword chi entwined by domineering energy seemed to have gained consciousness. He turned around to avoid Ajin's crutches and hit Ajin hard on the back with a direct blow. A mouthful of blood spurted from his mouth. Ajin fell face down to the ground, rolled his eyes white, and passed out. Page 61. Okay, that's amazing. The tavern owner was stunned. Layli's originally relaxed expression froze for a while when Lin Mo used the magic evasion trick. This is, Raleigh said in surprise. Could it be that this is God's avoidance? Lin Mo silently hung Lake Toya back around his waist, held the wine bottle, and drank. Layli's eyes on Lin Mo changed. He can be sure that what Lin Mo used just now was divine avoidance. This is Roger's sword skill. Even if they know the principle of this trick, most people can't learn it at all. Even if there is talent, it will take a long time to practice. How did Lin Mo do it? Originally, Layli didn't quite believe what Hong Fa said, that Lin Mo would be a person who could stir up the world in the future. Now he believes. Even that man's sword skills can be learned and used easily. Definitely not Fanpin. Aren't you going to avoid it? Lin Mo said blankly after taking a sip of his wine. When he came back to his senses, Raleigh felt that there were quite a few Marines in the alley outside, and they were coming because of the movement here. This little devil's knowledgeable color is also very good. Layli couldn't help but look at him more, his eyes full of appreciation. Layli immediately smiled, got up, and looked at the tavern owner. "Boss, I will borrow your warehouse to hide for a while." The tavern owner was unclear, so he nodded. Raleigh walked directly towards the warehouse inside the tavern that was dedicated to storing alcohol. Not long after he entered the warehouse, Smoker came with several Marines. Looking at the corpses all over the floor, Smoker couldn't help but frown, and looked at Lin Mo, who was at the bar, drinking like a normal person. It's this brat again. Could it be that he killed these people? Smog looked back at the Navy and said, "Drag these guys out." "Yes." All the navies got the order and immediately stepped forward and started to work. Smoker, on the other hand, sat down next to Lin Mo. His gaze could not help falling on Lin Mo's other side, an empty wine bottle. Smoker narrowed his eyes slightly and asked, "You also drank that bottle of wine?" Lin Mo casually glanced at the empty wine bottle that Laylee had finished drinking and continued to drink, not bothering to respond to him. Seeing that Lin Mo ignored him, Smoker said to the tavern owner, "Give me a glass of rum." The tavern owner snorted coldly. "There is no wine for you here." Smoker didn't care about the indifferent attitude of the tavern owner at all. He rolled a bottle of wine from the wine cabinet with a cigarette, uncorked it, and took a long gulp. "Little devil, did you kill those people on the ground?" Smoker asked expressionlessly. Lin Mo said calmly, "No." At this time, a navy suddenly shouted, "Master Smoker, there is still one alive." Smoker looked at the man carried by the navy, and when he saw the man's face clearly, he couldn't help being slightly surprised. "This is the ghost Akin, the captain of the Creek Pirates? I remember Creek a few days ago. The sky is dead, and the ghost Ajin is looking for the guy who killed Creek everywhere in order to avenge Creek. But why did he appear here? Could it be that you were the guy who killed Creek?" Smoker looked at Lin Mo again, his eyes full of surprise. Lin Mo continued to drink indifferently, as if it had nothing to do with him at all. Chapter 41 Rogtown's so-called small gambling pleasure deity, appreciated by Pluto Rayleigh. The sign-in progress is 20, the current total progress is 50, and the reward level of knowledge and knowledge is 1, and the current knowledge and knowledge level is LV4. The sudden beep from the system almost choked Lin Mo, who was drinking. In an instant, the improvement of knowledge and knowledge immediately made him feel the heartbeat of nearly half of the people in Rogtown. Lin Mo's headache was splitting from the noise. Fortunately, the sound only lasted for a few seconds before it stopped. Lin Mo rubbed his temples silently. This Raleigh is interesting. If a person is not in the lobby of this tavern, he can also contribute to his sign-in progress value. Smoker had been staring at Lin Mo, seeing that his expression just now was not quite right. So he asked strangely, "What's wrong with you?" Lin Mo said indifferently, "It's okay." Really? Smoker couldn't believe it. Seeing that Lin Mo didn't respond, Smoker continued, "Could it be that you drank too much?" Lin Mo glanced at him speechlessly. "Drink too much? That is impossible. Don't look at him as a child now." Page 62. In fact, his drinking capacity has almost reached the point where he can't pour 1,000 glasses. Before crossing over to the world of pirates, he was a person who had no drink or joy. Drinking alcohol is like drinking water to him. But after drinking, Lin Mo always has a steelyard in his heart. As long as he is slightly drunk, he will not continue to drink. What a scrupulous guy. Seeing that Lin Mo still ignored him, Smoker drank another big gulp of his wine. At this time, the sailors had already removed all the corpses in the tavern. "Report Smoker to Mr. Shao. What should we do with these corpses?" one of the sailors asked respectfully. Smoker said casually, "Send it directly to the corpse disposal site." "Shao Smoker, what should I do if there is still one alive?" "Shut up first." "Yes." After the sea soldier got the order, he immediately left the tavern. Now, only the tavern owner, Lin Mo, Smoker, and Rayleigh, who was hiding in the small warehouse, were left in the tavern. "There will be a lot of pirates coming to Rogtown recently," Smoke said while drinking. In addition to the execution platform where Roger was executed, this tavern named after Roger will also become the target of many pirates. "I will visit your store frequently in the future, boss." "Damn it, I think you want to demolish my shop." The tavern owner gritted his teeth. "If you have nothing to do, go to the port and squat. Don't those pirates have to pass through the port to go ashore? Don't keep staring at me, shop. Some pirates are far more cunning than you think. Those who can be caught at the port are all small characters who can't make it to the stage." Smoker bit his cigar and said solemnly, "I don't know why. It always feels like something big is going to happen. Roger's death date may change in a few days." Even if there is a change, so what?" The tavern owner snorted coldly. "I'm just a small owner who runs a tavern. Besides, my tavern has been booked out these days, and I won't accept any more people. Other guests, if you want to catch pirates, it doesn't matter whether you go to the port or to the streets and alleys. It doesn't matter. Just don't come here to get in my way." "Booking?" Smoker asked, slightly surprised. "Who has booked it?" "Lin Mo." The tavern owner said bluntly. Yes, that's him. He would never betray Raleigh. Smoker paused for a moment, and then said in relief. That's right. This kid just got a large bounty today, and he does have money to rent the venue. Drink the last sip from the bottle. Smoker put down a handful of Bailey, got up, and looked at Lynn Mo one more time before leaving. Boy, will you stay here until after Roger's death? Lynn Mo wrote lightly. Not necessarily. It depends on the mood. Oh, it depends on your mood. Smoker didn't say anything more, turned, and left the tavern. Not long after Smoker left, Rayleigh came out of the warehouse. Ha ha. It seems that this tavern has been targeted by that young Navy man, Raleigh said with a big laugh. The owner of the tavern said unhappily, Mr. Raleigh, I'm dying of a headache, and you are still laughing here. That guy named Smoker, since he was transferred to Rogue Town, has been running towards me every few days. This also caught a lot of pirates, and the store was almost smashed by them several times. Everything has advantages and disadvantages. In fact, that guy comes here often. When he causes you trouble, he can also solve a lot of trouble for you. Rayleigh took another bottle of wine, uncorked it, took a sip, and continued. After all, there are still a lot of unreasonable pirates in this world. That's right. The tavern owner sighed slightly. Hey, if only all the pirates could be like Roger. Ha ha. It's useless to talk too much. Come, let's have a drink together. Rayleigh laughed and invited the tavern owner to fight for a drink. The tavern keeper smiled sullenly. Then he walked towards the door. Drink first. I'll close the door so that no troublemaker will come in. Rayleigh gulped down his wine and turned his gaze to Lynn Mo, who seemed to have had enough. I just started, so you can't drink anymore? Lynn Mo said speechlessly. I've already drank a lot. Ha ha ha. Raleigh laughed loudly. Sure enough, I'm just a child. By the way, do you want to hear about Roger? I have a lot of stories about Roger that no one else knows. Not interested in. Don't be so indifferent. Rayleigh grinned. It's been a long time since I've had such a good drink. I'm going to go out and have some fun later. Do you want to join me? No. Lynn Mo directly refused. What Rayleigh said about having fun, he could guess with his toes. 9 times out of 10 it's gambling. Since the disbandment of the Roger Pirates, Rayleigh has become an old man who loves gambling since he settled in the Chambord Islands. In addition to changing jobs to work, his daily life is either drinking or gambling in the casino. He is obviously well informed, but he still loses everything. He loses frequently. He even lost all his money to buy wine. In order to make money, he would even send himself to traffickers and sell himself. Anyway, Lynn Mo has no interest in gambling or anything like that. With this time, wouldn't it be nice to find a place to bask in the sun, take a nap or something? Seeing that Lynn Mo really didn't seem interested at all, Rayleigh said helplessly. Okay, then I'll go by myself. I feel lucky today. I should be able to win a lot of money. Raleigh directly took a bottle of wine and walked steadily towards the door of the tavern. Just met the tavern owner, who came back. Mr. Raleigh, where are you going? Rayleigh smiled and asked back. I remember that there is an underground casino nearby, and the casino should not be closed now, right? The tavern owner looked confused. It's not down. It's just that there have been fewer gamblers in recent years. That casino can't make ends meet, and it probably won't last long. As long as it's still on, I'll go and have a look. Mr. Raleigh, I remember that you didn't seem to gamble before. Why are you obsessed with gambling now? Small gamble. I just gambled a little. Let's go. Don't wait for me for dinner tonight. Page 63. Rayleigh left the tavern laughing. The tavern keeper scratched his head in embarrassment. Lynn Mo smiled silently. Losing money for nothing. Is this called a small gamble? Chapter 42. The lazy general who was forced to take action in Rogue Town. Not long after Rayleigh left the tavern, Lynn Mo also went out. Look at the time, is still early. Lynn Mo searched for a relatively quiet small beach by the sea. Behind a rock on the shore, he took out the recliner stored in the system space, lay down on it comfortably, and prepared to sleep. Just a few minutes after Lynn Mo had just fallen asleep, a slight sound of footsteps came from far and near, walking towards him. Such a good place, you actually took it first. A lazy voice came into Lynn Mo's ears. Lynn Mo frowned slightly. This sound. It's Akiji. Lynn Mo didn't bother to talk to him. He didn't open his eyes, turned his head, and continued to sleep. Qingji hooked the corners of his mouth, didn't say much, just stood next to Lin Mo, put on the blindfold, and just stood up straight to sleep. Time passed by minute by minute. After the rock, the big one is taking a nap. A pirate ship is slowly approaching this seemingly deserted beach. Park the boat on the shore. Dozens of people in low-key casual clothes got off the boat silently, walked cautiously towards the direction of the town. When they passed the rock, they saw two people behind the rock. Stunned. What's the matter with these two people? One of the young guys wearing a three-cornered hat asked nervously. Boss, these two people may have seen us, or should we kill them? The captain of this pirate ship, a bearded, apologetic man, couldn't help but hammered the man's head. Idiot. Aren't they sleeping? They shouldn't have seen us, shhh. Just don't wake them up. But boss, I think they are pretending to be asleep. Let me go over to make sure. That's right, let Xiao Jia go over and take a look. If they are really pretending to be asleep, then the news of our landing will soon reach the Navy, and maybe we will be arrested immediately. Boss, you can just watch here. I'll go over and have a look. Stupid, don't go there. The bearded man just wanted to stop him. The young man named Xiao Jia was already holding a saber and slowly moved towards Lin Mo and Qingji step by step. Boss, I'm going. Xiao Jia turned her head and whispered nervously to the bearded man. The bearded man covered his forehead with his hands in pain, and the other crew members were all excited. Come on, Xiao Jia, let those two guys know how good you are. Don't be cowardly, just go for a man, don't let us down. Ha ha ha, Xiao Jia is really good. Even if those two people don't die, they must be injured. Well, but don't you think the man sleeping standing up looks familiar? Old Boo, your old eyes are dim. You look familiar to everyone. Lin Mo here. In fact, he and Akiji had noticed these pirates long before they landed, because they walked very lightly when they got off the shore, and they didn't deliberately disturb and wake him up, so he just turned a blind eye and didn't intend to care about these little people. But now, this group of guys said to keep their voices down, but in fact they kept chattering, and Lin Mo was already bored. Xiao Jia came to Lin Mo and Qingji, hesitated between the two, and then carefully extended his saber towards Lin Mo. Just when the tip of his saber was less than 5 centimeters away from Lin Mo's face, Lin Mo suddenly opened his eyes, his hands trembled in fright, and the sword in his hand fell down involuntarily. Ah, why don't you leave? Qingji pulled the blindfold on his forehead and stared at Xiao Jia lazily. Xiao Jia was so frightened that his legs gave way, and he fell to the ground. As expected, these two people are pretending to be asleep. Boss, what should we do? Are we going to kill them? Xiao Jia looked in the direction of the bearded man begging for mercy. The bearded man's face turned slightly pale, and he hurriedly said, You come back first. Xiao Jia immediately crawled back to the side of the bearded man in front of Qingji and Lin Mo. The bearded man said nervously, You too. It's best not to act rashly. I'm a pirate with younger brothers. You only have 2 of us. You are no match for so many of us. As long as you promise not to take us ashore, tell the Navy about it, and we will spare you. Navy. Lin Mo sneered and pointed to Akiji next to him. He is. Huh. All the pirates were shocked. Akiji scratched his head and said lazily, I promised Smoker to help him catch pirates, but I agreed to help him catch Roger on the day of his death. So go away. I don't intend to catch you now. What? Is he really a Marine? Oh my God. What a pity. Why did I meet the Navy as soon as I landed? It's over. He will definitely inform me. I remembered that he is indeed in Navy. I saw his photo in the newspaper a while ago. He is the Admiral of the Navy headquarters, Akiji. Page 64. What? Admiral? Old Boo, are you sure you're not joking? Really, what I said are all true facts. He is really Admiral Akiji of the Navy headquarters. It's over. The Admiral can kill us with one finger. It's over. Boss, what should we do? Facing all the pirates who have become a mess. A drop of cold sweat could not help but appear on Qingji's forehead, and he said speechlessly, I have already said that I am not here to arrest you, but you should listen to me carefully. However, no one listened to Akiji's words. All the pirates, including their captain, looked desperate. It doesn't matter. Anyway, it's dead anyway. It's better to fight, no matter how slim the hope is. Maybe there will be a miracle. Brothers, go. That is, instead of waiting here to die in vain. It's better to take a gamble. Go ahead, kill them. Come on, brothers. Looking at the people who had rushed towards him, Qingji felt extremely depressed at the moment. Qingji looked at Lin Mo beside him. Lin Mo had already got off the recliner with a blank expression and packed his clothes, just like an outsider. Qingji was speechless. Really? I told you that I didn't come to arrest you. Don't you people listen to people's words? You just leave. You are really messing around. The pirates have rushed over. Akiji didn't want to do anything at first, after easily dodging a few attacks by the pirates full of loopholes. No way. Hit the freezing moment directly, and a gust of cold air swept towards the group of pirates. Then amidst howls, all the pirates froze into icemen. Qingji scratched his head and sighed softly. It's really a group of disobedient guys. It's fine to just leave. Lin Mo smiled lightly, without saying a word, dragging the recliner, ready to go back. Qingji looked at Lin Yuan's back, stroked his chin, thoughtfully. This kid is really calm. Before Akiji had time to express his emotions, the phone bug in his pocket suddenly rang. Take out to answer. Garp's voice came out immediately. Hey, Qingji, have you gone to Rogtown? Have you met a kid named Lin Mo? Lin Mo? Qingji scratched his head and replied. Ah, I was still here just now. Chapter 43 Rogtown, when Akiji meets Rayleigh. Hey, have you heard? The underground casino on West Street that was about to close down was revived by an old man. What are you talking about? The casino is about to collapse. How could someone save it? What I said is true. The old man is very grand, and every time he makes a big shot, he only wins the first bet and then keeps losing. It's like a casino cheating. Same. Yes, I've heard that too. That old man is very interesting. He keeps betting when he loses and doesn't give in. He doesn't know how to stop the loss in time. He seems to have lost more than 100 million Baileys. Haha, I think he's an old man. You are confused. More than 100 million Pele. Enough for a family of 3 to live comfortably for several years. Lin Mo heard some people's gossip on the way back to the tavern. No need to ask. He knew that these people must be talking about Raleigh. He is not sure if it is true that he can bring back the dying casino by himself, but it is definitely something that Rayleigh can do if he loses all his money. Fortunately, that guy gave more than half of the money to the tavern owner before going to the casino, otherwise he would lose it all. Lin Mo continued to walk forward. When I was turning a corner in an alley, I happened to meet Lei Li, who was walking towards me with a happy face. Yo, Lin Mo. Lei Li smiled and waved to Lin Mo. Lin Mo nodded expressionlessly, taking it as a response. Ha ha ha, I was unlucky today. When I watched others play the last hand, I also bet. Although I didn't have the money to bet, the result was really bigger than I thought. It's a pity. If I had money, I must have earned it back. As Lei Li spoke, he couldn't help but look at Lin Mo slightly. You should still have a lot of money. Lend me some. Lin Mo. Good guy. Have you fallen to the point of borrowing money? You're Raleigh the Hades. Lin Mo said speechlessly. No borrowing. Huh? Really don't want to borrow it. Lei Li said regretfully. If you lend it to me, I will definitely earn back the principal with interest. How about paying you back an extra dash of the interest? No way. Lin Mo suddenly thought of something and said with a chuckle, it's okay to borrow money from you, but the drink I owe you will be canceled. Lei Li looked at Lin Mo in a daze and then laughed loudly. Ha! I never thought that you would do such a thing in order to escape a drink. If that is the case, then I will not borrow it. Lin Mo. So, in the end, money and gambling are worse than drinking. Lin Mo didn't understand why this guy insisted on buying him a drink. Even if you give him 100 million Baileys and a bottle of wine to choose, he will also choose wine. Ha ha, let's not talk about this. Let's go back to the tavern and continue drinking. Lei Li laughed and patted Lin Mo on the back, originally intending to nudge him forward. As a result, when his hand was about to touch Lin Mo's back, Lin Mo took a quick step and let him take a shot. It seemed like a coincidence, but Lei Li knew very well that Lin Mo did it on purpose. Withdrawing his hand, Lei Li said thoughtfully, it seems that you really don't like others touching you. I don't like people quarreling with me. Can you be quiet? Lin Mo replied speechlessly. Lei Li couldn't help laughing again. Ha! You are really an interesting kid. Lin Mo was too lazy to talk nonsense with him, so he walked forward faster. Rayleigh followed behind him. When arriving at the entrance of the tavern, Bartolomeo was squatting on the stone steps in front of the tavern. Page 65. Seeing Lin Mo coming, Bartolomeo immediately jumped up from the stone steps and said with a smile, "I asked the owner of this tavern. Your name is Lin Mo, right? My name is Bartolomeo. Can we be friends?" Lin Mo. "Oh, you're very popular." Rayleigh smiled. Bartolomeo said excitedly, "Lin Mo, you are really amazing. You look younger than me. I really want to make friends with you. Just promise me, okay?" "Not good." Lin Mo rejected him decisively, walked past him directly, and walked into the tavern. Bartolomeo instantly petrified in place, his expression extremely painful. It's over. I'm hated." When Laylee passed by him, he patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile, "A true friend can stand the test. If you can't even accept this level, you should give up as soon as possible. That kid Lin Mo doesn't use it can be done in general way." After speaking, Laylee followed Lin Mo into the tavern. Bartolomeo stared blankly at the young and old who entered the tavern and swallowed secretly. The mood that was still very discouraged just now rose again. Bartolomeo clenched his fist and said, "That's right. If I can't even stand this test, then I don't deserve to be Lin Mo's friend. Ahaha. I will definitely get your approval, Lin Mo." Lin Mo heard what Rayleigh said to Bartolomeo. Enter the tavern. The tavern owner saw that the two of them had come back and immediately served them drinks. Lin Mo uncorked the bottle and took a sip, then said speechlessly, "Why are you talking nonsense to that guy?" Laylee laughed loudly and said, "It's better to have one more friend than one more enemy, right? That little green-haired kid looks like a rascal with a bad temper, but he's actually a pretty simple kid. Maybe he can't help you now. Busy. Maybe he can help you a lot in the future." Lin Mo. No need. No one knows the future of Jaguanta better than Lin Mo. He doesn't need this kind of guy who will blindly worship idols and exaggerate to the extreme in the future. Let him worship Luffy. Stop talking nonsense that has nothing to do with you. Lin Mo continued to drink expressionlessly. Raleigh smiled and said nothing. The tavern owner wiped his glass and said with a smile, "It's amazing, Lin Mo. If you dare to talk to Mr. Rayleigh like that, you are definitely the youngest one, even if you are not the first." It's okay. Laylee waved his hands indifferently. "There's nothing wrong with what this kid said. It's true that I was meddling in my own business, ha ha ha." While Rayleigh was still laughing and drinking, a person with cool air appeared outside the tavern. Just listen to the sound of bang. The lock on the outside door of the tavern was smashed. A tall figure walked down the revolving stone staircase. The tavern owner hadn't had time to exclaim. Akiji appeared outside the small wooden door in the tavern hall, bending slightly and looking towards the door. When Shinji saw who was drinking with Lin Mo, a look of surprise flashed across his face. Raleigh, the king of the underworld? He actually came to Rogue Town. Is it for the anniversary of Roger's death?" Akiji gently pushed open the small wooden door and walked in. The tavern owner was terrified when Akiji recognized Rayleigh. Laylee, like a normal person, continued to drink and smiled. "I've already retired, and you Navy are really chasing after me. Your bounty is still pending. Even if you retire, you are still a pirate." Shinji sat down on the other side of Lin Mo, looked at the tavern owner, and raised his hand. "Well, boss, please bring me a glass of snow liquor." Chapter 44. Rogue Town. Seeing is not necessarily believing. Lin Mo and Lei Li were not surprised at the sudden arrival of the green pheasant. But the tavern owner, especially when he heard that Akiji was a navy, his face had already turned extremely pale. Even Akiji asked him for sherry wine, but he didn't respond. He was still thinking about what to do. He didn't want Rayleigh to be taken away. Seeing that the owner of the tavern did not move, Shinji repeated, "Boss, can you hear me? I want a glass of sherry, thank you." The tavern owner woke up suddenly, his face immediately pulled down, and he said in a displeased tone, "I don't have sherry for you to drink here. If you want to drink, go to another tavern in the town to drink." "Oh, so there isn't." Shinji scratched his head, looked at the rum Lin Mo was drinking, and continued, "Then give me a bottle of wine that this kid drinks." The tavern owner clenched his fists and said angrily, "Did you tell me you don't have any wine to drink? This tavern has been reserved by Mr. Rayleigh and Mr. Lin Mo since noon. All the drinks here are I want to sell you a drop of theirs, if you understand." Get out immediately. Why are you angry? Qingji said helplessly. I just want a drink. Since I'm booked here, there's nothing I can do. Boss, get him a bottle. Raleigh said indifferently. The tavern owner couldn't believe it. Mr. Raleigh, he wants to arrest your navy. Why did you invite the navy to drink? Laley waved his hands and said, It's okay. It's okay. Even if he really wants to catch me, it depends on whether he has the ability. Huh? This. The tavern owner was in a dilemma. Qingji continued. Don't worry, I'm not here to catch Laley, although I'm surprised to see him here. In fact, he was even more surprised that Lin Mo was actually with Laley. The tavern owner shook his head helplessly, then took a bottle of wine from the wine cabinet and placed it in front of Akiji. Akiji uncorked the bottle and took a sip. Turning his gaze to Lin Mo, he said, I didn't expect you to know Rayleigh, the king of the underworld. Maybe Smoker's worries will come true. Smoker's worry is that Lin Mo refused to become a navy and finally joined the pirates. Lin Mo said speechlessly, Don't worry, it won't come true. Humans are the most fickle species. Akiji took another sip of wine and continued, Even you can't make choices for your future self now. After all, no one can guarantee what will happen in the future. Lin Mo understands the truth. So what? Page 66. Not to mention that the system he is bound to is the traveler system, which has limited his choices. Even if there is no system, with his character, he will not join any party. Some things never change. Lin Mo smiled lightly and replied, I know what I'm doing, whether it's the Navy or the pirates. I'm not interested. I don't have it now, and I won't in the future, believe it or not. It's up to you, and I don't have to explain so much to you. Hee. Akiji smiled and asked, You really don't want to consider joining the Navy? Not consider. As soon as Lin Mo finished speaking, a system notification sounded in his mind. Drop. Reject Admiral Akiji's invitation. Sign in progress 10. The current total progress is 60. Reward the domineering level of the armed color 1. And the current armed color level is LV 5. In an instant, Lin Mo felt that the strength in his body had increased a lot. The improvement of the armed color level will not be noticed by the people around. So Akiji and Laley don't know that he has become stronger again. Really interesting. Lin Mo couldn't help but chuckled. When I was in contact with Redhead and Garp before, the other party invited several times before triggering the completion of the progress task. This Akiji was lucky. He seemed to ask casually, and actually directly triggered the completion of the sign in progress. Sure enough, seeing is not necessarily believing. Oh, forget it. Akiji is not like Garp who will stalk or even play tricks. Since the other party is unwilling, then forget it. Silently took another sip of wine. Qingji continued, I don't arrest you now. It doesn't mean I won't arrest you in the future. I promised Smoker that I would help Roger on the anniversary of his death. If you have any abnormal behavior, I will not hesitate to catch you. Laley laughed and said, Haha. I'm just here to pay tribute to Roger. After the tribute, I'll leave here. Don't worry, as long as it's not something that has to be done, I won't make any noise, ha. It's better to be like this. Qingji finished his last sip of wine and prepared to leave. Why don't you drink a few more bottles before leaving? Laley asked with a smile. Akiji waved his hand and said, No, I still have to call Garp back. Lin Mo understood why Qingji came to this tavern on purpose. Looks like Garp did it. Even if the old fox is not here, he still wants to make trouble for him. After Akiji left the tavern, he called Garp back. Over the phone, Garp asked anxiously, How is it? Did that kid Lin Mo agree? Qingji scratched the back of his head and smiled. He refused. Garp said helplessly. Really, it is still the case. Forget it. Let him do whatever he wants. Qingji continued. By the way, I saw Laley when I went to the tavern to look for Lin Mo. Huh? Who are you talking about? Pluto Rayleigh. Why is that guy in Rog Town? After a pause, Garp continued. No. Why is that guy with Lin Mo? I don't know. They seem to be drinking buddies. Akiji scratched his head and continued. Rayleigh said he would retire from being a pirate, and Lin Mo also made it clear that he would not join the Navy or the pirate camp. In this case, there is nothing wrong with the two of them becoming drinking buddies. Garp. It seems to be the case, ha. Then it's fine, as long as that kid Lin Mo doesn't become a pirate. Hey, Luffy, you boys stop for me, what? What do you want? Be a pirate? Bastard. You and Ace can only be in the Navy. There is no other choice. After Akiji finally heard the sound of Luffy being punched several times with an iron fist by Garp, the phone was hung up. Putting the phone bug back into his pocket, Akiji yawned and lazily walked towards the naval station base in Rog Town. Inside the pub, after Akiji leaves, the tavern owner breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that this Navy named Akiji is a very talkative person. He looks much better than Smog, and he actually knows Mr. Raleigh. He should be at least a lieutenant-level Navy, right? While drinking, Raleigh said casually, "No, he's the Admiral of the Navy." The tavern owner was stunned for a moment, then exclaimed, "Huh? Admiral of the Navy headquarters? Just him." Laylee smiled and said, "That's right, but you shouldn't be surprised that Akiji is a general." The tavern owner asked puzzledly, "Is there anything more shocking than the Admiral of the Navy headquarters coming to Rogue Town?" Laylee looked at Lin Mo, who was still drinking silently, and said with a smile, "Shouldn't it be more surprising that one of the most lazy generals in the Navy headquarters can personally invite Lin Mo to join the Navy?" Chapter 45 Rogtown Memorial Day is here Rayleigh. This guy? Will he die if he doesn't say a few words? Lin Mo glanced at him speechlessly. The tavern owner was stunned for a moment, and then he said in amazement, "Yes. Why didn't I think of it? Lin Mo, who the hell are you? Why did the Admiral of the Navy come to invite you in person?" Why? Lin Mo also wanted to know why. Even though he had refused countless times, he still came to invite one after another with a stern face. Are all of them so thick-skinned? Fortunately, Akiji was lazy and gave up after being rejected once. He would be bored to death if he met a few more guys like Cap. Lin Mo didn't answer the tavern owner's question and continued to drink in silence. Laylee couldn't help laughing and said, "Haha, your state of mind is indeed suitable for sword practice. Maybe you will become the youngest swordsman in the world." "Not interested," Lin Mo said speechlessly. Laylee continued, "Fame is not something you say you don't want. You can just say you are not interested. When your strength reaches a certain level, everyone will give you the strongest label. At that time, even if you don't want to be a swordsman, it's up to you too." Page 67 Indeed. The so-called strongest is not something that can be counted by just talking about it. When your strength exceeds people's expectations and surpasses the so-called strongest person, everyone will naturally label you the strongest. This is not you. You can decide whether you want this label or not, but it is something that others directly attach to you after they recognize your strength. That's why Lin Mo was annoyed. He doesn't need the labels. I don't want to deal with people, let alone fight with people. He would rather be a little transparent, hide in the crowd, and complete the sign-in task silently, see the world's scenery, drink all the world's fine wines. That's enough. But he always meets some very troublesome guys. Lin Mo drank the last sip of the wine in the bottle, wiped the wine stains from the corner of his mouth, and said, "Whatever, the label or something. It doesn't matter. As long as it doesn't hinder me, anything is fine." "You are really open-minded." Laylee smiled. "Sure enough, you are different from everyone I meet. Many adults can't do this." "Lin Mo, are you really just a child?" Lin Mo glanced at him, smiled lightly, and said, 10 years old. Thank you." "Ha ha ha." Rayleigh laughed loudly. "What a 10-year-old. You are really interesting." The tavern keeper looked at the two in bewilderment. Laylee looked at him and said, "Boss, bring over a few more bottles of wine. I'm going to get drunk with Lin Mo tonight, haha." "Hey, okay." The tavern owner nodded and immediately took down the bottles of wine from the wine cabinet one by one and piled them on the bar in front of Lin Mo and Laylee. That night, Lin Mo and Laylee drank so much that they almost vomited, and it was still unclear who had the better drinking capacity. Since Lin Mo came to One Piece World, he almost got drunk for the first time. Under the leadership of the tavern owner, Lin Mo came to the guest room arranged for him by the owner. Just getting ready to fall asleep. In my mind, the system's notification sounded again. DD, drinking wine with Pluto Rayleigh, sign-in progress 10, and the current total progress is 70. After being stunned for a while, Lin Mo couldn't help laughing dryly. He really didn't expect that the progress task could be triggered by drinking with Rayleigh. Although there is no reward, it is still earned. Without thinking about it, Lin Mo closed his eyes and fell asleep. Days after, Lin Mo went to the town for a while when he had nothing to do, and then slept in the perfect place for a nap that he had found before. Qingji also stared at that place, and the two often slept together, one lying on the deck chair and the other standing just like that. For Raleigh, during the day, he would occasionally catch a few bounty offenders and let the tavern owner take them to the naval garrison base in exchange for bounties, and then continue to gamble with the bounties. The casino is fully up and running. In the evening, Lin Mo happily drank with Lei Li in the tavern. As he said before, Smoker would go to Roger's tavern several times a day, and he really caught some famous pirates who came ashore secretly. As for Bartolomeo, he followed Lin Mo almost every day. I have to say that this guy's tracking skills are indeed better than Sauron's. Even so, no matter how far that guy hides, he still can't hide from Lin Mo's 5th level knowledge. Until the day of Roger's death. Early in the morning, Layli asked the tavern owner for 2 bottles of rum and took Lin Mo out. Lin Mo didn't want to go and didn't need to go, but thinking that it might be able to trigger the sign-in task, he followed it out. The sky outside was gloomy, and it was still raining lightly. Layli held a black umbrella and walked side by side with Lin Mo. Soon the two came to an alley on the edge of the central square. Due to the weather, there was very little traffic on the square. Although not a single navy was seen, both Lin Mo and Lei Li could feel that there were actually a large number of navies hiding in the surrounding buildings in ambush. Once a suspicious person approaches the execution platform where Roger is executed, he will be arrested. It seems that it is not easy to go to the execution platform. Looking at the execution platform only 200 meters away, Lei Li sighed. I didn't come when Roger was executed. Do you want to know why? Lin Mo remained silent. Actually, he wasn't very interested. Lei Li glanced at him and said with a smile, I guess you don't want to know? Hee. If I was there at that time, even if you would blame me, I would definitely not be able to help but save that idiot. So, Lin Mo pointed to the 2 bottles of wine under Lei Li's arms and asked, What do you want to do with it? Raleigh still hasn't answered. Suddenly, a huge explosion sounded from the direction of the main street. In an instant, there were screams in the square. Originally, the flow of people was very small, but now it is good, and everyone in the square has run away. Oh, it's really unlucky, Lei Li said with a half-smile. At first, I wanted to wait for more people to pass by. If I pass by now, I will directly become a living target for the Navy, huh? Lin Mo glanced at him speechlessly. With your strength, are you still afraid of the most useless bullet in the pirate world? Lin Mo turned his gaze to the main street where the explosion occurred and was now surrounded by billowing thick smoke. When the thick smoke dissipated, there was no one on the main street except for a big hole in the ground that entered the central square. It was as if the bomb appeared out of thin air and was detonated. In a building. Page 68, biting his cigar, Smoker watched the situation on the main street with a telescope and found that after the thick smoke cleared, no one showed up, and his brows could not help but frown. At this time, a sea soldier came to report. There are 2 suspicious people at the southwest alley. Smoker immediately turned the binoculars to the direction that the Marine said. Sure enough, at the entrance of an alley, there were 2 people standing under a black umbrella, one big and one small. The tall man couldn't see clearly with the hood on, but Smoker could see the short man very clearly. Lin Mo. Smoker frowned slightly. What is he doing here? Also, the person next to him doesn't look like the owner of Roger's Tavern. Who the hell? Chapter 46 Logtown remembers the best friend Rayleigh early in the morning. Smoker arranged for hundreds of Marines to ambush in the buildings around the central square, waiting for the opportunity to wait for the pirates who came to pay homage to Roger. Although, in the eyes of many people, there is no need for those pirates who are not related by blood or even seen before to come here to commemorate Roger on the anniversary of his death. But Roger's death brought about the era of the great pirates. Especially the pirates who set off from the East China Sea, most of them look forward to and look up to Roger. Therefore, before they are about to challenge to enter the Great Route, many people will choose to come to Rogue Town to see with their own eyes the place where the former One Piece grew up. Smoker stared at Lin Mo's direction with binoculars, trying to see who was standing with Lin Mo due to the weather, and the other party was holding an umbrella and wearing a hood. No matter how Smoke looked, he couldn't see the man's face clearly. At this time, Akiji, who was lying on the floor behind him, said lazily, It's Rayleigh. Smoker froze for a moment, looked back at Akiji, frowned slightly and asked, "What did you just say?" Akiji scratched his head and sat up cross-legged on the ground, and said with a blank expression, "The one with him should be Rayleigh, the king of the underworld." "What?" Smoker was shocked. "Rayleigh the Hades? Are you telling the truth?" "Yeah." Akiji nodded in response. Smoker's face changed drastically. "This is tricky. If the opponent is Rayleigh, the king of the underworld, even if you go with me, you may not be able to subdue him. Besides, there is Lin Mo helping him." "Asshole, Lin, that guy Mo is really lying to me. And he said he can't be a pirate, but he and Rayleigh got together, damn it." Don't be too angry. Rayleigh said he would retire from being a pirate, and Lin Mo also said he would not join the pirates. They are just ordinary drinking buddies, and they won't make any big noises. Akiji waved his hand, signaling Smoker not to be angry. Smoker stared at him speechlessly and asked, "How do you know they're just drinking buddies? Did you meet them before today?" "Probably." Akiji scratched his head and continued, "I saw it at Roger's Tavern. That's what they said. It shouldn't be a big problem." "It's not a big problem. I think it's a big problem." Smoker said angrily, "Lin Mo can be drinking buddies with whoever he wants. But why do he have to be drinking buddies with Rayleigh? What is Rayleigh's identity? You don't know I know. Do you believe them just based on their verbal words? You are the admiral of the Navy headquarters. How can you believe what the pirates say so easily?" Qingji said helplessly, Smoker, you think too much. I don't think they are lying to me. If they are really making trouble here, I won't stand by and watch." "Well, Sir Smoker," a sailor who was observing the situation in the square by the window asked tremblingly, "what are we going to do now? Are we going to arrest those two people?" "Catch what?" "With you. Can you catch Rayleigh the Hades?" Smoker said angrily. The Navy was too frightened to speak by Smoker. Smoker shifted his gaze back to where Lin Mo and Rayleigh were, observing their every move. "We seem to be being targeted," Rayleigh said with a relaxed face. Lin Mo responded casually. "Oh." Rayleigh smiled and said, "What should I do? I seem to be a little nervous." Lin Mo. "Ha ha ha." Rayleigh laughed. "It seems that it is better to make a quick decision. I am going to the execution platform. Do you want to go with me?" Lin Mo. "No." Rayleigh. "Okay, then you wait here for me." After speaking, Rayleigh handed the umbrella to Lin Mo holding the 2 bottles of rum. The glasses he was wearing reflected light slightly, and immediately rushed towards the execution platform. The speed was so fast that within 3 to 5 seconds, he appeared on the execution platform. Rayleigh sat directly on the execution platform without being too dirty at all, uncorked the 2 bottles of rum he was holding, poured 1 bottle slowly on the execution platform, and drank the other bottle by himself. "Stand up." He wanted to say a lot, but when he reached his mouth, he couldn't utter a single word. All the words are contained in the wine. "Until my own bottle was finished, and Roger's bottle was also finished." Putting the 2 empty wine bottles beside him, Rayleigh lowered his head in silence, with a slightly trembling smile on his lips. The rain fell on his body and wet his skirt. A gust of wind blew away the hood that Rayleigh was wearing, and the shoulder-length silver-white curly hair was soaked by the rain and stuck to his face. Lin Mo stood at the entrance of the alley, holding an umbrella, and looked at Rayleigh, whose whole body was wet by rain, expressionlessly. Although the weather was gloomy, there was still a distance of more than 200 meters between the two. Even if the other party wears glasses, Lin Mo can still tell from his expression that this guy should be very sad. He didn't know if Rayleigh was crying or not. The rain hit Rayleigh's face just enough to cover up everything. Smoker has been paying attention to Raleigh's movements. Seeing him sitting still on the execution platform, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. The sailor next to him asked cautiously, "Sir Smog, don't worry about the man on the execution platform?" "Wait a minute," Smoker said, biting his cigar. Qingji also came to the window, looked at the situation on the execution platform, and said, "Although it is very troublesome, and the success rate is very low, if you insist on catching Rayleigh, I can give it a try." "Let's see the situation first," Smoke said while observing the situation in the square. "I want to catch Rayleigh. I know the difference in strength. Besides, the explosion on the main street just now should have nothing to do with Rayleigh. Lin Mo, wait until the guy who made the explosion shows up." Just as Smoker had just finished speaking, Underneath the main street where a big hole was blasted, a group of people wearing similar armor suddenly appeared, and they couldn't see their appearance at all. Page 69. Everyone holds all kinds of strange weapons in their hands. In Lin Mo's memory, it seemed that he had never seen people in these costumes before. Go! I don't know who shouted. This group of heavily armed people immediately activated their weapons and began to attack the surrounding buildings wantonly. Smoker frowned slightly and immediately ordered, "Catch all those messy guys." Yes. After receiving the order, the sea soldiers immediately took up their weapons, ready to fight with this group of unknown guys. Akiji and Smoker saw that those unknown guys in the square suddenly changed their attack direction. Without saying a word, they immediately jumped from the window of the building where they were. Just landed. The group of unknown guys fell to the ground almost instantly. "Smoker!" Exclamation point. "Akiji!" Smoker said in shock. "What the hell is going on?" Chapter 47. Rewards for Raleigh, king of the underworld in Rog Town. Before traveling, when the group of unknown guys appeared, Lin Mo originally didn't intend to make a move. After all, Smoker and Akiji are here, and outsiders will not be allowed to carry out large-scale damage to Rog Town. But when the group of people launched an attack, a few guys actually stared at him. All kinds of weapons attacked him. Lin Mo dodged many times and was really tired of dodging. He covered his arms with an armed backhand and punched several overwhelmed guys flying away. Then, when the companions of these guys saw that they were being beaten away by a child, they all shifted their targets and rushed towards Lin Mo in a swarm. Originally, the bad weather affected his mood, so Lin Mo simply glared at them, and all the guys who rushed towards him couldn't bear the pressure of the domineering look and fell down a lot on the spot. Laylee was on the execution platform, watching the battle not far away, and seeing Lin Mo being chased and beaten by those people. He had no intention of helping him at all. He doesn't know the details of Lin Mo's strength, but he knows that these people are not Lin Mo's opponents at all. The moment when Lin Mo showed his domineering look, there was a golden glow in Rayleigh's eyes. "Domineering?" Laylee hooked his lips and smiled. "It seems that you are more powerful than I thought." Lin Mo. Roger. This kid named Lin Mo may be able to change the era you changed. Well, if you are still alive, you will definitely look forward to it. As soon as Raleigh finished speaking, he felt Smoker and Akiji come down from the building behind him. Without saying a word, he got up, jumped off the execution platform, and came in front of the two people with the two empty wine bottles. Smoker narrowed his eyes slightly. "You did it." Laylee pointed to Lin Mo, who was not far away, and said with a smile, "He did it." Akiji stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Do you look like a king?" "What?" Smoker couldn't believe it. "You mean Lin Mo used the Overlord's color to solve those guys? How is this possible? Overlord's color is not something that anyone can have. Even if Lin Mo really has an Overlord color, how old is he? How could he be able to use Overlord color so proficiently?" "I'm also very surprised." Riley smiled. "However, he did. If Roger is still alive, he will definitely be very interested in him." "Haha, the purpose of my coming here has been achieved. It's time to go. Goodbye, everyone." After finishing speaking, Laylee laughed and walked back. Smoker clenched his weapon with 10 hands, looked at Laylee's back, and gritted his teeth. "Damn it. I'm still too weak." He is very aware of the strength gap between himself and Rayleigh. Akiji and Rayleigh are singled out, and the probability of Akiji winning is less than 50.00. And when he and Akiji were singled out, there was not even a 1/3 chance of him winning. And so, even if the two teamed up, they would definitely lose if they fought against Laylee. Besides, there is the uncertain factor of Lin Mo here. Smoker was really not sure which side Lin Mo was facing. Once Lin Mo helped Laylee deal with them, the probability of him and Akiji winning would be even lower. "Hey, Smoker, you think too much." Although Smoker didn't say it clearly, Akiji had already guessed what he was thinking. If Rayleigh wanted to make trouble, he would have done it long ago. Why wait until now? There is also that little ghost named Lin Mo. When I slept with him these days, I occasionally communicated with him a few times. I can see that he really has no intention of joining any camp. Where is the possibility? When he came back to his senses, Smoker's face changed suddenly, and he said in shock, "What? You slept with him?" Qingji was speechless. "What are you surprised about? It's just a nap together." Smoker coughed dryly. By this time, Smoker's men had run down from the various buildings where they were hiding. Huh? Have all these intruders been dealt with? Shang Xiao, what should we do with them? Smoker, lock them up first, and when they wake up, ask them where they came from. Yes. The sailors immediately ran towards the group of unconscious guys. Qingji looked at the direction where Lin Mo and Lei Li left and asked, So, did you just let them go? Smoker coughed dryly. Let them do whatever they want, and I will keep your business a secret for you. Huh? Akiji looked confused. What are you talking about? Smoker said awkwardly. Nothing. I'm going to leave. On the way to the port, Raleigh said with a smile. Lin Mo gave a calm. He is quite depressed now. Page 70, I thought it would trigger the sign-in progress task. The result is nothing. Seeing that Lin Mo was absent-minded, Lei Li continued. What about you? When are you planning to leave Rog Town? Soon, Lin Mo said casually. Then do you want to see me off? Riley asked with a smile. Lin Majing was about to refuse. Lei Li continued. Please give me a ride after drinking for so many days. You should be fine, right? Lin Mo said speechlessly. Okay. Rayleigh laughed and walked on. Soon, the two arrived at the port. Although the rain has not stopped, there are still many people in raincoats who are busy at the port. Rayleigh looked at the several ships parked in the port and asked with a smile, Guess which ship is mine? If you guess correctly, you will get a prize. Lin Mo glanced at him speechlessly. Fairy? Are you, Rayleigh, the kind of person who sails alone? In Lin Mo's memory, Lei Li was a ruthless person who swam alone from the Chambord Islands through the windless belt and directly to the daughter country. Such a person doesn't need a boat at all. Seeing that Lin Mo didn't speak, Lei Li laughed and said, Why, can't you guess it? You can try to guess a random ship. Lin Mo was too lazy to talk nonsense with him, so he casually pointed to the small wooden boat docked on the shore. Lei Li laughed again. Ha ha ha. As expected of you. You guessed it right. Yes, that ship is mine. Lin Mo, ? Lei Li continued. Since you guessed it right, I promise to do one thing for you. As long as it is within my power, no matter it is good or bad, I will help you. Lin Mo was speechless. How come the boat that I casually pointed to really became Rayleigh's? But even if it was true, he didn't need this reward from Raleigh. No need. Lin Mo refused. I don't need your reward. Don't rush to refuse. Lei Li smiled. Who knows what will happen in the future? Anyway, it's not that you owe others anything. This kind of favor is not for nothing, right? Ha ha ha. That's it, it's decided. If you encounter any troubles in the future, come to Chambord Islands to find me at any time. That's it, I'm leaving. After finishing speaking, Lei Li immediately jumped onto the small wooden boat, waved to Lin Mo, who was standing on the shore, and then took the boat to the direction of the Great Route. Lin Mo stared at the shadow of the boat carrying Lei Li away, without thinking much, when he turned around and prepared to go back to the tavern. Suddenly there was an exclamation from behind. Ah, my boat was driven away, bastard, who is so blind that he wants to steal even a small broken boat. Really, Lin Mo couldn't help but chuckled. At this time, in my mind, the system's notification sound suddenly sounded. DD, practice for Pluto Rayleigh, sign-in progress 10, and the current total progress is 80. He was stunned for a while, but before Lin Mo could be surprised, the system's notification sounded again. DD, appreciated by Little Smoker from the Navy, the sign-in progress is 10, the current total progress is 90, the reward iron level is 1, and the current iron level is LV2. Chapter 48, the so-called experimental product in Rogtown Roger Township Naval Station Base. Smoker asked his men to lock up the group of unknown guys who tried to destroy Rogtown. After taking off the armor they were wearing, I was surprised to find that although the group of people were different in height, fat, and thin, they all looked exactly the same. What's going on? Smoker asked in shock. Why do these guys all look alike? Akiji stroked his chin and pondered, human cloning. It reminds me of an organization in Beihai. Beihai. Smoker looked at Akiji in surprise. This is the East China Sea. What are people from Beihai doing here? Akiji shook his head and said, I don't know, but these are all small soldiers who are manipulated by others. The black hands behind them must still be in Rog Town. Damn it. Smoker frowned. How dare you come to Rog Town to make trouble? Even if I dig 3 feet into the ground, I will catch that guy who is playing tricks behind his back. Port. Linimo was walking back in a good mood. I didn't expect to send Lei Li off once, and it would trigger a progress task, and I would earn Lei Li's favor in vain. It seems that today's luck is good, although it is strange why Smoker is appreciated. Depending on the situation, maybe the last 10% of the progress can be completed today. When Lin Mo walked through the triangular archway standing in the port and entered the main street, he met a tall man with a golden mask on the upper half of his face and long golden curly hair. He was holding an umbrella and had 4 hairs. Children whose colors are red, blue, green, and pink are walking towards the port. Isn't this Germa 66? How did they appear in Luoga Town? Linimo looked at them strangely. Germa 66 is a powerful military organization in Beihai, a scientific combat force, led by the Vinsmoke family, and a representative of the Germa 66 kingdom. And what Linimo saw now, the man walking in front of the 4 children was none other than Vinsmoke Gage, the leader of the Germa 66 Vinsmoke family, and the 4 children with different hair colors behind him, they were all children born after his blood factor modification. The girl with pink hair is Vinsmoke Rejo, a red-haired boy named Vinsmoke Eager, a blue-haired boy named Vinsmoke Nitch, page 71A boy with green hair, Vinsmoke Yuji. These 4 children, in addition to being born through the transformation of blood factors, also have an identity, that is, Sanji's brother and sister. That's right. Sanji is also a child of the Vinsmoke family, but because of the failure of the transformation of the blood factor, he couldn't keep up with the training intensity of his brother and sister and was often beaten up by his brother, so his father, Vinsmoke Gage, locked him up. Later, when Germa 66 went to the East China Sea to crusade against a certain country, Sanji escaped from prison with the help of his sister Reiju, but was discovered by his father, who exiled him. That's why Sanji met Jipu later, and after experiencing the experience of almost starving to death, he opened a sea restaurant with Jipu. However, Germa 66 should have come to Donghai a few years ago. Is it a coincidence or premeditated to appear in Luoga Town at this time? Lin Mo didn't think much about it. Gage passed him with his 4 children. It's really useless, those failed products. Yongji grinned. E.G. said, haha, I was actually caught by the Navy, so I can see the loyalty of those experimental products. This batch of experimental subjects is equipped with a detonating device connected to the heart. If it really blows up, the naval station will be destroyed. No, more than half of this town will be destroyed. This town, it's really unlucky for those people to become the place where our Germa experimented with the experimental subjects. And IG said with a smile. Reiju smiled and walked beside her without saying a word. Jiaji chuckled and said, the program set by those experimental subjects is that once they are captured, they will detonate themselves. Even if a few Marines survive, and there is no evidence to prove that we did it, they will have nothing to do with us. Gaji and the others walked forward arrogantly. Iji suddenly noticed Lin Mo and couldn't help snorting coldly. What are you looking at? Father, he seems to have heard what we said. Do you want to get rid of him? And Iji asked with a smile. Jiaji glanced at Lin Mo and said with disdain, how big a storm can a kid create? Leave him alone, let's go. Gaji took Reiju and the others and left Rogue Town directly. Lin Mo continued to walk forward without a word. Now he finally understands what happened to the sudden appearance of a group of guys with similar auras in the central square just now. Even if it was true, as Gage and the others said, those so-called experimental subjects woke up and found themselves captured, and then detonated themselves. With Akiji and Smoker around, there shouldn't be much commotion. Lin Mo just finished thinking. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion from the direction of the naval station. But there was only one sound, and it stopped abruptly. If all the experimental subjects were detonated according to Jiaji and the others, most of Rogue Town would be destroyed. Then, the place where the explosion should have been a sea of flames now. From Lin Mo's side, nothing happened. It can be seen that the remaining explosions should have been controlled by Akiji and Smoker. Naval Station. When the first clone woke up, he bit the detonator in his mouth and blew himself up. When all the clones detonated at the same time, Akiji immediately launched the freezing moment, freezing the entire naval station and forming a huge ice protection layer, which controlled the subsequent serial explosions inside the station. Damn it! Smoker was in a panic. Looking at the naval station destroyed by the explosion, he was so angry. He blew himself up. Qingji unsealed everything around him that had been frozen by him, looked at the wreckage and debris all over the floor, and regretfully said, "Now there is no evidence to prove the origin of these clones." Damn it! Smoker looked at the surrounding Marines with varying degrees of injuries, and immediately said, "Akiji, save people first." Lin Mo can roughly guess the situation of the naval station. Anyway, it's fine. It has nothing to do with him. Without much thought, Lin Mo walked into the alley leading to the tavern with ease. As they turned a corner, Bartolomeo came. "Lin Mo, it's not good. Do you still remember the demon knife that controlled me to chop you? After you knocked it to the ground that day, I left it alone. In the end, he was picked up by someone else. Now I picked it up. The guy with the knife is cutting people everywhere with a knife." Bartolomeo said anxiously. "I tried to stop it, but it didn't work." "Oh." Lin Mo responded indifferently and continued to walk forward. Dazed, Bartolomeo immediately chased after him, walked in front of Lin Mo, faced him, walked backwards, and said as he walked, "Many people have been hacked by that guy. Now only you can stop it." "He's gone. Come with me." "This guy?" Lin Mo glanced at him speechlessly. Bartolomeo is a guy who is afraid of chaos. When did he become so warm-hearted? Chapter 49 Rogtown Parting should not be muddy. The third generation of Guiche was given to Lin Mo by Bartolomeo, the head of the coxcomb, from selling a knife to show his courteousness. From the beginning to the end, Lin Mo never said that he wanted this knife. It is the wishful thinking of the coxcomb head, and the consequences of throwing it away by itself in the end. Anyway, no matter what happens, Lin Mo shouldn't be paying for him. Therefore, no matter what Jiguanto said, Lin Mo had no intention of helping him. Seeing that Lin Mo still ignored him, Jiguan was in a hurry. "Don't ignore me. Really, if you don't care, more people will be injured. Maybe someone will die." "So what?" Lin Mo said blankly. "If you have anything to do, look for the Navy, not me." "Huh?" Jiguanto stopped in his tracks dully, watching Lin Mo pass by him blankly. At this time, a man who held a knife, his eyes were bloodshot, and apparently lost his mind, suddenly rushed out of a small alley in front of Lin Mo. When the person who came saw Lin Mo and Jiguanto, without saying a word, he raised his knife and slashed at Lin Mo, who was closest to him. Page 72, it was a middle-aged man who picked up 3 generations of ghosts. Lin Mo dodged away speechlessly. The middle-aged man slashed at nothing, immediately changed direction, and continued to slash towards Lin Mo. Lin Mo didn't dodge anymore, and faced the attack directly. He directly grabbed the wrist of the incoming man holding the knife, and said goodbye forcefully. But it is different from the previous situation where the coxcomb head was controlled. This time, the 3 generations of ghosts seemed to grow in this person's hand. No matter how hard he grasped this person's wrist, this person would not let go. Could it be that the longer one is controlled by this demon knife, the more unable to let go of this knife? He frowned slightly. Lin Mo wrapped the armed color around his other hand, grabbed the sword blade of Sandai Guiche, and used brute force without hesitation to forcibly snatch the knife from the man's hand. Losing the control of the demon's sword, the man passed out as soon as he rolled his eyes. Lin Mo held the 3rd generation ghost in his hand, looked at it casually, and was about to throw it away, when the system notification sounded again in his mind. "Didi, obtain the demon's sword, 3 generations of ghosts, sign in progress 10. Didi, the check-in task in Rogtown is completed. Congratulations to the host for unlocking shaving and paper painting, and rewarding the proficient fire escape dragon fire art. Shaving is one of the 6 styles, which is a skill for high-speed movement by stepping on the ground dozens of times at high speed in an instant to generate explosive reaction force. Paper painting is a defensive technique in the 6 forms. It can release the strength of the whole body and control the body as easily as painting on paper. Now, the skills of the 6 styles are all unlocked. Although there is Shuinpa's skill, Shaved sense of presence has been weakened a lot. But when the 2 skills are superimposed, the power that can be erupted will be multiplied. He glanced at the 3 generations of ghosts in his hand. Lin Mo really didn't expect that the final progress would be on this demon knife. It seems that this knife will be with me for a while. Smiled. Lin Mo looked at Ji Guantou, who was still in a dull state, and asked, "Where is the scabbard of the third generation Guiche?" Ji Guantou suddenly came back to his senses and hurriedly said, "It's nearby. I'll get it right away." After speaking, Ji Guantou hurriedly ran to the alley next to him. Lin Mo opened the property panel. Name, Lin Mo. Age, 10 years old. Check-in location, Drum Island, 0. Physique, all attribute chakra. Domineering. Armed color, LV5. Overlord color, LV4. Knowledge color, LV4. Skills, fire escape dragon fire art, proficient. Swordsmanship, LV6. Shuanbu, LV3. Yekai, LV2. Swordsmanship divine avoidance, proficient. Fairy ball, LV1. Usher. Zhuchang, LV1, LV2, LV1, LV1, LV1 weapon. Demon Blade Star Breaker, Lake Toya. System space, 100 by 100 by 100 cubic meters. Looking at the name of the next check-in location, the first thing Lin Mo thought of was the little reindeer Chopper, who ate the fruit of everyone. Chopper is the ship's doctor on the future spaceship, a very cute, fluffy little guy who will be shy when praised. Based on the current time point, Chopper should be only about 5 years old, and he has not met Shiraluk, who taught him medical skills. Lin Mo was thinking. Ji Guantou came back with the sword scabbard of the third generation of ghosts. Lin Mo closed the properties panel. Taking the scabbard handed over by Ji Guantou, he put the 3 generations of Onito into the sheath, and then directly hung Onito and Lake Toya on his waist. Ji Guantou was stunned and quickly asked, "Are you planning to use this demon's sword yourself?" Lin Mo gave a casual then turned around and continued walking towards the tavern. Coxcomb paused in place, looking at Lin Mo's back. Just like before, the more excited he looked, the more excited he looked. "Ah, I really misunderstood you. In order to prevent others from being controlled by this demon's sword, you actually sacrificed your life to accept this knife by yourself. Lin Mo, you are indeed a guy who is cold on the outside and hot on the inside. You are indeed the one I like." Go back to the tavern. Seeing that Rayleigh didn't come back together, the tavern owner asked strangely, "Where's Mr. Rayleigh? Are you going to gamble again?" Lin Mo said lightly, "He's gone." "Oh." The tavern owner's hand wiping the glass couldn't help but pause. Why did he leave without saying anything? "Hey, really, I thought he would leave after today is over." Lin Mo looked at him lightly and said, "I'm leaving too." Eh. The tavern owner couldn't help but froze. Lin Mo continued, "Give me all the wine in the warehouse." "Ah." The tavern owner exclaimed, "There are thousands of bottles of wine in the warehouse. Did you take them all by yourself?" Lin Mo nodded. After hesitating for a while, the tavern owner nodded without thinking. "Okay, since you want it, take it. Do you need my help?" Lin Mo shook his head. Tavern owner, "Then when are you going to leave?" "It depends." "Okay, before you go, let me treat you to a meal." Page 73. Lin Mo nodded. The tavern owner put down the cup in his hand and walked out from the bar. "Then you wait for me at the tavern, and I'll go out and buy some appetizers." Lin Mo nodded again. After watching the tavern owner go out, he walked into the warehouse where the drinks were stored behind the wine cabinet, and directly put all the drinks inside into the system space. After coming out, he also swept up all the wine on the wine cabinet, and then left the tavern directly. Lin Mo could understand Lei Li's intention to leave without saying a word. Some partings should not be procrastinated. He also intends to do so. So, after taking away all the wine in the tavern, he bought a new small wooden boat at the port and sailed directly to the next destination. Barty's procurement ship was also destroyed by the previous explosion in the port. Coxcomb head Bartolomeo has been following Lin Mo. Seeing Lin Mo sailing away, he was anxious, hurried to the port, and shouted at Lin Mo. "Lin Mo, are you leaving just like that? I still have a lot to say to you. Don't go, just come back now." Lin Mo didn't look back, but raised his hand and waved. Coxcomb is sad. One of his younger brothers ran over with a wooden box in his arms. "Boss, I found a good thing. It's a devil fruit." Roger's Tavern. When the tavern owner came back, Lin Mo had already left. Looking at the empty wine cabinet that was swept away, the tavern owner was stunned, and the bag of food in his hand slipped to the ground. No way, that kid is gone too. The tavern owner hurried to the warehouse behind the wine cabinet and opened the door. As expected, all the wine in the warehouse disappeared. Looking at the 100 million Baileys left by Lin Mo in the warehouse, the tavern owner's mood at the moment was mixed. Chapter 50. The riotous town on Magnetic Drum Island. The sea area of One Piece world is composed of the Great Sea Route and the 4 sea areas divided by the Red Earth continent. The Great Sea Route is a ring-shaped sea area vertically intersecting the Red Earth continent. It is the most magical and dangerous sea route in the world, and Lin Mo's next check-in location, Magnetic Drum Island, is on the Great Route. People from all over the world, if they want to enter the Great Route, they can only enter through the Windless Belt except through the Reversing Mountain. Inverted Mountain, also known as Levi's Mountain, has 5 waterways on the mountain, which are X-shaped, with 4 inflows and 1 outflow. Among them, the water flow of 4 waterways goes straight up to the top of the mountain. These 4 waterways are respectively connected to 4 different sea areas of the East China Sea, South China Sea, West Sea, and North Sea, and finally flows into the Great Sea Route through a turning waterway. Because the water flow of the inverted mountain is extremely fast, many ships will be crashed before they pass through the waterway, fly off the top of the mountain, then crash and be destroyed. In short, it is quite dangerous to walk the waterway of Reversing Mountain. It is impossible for the boat that Lin Mo was on to pass through the Reverse Mountain safely. Then, he can only enter the Great Route by crossing the Windless Belt. The calm zone is a piece of sea area that is neither wind nor current and is completely calm. Sailboats lose power and become trapped once they enter the quiescent zone, and the quiescent zone is also home to a large number of super-large sea kings. Therefore, when Lin Mo left Rog Town, he specially purchased a small wooden boat without sails that could be rowed reliably with sculls. Follow the directions indicated by the system navigation. Lin Mo sailed in the East China Sea for 3 days before entering the windless zone. As soon as he entered, 2 large sea kings tried to attack him. In order not to waste time, Lin Mo stared at them directly, and with his domineering look, he instantly dissuaded all the sea kings who tried to attack him. After sailing in the calm zone for nearly 5 days, he entered the Great Route. It was still sunny at the beginning, and in the blink of an eye, a large cloud of dark clouds floated in the sky. Lightning flashed and thundered instantly, and heavy rain fell. The weather on the Great Route is like this, and it cannot be judged by common sense at all. Moreover, the sea current is very chaotic. Obviously, it is sailing straight ahead, and you can always deviate from the channel without your noticing. Even with systematic navigation guidance, as long as Lin Mo is not paying attention, he will go off course. After sailing round and round on the Great Route for nearly a month, finally, when Lin Mo was about to run out of wine, he saw a winter island with several peaks like a magnetic drum. The closer you are, the lower the surrounding temperature will be. Lin Mo immediately took out the winter clothes he had prepared long ago from the system space and changed into them. The small wooden boat slowly approached Magnetic Drum Island with the current. At the same time, in Magnetic Drum Island, there are many large and small ships sailing out quickly. When passing by several of the ships, Lin Mo could clearly see that many people on board were weeping unwillingly. Most of them were wearing the white protective clothing specially designed for doctors. In Lin Mo's impression, at this point in time, Magnetic Drum Island should still be a well-known medical power. Later, because of the tyranny of the ruler Valpo, all the doctors on the island were hunted and exiled, leaving only 20 doctors for their own use. Then, the once great medical country slowly declined. Look at the current situation. It seems that he just happened to catch up with the extraordinary period when Walpo began to exile and hunt the island's doctors. Look, there's a baby there. How can there be a child sailing alone on the Great Route? Did he encounter shipwreck? Son, the Drum Kingdom is hopeless. Don't go. Get on our boat and leave with us. On the deck of a large ship closest to Lin Mo, there were many people who had escaped from Magnetic Drum Island. Page 74. They all looked at Lin Mo worriedly. Lin Mo shook his head calmly and said, "No, thank you." After speaking, he controlled the small wooden boat and continued to drive forward. No matter how many voices of dissuasion came from behind him, Lin Mo turned a deaf ear to them and ignored them. Soon, his boat stopped on the shore of Magnetic Drum Island. when he jumped from the boat to the snow-covered shore of Magnetic Drum Island. In my mind, the system's notification sounded. Dee Dee, congratulations to the host for successfully arriving at the check-in location Drum Island. The check-in progress is 10, the current total progress is 10, and the entry-level Palm Immortal technique will be rewarded. In an instant, information about Palm Immortal technique appeared in Lin Mo's mind. This is a kind of medical ninjutsu in Naruto. Chakra, which can be reliably released regardless of internal or external injuries, achieves amazing recovery speed. This kind of ninjutsu can heal people even 1 meter away without getting close. All in all, it's a great skill. Wrapped tightly in the cotton coat, Lin Mo stopped thinking about it and continued walking forward. Along the way, many people came rushing head-on with heavy luggage on their backs. Lin Mo didn't even need to ask for directions. After walking for nearly half an hour in the direction of the crowds, he came to a small town full of one-story brick houses. At this moment, the situation of the residents in the small town is very bad, and everyone is in a panic. Lin Mo originally wanted to find a tavern and have a good drink first. In the end, after a lot of time, a tavern I found with great difficulty actually went out of business. Even the only 2 hotels in the town are closed and not open to the public. Standing on the messy town road, blowing the cool wind with snow. Even wrapped in a thick coat, I can't bear to stay outside for a long time. Not to mention Lin Mo, who had never been to such a cold place. At this time, the Drum Kingdom guards, a group of people wearing uniform black cotton clothes and holding shotguns, rushed into the town quickly. Each of them held a stack of lists with the photos and names of all the doctors on Magnetic Drum Island in their hands, and they began to look for targets among the panicked crowd. Whenever they find a doctor, they will be arrested immediately, and if they don't cooperate, they will even be shot to death. This is the hunting doctor policy issued by Walpo, the current successor to the throne of the Drum Kingdom. Soon, there was a lot of gunshots in the town. One of the guards rushed towards Lin Mo after a target. The person being chased ran past Lin Mo with fear on his face. Seeing that Lin Mo was blocking the way, the guard said in a harsh tone, "Little brat, get out of the way." Lin Mo didn't move at all and turned his head to look indifferently at the person who was getting closer to him. With no wine to drink and no warm hotel to stay in, Lin Mo is not in a good mood now. "Hey, I told you to get out of the way. Can't understand people's words." The guards didn't slow down at all and pushed towards Lin Mo unceremoniously. Lin Mo turned sideways and did not let him touch it. Just when the man ran past him in surprise, Lin Mo raised his hand and hit him hard on the back, knocking him face down to the ground. Chapter 51. That kid on Magnetic Drum Island is a monster. The guard who was knocked down by Lin Mo ate a big mouthful of ice scum. Seeing that he was knocked down by a child, his companions around him not only did not come to help, but even laughed at him. "Hey, Will, can you do it? You can't even beat a child. Why has grown so big, haha. It's really useless. It's too embarrassing for our guards. Don't say I know you when you go out in the future. Ha ha. I can kill 10 of that kind of brat with just one finger. You, an adult, can be beaten like this by a brat. It makes me laugh to death." Will, who was knocked to the ground by Lin Mo, clenched his fists angrily, got up from the snow with his face flushed, glared at Lin Mo with a calm expression, gritted his teeth, and said, "It's all you, bastard. You made me so ashamed. Brat, you are finished. I want you to die." After speaking, Will immediately picked up the gun, pointed the gun at Lin Mo without hesitation, and shot immediately without saying a word. The bullet flew towards Lin Mo quickly. Lin Mo raised his hand and grabbed it, easily grasping the bullet in the palm of his hand, then using his armed force, crushed it, and threw it on the ground casually. Will, who was originally very fierce, faltered for a moment, and the expression on his face was immediately shrouded in disbelief and fear. Even the group who laughed at him before were all stunned. "That's not right, you're lying. That kid, did you just grab the bullet with your bare hands and crush it?" "Impossible. My eyesight must have been wrong. Yes, it must be too cold. I have hallucinations." However, when everyone rubbed their eyes, they looked at Lin Mo again. The crushed bullet slag in the snow was so dazzling that they involuntarily took 2 steps back. Lin Mo walked towards Will silently. Will's legs went limp in fright, and he fell to the ground. Lin Mo, who looked thin in front of him, was like a demonic existence to him, making him unable to move and unable to escape. Come to Will. Lin Mo stared at him expressionlessly and asked, how to get to the next town. In Lin Mo's impression, there should be more than one town near the port on Magnetic Drum Island. There should be several towns. Will froze for a moment and asked in a trembling tone, are you talking about Cocoa Town? Lin Mo let out a casual Page 75, Will tremblingly pointed his finger in the direction of Cocoa Town. Lin Mo walked around him expressionlessly and walked in the direction he pointed. Haven't gone very far. Several other guards who didn't see Lin Mo crushing the bullet rushed over. Seeing Will and the others staring blankly at the back of a child leaving, one of the guards said angrily, hey, what are you doing? Have you forgotten our mission here? No, it's not. Will pointed at Lin Mo, looked at the guard who was talking, and said with a very bad expression, that kid is a monster. Monster? The guard was stunned for a moment, and then laughed loudly. I think you are stupid, no matter how you look at it. That kid is just an ordinary kid. How can he look like a monster? It is true. That's right. He crushed the bullet with his bare hands. The guards around Will immediately pointed to the almost dregs of bullets that had been buried by the snow. A few guards who came later took a look, but they didn't realize that the inconspicuous debris in the snow was a bullet, and they all laughed. Are you kidding me? The scraps are bullets? Even if you don't want to work, can't you find some plausible reasons? Ha ha ha. It's true. Those pieces are bullets, really bullets. Will said tremblingly. Later, the guards who came were annoyed, so they picked up their guns and pointed them at the back of Lin Mo's head. It's really useless. I can be scared like this by a child. I want to see if this kid is as good as you said sharp. After finishing speaking, I only heard the sound of gunfire again. A bullet flew towards the back of Lin Mo's head at high speed. Just as he was about to hit Lin Mo tilted his head slightly. The bullet grazed his hair and pierced a pine tree in front of him. The shooter was stunned, thinking that it was Lin Mo's luck that he missed him. So he picked up the gun and fired 2 more shots. 2 bullets flew towards Lin Mo at the same time. Lin Mo shook his body casually, dodging the 2 bullets. It's impossible, the shooter said in disbelief. Everyone shoots together. I don't believe that kid can escape our hail of bullets. Then, except for Will and the people who saw Lin Mo crushing the bullet before, they didn't move. All the other guards picked up their guns and started to shoot Lin Mo cracklingly. Countless bullets flew towards Lin Mo densely. Lin Mo stopped silently, turned around, and faced the rain of bullets rushing towards him. He immediately had a thought, mobilized his energy, and condensed a radiant golden ball cover to cover himself. Lin Mo hasn't used the skill of Fairy Ball since he got it, so he can take this opportunity to try it out. All the bullets that hit the Fairy Ball fell to the ground powerlessly, as if all the attack power had been sucked away. After the last bullet landed, Lin Mo released the Fairy Ball, and then looked indifferently at the group of guards not far away whose expressions suddenly changed, and their mouths were so shocked that they couldn't close their mouths. He directly acted like a king, telling these uninformed guys to shut up immediately land. Afterwards, Lin Mo turned around and continued walking towards Kequite Town. After he walked away, the townspeople who were hiding behind the houses emerged in shock and fear. Lin Mo walked in the snow for more than half an hour, and finally saw Kequite Town. It's just that Kequite Town is not much better than the town he came from. The townspeople here have been thoroughly searched by the kingdom's guards, and those who stay are cleaning up the mess. Everyone has an expression of resentment and despair on their faces. Lin Mo walked into the town expressionlessly. When passing by an ordinary house, a man rushed out of the house with a girl in his arms full of tears and shouted sadly, "Doctor, is there any doctor still hiding? I beg you, help me. My children, please." However, what the man answered was lamentations. The man kneels in the snow holding his child in despair. Is there a tavern in this town? At this moment, Lin Mo came to the man, stared at him expressionlessly, and asked. The man looked up at him with tears on his face. He wanted to scold him, but after thinking about it, he still sobbed and said, "There are no pubs here. Only the towns near the port have them." The man did not accuse Lin Mo. Instead, the surrounding townspeople shouted out of anger. "What's the matter with this child? Didn't you see that he was sad?" He asked such a question. That's right. Where did the child come from so blind? It's really uneducated. Lin Mo ignored the surrounding voices, but pointed to 2 bottles of wine placed on a shelf in the man's house, and asked, "Can you give me the wine in your room?" The man clenched his teeth and said sadly, "What's the matter with you, kid? Huh, forget it, whatever you want, take it away if you want." Lin Mo nodded lightly. Amid the accusations from the surrounding townspeople, he walked into the man's house and took the 2 bottles of wine away. Then he came out of the room, came to the man, took out a hand, and placed it half a meter above the girl's forehead. A bright green light diffused from Lin Mo's palm and slowly melted into the girl's body. The man looked at Lin Mo's strange behavior in shock and just wanted to scold him and ask him what he was doing. The girl in his arms suddenly moved. The man immediately lowered his head to look, and the girl's red face, due to the high fever, gradually returned to its original color. Stunned, the man reached out to touch the girl's forehead and then said in shock, "Ah, the fever is gone." Chapter 52. Drum Island Robber Boy Telemon. After Lin Mo healed the girl with the palm immortal technique, he took the 2 bottles of wine from the man's room and left calmly. The man hugged his daughter excitedly, turned his head to look at Lin Mo, who hadn't gone far. Tears filled his eyes. "Thank you. Thank you so much. Benefactor, what's your name?" Page 76. Lin Mo ignored him and continued walking. The faces of the surrounding townspeople were filled with unbelievable shock. What did he do just now? Why did the daughter of the old Xing family get better all of a sudden? It's amazing. His hand was glowing just now. Was it that light that cured Lao Xing's daughter? Who is that child? Does anyone know him? I don't know. Sigu Island is only a few towns away. Judging by the style of the cotton clothes he wears, it's not made on our island. It turns out that he took the wine as a reward for treating Lao Xing's daughter. We all misunderstood him just now. It's over. I said he was uneducated. Will he bear a grudge against me? Lin Mo completely ignored the noisy voices behind him, uncorked the bottle directly, and poured the 2 bottles of wine he just got into the wine gourd as he walked. After the wine gourd was full, he gulped down the remaining half bottle of wine in one gulp. Although the taste of the wine is average, something is better than nothing. All of a sudden, Lin Mo's body warmed up. Not long after he walked, he found a hotel that was still open. Without thinking much, Lin Mo stepped in and booked a guest room for 7 days. Slept comfortably at the hotel. When he woke up, it was already dark outside. Feeling a little hungry, Lin Mo was about to go out to buy something to eat. Just out the door of the hotel, not far away, a man wearing a fluffy winter fur hat with leopard spots, 2 small gold earrings on his ears, obvious dark circles under his eyes, and a long black cotton coat, is a head taller than Lin Mo, holding a stack of books. The boy hurriedly passing behind a row of houses caught his attention. Is that Terran? Traman is the nickname Luffy gave to a man named Trafalgar Law in the future. In Lin Mo's memory, Trafalgar Law experienced the tragic death of his relatives when he was young. Later, in order to avenge the world, he joined the Don Quixote family at the age of 10 and was later killed by his benefactor Doflamingo. The younger brother Corazon was rescued and influenced by him. At the age of 13, he left the Don Quixote family to avenge Corazon, who was killed by Doflamingo, and then founded the Heart Pirates, which became famous all over the world. Judging from the current point of time, Luo should be 13 or 14 years old now. Lin Mo can be sure that there are no Doflamingo people around here. And Corazon, who changed Luo, was not by his side. In other words, there is a high probability that Corazon is dead. As for the current Luo, he should have left the Don Quixote family and is preparing to find a partner to start the Heart Pirates. Sensing that someone was looking at him, Luo turned to look at Lin Mo. The eyes of the two met. Luo froze for a moment, but didn't have time to think about it. Behind, 2 big men have already chased over. Smelly brat, stop for me and put the book down. I've seen someone who steals money and food, but this is the first time I've seen someone who even steals books. Hey brat, stop. Seeing the people behind him chasing him, Luo immediately spread his legs and ran away. Before he ran far, he was stopped by helpers from the town. Holding the book in his hand tightly, Luo backed away with an ugly expression. The townspeople surrounded him, and one of the 2 men who chased him immediately went to grab the book in Luo's hand. Let go, Luo said through gritted teeth. Smelly brat, is it reasonable for you to steal? The man who snatched the book grabbed the book Luo was holding with one hand and picked it up by the collar of Luo's back with the other hand, trying to grab the book with all his strength. Pulling it out of Luo's hand, it turned out that the book seemed to grow in Luo's hand. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't pull it out. That's right. Let go quickly. Seeing that you are still a child, there is still time to turn around now. Little devil, don't be stubborn. It's your fault. Return the book quickly. The surrounding townspeople persuaded one after another. Luo clenched his teeth and said with an ugly face, "Anyway, your country is almost out of doctors, so why do you need these medical books? Sooner or later, these medical books will become contraband in your country. Before that day comes, you might as well give them to me now." After Luo finished speaking, the man who was still grabbing the book suddenly weakened. The originally noisy townspeople also quieted down, and the atmosphere of the scene was sluggish for a while. The man put Luo down, trembling slightly, with a hint of anger in his tone. "What do you know? What can you understand as a child? Maybe these books will really become contraband in this country in the future, but not yet, isn't it? No one's family members will not get sick. If we can't even protect these books, our country will really be hopeless." After the man finished speaking, he covered his eyes with his arms and sobbed. The surrounding townspeople also sighed. Luo tightly hugged the book in his hand, feeling very angry. Originally, his purpose of coming to Magnetic Drum Island was to improve his medical skills. After all, this island enjoys the title of medical superpower. But who would have thought that as soon as he landed on the island, he met the king of the island who ordered the hunting doctor to expel the doctor. With no one to ask for advice, Luo could only rely on these medical books to learn by himself. Although he is still a child, only 14 years old, but with his current strength, it is easy to knock down these townspeople. But when he saw the people in this country being abused by tyranny, and the people were in dire straits, it reminded him of what happened to him when he was a child. Luo can understand the pain of these people. That's why he didn't use force to solve the problem. But what's the use of leaving these medical books? Medical skills are not something that a layman can learn by just reading a few medical books and go out to save people. Luo grew up in a medical family. Under the influence of his parents, he knew a lot of superficial medical knowledge. If it weren't for the tragic incident of destroying the town when he was 10 years old, perhaps he would have become an excellent doctor now. Page 77. Can you understand these books? Luo asked blankly. The townspeople were silent. Luo continued. It is difficult for a layman to learn medical skills by himself. Even if you keep these books, it is a waste. I don't want to do anything to you. I will order these books. None of you can snatch them from me. Go back. Little ghost, do you know medical skills? The man who snatched the book before asked in surprise. Luo nodded expressionlessly. At this moment, a small figure walked past the crowd indifferently. Look, that's the kid who saved Lao Xing's daughter with thaumaturgy. I don't know who shouted. Everyone's eyes immediately shifted to Lin Mo, who was about to forage for food. Chapter 53 Magnetic Drum Island. Be my mate. Yes, it's this kid who saved Lao Xing's daughter. Really? But how old he looks, are you mistaken? Absolutely, it was him. I was there at the time. This kid cured the little girl without even touching Lao Xing's daughter. Little ghost, how did you do it? Tell us about it. Everyone was talking. Seeing that everyone turned their attention, Lin Mo didn't want to talk to them at first, but after thinking about it, he asked, which restaurant is still open? Huh? A restaurant? Everyone should be packing up now. When I came here just now, I saw that Xinxing Ramen was still open. You can see it by walking straight in this direction. Is this child hungry? Do you have money? If you don't have money, you can go to my house for dinner. Yes, you can also come to my house for dinner. The townspeople were more enthusiastic than each other, as if they were not the same group of people as when they scolded Lin Mo before. Lin Mo ignored them and continued walking forward. When the townspeople diverted their attention, Luo Bian took another look at Lin Mo and immediately recognized Lin Mo as the person who was staring at him just now. From what these townspeople said, it seems that this person also has medical skills, and it is a very strange thaumaturgy. Who is he? Luo asked, looking at Lin Mo's back. The surrounding townspeople shook their heads to express their ignorance. I don't know. Lao Xing asked his name, but he didn't say it. One of the townspeople answered Luo's question. Luo continued to ask, how did he save people? That's it. Another townsman imitated Lin Mo's previous appearance, stretched out his hand, palm down, and continued. At a distance of about half a meter above the girl's head, he did this movement, and then his hand, a bright green light appeared, and the light slowly melted into the girl's body, and the girl's fever subsided. It was really amazing. I have never seen such a fever reduction. That's right. That's the first time I've seen him. That kid is so powerful. I really want to know how he did it. Me too. Hey, it's a pity that this kid is too aloof and doesn't care about others. I almost forgot to remind him that this country is expelling doctors. If the guards know that he has medical skills, they will be expelled immediately. Do you want to talk about it? He came from the port, so he must already know about it. I don't know. I think it's better for someone to remind me, just in case. That kid is too cold. If I don't go, which one of you wants to go? The townspeople began to push each other away. Holding a stack of medical skills, Luo stared at Lin Mo's faraway back. At this time, the man who came to snatch the books back suddenly said, "These books are kept just to give us a little more hope. We also know that not everyone can learn medical skills. In fact, I also want these books. Make the most of it, kid. Do you really like and want to learn more advanced medical skills?" Luo retracted his gaze, turned his head to look at the man, tightly held the hand holding the book, nodded and said, "Yes." The man hooked the corners of his mouth and said in relief, "In this case, I will give you these books, but in exchange, you have to tell that kid for us not to expose your medical skills." I can see that. In fact, I'm also very interested in that kid, so let's go. Luo Zhun looked at the man in shock, nodded, and immediately chased in the direction of Lin Mo with the medical book in his arms. After walking for 5 minutes against the cold wind mixed with snowflakes, Lin Mo soon arrived at his destination, Xinxing Ramen Restaurant. Because it was mealtime, there were already many people sitting in the ramen restaurant at this moment. After Lin Mo entered, he directly ordered a bowl of signature noodles. Seeing that there were wines for sale, he bought 2 more bottles by the way. Then he sat down at the only vacant table for 4 in the dining hall. Before the ramen came, Lin Mo took a sip of wine first. Luo chased him in, searched around, found where Lin Mo was, and went directly to sit opposite him. Luo said expressionlessly, "People in the town, let me tell you, don't expose your medical skills, or you will be kicked out by the country's guard army." Lin Mo let out an "oh" casually. Luo stared at him silently. Lin Mo continued to drink indifferently, until the ramen he ordered came. Lin Mo took out the chopsticks from the chopstick holder and began to eat. The aroma of the ramen spread to Luo, and Luo couldn't help swallowing. His stomach growled cooperatively. Damn it! Luo blushed slightly, and immediately picked up the hot water bottle on the table for guests to drink for free, got himself a cup of hot water, and drank it all in one go. Lin Mo looked up at him, and understood in his heart, it seems that this guy has no money. Moreover, although Luo is carrying a knife, it is not the long knife named Ghost Cry in Lin Mo's impression. From this, it can be estimated that Luo should not be able to use the fruit ability proficiently. That's right, Luo is a devil fruit capable user. It is a person with superpower operation fruit ability. The fruit of surgery ability users can create a global or hemispherical space, and ability users can cut, exchange, and splice anything at will in the space, and even exchange 2 minds. The life cut by the capable person with a knife will not die, and will not even bleed, and can still be alive, but it will cause slight pain. Page 78. Anything cut by the fruit of surgery ability can be spliced together, which is fundamentally different from ordinary direct cutting with a knife. The attack of the fruit of surgery belongs to the superpower, not a physical attack, and can attack the entity of the natural ability. If the fruit of the operation is used by someone with enough talent, it can even give humans eternal life. Once this operation is performed, the person with the ability will die. In short, the ability of the fruit of surgery can be said to be quite powerful. But there is another disadvantage when using the fruit's ability. That is, it will consume the user's own physical strength, and excessive use of the ability will even consume lifespan. Luo noticed the 2 swords hanging on Lin Mo's waist. When Lin Mo was almost finished eating a bowl of noodles, he hesitated for a while, and asked, "Are you a swordsman?" After finishing the last sip of soup, Lin Mo wiped his mouth and replied, "That's right." "Is it?" Luo was stunned, touched the sword he was carrying, and asked again, "Then you came to Magnetic Drum Island by yourself?" "Yeah." Lin Imo stood up, ready to leave. Luo got up and chased after him. "I am also a person, and I can also use swords and medical skills. The two of us are quite alike in some ways." "Lin Imo." Luo continued, "What's your name?" Lin Imo ignored him. Luo didn't care about Lin Mo's indifference, and then said, "I founded a pirate group, and I am short of crew members. If you are alone, how about being a crew member on my ship? I will let you be the deputy captain." Chapter 54 Drum Island. Luo's determination and Lin Mo's memory. Luo should be a black-bellied, indifferent, calm, rebellious person. But what's going on now? This guy didn't even know his name. So he just sent out an invitation to board the ship? Lin Imo said speechlessly, "I refuse." Luo was stunned for a moment and quickly said, "You think about it again. I am seriously inviting you." Lin Imo still has the same attitude. "I'm a traveler, and I'm not interested in pirates." "Traveler?" Luo couldn't help but frowned. "Even if you want to prevaricate me, can't you find a more convincing reason? What is a traveler?" Lin Imo glanced at him speechlessly and said indifferently, "Prevarication? Is it necessary for you and me to prevaricate?" After finishing speaking, Lin Imo sneered and continued walking forward. At the same time, in my mind, the system's notification tone suddenly sounded. "DD, reject Death Surgeon Luo's invitation to board the ship. Sign in progress 20, current total progress is 30, and reward proficient palm fairy art." In an instant, more advanced information about the palm immortal art entered Lin Mo's mind. After a daze, Lin Imo couldn't help but stop. At this time, Luo's stomach growled again. Lin Imo looked back at him. Luo turned his head away with a blushing face and said arrogantly, "What do you look at? If you don't join, you don't join, and I don't have to ask you to join my pirate group." Lin Imo couldn't help chuckling, put his hand into his pocket, actually took out a money bag full of Bailey from the system space, and threw it directly to Luo. Luo caught it reflexively. Looking down, Luo frowned again and said in an unhappy tone, "What are you doing? Are you looking down on me? I don't want any free money. Are you sure you want to be a pirate?" Lin Imo sneered, turned around, and continued to walk outside the ramen shop. Lin Imo actually gave Luo the money for two purposes. First, it was a little interesting because Luo helped him complete the sign-in progress point too. In case Luo kept pestering him like Zoro and Jaguantu, it happened that this guy was hungry, so it would be most appropriate to dump him at a ramen restaurant. By the time we left the ramen restaurant, it was already dark. It snows all year round on Tsigu Island, and the outside is full of snow. Instead of being outside in the wind and snow at night, it is better to go back to the hotel and have a good rest. And so, Lin Imo didn't stay long in the town. When he passed a convenience store, he bought all the bottles of wine on the shelf in the convenience store and went back to the hotel. For the next 2 days, Lin Imo spent most of his time in the hotel except for going out to eat at mealtimes. Until the third day when I came to Magnetic Drum Island. Lin Imo, who had had enough rest, left the hotel early in the morning and walked towards the landmark of Magnetic Drum Island, the high mountains that looked like magnetic drums. It was windy and snowy all the way. Lin Imo walked forward step by step. He was going to find Chopper. According to the previous sign-in experience, the sign-in task of Magnetic Drum Island definitely has something to do with Chopper. Chopper is actually a little reindeer. He should be 5 years old at this time. Chopper with a small blue nose was originally a different kind among the deer herd and was often bullied. Later, he was expelled by the deer herd because he ate the human fruit by mistake. Little Chopper wanted to have a partner, so he used the ability of the fruit of everyone to transform into a human, trying to integrate into humans. But his appearance is not completely human. His nose is still blue and unchanged. Human beings regard him as a snowman, as a monster, drive him away like a herd of deer, and some even shoot him with guns. Chopper didn't know what he did wrong, and he didn't know who to hate. He only wanted companions, but he was called a monster. He is no longer a reindeer, nor a human being, so he is alone every day until he meets Dr. Shiraluk. Hiraluk is a quack doctor who spent the rest of his life researching the miracle of cherry blossoms. He has never received a penny for treating people, even though the Drum Kingdom has no doctors in the town to treat the townspeople due to the decree of expulsion of doctors. and no one is willing to accept Zillialook's treatment. Because all the special medicines of Zillialook not only can't cure people's diseases, but will make people's diseases worse. At present, Chopper should not have met Shiralook yet. Linimo was walking. Suddenly, a snow-white creature with a bear's body and a rabbit's head popped out from the nearby snow-covered woods, and it rushed towards him at an extremely fast speed. Labong is on Magnetic Drum Island. It is a ferocious carnivorous animal that likes to gather in groups. It is an animal that will never get close to people. Page 79. When this lone Rabang was about to catch Lin Mo with its sharp claws. Lin Mo didn't respond yet. A black figure suddenly appeared, and with a burst of sword light and sword shadow, this Labong was beaten to the ground less than 1 meter behind Lin Mo. Lin Mo, are you all right? Luo asked, panting. Lin Mo paused and looked back at him. Looks like he didn't tell this guy his name. Seeing Lin Mo's doubts, Luo continued. It was the owner of the hotel where you stayed who told me. Because the name was registered before staying in the hotel owner knew Lin Mo's name. Really big mouth. Forget it. If you know it, you will know it. Lin Mo ignored Luo and continued walking forward. Seeing Lin Mo leaving, Luo immediately followed and asked as he walked, the townspeople said that day that you can use thaumaturgy to heal people. Is it true? Lin Mo ignored him. Luo Bai continued. The purpose of my coming to Magnetic Drum Island is to learn more advanced medical skills. I am very interested in your thaumaturgy that can heal people. Can you teach me? No. Lin Mo opened his mouth and refused directly. Luo was stunned and continued to follow Lin Mo unconvinced. I know you don't have to teach me medical skills, but I have reasons to learn more advanced medical skills. Luo touched his heart and said solemnly, I won't let important people die in front of me again. If I had strong enough medical skills at that time, maybe Corazon wouldn't have died. As he said that, Luo couldn't help shaking. Every time he thought of the scene of Corazon's death in front of his eyes, he couldn't control himself with sadness. Form single isolated. It seemed as if the wind could blow him down if it was stronger. Lin Mo did not respond to Luo's words. He had nothing to respond to either. Even if he really intends to teach Luo medical skills, it's useless. The palm fairy technique he knows requires the use of chakras ninjutsu, and there is no chakra in the human body of Pirate World. Therefore, Luo will never learn palm fairy art. Lin Mo continued to walk forward. Luo silently stared at Lin Mo's back, thought for a while, and chased after him. Lin Mo, are you really unwilling to teach me medical skills? Lin Mo said speechlessly. Yes. Luo frowned slightly. Why? Just as Luo Gang finished asking why, there were suddenly a lot of cries of trigger from the surrounding woods. Several nimble figures shuttled back and forth between the woods, and with a few swishes, a group of ferocious Rabang surrounded Lin Mo and Luo. Chapter 55 Drum Island. Chopper targeted by Prejudice Laban is a very protective pack animal. Obviously, this group of Rabang came to avenge Rabang who was defeated by Luo just now. Luo stared heavily at the group of Rabangs who were ready to go, as if they were about to tear them apart in the next second. Lin Mo, I will protect you. Luo tightened the knife in his hand. If he was dealing with a few Labangs, Luo was still confident that he could beat them. But if the opponent is a group of Labong, it will be tricky. It's a good time to try out the ability I have acquired recently. Luo immediately freed up a hand. Room. Immediately afterwards, a hemispherical transparent space suddenly appeared, framed all the surrounding Labong, including Lin Mo, together. Luo immediately took the knife, moved his body quickly in the room space, and slashed at the surrounding Labong. The Rabangs immediately moved in unison. Even though Luo can almost teleport faster than Labong in the room space, his power is not as strong as Laban. Slaughterhouse. Luo gritted his teeth tightly and slashed at the nearest Labong, easily removing one of its arms. The broken arm fell to the ground, but there was not a drop of blood. Even the cut marks on the chopped-off Laban's body without its arms were extremely smooth, and not a single drop of blood flowed down. Slaughterhouse is an ability that can cut objects or creatures into several pieces and reassemble them within the range of Luo's control. The separated creatures will not die, suffer pain, or bleed. It can be said that this is a very powerful ability, but the premise is that Luo can hit the opponent. Laban, whose arm had been removed, immediately screamed and attacked Luo again after being surrounded for a short time. After seeing Luo cheat his ability, the other Rapons all became smarter. When Luo was about to cut off the other arm of Rabang, who had removed his arm before, several Rabangs suddenly appeared behind Luo. With a few slaps, Luo was sent flying. Damn it! After taking a mouthful of ice scum, Luo angrily got up from the snow, just as he was about to continue fighting. Several Labangs stared at Lin Mo, jumped up from all around, and rushed towards Lin Mo at the same time. Be careful! Luo yelled. Lin Mo stared speechlessly at the Rapons who were rushing towards him in midair, pulled out the 3 generations of ghosts, and with the help of Shuanpa, his figure flickered, and in just an instant, the Ravens who were trying to attack him all flew out backwards. Seeing their companions being killed, the rest of the Rabangs showed their sharp minions without saying a word, roaring and rushed towards Lin Mo at the same time. Lin Mo snorted coldly, and in front of Luo, when the group of Rabang approached, he stabbed again, and all Rabang stopped immediately. Lin Mo slowly put the 3-generation ghost into the sheath, and when it was fully sheathed, there was a bang sound, and all the standing Labong fell to the ground at the same time. Luo stared blankly at Lin Mo. Okay, that's amazing. Lin Mo walked past Mandilabang's body indifferently and continued to walk forward. Swallowing secretly, Luo hurriedly released the room space and caught up with Lin Mo again without saying a word. Page 80 for the next time, Luo followed Lin Mo all the time, but didn't bother him anymore, although he wanted to ask Lin Mo where he was going. But he knew that even if he asked, the other party would definitely ignore him, so it would be more practical to just follow him and see where he was going and what he was going to do. Walking in the snow, still facing the wind of sleet, the speed would be affected, and Lin Mo didn't bother to care whether Luo followed him or not, as long as he didn't bother him. With the help of knowledge, Lin Mo discovered several directions where deer herds were moving. Several batches of reindeer were found, but no sign of Chopper was found. Seeing that the sky was about to darken, Lin Mo turned back and returned to Kequite Town. Luo followed him all day. Although he didn't know what Lin Mo was going to do, but through Lin Mo's activities all day, it can be inferred that Lin Mo must be looking for someone. No, it should be looking for a certain reindeer. Before returning to the hotel, Lin Mo randomly found a restaurant to have a meal, then went to a convenience store, bought a lot of food and drinks before returning to the hotel. When he got to the hotel room, he put all the food and drinks into the system space. Next 2 months, Lin Mo would get up early every day and go out to find Chopper, come back at night, and then save food. After 2 months of hard work, the system space has finally been filled. At the same time, one morning, when he was about to go out to look for Chopper, a few steps out of the hotel, a few men with shotguns hurried to the back of the town on the side street. Have you heard? That snowman has appeared again. Snowman? Is that the human-like blue-nosed monster? Yes, it's that monster. It's really disgusting. I heard that he went to the next town a while ago, and it seems that he was injured by the people in the next town. I guess he's healed up now, so he's here to take revenge. Even if the monster wants revenge, he will go to the next town to seek revenge from those who injured him. What are you doing in our town? On the street, the townspeople were talking about it. Lin Mo frowned slightly and immediately turned around, heading towards the direction where the monster that the group of people said was located. He was sure that the monster the townspeople were talking about was the Chopper he had been looking for these past 2 months. Luo came out of the hotel as usual. He heard all the conversations of the townspeople, but he didn't have time to think about it. Seeing that Lin Mo was chasing the group of men with guns away, Luo immediately chased after them. Soon, Lin Mo and Luo rushed to the back of the town, in front of a pine forest. The townspeople with guns raised their guns and pointed their guns at the big guy who was hiding behind a pine tree at the moment. Damn, get out of here. Go away, big monster. Go away. The townspeople shouted angrily at Chopper, who was hiding behind a pine tree. Chopper's current appearance is transformed into a half-human with the fluff above the chest and a blue nose through the ability of the human fruit. Even though they were hundreds of meters away and the wind and snow blocked his view, Lin Mo could still see the countless scars on Chopper's body clearly. Is that the snowman that the townspeople are talking about? Luo's voice suddenly sounded. I have read the description of snowman in a book. The snowman should be a very vicious ape-like creature, but this guy looks a little they are not vicious, and even their appearance is different from what is described in the book. Did the townspeople misunderstand it? Lin Emo turned to look at him. At the same time, a shot rang out. One of the townspeople with a gun pointed the trigger directly at Chopper. Chopper took 2 steps back in fear. Lin Emo dodged and appeared in front of Chopper in the blink of an eye. He raised his hand and grabbed it, crushing the flying bullets. Chapter 56 Drum Island. Sure enough, let nature take its course. The fact that Lin Emo crushed the bullet shocked everyone present. It took a long time for people to react. Huh? Isn't that the kid who saved Lao Xing's daughter? When did he come here? He actually crushed the bullet? How is this possible? Can normal people do such a thing? It's scary. Who the hell is that kid? Even if he has the strength to crush bullets, why did he save Xuannan? I'm afraid he's crazy. Lin Emo didn't bother to talk to this group of people and looked back at Xiaoba, who was crumbling because of the injuries on his body. Although, it doesn't matter if he doesn't care about Chopper. According to the normal plot, Chopper will not die just because he is shot a few times by humans. It can be seen that Jobana's eyes are more sad and desperate than the pain on his body because his heart was broken by human beings. Lin Emo still couldn't hold back his compassion. Run away, Lin Emo said lightly. Although there is not much emotion in his tone, it is very meaningful to Chopper, who has been bullied and hurt by deer and humans since he was a child. This human being is different from everyone else. This is what Chopper is thinking at the moment, until the gunfire rang out again. Someone came around and tried to hit Chopper. Lin Emo raised his hand, grabbed the bullet flying towards Xiaoba again, and crushed it. Chopper was frightened and reflexively took 2 steps back. Lin Emo looked back at him again. Run. Chopper didn't speak and immediately spread his legs and ran into the pine forest. At the same time, in Lin Mo's mind, the system's notification sounded. Didi, help Chopper out of danger and gain Chopper's favor. Sign in progress 20. Current total progress is 50. Reward Fairy Ball skill level 1. Current Fairy Ball level is LV2. Page 81. In an instant, Lin Mo felt that his understanding of the Fairy Ball had deepened to a higher level. Thinking of the previous 2 months, he deliberately went to find Chopper and couldn't find it no matter how hard he searched. Fortunately, Chopper has delivered it to the door by himself. Sure enough, the completion of this sign-in task still depends on letting nature take its course. Thinking of this, Lin Mo didn't bother to chase Chopper anymore, turned a corner, walked past the group of people, and circled into the town. Hey kid, do you know what you did just now? You actually let Xuanan go. Do you know how dangerous Xuanan is? That kind of monster is harmful to people alive. That's right, you shouldn't have saved that snowman. Since you were so powerful, why didn't you help us kill that monster? When Lin Mo passed by this group of people with guns, everyone complained. Lin Mo continued to walk forward speechlessly, not intending to pay attention to them. Luo, on the other hand, couldn't help shouting at those people. Are you sure that guy just now is Yukio? Did he hurt you? Or did he do something bad? Luo's few questions caught everyone's attention. After a moment of silence, the townspeople continued to complain in dissatisfaction. It didn't hurt us now. Do we have to wait for the monster to really hurt us before we can attack him? That's right. Even if he's not Yukio, he's still a monster with neither human nor ghost. In short, monsters are all inhuman bad guys. Even if you don't kill him, you can't let him into the town. Luo didn't expect this group of people to be so prejudiced against the guy who wasn't a snow boy at all. Luo clenched his teeth tightly and couldn't help but continue. Have you communicated with him? Do you understand him? Do you really know what he wants, and will it hurt you? What is there to communicate with monsters? I think you kid is crazy, really. We don't have the time to learn about a monster. Once the monster gets close to us, maybe he will kill us right away. That's right. That monster is smart, and he even knows how to pretend to be pitiful to win our sympathy. He really underestimated us. He still wants to lie to us with such a trick? It's so funny. I think it's you who are funny. Luo was furious. He knew that no matter what he said, he couldn't change the prejudice against Chopper in the hearts of these people. That being the case, it seems particularly stupid to be arguing with this group of ignorant and single-minded people here. Luo didn't want to say anything more to them, so he immediately turned around and chased after Lin Mo. From the time when Lin Mo blocked the bullet for Chopper, Luo guessed that the guy Lin Mo was looking for in the past 2 months was probably the little monster who wasn't Snowman. At that time, he was quite puzzled why the group of people said that about Chopper, but Lin Mo didn't say anything good for Chopper. Now he understands. Rather than wasting your tongue arguing with those frogs in the well, it's better to keep silent and say nothing. Anyway, the result cannot be changed, no matter how much it is said. It is useless. The above are all Luo's own conjectures. In fact, Lin Mo just simply didn't want to talk. Afterwards, the news that Lin Mo was able to crush bullets with his bare hands spread throughout Kikwit town. Lin Mo himself left Kikwit town and went to the small town near the pier. He hadn't been to a tavern for a long time, and he just took advantage of the time today to have a good drink. Walked for more than half an hour. Lin Mo arrived on Magnetic Drum Island, the only town with a tavern. When he stepped into the tavern, just like the first time I entered the tavern in Windmill Village and Frostmoon Village, I was laughed at by the drinkers in the tavern. Huh? Why is there a kid here? This is a tavern, right? Kid, you went wrong. You want to buy juice and go to the convenience store next door, huh? Look, there are 2 swords and a gourd hanging around his waist. Is that a wine gourd? Or a gourd for juice? Ha ha. Little ghost, this is not the place for you to come. Go home quickly, ha. Lin Mo completely ignored the ridicule of these people, came to the U-shaped bar of the tavern, sat on a high stool in front of the bar skillfully, and grabbed a handful of Baileys before the tavern owner planned to follow suit and tell him to go home. Placed directly on the bar. The tavern owner was taken aback. Lin Mo said blankly, "Have a glass of your best wine." Okay. The tavern owner immediately put away the Bailey that Lin Mo put on the table. For him, money is a customer, no matter whether he is an adult or a kid. Soon, the tavern owner brought Lin Mo a glass of still bubbling wine. As soon as Lin Mo took a sip, Luo chased him in. Sure enough, I'm here to drink. Luo sat down in the empty seat next to Lin Mo, stared at him, and said speechlessly, "You look younger than me. How can you drink so well?" Lin Mo ignored him and continued drinking. When he finished the whole glass of wine, he took out a handful of Baileys and asked the boss to have another glass. The door of the tavern was suddenly pushed open hastily. A man wearing a big dark blue jacket rushed in and said anxiously, "It's not good. Something happened in Kikwit town next door." Chapter 57 Magnetic Drum Island. What's going on? What happened to Kikwit town? Say it quickly, Ajien. Could it be that Walpo's guards are here to make trouble again? Now, except for his doctors on the island, all other doctors have been expelled from the island. What else does he want? There was a lot of discussion. When the letter came, the man named Ajien said out of breath, "They are indeed members of the guards, but their purpose is not to catch the doctor, but for a brat." Huh? Brat? What brat? What does this guy Walpo want to do? Could it be that he suddenly thought of some bad rules? Page 82. The new regulations have not yet come down. I heard that during this time, he has been looking for a kid who can crush bullets with his bare hands. Jin continued. Just now, it was reported in Kikwit town that there was a kid who wanted to save Xuanan. The fact that a few bullets were crushed, the King's guards went to Kikwit town after hearing the news. Is there really a kid who can crush bullets? Are you lying? No, what I said is absolutely true. Jin said seriously. I heard that the guards didn't find the kid, so they took away the hotel owner where the kid was staying and returned to him. Put it bluntly, tell the kid to go to the castle to find them, or the hotel owner will be killed. My God, is what you said true? The hotel owner is too miserable. By the way, what are the characteristics of that kid? Well, let me think about it. Jin thought for a while. By the way, that brat seems to be only a few years old, with 2 swords hanging on his waist and a wine gourd. Wait, are you sure the brat you're talking about is the one the king's guards are looking for? Jin looked confused. I'm sure, what's wrong? All the drinkers in the tavern looked at Lin Mo, who was drinking at the bar at the moment. One of them couldn't help swallowing, raised his finger to Lin Mo, and asked, "The brat you're talking about, could it be him?" Jin looked at Lin Mo, stunned for a moment, and then exclaimed, "Huh? That's right, it's him. Why is he here?" "Oh, it looks like you're going to become a celebrity," Luo said with a smile that wasn't a smile. Lin Mo calmly drank the remaining half of the second glass. The whole tavern fell silent. Everyone watched him silently. Lin Mo put his hand into his pocket. Everyone gasped involuntarily. Then, Lin Mo grabbed a handful of Baileys again, handed his empty wine gourd to the tavern owner, and said in a flat tone, "Fill up the wine just now." The tavern owner was stunned for a moment, and quickly took the money and the wine gourd. Luo couldn't help chuckling. Questions immediately sounded in the tavern. "Is it really this brat? Ah Jian, do you remember wrongly? This kid doesn't look like anything special, but he does seem to hold a good amount of alcohol. You must have misremembered. If it's really this little brat, he came all the way from Kequite Town through the wind and snow. He couldn't just come for a drink, right?" "That's right, Lin Mo really came here to drink." This point, I am afraid that Luo is the only person present who knows. The tavern owner filled up Lin Mo's drink. Lin Mo hung the wine gourd on his waist, jumped off the high stool, and was about to leave the tavern. Seeing that he was leaving, Luo followed immediately. The other drinkers in the tavern watched Lin Mo leave with different expressions. After leaving the tavern, Lin Mo didn't stay in this town for long, and walked directly to the castle where Walpo was. "Are you really going to save that boss?" Luo asked as he walked beside Lin Mo. Lin Mo ignored him. Luo continued, "I thought you would just sit back and do nothing. You look unkind and unreasonable. In fact, you are much gentler than those guys who can only talk and argue." Lin Mo. Lin Mo was speechless for a while. Did this guy misunderstand something? Indeed, he could have ignored the hotel owner who had been taken away. But when he stayed in the hotel, he paid a deposit. If the hotel owner really died, who would refund him the deposit? Although there are only dozens of Baileys, it is enough to buy several bottles of wine. What's more, during the 2 months of staying in the hotel, seeing that he was staying alone, the owner of the hotel would often tell him to be careful when going out. Seeing that he likes to drink, he would give him some homemade wine from time to time. In short, this boss is not bad. Right and wrong, Lin Mo could see clearly. Just take it as the tavern owner's care for him in the past 2 months. He will not refuse to save him. To put it bluntly, he just repays what he has. So how can he be gentle? Valber's castle is on a high mountain in the shape of a magnetic drum. To go up the mountain, there are several specific cableways. Just as the guards were about to send a wave of supplies up the mountain, they saw 2 children approaching not far away. One of the guards shouted at Lin Mo and Luo, "This is not a place for you brats to come. Go home." Lin Mo and Luo didn't retreat because of the guard's words. Soon, the 2 arrived at the location of the cable car. The guard originally wanted to reprimand Lin Mo and Luo. The companion next to him pulled him down and pointed to the sword and wine jug hanging on Lin Mo's waist in a flustered expression. "He seems to be the brat His Majesty Walpo is looking for." "What?" The guard looked at Lin Mo again. His expression froze suddenly. "Huh? It seems to be really him. It doesn't seem like he is the person you are looking for," Luo said with a corner of his mouth. The 2 guards couldn't help but took half a step back. Lin Mo was too lazy to talk nonsense with them and walked directly into the cable car up the mountain. Luo followed closely behind. The 2 guards looked at each other, immediately started the cable car, and sent a signal to their companions on the mountain. When Lin Mo and Luo arrived at the top of the mountain, they were greeted by a group of heavily armed guards. Leading in front of this group of guards was a sturdy man in a big green jacket with a Chinese character face. Page 83. The man's name was Dalton. He is the captain of the guards of the Magnetic Drum Kingdom, a person with the ability of the cow fruit of the animal department, and can change into the appearance of a cow man by activating his ability. In Lin Mo's impression, this man named Dalton is a friendly, honest person. In fact, Dalton has always been displeased with Walpo's tyranny. Later, because of some things, he resolutely stood up to resist Walpo, but was defeated and was imprisoned. It was not until Walpo went to see that he was rescued by the villagers. Then, after Luffy and others passed through the Magnetic Drum Kingdom and helped him completely defeat Walton, surrounded by the people, he became the king of the Sakura Kingdom after the renamed Magnetic Drum Island. However, the current Dalton is just a puppet controlled by Walpo. No matter how much Dalton resists in Walpo's order, he will still follow the order. Seeing that there were 2 children coming down from the cable car, Dalton couldn't help but frowned and turned to look at his subordinates. "Are you making a mistake? These 2 children really have the potential to threaten the kingdom." Ability? Chapter 58. Magnetic Drum Island. "Don't worry, the next one is you. Report to the captain. The information is correct. It is this kid with 2 swords who has the ability to threaten the kingdom. One of Dalton's men stood up straight and answered respectfully. What about the kid in the hat? Dalton pointed to Luo and asked. His subordinates shook their heads unanimously, expressing that they did not know where Luo came from. Dalton was silent for a moment. In fact, he didn't want to arrest Lin Mo and Luo. After all, he has never seen Lin Mo's ability with his own eyes, and he is not sure whether Lin Mo really has the strength to crush bullets. Not long after Walpo took office as the king of the Magnetic Drum Kingdom, he had already enacted many unequal regulations that made the people living in the Magnetic Drum Kingdom complain. As long as there is anything that is unfavorable to Walpo, no matter whether it is a person or something else, Walpo will order that the troubles be eradicated immediately. Even if the child had no intention of destroying Drum Island or fighting against him, Walpo would still order the child to be expelled or killed. Let's go. You two, leave Drum Island right now. I can assure you that the hotel owner is safe. Dalton still couldn't bear to attack the 2 children. Luo looked directly at Lin Mo. Lin Mo walked forward in silence. The surrounding guards immediately pointed their guns at Lin Mo. Lin Mo ignored them and walked past Dalton. Luo smiled and immediately followed Lin Mo and walked with him to the castle not far away. Dalton followed Lin Mo past him in a daze and turned his body towards the castle, looking at the backs of Lin Mo and Luo. And his men, holding their guns, followed Lin Mo and Luo at a distance of about 2 meters, until Lin Mo came to the gate of the castle. The castle gate was pushed open from inside. A fat, ugly man with dark purple hair, a large mouth, a cylindrical tin plate attached to his chin, and a white hooded cape made of deck and tin, sitting on a fat, looking a little silly, a hairy hippopotamus named Robson, surrounded by many soldiers, appeared at the gate of the castle. This man is the current tyrannical king of Drum Island, Valpo. Walpo, nicknamed White Iron, is a Superman with the ability to swallow fruits. He can use the fruit ability to eat anything, and the things he eats can become part of his body or synthesize new things. He can even eat himself, and then spit it out after eating, and he will become thinner. The ability to swallow fruit is actually very strong, if the ability to develop and utilize this fruit is quite powerful. It's a pity that no matter how powerful the fruit is, it's a waste if the user is too useless. Huh? Why are there 2 brats here? Walpo sat on Robson's back, looked at Lin Mo and Luo arrogantly, didn't bother to distinguish who could threaten him, and said directly, it doesn't matter who you are. Anyway, you don't even think about leaving here when you're here. Walpo clapped his hands suddenly. His men pushed out the hotel owner with his hands tied behind his back. Stinky boy, if you don't want this guy to die, just stand there obediently and don't move. Walpo said viciously, come on, kill those 2 brats for me. As long as they die. There will be no one in the country who can resist me anymore. Seeing that Lin Mo really came, the hotel owner said anxiously, little devil, run away and leave me alone. You are too young to die here. Lin Mo stared at Walpo expressionlessly. Walpo's men immediately surrounded Lin Mo and Luo Tuan. Dozens of guns were pointed at him. Luo Wei hooked the corner of his mouth, raised his hand to create a room, and covered everyone around them in it. You don't need to make a move. I can take care of these guys. Just after Luo just finished speaking, he disappeared in a flash. Walpo's guards all stared wide-eyed. Huh? Where's the person? Where did that kid in the hat go? Why did it suddenly disappear? Just when everyone was astonished, Luo suddenly appeared behind several of them, and directly used his own knife to kill the arms and legs of these people. My hands, my legs. It's over. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. I'm still alive. Oh my God, monster. This brat is a monster, run away. The rest of the people who hadn't been chopped down hurriedly spread their legs and ran out. But they are still in Luo's room space, and in terms of speed, they are absolutely inferior to Luo. Before the group of fleeing people were about to run out of the room space, Luo caught up with them. All the guards, except for those who were not in the room space, were all cut into several pieces by Luo and scattered around. Land, but they are still alive. Huh? Walpo's eyes bulged in shock. What kind of ability is this? It's so powerful. Humph. Luo chuckled. Don't worry, The next one to be dismembered will be you. Luo expanded the room space to include Walpo in it. With a flash, he appeared in front of Walpo. Walpo turned pale with fright. Before he had time to run, he was chopped into countless pieces by Luo. Page 84. Ah, Your Majesty, are you all right? Walpo's subordinates shouted anxiously. Luo smiled lightly and returned to Lin Mo. These useless guys are really vulnerable. Lin Mo walked forward in silence. At this time, Dalton used the Nyo fruit to turn into a black cow and stood in front of Lin Mo and Luo. I don't want to attack you, but my identity is the captain of the guard. Even if the king of this country is incompetent, I can't let you hurt him, Dalton said with a sullen face. You too. Leave now immediately this country. Don't force me to do anything to you. Lin Mo didn't stop because of Dalton's words. Just like when I just came up from the mountain. Lin Mo ignored Dalton's words and continued walking. Until about to pass Dalton. Dalton immediately roared. Even if he didn't want to, he had to make a move. Dalton rushed towards Lin Mo suddenly, trying to knock Lin Mo away with a powerful impact. When he was close, Lin Mo easily dodged Dalton's many attacks. When he was less than 3 meters away from the hotel owner, Dalton was still attacking him persistently. Lin Mo raised his hand, and when he got close again, he hit Dalton's chest with one blow, sending him flying more than 10 meters away. The armed color on his hands slowly faded away. Lin Mo came to the guards carrying the hotel owner. He hasn't said anything yet. The guard was so frightened that his legs trembled. He unconsciously let go of the end of the hemp rope tied to the hotel owner and took several steps back. Lin Mo indifferently untied the hemp rope that bound the hotel owner. After regaining his freedom, the expression on the hotel owner's face was quite rich. You, Lin Mo, you actually knocked the captain of the guard Dalton away with one blow? My God, are they telling the truth? Yes, are you really that good? Chapter 59 Drum Island's abandoned ton fruit ability. The hotel owner's shock did not shake Lin Mo at all. On the contrary, the guards of the Magnetic Drum Kingdom showed exaggerated expressions one by one. What is he doing? Luo suddenly noticed that Walpo, who had been chopped into several sections by him just now, was actually eating his own section body, and a sense of disgust arose spontaneously. So this guy is also a capable person, really nausea. Lin Mo had known about Walpo's ability a long time ago, so he was not surprised at all that Walpo ate himself. Walpo has the ability to swallow fruit. The hotel owner said worriedly. Everything he eats will become a part of his body. If he eats all the weapons present, you will be in danger. Hurry up, Lin Mo and Luo. You two hurry up, there is still time to leave here. None of you can run away. Walpo had already eaten up all the remains of his body and spit out a thinner version of himself than before from a big tin bucket, and then picked it up to be guarded. The soldiers scattered the guns on the ground and ate them directly. Luo frowned. His room space has not been released yet. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Walpo again, about to chop him down. Walpo fused the few guns he had just eaten into a muzzle similar to a rocket launcher and popped out from his chest. The moment Luo's knife cut it down, a bullet with extremely powerful attack directly rubbed against Luo. Cheeks flew out. This blow could have hit Luo. Fortunately, Luo reacted quickly and avoided it in time. Damn it, Luo frowned and continued to slash at Walpo. While Walpo was eating the weapons around him, more muzzles appeared in his body, as if he had infinite bullets, and countless bullets crackled towards Luo. Although it is difficult to hit Luo in the room space, similarly, it is not easy for Luo to get close to Walpo now. At this time, in the castle, Walpo's men came out pushing a few cannons. Walpo immediately jumped to the cannon and began to eat the cannon bit by bit. Hey, those two little monsters are finished. As long as His Majesty Valpo is serious, it will be quite powerful. Ha ha, I'm sweating a little bit for those two brats. It would be nice if I ran away earlier, but now I can't run away even if I want to. Ha ha, I deserve it. The guards who came out pushing the cannon said mockingly. Robin wanted to finish off the cannon before Walpo had eaten it all. The results of it. Before he got close, more than N muzzles appeared on Walpo's body, and countless bullets flew out at the same time. Even in the room space, Luo can completely teleport, but facing so many bullets, it is still a bit difficult for Luo, who has very little actual combat experience with fruit abilities. After all, he was only 14 years old. Seeing that he could not dodge and was about to be hit, Luo immediately flashed and appeared at the edge of the room space, avoiding the risk of being hit. At the same time, Walpo had already eaten up the cannons pushed out by his men. Wiped his mouth. Walpo shifted his gaze to Lin Mo, who was less than 5 meters away from him at the moment. "Stinky boy, I'll get rid of you first, and then I'll get rid of the guy in the hat. Ah ha ha ha." Walpo laughed. The guards behind him also laughed extremely presumptuously. As for Lin Mo himself, he watched with a speechless face as Walpo turned his hands and the top of his head into muzzles of rocket launchers, as if by magic, and then all the muzzles were aimed at him. "Go to hell, ah." Walpo laughed and attacked Lin Mo. Several shells of different sizes flew towards Lin Mo at the same time. The hotel owner was very frightened. Because of his fear, his legs shook so badly that he couldn't stand still and fell to the ground. At this moment, the hotel owner only has 3 words in his heart: it's over. Lin Mo, on the other hand, watched indifferently as the countless bullets got closer and closer to him. Amidst the wanton laughter of the crowd, only a few loud bangs were heard, and all the bullets hit Lin Mo. Page 85. Thick smoke billowed everywhere. Everyone at the scene, except Luo, thought that Lin Mo and the hotel owner were finished. Not far away, Dalton, who was hit by Lin Mo, got up from the snow. As soon as he turned his head, he saw Lin Mo being hit by Walpo's attack, and a look of regret and self-blame appeared on his face. "Ha ha, that kid must be dead. I really overestimated my strength. I didn't run away when I saw the bullets coming. I think he was too scared to run. Ha, he deserves it. He really deserves it. Your Majesty Walpo, quickly get rid of that kid in the hat. We are too uncomfortable in this state. If you get rid of him, maybe we can get back to how we were." The guards shouted loudly. Walpo smirked and faced Luo. "Boy, it's your turn. Ah, go to hell." Heh. Luo suddenly sneered. Before Walpo launched an attack, he couldn't help but frown when he heard Luo's sneer. "What are you laughing at?" Luo chuckled and said, "Do you really think that just this tickling attack can kill Lin Mo?" "What?" Walpo immediately looked in the direction where Lin Mo was just now. The thick smoke from the explosion gradually dissipated, and a radiant golden dome slowly appeared in front of everyone. "Huh? What's that?" Walpo asked in surprise. Lin Mo lifted the fairy ball. When everyone saw Lin Mo and the stunned hotel owner appearing in front of them safe and sound, everyone was shocked. "Huh? Are they all right? What's going on here? How could someone be able to stop His Majesty Walpo's attack? My God, what happened to that golden ball just now?" Everyone was amazed. Walpo gritted his teeth and stared at Lin Mo, and aimed all his guns at Lin Mo again. "Stinky boy, I want to see how many times you can escape my attacks." Lin Mo stared at him speechlessly. This guy is so annoying. Before Walpo attacked again. In order to leave here earlier, Lin Mo appeared in front of Walpo in a flash. Before Walpo had time to react, Lin Mo raised his leg and kicked Walpo hard in the stomach, directly smashing the muzzle protruding from his stomach with Yikai, and kicked it away in a beautiful parabola out. "Huh? His Majesty Walpo. Your Majesty, we have come to rescue you." The few remaining men of Walpo who were not dismembered by Luo immediately chased after Walpo in the direction where Lin Mo kicked him away. Lin Mo turned around indifferently and walked towards the cable car he came up from. When passing by the hotel owner, he said lightly, "Let's go." The hotel owner responded with a dazed expression, quickly got up from the ground, and followed Lin Mo staggeringly. When Luo was about to leave, he was stopped by Dalton. "Dalton has returned to his original appearance. I know this request is too much, but my subordinates will only follow orders to deal with you. They are innocent. Please help them restore their original appearance." Luo glanced at the mutilated wreckage, but still alive, and said with a sneer, "Are you teaching me how to do things?" Chapter 60. Drum Island. Are you happy, little ghosts? Didi, fight against White Iron Valpo and gain the favor of the guard Captain Dalton. Sign in progress 20. Current total progress is 70. Reward Iron Level 1. Current Iron level is LV3. As soon as Lin Mo walked to the cable car on the edge of the cliff, a system notification sounded in his mind. Lin Mo has long been accustomed to this inexplicable trigger to complete the sign-in progress task. So he wasn't too surprised and got on the cable car naturally. The hotel owner followed closely behind. Luo, on the other hand, did not immediately follow. Dalton stopped in front of Luo, his eyes full of grief. I know, this country is hopeless, no matter how much I can't understand Walpo's actions, as long as I am the captain of the guard for one day. I have to be strict to carry out what I should do. I know that you don't need to help my subordinates get back to normal when we were opponents just now, but everyone attacked you out of necessity. We are the citizens of the Magnetic Drum Kingdom. If I don't obey the current King Walpo, I'll die, but I don't need to say more about their fate. You should be able to guess. Without much hesitation, Dalton immediately plopped and knelt down in the snow. Just take it as me begging you. Let my men return to their original state. It doesn't matter if you want to kill me. I won't fight back of. Captain, you actually knelt down for our opponents. Woo. Captain, you are too kind to us. Captain, woo. Captain, get up quickly. Team leader. There was sobbing all around. They are all adults, but they all cry like children. The corner of Luo's mouth twitched slightly, and he didn't want to care about it. But the crying of this group of people made him upset and irritable. At this time, the hotel owner, who was already on the cable car, said something more for Dalton. Dalton is different from Walpo. He is actually not bad to us. Luo, if you can help those guys get back to their original state, you will be fine. Help them. It's too cold on this cable car. Hurry up. I'm fine. It's bad if Lin Modong catches a cold. Lin Mo. In fact, it was impossible for such a little wind to make him catch a cold. Luo was silent for a moment, then helped Dalton up. The expression was a little impatient, but he still opened his hand to release the room space again, and then used his ability to restore the group of people who had been dismembered into countless pieces to their original state at the fastest speed. Thank you so much, Dalton said gratefully. Luo waved his hand and walked directly towards the cable car without saying anything. When he got on the cable car, Dalton ordered someone to start the cable car and send them down the mountain. When the three of Lin Mo went down the mountain. Page 86. Thank you all the way from the hotel owner. Luo would return a few words to the hotel owner from time to time. Lin Mo didn't say a word the whole time, and he had nothing to say. When they passed a tree house, the door of the tree house was suddenly opened from inside. An old woman wearing a white crop top, a purple coat, and purple wide-leg pants, with loose long hair, a wrinkled face, a tall and thin figure, looking very energetic, and holding a bottle of plum wine in her hand, came out of it. When she saw the three of Lin Mo coming from the direction of Magnetic Drum Peak, where the castle is located, the old woman took a sip from the wine bottle, then grinned and said, Hey, are you happy, brats? Who is she? Luo asked strangely, not knowing this woman. Yes, it's a witch. The hotel owner saw a few drops of cold sweat on his forehead when he saw the old woman. The old woman smiled and asked, Do you want to know the secret of my eternal youth? The hotel owner quickly shook his head. No, I didn't ask this. Lin Mo stared at the person nicknamed the witch indifferently. Of course he knew who this woman was. Witch Kaleha, who should be 120 years old now, has excellent medical skills, but the fees are quite expensive. Kureha and the quack Shiraluk are the only two people on Drum Island who did not leave Drum Island because of Walpo's hunting order to expel the doctor. Therefore, the two of them will be hunted down by Walpo's men in the next few years. The most important thing is that Kureha became Chopper's teacher after Shiraluk's death and passed on all the medical skills he had learned in his life to Chopper. Kaleha's eyes turned around between Lin Mo and Luo, and noticed the wine gourd hanging on Lin Mo's waist. So he turned his eyes on Lin Mo, stroked his chin, and smiled softly. You are the one who recently, it is said in these few towns that there is a kid who can use thaumaturgy similar to witchcraft to heal people. Lin Mo nodded calmly. Hey. Kureha took another sip of wine, wiped the corners of his mouth, and continued. Interesting, kid. I will tell you the secret of eternal youth. In exchange, you will give your strange witchcraft. How do you tell me the secret of healing people? How about it? Lin Mo. Not so good. Luo looked at the hotel owner speechlessly and asked, Who is this old woman? Kureha's ears moved, and he took out a small scalpel and flew towards Luo. Luo raised his hand reflexively to catch it, and easily caught the scalpel thrown by Kureha. This is a scalpel? Luo looked at the knife in his hand in surprise. I'm only 120 years old, Kureha said with the corner of her mouth hooked. The hotel owner pulled Luo and whispered, "She is called Kaleha, and she can be regarded as a doctor in our magnetic drum kingdom. Although her medical skills are very powerful, she has a strange temper. It depends on her mood to treat people. And the fee is very high. Everyone calls her a witch." "Is her medical skill very good?" Luo asked in surprise. The hotel owner nodded repeatedly. "He is the oldest doctor in our kingdom. It is said that her medical skills have reached a state of perfection. I'm only in my 120s. Kureha flew over with a scalpel again, this time targeting the hotel owner. The innkeeper was taken aback. Originally, the scalpel wouldn't stab him. It would just wipe the hotel owner's face and fly away. But the owner couldn't stand still, and his body couldn't help turning to the side, and the scalpel flew directly to his forehead. "Come over." "Ah," the innkeeper exclaimed. With quick eyes and quick hands, Luo immediately raised his hand to grab the handle of the scalpel. The tip of the knife stopped less than 1 centimeter from the hotel owner's forehead. Hey, you are really lucky." Kureha smiled and continued to drink. At this time, a rough voice suddenly sounded. "Kureha, I just researched a special medicine." Then, a man wearing a green sweater, a black coat, a black top hat, and carrying a black suitcase with a skull pattern, walked quickly from a distance against the wind and snow. When he saw that there were 3 more people in front of Kureha's wooden house, he couldn't help but froze. The man's eyes immediately shifted to the hotel owner. He quickly took out a small bottle of green reagent that was still bubbling from the suitcase, and trotted towards him excitedly. "Isn't this Boss Pock? I heard that you often catch colds. I happened to research a special medicine today. How about you drink it now and see how it feels?" No, don't come here." Pork's face was covered with black lines. He stepped back again and again, shaking his head. "I don't want to die yet. Don't come here." Chapter 61 Drum Island Net tells the truth. The man who is trying his best to promote the special medicine he just developed is the so-called quack Dr. Shiralook. "Boss Poke, my special medicine will definitely work. Just try it, I won't charge you." Hiralook ran around chasing Poke with excitement on his face. Compared with Kureha, who has super high medical skills but charges expensive fees. Although Hiralook does not need money to see a doctor, his medical skills are simply a nightmare for the people of Magnetic Drum Island. And what this guy likes to do most is to study those messy special effects drugs. Those who have taken the specific medicine made by Shiluluk will not only not improve their condition, but will even make their condition worse. Therefore, even if the people on Magnetic Drum Island have no doctor to treat their illness, they are not willing to take the risk of letting Zeralook treat them. "Hey, don't run away." Hilialik chased Poke, and the two surrounded Lin Mo, Luo, and Kaleha, chasing and running circles constantly. "What an idiot, hee. Kureha continued to drink with a smile. Both Luo and Lin Mo had speechless faces. Not far away, behind a certain pine tree, the humanoid Chopper stood there, looking at Lin Mo and the others with longing and fear. He thought about it, but didn't dare. Sensing Chopper's gaze, Lin Mo turned to look at him. When Chopper saw Lin Mo looking over, he staggered and fell to the ground in fright. When he looked at Lin Mo in a panic and saw that the other party was still looking at him, he quickly jumped up from the ground, turned around twice, instinctively hid behind the pine tree, and then quietly looked at Lin Mo again. Seeing that Lin Mo seemed to have discovered something, Luo followed his line of sight. When he saw Chopper hiding behind a tree not far away, a drop of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. "What is that guy doing? Why? Only use a tree to cover half of your face, leaving the rest of your body exposed." Page 87. Hey. Chopper was shocked when he heard Luo's voice. Then, in front of Luo and Lin Mo, he slowly hid his body exposed outside the tree behind the tree, and then walked out from behind the tree. "Show half of your face." Luo said speechlessly. "So, what the hell is that guy doing? We've already found him. Why are you hiding? By the way, he's the guy you've been looking for all along." Luo looked at Lin Mo and asked. Lin Mo smiled without saying a word. At this time, Kaleha and others also discovered Chopper. Hiralook and Kureha are fine. On the other hand, Pak, the hotel owner, saw Chopper and immediately showed an expression on his face that was more terrified than when he met Hilialik. "That guy. Is that guy the snowman that has been rumored in the town recently?" "Ah, Where is this monster watching? As soon as Chopper heard the word monster, the fear and restlessness in his eyes immediately replaced the previous nervousness and caution. Seeing that Chopper was not in a good state, Luo was about to tell Poke to stop talking. Hiraluk was one step ahead of him and stood in front of Chopper. Poke, stop talking. Can't you see? That kid is very fragile now. He is not a monster. Poke was taken aback. Hiraluk immediately turned to Chopper and walked towards him slowly. Don't be afraid. I won't hurt you. Chopper stared blankly at Shiraluk. Suddenly, Hiraluk accidentally fell to the ground. The suitcase in his hand fell to the ground, and the box opened, and a tranquilizer gun fell out of it. As soon as Chopper saw the gun, he immediately ran away into the pine forest in shock. Hiraluk quickly got up from the ground, ignoring his own box, and chased in the direction that Chopper was running. Don't run. It's just a gun for anesthesia. I have no malice towards you. Really, I won't hurt you. He really went after the snow boy. Hiraruk is crazy. Hawk looked at the back of Hiraruk running away with an ugly face. Kureha took a sip of his wine and laughed loudly. Hey, 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 what a meddling quack. Is it okay for that strange man to chase that guy? Luo looked at Lin Mo and asked. Originally, he thought that Lin Mo would chase after him too. Lin Mo smiled lightly. It's okay. In his memory, it should be another year or two before Chopper and Shiraluk meet. But even if we meet in advance now, it's not a big problem. Although Ziraluk is regarded by many people as a quack doctor who is not good enough and a rat shit that ruined a pot of soup, he is one of the very few in the Drum Kingdom who has no racial discrimination and has a heart that wants to save the world and the country. A kind person with a confused heart. He can teach Chopper many principles of life, and he can also guide Chopper to the right path of life. He may not be a good doctor, but he is a good life mentor. Luo looked at Lin Mo strangely and didn't ask any more questions. Kaleha also looked at Lin Mo. Although Lin Mo only said 2 words just now, she felt inexplicably that this kid seemed to know Hiraluk and the little blue-nosed monster very well. Little devil, what's your name? Kaleha asked Lin Mo with a half-smile. Lin Mo replied lightly. Hey, 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 hey. Kureha asked with a smile while drinking. I haven't seen you before. Is this the first time you've come to Magnetic Drum Island? Lin Mo responded indifferently. Yes. Then you know that stupid quack doctor? No. Lin Mo stared at Kureha strangely. What did she ask this for? That's weird. Kureha took another sip of wine and continued. Looking at your attitude and tone just now, it seems that you have known that quack doctor for a long time. Lin Mo's personality is originally the type that is calm and doesn't like to communicate with others. Luo said directly. Neither he nor I are from the Magnetic Drum Kingdom, and in the past 2 months, I have followed him wherever he went. If he knowing that strange man, how could I not know? That's right. Poke nodded and replied, I can prove this. Both of them have lived in my hotel for more than 2 months. They go out at about the same time every day, and then come back at about the same time. Kuleha, you must have made a mistake. Lin Mo is from an outer island. So how could he know Cyriluk? Oh, yes, in the town, when everyone is chatting, they will occasionally mention the quack Dr. Cyriluk. Even if Lin Mo knows that guy, he probably heard everyone mention it. So he has an impression. Kaleha raised his eyebrows and then laughed loudly. Hey, 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 hey. So that's the case. Then I really misunderstood this brat. Hey, hey, hey. Kid, let me ask you a question. What do you think of Drum Kingdom? Lin Mo. Kureha suddenly asked what is this for? Lin Mo said speechlessly. It's not very good. Hey, 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 hey. Kureha continued to drink, turned to Luo and asked, what about you? What do you think of Drum Kingdom? What else can I do? My position is the same as that of Lin Mo's. Luo snorted disdainfully and continued, with such a king in power, this country will come to an end sooner or later. Chapter 62 The Quack Doctor who wants to save the people on Magnetic Drum Island. Robin is not a timid person, so there is nothing he dares to say. But what he said scared the hotel owner Pock very much. Hush! Poke looked around, approached Luo, and whispered, although Walpo was beaten away by you just now, as long as he is still alive, as long as he is still the king of the Drum Kingdom, we, the subjects, well, you can't disobey him. You and Lin Mo are not from the Magnetic Drum Kingdom. Sooner or later, you will leave here. Before you leave, You should avoid causing trouble, otherwise it will easily implicate other people. Hey. After all, you are just afraid that they will hurt you. Kureha said with a smile. This country is sick, and no matter how hard the people living in this country are, no matter how hard they complain, no one dares stand up and resist. There is only a quack doctor who is useless and is driven and hated by you like a street rat every day. He foolishly thinks that his illusory experiment can change this dying country. You all call him a disaster or a magnetic drum, the rice moth of the kingdom. But such a bad person still wants to save you pedantic guys. Heh, how ridiculous. After finishing speaking, Kureha continued to drink. Poke listened to Kureha's words. His face turned blue and red. That kind of guy may not even be able to save himself, but he still wants to save others. Poke clenched his fists and said, if he really wants to save us, then don't study the kind that will only make people sick. Aggravated special medicine. Hey, that guy's medical skills are really bad. He also knows that the effect of the special medicine he made is not very good, but he has been insisting on it all the time, because he always believes that sooner or later, he will be able to create a medicine, a panacea that can cure all injuries. Although he has been failing all the time, he has always believed that nothing is impossible in this world. This guy, to another extent, is as hopeless as this country salvageable. No matter how bad his medical skills are, he is still a doctor. Luo Wei frowned and said, if there is really a panacea in this world that can cure all injuries, what do doctors need? Since he is doctor, it is impossible not to understand this truth. Kureha cast her eyes on Luo. That's why I said that he is a hopeless quack doctor. Even though he knew that there was no such medicine in the world, he still went to study it without hesitation. It's hard to find another idiot like him. Kid, judging by your tone, you also know how to do medicine. Luo slightly hooked the corner of his mouth and said with a light smile, I'm still learning more advanced medical skills. Since you are the oldest doctor on Magnetic Drum Island, you must know a lot of medical knowledge. All the towns on Magnetic Drum Island. I have studied all the medical books I can find in the past 2 months, and I don't understand some of them. If you have time, can you teach me? Hey, why should I teach you? My medical skills are not something anyone can learn if they want to. Kid, get out of the way. Kureha continued to drink, passed by Luo directly, and walked towards the nearest to the town. Luo frowned tightly, looking at the back of Kureha, who was gradually walking away. Linimo could guess what Luo was thinking casually. Page 88. Although in the past 2 months, no matter where he went, Luo would basically follow him. And Luo was very self-conscious and would not talk nonsense to quarrel him. But Linimo, who is used to being alone, is still a little bit embarrassed by the extra tail around him. Answer. Just right. Now I have a chance to dump this guy. Linimo couldn't be more clear about Kureha's character. Don't look at her mouth is very poisonous. And she looks unreasonable. She looks like a bad old woman. But these are just appearances. In fact, Kureha has a sharp mouth and a bean-curd heart. He has his own set of principles when looking at people and doing things. He is a kind person who can distinguish right from wrong. Go, Linimo said lightly. Luo froze for a moment, then turned to look at Linimo. What did you say? Her medical skills are worth learning. Linimo said lightly. The opportunity is not to be missed. The time will never come. You have no time to hesitate. Although I don't like the old woman Kureha very much, her medical skills are really top-notch. I think Linimo is right. The hotel owner Pak echoed. Luo, if you really want to learn more, it will be more useful. If you don't have the medical skills, go to Kureha before you leave Magnetic Drum Island. Luo hesitated for a while, struggling with his inner thoughts for a while, then clenched his fists, looked at Linimo, and said, Then I'm going? Linimo chuckled and said, Wherever you want to go is your freedom. Luo nodded, and then chased in the direction that Kureha was walking. Then let's go back to Kikwai Town, Poke said with a relaxed face. At this time, Hilyalik's voice came from the pine forest not far away. Huh? Is the old lady Kurhan gone? Seeing this, Poke hurried to grab Linmo's hand, but Linimo dodged it, caught nothing, was stunned, and Poke hurriedly said, Hilyalik, a lunatic quack, is back. Let's go quickly. Hey, who are you calling a lunatic and quack doctor? Hilyalik walked quickly with a displeased expression on his face. Behind him, followed by Chopper, who had returned to the appearance of a little reindeer. Lin Mo stared at Chopper with a half-smile. Sure enough, Chopper was still moved by Shiraluk. Seeing that Lin Mo was looking at him, Chopper quickly hid behind Hiluluk, also covering only half of his head, leaving his whole body outside. Seeing that Hiraluk was coming, but Lin Mo didn't look like he was going to leave, Poke said hurriedly, "I'll go first," and then ran to Keequite Town. This old bastard. Hiluluk couldn't help cursing, and then his eyes fell on Lin Mo. See Lin Mo looking behind him. Hiluluk looked back and saw that Chopper was completely exposed, and said dumbfoundingly, "Chopper, you're hiding the wrong way again." Exclamation point. Chopper was shocked, quickly and slowly moved his body behind Hiluluk, came out with half of his face exposed, and stared at Lin Mo. Hiluluk shook his head with a smile, then looked at Lin Mo and asked with a smile, "I named this little guy Tony Chopper. Isn't that a good name?" Lin Mo nodded slightly. Hiluluk laughed and said, "That's great. Chopper, look, there are still many people who are not afraid of you and will not hurt you. This little brother is a good person at first glance. Don't hide, come out quickly." Chopper blinked and carefully moved out from behind Hiluluk. Then a faint blush appeared on his face, and he said happily but embarrassedly, "Well, it was in the morning. Thank you." "It's okay," Lin Mo replied calmly. The original smile on Hiluluk's face froze suddenly, and he jumped to the side in surprise. "Huh? Chopper, can you actually speak? Why didn't you speak just now?" As soon as he finished asking, Hiluluk immediately realized another question. You two actually know each other? I thought Chopper didn't know anyone. What's going on?" Chapter 63 Drum Island. Chopper, who wants to become stronger. Hiluluk never expected that Chopper actually knew Lin Mo. He actually named Chopper on his own initiative. What if Chopper had a name in the first place? Then wouldn't he be superfluous? For a moment, Hiluluk blushed and said awkwardly, "Chopper, that, little reindeer, do you have a name?" Chopper blinked, looked at Hiraluk, and suddenly smiled sweetly. "No, I like the name Chopper very much. Thank you, Dr. Hiraluk." Hiluluk was stunned for a moment, and then moved. "You're the first guy to say thank you to me. You little reindeer is too cute." As he spoke, he exaggeratedly wiped away his tears. Chopper is relatively simple. Seeing Hiraruk crying, he quickly panicked. Dr. Hiraruk, are you okay? Don't cry." What should I do?" I don't know what should I do." Ha ha ha." Seeing Chopper's flustered look, Hiluluk couldn't help but burst into tears. "Chopper, I'm fine. I'm just too happy. You are such a kind-hearted little guy." Chopper was stunned for a moment, then rubbed the back of his head and twisted his body on the spot with joy. "Asshole, even if you praise me, I won't be happy." Ha ha. Hiluluk laughed loudly. The atmosphere at this time is very cheerful. Lin Mo is like a background board. Between Hiraluk and Chopper, the sense of existence is very weak. It seems that there is nothing wrong with him here. Lin Mo enjoyed the feeling of not being stared at and was about to leave. With sharp eyes and quick feet, Xiaoba trotted up to Lin Mo, stepping on the footsteps with sound effects, staring at Lin Mo with a blushing face, and said happily, "You are the first person who doesn't look down on me or be afraid of me. You still save me. For me, really, really thank you so much. That, benefactor, what's your name? When I grow up and have the ability, I will definitely repay you." Lin Mo looked at Chopper lightly and refused. "It doesn't matter what my name is, and I don't need you to repay your favor. Humans are not that scary, and monsters are not necessarily derogatory terms. In the future, you will meet more gentle people. Until then, just do what you're supposed to do." After finishing speaking, Lin Mo bypassed him and continued walking in the direction of Keequite Town. Chopper stared blankly at Lin Mo's back. Hiluluk came to Chopper's side, looked at Lin Mo's leaving figure with him, and said with a smile, "Chopper, you really met a good person." Chopper asked cutely, "Dr. Shiraluk, what did your benefactor mean just now? I didn't understand." Hiluluk replied with a smile, "Actually, human beings are not as scary as you think. There are still many gentle people. Just like what the kids said, in the future, you will definitely meet more gentle people. Until then, don't be disappointed in humans, Chopper." Chopper nodded his head half understood and asked again, What does the derogatory term mean? Page 89, a derogatory term. It means something bad. Hiluluk thought for a while, then continued. The word monster actually has many meanings, including bad and affirmative. You are still young. You may not understand what you said, but when you grow up, you will know the meaning of what that kid told you. Chopper nodded cutely and turned his gaze to Lin Mo, who had gone away again. I am still too weak now. Dr. Hiruluk, will I be eligible to repay my favor when I become more useful and powerful? Hiluluk looked at Chopper and suddenly felt distressed. Chopper, you can't think like that. That kid doesn't need you to repay his kindness, and he didn't say that because he thought you were weak. I know, Chopper said with a smile. Even if it's not for repayment, I have to become stronger. Only when I become stronger can I protect what I want to protect. Dr. Shiruluk, please teach me medical skills. Lin Mo just left not long ago. In my mind, the system's notification sounded. Didi, become a role model for Chopper and be affirmed by the quack Dr. Shiruluk. The sign-in progress 20, the current total progress is 90, and the new skill entry-level healing is rewarded. Heals wounds? Before Lin Mo had time to think about it, information about healing and mitigating appeared in his mind. This is a kind of medical ninjutsu in Naruto, which can minimize the damage that can be received by knowing the attacking part of the enemy in advance and healing it before the enemy attacks. To use this kind of ninjutsu, you must first have the ability to accurately predict the opponent's attack and then make an instant judgment. This is not difficult for Lin Mo, who has already mastered the color of knowledge, and it is also a good auxiliary skill. Lin Mo guessed that there might be a progress increase because of Zilialuk, but he didn't expect to be able to increase by 20.00. In short, Lin Mo is quite satisfied with the progress. There are still 10% left, and it is estimated that it will be soon. Without thinking about it, Lin Mo continued to walk towards Kikwite town. When he arrived in town, as soon as the townspeople saw him, they deliberately backed away as if they had seen something terrifying, with defensive expressions on their faces. No need to ask, Lin Mo can roughly guess that it should have something to do with the fact that Walpo sent guards to the town to look for him in the morning. Anyway, it's fine, as long as these people don't bother him. Lin Mo completely ignored the terrified and defensive gazes of these people and went straight back to Poke's hotel. As soon as he entered the door, Poke called him over with an ugly face. Lin Mo, come here. I have something to tell you. Lin Mo walked towards him. Poke immediately whispered. The guards found Walpo, who was seriously injured. Under the treatment of Dr. 20, Walpo has recovered. Dr. 20 is the only 20 doctors Walpo left to serve him. Lin Mo said indifferently, so what? Seeing that Lin Mo is like a person who has nothing to do with himself, Poke is almost dying of anxiety. Why are you not worried at all? Walpo has ordered you to be arrested across the country, and anyone who takes you in will be sentenced to death. I know it's not good to let you check out at this time, but I also have a family to take care of, so I can't drag my family. Oh, let's go then, Lin Mo said indifferently. Poke was stunned. Don't you hate me? Lin Mo shook his head. It's okay. Poke quickly took out the deposit that Lin Mo had paid before. This is your deposit. No need, Lin Mo said calmly. Just give me another jar of your home-brewed wine. Poke quickly brought out 2 jars of wine from under the counter. Lin Mo accepted it unceremoniously, and then left the hotel directly with the 2 jugs of wine in his arms. Just left the hotel for a few minutes. A group of heavily armed guards immediately ran towards Lin Mo and surrounded him. The residents of the town quickly hid for fear of being affected. Ha 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 ha, bastard, brat, let me see where you are going this time. An arrogant voice sounded. The guards blocking Lin Mo's front immediately dispersed to both sides. Walpo rode his furry hippo Robson, surrounded by 20 doctors wearing masks, gloves, and light pink protective suits, and appeared in front of Lin Mo. Chapter 64 Drum Island. Newly promoted Ohonlua Walpo was kicked by Lin Mo and seriously injured. Under the treatment of Dr. 20, he recovered quickly. He had never been so humiliated. Therefore, towards Lin Mo and Luo, he held a grudge and wished to have their skin cramped. Therefore, Walpo ordered that Lin Mo and Luo be wanted throughout the island, and anyone who dared to cover Lin Mo and Luo would be regarded as an accomplice and killed without mercy. Seeing that Lin Mo was holding the wine jar with both hands, Walpo couldn't help but smiled strangely. Bastard brat. He's a drunkard at a young age. Heh. Blame you for offending the wrong person. Today next year will be your death day. Come, bring the hostages here. Lin Mo. Hostage who? Lin Mo stared at him speechlessly. Soon, the two guards threatened a mother and daughter and escaped from behind Walpo. Walpo proudly said, "If you don't want them to get hurt, just stand there obediently and don't move." Lin Mo. Lin Mo looked at the mother and daughter silently. He didn't know them at all. "No, don't hurt us." The coerced woman hugged the crying girl tightly and looked at Lin Mo with tears on her face. "Please, just listen to His Majesty Walpo and don't move around, or he will kill us." Heh. Lin Mo sneered. "So, it doesn't matter if I die?" The woman was stunned. She wiped her tears away and said with a choked tone, "I know this is forcing you, and I also know that you don't have to risk your life to save strangers. But if you don't follow His Majesty Walpo, if your daughter is really dead, even if you are still alive, you will indirectly bear the lives of two innocent people. My daughter and I were originally arrested because of you. Could it be that you have no responsibility to save us?" Responsibility? Lin Mo couldn't help but chuckled. Page 90. He doesn't think he's a bad guy, and likewise, he's not a bad guy. Whether he can save someone or not depends entirely on his mood. In his opinion, this level of moral kidnapping is simply ridiculous. Walpo laughed triumphantly. "Ah, bastard, you're dead. I'll see if you have the ability to escape. Come and attack me. Whoever kills this kid first will be rewarded." "Yes." The surrounding guards responded in unison. Then he raised the gun in his hand at the same time and aimed it at Lin Mo. At this time, next door street, Luo has been following Kaleha all the time and wants her to guide him in medical skills. But Kaleha has always told me to get the hell out of me, and I have nothing to say to you. The two walked on the street one after the other, and soon found Lin Mo, who was surrounded. Lin Mo. Luo stared at Lin Mo's situation in surprise and wanted to help, but stopped after taking 2 steps. Seeing that he had turned back again, Kaleha said with a strange smile, Hey. What? Your little friend is in trouble. You don't plan to save him?" Luo chuckled and said, "Siege to this extent is nothing to Lin Mo. Hey. It seems you think highly of him." "Of course." Luo suddenly thought of something, turned his head to look at Kaleha, and said with a smirk, "Seeing that you are very idle, why don't we make a bet? How about it?" Kaleha laughed and said, "Smelly brat, who do you think I am? Can you be fooled so easily?" Luo smiled and said, "Why? Don't you dare to bet with me." Hey. Kaleha laughed loudly. "The aggressive method is useless to me." Luo said directly, "We will bet on how long it will take Lin Mo to solve those guys. If you win, I will stop pestering you to teach me medical skills. If I win, how about you guiding me in medical skills?" "Humph, brat, you've got a good abacus." Kaleha smiled and said, Hey. That's what you said? If I win, you won't pester me anymore. Okay, then I bet he can take those guys out in 3 minutes. Luo Xiao asked, "Are you sure?" Kaleha stared at Rona's eyes that were sure to win, then took a sip of wine and continued, "It seems that you are very confident in your little friend. 3 minutes is really too long. Then I just bet for 1 minute." "Are you sure?" Luo asked again. Kaleha saw that Luo's expression was a little serious and then smiled and said, Hey. Sure, just 1 minute. I bet that kid Lin Mo can solve those useless guys within 1 minute. Okay. Luo hooked the corner of his mouth and said, "If that's the case, then I'll bet for 10 seconds. 10 seconds. The expression on Kaleha's face could not help but froze. "Little devil, are you sure that kid Lin Mo can solve those guys in 10 seconds? Luo shrugged and said, "I'm not sure, but since I want to gamble, I naturally want to gamble a little bit bigger. Maybe Lin Mo will succeed." Kaleha said speechlessly, "What a lunatic." Luo said indifferently, "It's okay if you lose. At worst, I will follow Lin Mo. Anyway, I have followed him for 2 months, and I don't care about following him for a while." Lin Mo, with the help of knowledgeable color, heard the conversation between Luo and Kaleha clearly. He didn't want Luo to follow him. Therefore, in order to prevent Luo from following, when the surrounding guards were about to shoot, Lin Mo gave a look, and everyone on the scene, including the crying mother and daughter, fell down and fainted. This is the convenience of having the overlord color. Luo, Kureha. The corners of Luo's mouth twitched slightly, and a few drops of cold sweat could not help but appear on his forehead. Linimo, what did you just do? Kureha was shocked. Huh? True or false? Liar. Luo coughed dryly in embarrassment. I won this bet. Kureha suddenly felt cheated. Bastards. Brats, you agreed. No. Luo also hit it by mistake. He didn't expect Linimo to really deal with those guys in 10 seconds. I really didn't know that guy had this ability, although I knew he was very powerful. Kureha took a sip of wine, calmed down her mind, and then said impatiently, Forget it. Forget it. I really failed for you. Ah, what a trouble. Luo was pleasantly surprised. So, did you agree to guide me in medical skills? Kureha said impatiently, I'd like to admit defeat, no matter how bad I am. Kureha, I'm not a person who doesn't count his words. Brat, I'm very strict. If you can't take it, you can get out at any time. Luo Guzu smiled and said, Haha, don't worry, I don't have any good qualities, I just can endure hardship. Linimo here. After he solved Walpo's group in an instant, the system's notification sounded in his mind. Didi, help Luo Baishur, the Witch Kaleha, and the sign-in progress 10. Didi, the check-in task of Magnetic Drum Island is completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the proficient level skill in healing and extinguishing wounds. The reward is Armed Color Domineering Level 1. The current Armed Color level is LV6. In an instant, a powerful force filled Linmo's body. Linmo's body seemed to have added an invisible layer of protection, which directly reduced the severe cold damage caused by the surrounding natural environment by more than half. Chapter 65 The Promise Before parting on Magnetic Drum Island, Linimo was somewhat surprised by the completion of the task of signing in on Magnetic Drum Island. He really didn't expect that, just to get rid of Kai Luo's entanglement. He helped him a little, and he actually completed the final sign-in task. However, thinking about the result was not bad. He was relieved. Lin Mo opened the personal attribute panel. Name, Lin Mo. Age, 10 years old. Check-in location, Alabasta, 0. Page 91. Physique, all attribute chakra. Domineering. Armed color LV6. Overlord color LV4. Knowledge color LV4. Skills. Fire Dungeon Dragon Fire Art. Proficient. Swordsmanship LV6. Shuanbu LV3. Yekai LV2. Swordsmanship Divine Avoidance. Proficient. Fairy Ball LV2. Palm Immortal Art. Proficient. Heals Injury Extinguisher. Proficient. Liusur. Druchang LV1 LV. 3-teat LV1 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 Weapon. Demon Blade Starbreaker. Lake Toya. System Space. 100 by 100 by 100 cubic meters. Next stop is Alabasta. Close the Properties panel. Lin Mo thought for a while, and the first thing he thought of was the Baroque studio where Princess Weiwei and Crocodile were located. Judging from the current point of time, Crocodile should not have gone to Alabasta yet. Therefore, Lin Mo didn't know who he would meet in Alabasta next. In short, let's go to Alabasta first, and it's all about luck who we meet. Thinking of this, Lin Mo carried the 2 jars of wine sent by the hotel owner Pak and walked towards the port. Seeing that Lin Mo was leaving, and it seemed to be heading towards the port, Luo didn't think much and immediately chased after him. Lin Mo, are you going to drink at the tavern in the town near the port? I'm leaving, Lin Mo said lightly. What? Luo was stunned and asked in disbelief. Are you leaving Magnetic Drum Island? Why are you leaving in such a hurry? I'm a traveler. Lin Mo glanced at him and said calmly, It's impossible for me to stay in the same place for too long. But, Luo clenched his teeth and continued, I really like you. Do you really not consider joining my pirate group? No. After finishing speaking, Lin Mo continued to walk towards the port. Luo stood there, staring blankly at Lin Mo's back. After a long time, he asked loudly again, Lin Mo, are we friends? I mean, can I be your friend? Lin Mo paused for a moment, did not look back, and responded with a faint and then continued to walk forward. Luo Go waved goodbye to Lin Mo with a corner of his mouth. Sure, we will meet again. When we meet next time, I will definitely be stronger than now, and I must be more qualified to be your friend. Kureha came to Luo, took a sip of wine, and said with a smile, "Hey, hey, 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 it seems that you have already made up your mind." Of course, Luo clenched his fists and said confidently, "As long as I think about it, there is nothing I can't do." In the pine forest outside the town of Kikwite, Chopper hid behind one of the pine trees and watched Lin Mo's movements. When he heard the conversation between Lin Mo and Luo, the whole deer was not well. Although he knew Lin Mo's name, he was very happy. However, Lin Mo is leaving. He didn't want Lin Mo to leave, but he knew that Lin Mo had no reason to stay here because of him. Seeing Lin Mo walking farther and farther, Little Chopper couldn't hold back and immediately turned into a reindeer and trotted along with Lin Mo until he reached the shore of the port. Seeing Lin Mo boarding the boat, he was untying the rope tied to a wooden stake on the shore. Chopper couldn't hold back anymore, chased him to the shore, and asked weepingly, "Min Lin Mon, can you stay here?" Lin Mo looked at Chopper and said lightly, "Just now in Kikwite town, you should stay outside." Chopper nodded aggrievedly. Lin Mo thought for a while, then stretched out his hand and touched Chopper's furry head. "Since you are there, you should also hear the conversation between me and Luo. Drum Island." But, Chopper said aggrievedly, "Can we stay longer before leaving? I finally found someone who won't dislike me. I don't want to lose you so soon." "Xiaoba, you can't be so coy about the parting between men." Lin Mo continued to untie the rope and continued, "You will meet more people who are kind and gentle to you in the future. But I only have you and Dr. Shirlook now. I don't want the future, I want the present." Chopper's eyes glistened with tears. "I know, I'm still weak, but I will work hard. I will work hard. I worked so hard. I want to get your approval, and I also want to be your friend like that hat brother. I really don't want you to leave here." Look at Chopper's pitiful appearance. Lin Mo originally wanted to be decisive, but after thinking about it, he asked, "Chopper, do you feel troubled that I didn't stay?" Chopper didn't understand why Lin Mo asked him such a question and nodded blankly. Lin Mo slightly hooked the corner of his mouth and continued, "This sea is huge, countless times bigger than you imagined. Go out to sea when you grow up, and then you will understand how small your troubles are now. Compared with the world, Magnetic Drum Island is only as big as a sesame seed. The current parting is not a permanent parting, and one day in the future, we will definitely meet again somewhere." Chopper sobbed and stared at Lin Mo. Lin Mo untied all the ropes tied to the shore. The boat sailed slowly away from the shore with the current. Chopper wanted to stop him, but he knew that he could no longer stop Lin Mo. He wanted to say something more, but didn't know what to say. "Chopper." Lin Mo stood on the boat, looked at Chopper who was getting further and further away from him, and smiled. "Actually, we are already friends." "Huh? Really?" Chopper asked in a panic. Lin Mo smiled and waved at him. "Really?" Chopper broke his tears into a smile and said happily, "In the future, I will definitely go to sea. At that time, I will show you a stronger Chopper." "Okay." Lin Mo nodded. The boat carried him gradually away from Magnetic Drum Island. When he left the snowy area and the ambient temperature returned to normal, he took off the cotton coat he was wearing. At the same time, not far from the front, a half-ship, half-submarine with a pattern similar to the sun and a simple smiling face in the middle was driving towards him with half of the hull exposed. This is Luo's pirate ship. When Lin Mo's boat and the Heart Pirate's boat passed by, a white bear wearing an orange long-sleeve jumpsuit bared his teeth on the deck and yelled, "Ah, the captain is really serious. He said he was going to stay on Magnetic Drum Island for 2 months, but he actually called me just now. Said to stay for another 2 months. Can you be so willful as a captain?" Page 92. Ha ha ha. There's no way. Who called him the boss? Bebo, the phone bug hasn't hung up yet. The boss heard what you said just now. Ah. The white bear named Bebo was startled. Seeing that the phone bug was still connected, he immediately froze down, bowed, and said in a low voice, "Oh, sorry, I didn't know anything just now. Didn't say anything. That, boss, just pretend you didn't hear anything." Ha ha. The phone has been hung up, but the boss didn't say anything. Babwa, you are finished. The boss must be very angry now, huh? Bastard Pagine. Ah. Yo, come on, let's fight to the death. Babwa immediately made a golden chicken independent movement. The person named Pei Jean couldn't help laughing out loud. I have to say that the atmosphere of Luo's Heart Pirates is not bad. Lin Mo twitched the corner of his mouth slightly, but didn't say much. The boat carrying him quietly passed by the Heart Pirates ship, heading towards the next check-in destination, Alabasta. Chapter 66 Alabasta. Chasing Lin Mo's man. Alabasta is different from the small islands that Lin Mo had been to before. It is a superpower with a large boundary. Because the towns are built on the desert, if you want to walk in Alabasta, you must reserve enough drinking water. Fortunately, Lin Mo's system space is large enough, so he doesn't have to worry about drinking water at all. But he is not sure how long it will take to sail at sea to reach Alabasta. Therefore, whenever he encounters a small island on the channel, Lin Mo will stop at the shore to replenish the system space with supplies. After sailing on the sea for nearly a month, a large island full of yellow sand finally appeared before his eyes. Stopping the boat near the nearest shore, Lin Mo jumped off the boat directly. When his feet landed on the shore full of yellow sand, the long-lost system notification sounded in his mind immediately. Didi, congratulations to the host for successfully arriving at the check-in location Alabasta. The check-in progress is 10, and the current total progress is 10. The new skill, entry-level Wind Escape Infinite Sand Breakthrough, will be rewarded. Immediately afterwards, the information about the breakthrough of Wind Escape Infinite Sand and Dust melted into Lin Mo's mind. This is an ability in Hokage that can create a huge desert storm with a huge range. Originally, the person who used this skill in Naruto had to be in the state of a tailed beast to use it. The tailed beast is the materialized life form of a huge chakra with a tail in Naruto. But when it comes to Lin Mo, there is no such restriction. He can use it as long as he touches the sand with his hands. It can be said that this ability can basically be regarded as a super powerful skill in Alabasta, which is full of sand. Without thinking too much, Lin Mo immediately walked towards the nearest small town. This is a relatively simple town. On the streets, men and women wear headscarves or hats to resist the heat. After all, Alabasta is a country built on the desert. Although with Lin Mo's current strength, this heat does not pose any threat to him. But being exposed to the sun like this, it's okay to be in the sun for a while, but it will be uncomfortable if it is exposed to the sun for a long time. When Lin Mo passed a stall selling hats, scarves, and goggles, the vendor owner stopped him immediately with a smile on his face. Little friend, look at your outfit. You must be an outsider. Welcome to the small town of Narration in Alabasta. As a friendly reminder, it's very easy to wear a hat here. Heat stroke. Consider buying a hat to wear. Lin Mo stopped indifferently and scanned the vendor's stall with his eyes. Next, he wants to go to Albana, the capital of Alabasta. During this period, he will pass through a large desert, so he really should buy a hat to wear. Without hesitating for too long, Lin Mo chose a cowboy hat with a black body and an orange brim, and paired it with a pair of red windproof glasses on the brim. How much? Lin Mo put the hat on his head directly. The vendor owner rubbed his hands and said with a smile, "Seeing that you are still a child, even if you are cheaper, you can just give me 10 Baileys. 10 Baileys are not expensive for a hat and goggles." Lin Mo directly took out the 10 Baileys and gave it to the vendor owner, and asked, "How can I get to Alba?" "You mean Albana, the capital?" The vendor owner accepted the money with a smile. Lin Mo nodded lightly. "Albana is far away from here." The vendor owner continued, pointing in one direction. "You can just go in that direction, but I suggest you buy a camel to carry you. Otherwise, walk if you don't. You'll have to walk for at least 2 months to get there. Oh, by the way, you probably didn't come to Alabasta alone. Did your adults? Do they need a hat?" Lin Mo ignored the boss who was trying to sell and left his vendor directly. In this small town, he walked around casually, bought a camel as a mount by the way, and started towards the direction of Albana. Don't be in a hurry, go slowly. Not long after Lin Mo left the small town of Narahara, a pirate ship with a pirate flag with 2 staggered knives on the back and 3 scratches on the right, I stopped beside Lin Mo's boat. Ha ha ha, that kid really came to Alabasta. On the deck, a red-haired man grinned. Next to him, a man with slightly curly hair wearing a headscarf with the word Yasop on his head said with disgust, "Boss, you are really enough. We know we still have things to do, so we have to come." This, Hara, I haven't seen him for half a year. And that kid actually came to the Great Route. I really want to know how far he has grown. The Redhead said with a grin. That's right. The group of people who came was the red-haired pirate group that Lin Imo met in the East China Sea windmill village. It's really a headache to have a boss who likes to meddle in other people's business. Lajalu, a man who never left his hands, ate the flesh and bones in his hands, and said with the same disgust, "Just do it. If you didn't team meet with that guy at the appointed time, it's your own fault if you get hacked to death by him." But I really want to see Lin Imo. The red-haired Shanks leaned on the railing beside the deck, staring at the small wooden boat parked next to him, and continued, "Although this boat is not Lin Imo from Windmill Village, the one that came out, but I'm sure this boat must belong to Lin Imo. I can already smell Lin Imo." "Ha ha ha, boss, are you a dog? You still smell it, ha ha ha." Jesus clothed the man in the hood and laughed loudly. The other crew members of the Red Hair Pirates couldn't help laughing too. Even the Redhead laughed together. Do you really want to see him that much? At this time, wearing a black shirt, with long black hair tied into a ponytail, a bang hanging from the left temple, wearing a V-neck t-shirt and baggy trousers, pedaling Martin boots, a man with a cigarette between his fingers, asked calmly. The red hair looked at Beckman, grinned, and said, "Of course, it was hard to get the news that he was coming in this direction. If you give up this opportunity, you really don't know when we will see you next time. My first six senses told me that Lin Imo is also looking forward to meeting me. In fact, Lin Imo didn't look forward to it." Looking at the excited and longing eyes of the red hair, Beckman was silent for a moment, took a sip of the cigarette in his hand, and said, "Okay, 10 days. We will only wait for you here for 10 days. 10 days, isn't it enough? Alabasta is so big." The redhead muttered, "Boss, just be content with it. I can give you 10 days is enough to give you face." "That's right, so Beckman will spoil you. If it were me, I would give you 3 days. Page 93 cut. 3 days? Are you underestimating our boss? 1 day is enough for me, huh?" The red-haired crew booed one after another. "Hey, what kind of people did I find to be the crew here?" The red hair hooked the corners of her mouth, looked at the small town not far away with a smile, then jumped to the shore with ease, looked back and stood on the deck. Everyone on the stage waved their hands. 10 days will be 10 days. You all take good care of the house and wait for me to come back. Chapter 67. Alabastus, young boss who judges people by their appearance. After the red hair and his crew reached a 10-day agreement, they went directly to the small town of Narahara and searched around in the scorching heat, but they couldn't find any trace of Lin Imo. When he passed the hat stall, the vendor owner stopped him just like when he stopped Lin Imo before. "Sir, you don't look like a local. You came from another island, right? If you're going to stay here for a while, you'd better buy a hat and wear it to prevent heat stroke. Heat stroke in this kind of place is very troublesome." The red hair glanced at the vendor owner, without thinking too much, immediately came to the owner's stall, and asked excitedly while pointing, "I'll ask you, have you seen a little ghost, about this tall? He's not a local. Characteristics, by the way, he has a stinky face, as if everyone owes him money." "Yes, that's it, have you seen it?" Seeing that the red hair was so excited, the vendor owner couldn't help sweating a few drops from his forehead. However, the kid this person was talking about seemed to be the one who just bought a hat from him not long ago. "Well, see, I have seen it, but I don't remember where he went." The vendor owner deliberately touched his chin with one hand and rubbed his thumb and index finger with the other hand. "Maybe I will think about it in a while. When I wake up, I may not be able to remember." "So you've seen him before, right?" the redhead asked in surprise. "Well, I've seen it, so you understand," the vendor owner said with a smile. The red-haired nodded and laughed loudly. "Ha! I understand. It's okay. You think about it slowly. I have time to wait here for you to remember where that kid went." Vendor owner: "Is this man a fool? Is it that poor in comprehension? Or is this guy doing it on purpose?" The vendor owner was speechless. "Are you sure you really understand what I mean?" The red hair scratched his head. "Didn't you say it yourself? Maybe you will remember it later?" The vendor owner directly raised his hand and rubbed his hands again in front of the red hair. Seeing that the red hair didn't respond, he continued to rub his hands. "Boss, what happened to your hand?" the redhead asked strangely. "Is it itchy?" The vendor owner almost spurted out a mouthful of old blood and couldn't help shouting, "You bastard, it was definitely on purpose. I'm so obvious. You still pretend not to know. What are you thinking?" The red hair looked at him innocently, scratched his head, and said with a smile, "Don't be so angry. It hurts your body, and it's so hot." "Oh, are you too hot? Do you want to drink water? There is wine. Would you like a sip?" As he said that, the red hair actually handed over his jug to the vendor owner. The vendor owner almost knocked the red-haired flagon off. "You bastard. I'm not itchy, I'm not hot, and I'm not thirsty. I just want you to buy a hat. Are you going to buy it or not? If you don't buy it, you will get out. Don't disturb my business." "Huh? It's not good to be so angry. Boss, you should have said earlier that you want me to buy a hat." The red hair touched his chin and looked at the hats on the stall, picked up a straw hat, and said with a smile, "Then this one, well, how much is it?" The corner of the vendor's mouth twitched, and he said in an unhappy tone, "5 Baileys. It's still very cheap." The redhead put the straw hat on his head and casually threw 5 Baileys to the vendor owner. The vendor owner accepted the money and then raised his finger in the direction of Albana, the capital. "The kid you are looking for. Go in that direction. You'd better buy a camel to chase after it. Otherwise it will be difficult to catch up on foot." "Boss, your memory is still good. You remembered it so quickly." The red-haired grinned. "Thank you." After finishing speaking, he ran towards the direction the boss was pointing at. Seeing that he ran away without buying a camel, the vendor owner couldn't help sighing. What a weird person. Not long after the redhead left, a group of people suddenly appeared and gathered in front of the vendor's stall. "Boss, the business is good." The leader, Beckman, stood in front of the stall owner, holding a long gun in one hand, and said with the corner of his mouth hooked. Legilu was gnawing there with a bone in one hand and a gun in the other hand, pointed the muzzle of the gun at the head of the vendor owner, and said with a smile, "I haven't drunk blood from this gun for a long time. Boss, will you sell your blood?" Hey, Loggy, put down your gun and let me do it." Jesus Cloth also raised his own gun, wiped the muzzle of the gun in front of the street vendor owner whose face was already so ugly, hooked the corner of his mouth, and pressed the gun directly. "Pull the trigger. Just listen to click." The vendor owner was so frightened that his legs gave way and he fell to the ground. Jesus put the gun back and regretfully said, "Oh, I forgot to load the bullet." "Ha! Jesus Boo, can you do it? You can forget to load the bullets." The rest of the red hair pirates laughed. Only the vendor owner was frightened and said in a trembling tone, "Yes, I'm sorry, gentlemen. I don't know what I did wrong, but please don't hurt me. You didn't do anything wrong." Beckman chose a few hats at the stall, threw them to the crew behind him, then took out a bag of Baileys, put them in front of the stall owner, and said with a smile, "That redhead, you idiot. It's not okay to bully or laugh at anyone you want. Stop judging people by their appearance, young boss." After finishing speaking, Beckman led the red-haired pirates back. "Beckman, do you really not care about the boss? Is it okay for him to go out alone? Although his strength is very strong, I recognize it very much. Hey, even though they are all adults, sometimes they are still like a child, which is really worrying. How about, let's find 2 people to secretly follow the boss. I'm really worried that the boss will be sold halfway." "It's okay, the red-haired guy knows what he's doing." Beckman said with the corners of his mouth curled up, "We'll just wait for him to come back on the boat, the other side." Lynn Emote didn't know that the red hair had also come to Alabasta, riding a camel leisurely in this vast sea of sand. Soon, a large sand glass suddenly appeared in the sand directly in front of him. Immediately afterwards, a huge purple lizard emerged from the sand glass, opened its mouth wide, and bit Linemo and the camel he was riding. Linemo looked at the lizard indifferently. He didn't feel anything. At any rate, when he was at sea, he killed many sea kings that were many times larger than this big lizard. In his opinion, this lizard was not a threat at all, but his mount was just an ordinary camel, and when he saw this big lizard, he was already terrified. Seeing the big lizard approaching, the camel ran around carrying Lin Mo on its back in order to escape. Page 94. Lin Mo said speechlessly, "Don't panic, I'm fine." But his words were directly ignored by the camel. Then, the camel drove him off the correct route to Albana and rushed towards a direction where Lin Mo didn't know where he was going. Chapter 68 Alabasta is worthy of your excellence. The red hair quickly chased in the direction Lin Mo was walking, when a small figure riding a camel appeared in his line of sight. Before the red hair had time to be happy, the desert lizard appeared. Then, the camel carrying Lin Mo ran away at an unbelievable speed. Seeing that Lin Mo was about to fade out of his sight again, the red hair immediately accelerated to chase after him. Just when he was about to catch up with the large desert lizard that was following Lin Mo suddenly, another large desert lizard emerged from the sand beside him, opened its mouth wide, and swallowed the red hair into its mouth. This giant lizard is found in pairs in Alabasta. Almost at the moment the lizard swallowed the red hair into its mouth, a burst of knife light flashed. The lizard's head was split in two by the red hair in an instant. The redhead just landed on both feet. The lizard who went to chase Lin Mo saw that his partner had been chopped off and turned back angrily, trying to avenge his little friend. Seeing that Lin Mo's figure was getting farther and farther away, the red hair didn't care about other things. When the giant lizard approached, he cut it in half with just one sword, just like cutting tofu, and then quickly continued towards Lin Mo. Mo chased, shouting while chasing, "Lin Mo, it's me. Wait for me." Although there was a long distance, Lin Mo could still feel the breath of the two giant lizards disappearing. Moreover, he also felt a familiar breath. When he looked back, he saw a red-haired man in a straw hat chasing him in the distance. Suddenly, Lin Mo became speechless for a while. "Redhead, why come to Alabasta? Also, how did this guy know he was here? It's such a coincidence to meet Redhead here. Maybe this guy can take up some of the missions in Alabasta this time." Thinking of this, Lin Mo pulled the reins of the camel, trying to stop the frightened camel. But no matter how he pulled it, the camel had no intention of stopping. There was no way. Lin Mo exerted a little force and pulled back the reins suddenly. All of a sudden, the front half of the camel was forced to stand up, and it seemed that it was about to fall. Lin Mo jumped lightly, and at the moment the camel fell to the ground, it landed safely on the sand beside it. The camel struggled to get up from the sand, looked around blankly, and was relieved to see that the giant lizard that had been chasing them had disappeared. In just a few minutes, the red hair chased after him. "You kid, you run really fast," the red hair said with a smile. Lin Mo's eyes fell on the red-haired straw hat and healthy arms. This is not his original one. So, the red-haired straw hat was given to Luffy, right? Also, in his impression, the redhead should have an arm bitten off by the King of the Sea in Windmill Village in order to save Luffy. Could it be that the King of the Sea that would bite off the red-haired arm was the one he killed when he left Windmill Village? Without thinking too much, Lin Mo looked away and asked lightly, "Where are Beckman and the others?" The red-haired shrugged and said, "They are waiting for me on the coast near that town. Don't worry about them." "Ha! Lin Mo, I haven't seen you for more than half a year. Do you miss me?" Lin Mo said speechlessly, "No." "Ha ha ha." The red-haired laughed loudly. "You don't like to talk to people. It really hasn't changed at all, huh? So, what do you want me for? Can't you come here to catch up if you have nothing to do?" The red-haired grinned. "On the way here, I heard that there is a little ghost about 10 years old. Every time he arrives at an island, he will go to a tavern to drink, and then buy a large amount of wine. I knew it was you as soon as I heard it. Then I followed the direction you were sailing, and speculated that you would come to Alabasta, but unexpectedly, I guessed it right, really lucky." "Oh," Lin Mo responded lightly, then took the reins of the camel and continued to walk forward, surrounded by yellow sand. It happened to be cloudy today, so he couldn't tell the direction by the sun, so he could only walk casually by luck and wait until the next town to ask for directions. Seeing Lin Mo leaving, the red-haired immediately followed him and said as he walked beside him, "I really didn't expect that you came to the Great Route so soon. I thought it would be several years before we meet again." Lin Mo continued to walk forward without a word. It was indeed several years ago, but thanks to your efforts, it was brought forward. As expected of a redhead, she is really outstanding. "Ha!" The red-haired laughed and took a sip from his flagon. Turning his gaze, he found 2 knives hanging on Lin Mo's waist. He couldn't help being surprised. "Huh? Have you started practicing swords yet?" Lin Mo ignored him. The red-haired gaze fell on the 3rd generation of Guiche, and he couldn't help squinting his eyes slightly. "That knife? Why does it look so similar to Guiche?" Could it really be Guiche? Lin Mo gave in him lightly. That's a demon sword, the red-haired said in shock. You kid can even control a demon sword. Lin Mo chuckled and said, what can't be controlled? Only those who are not determined will be controlled by the demon sword. The red hair was stunned, and then laughed again. Ha ha, that's right. Your willpower can't be controlled by some messy demon sword. I'm thinking too much, huh? So, Lin Mo asked speechlessly, how long do you plan to keep Beckman and the others waiting for you? What Lin Mo meant was to ask the red hair to leave quickly and not follow him. But the red hair said indifferently, I promised them I will go back within 10 days. It doesn't matter. We haven't had a good drink together for a long time. When we arrive in the next town, let's find a tavern and have a good drink together. Come on. I treat you. If it's just drinking, it's not out of the question. Lin Mo didn't think much about it and let out in him indifferently. Page 95. The red-haired man followed beside him in a good mood, turned his gaze, and landed on Lin Mo's wine gourd. Your gourd looks good. Where did you buy it? I'll buy one later. Shuangyue Village. Huh? Shuangyue Village. The redhead touched his chin and thought for a while. Is there a Shuangyue village called Isin Dojo? Oh. Ha ha ha. No wonder you know swordsmanship. So you have been to that dojo. I heard that the owner of that dojo is a very powerful swordsman. Have you ever sparred with him? Lin Mo replied indifferently. No. The redhead asked strangely. Huh? What? Lin Mo glanced at him speechlessly. This guy is so annoying. Seeing that Lin Mo didn't answer him, the red hair thought for a while and continued. Could it be that you think you can't beat the owner of that dojo? You're scared, huh? Lin Mo. Ha ha ha. The red-haired laughed loudly. I was just joking. You are the strongest kid I have ever seen. It is impossible for you to be planted anywhere. Let me think about it. With your personality, probably because I found it troublesome and didn't want to do anything. That's why I didn't compete with the host. Right. Are you saying I'm right? Chapter 69. Alabasta's proud red-hair Lin Mo was not the kind of person who would take the initiative to provoke trouble. If it is not necessary, he really will not ask for trouble to find someone to learn from. Therefore, the red-haired guess was more than half right. Even so, Lin Mo still didn't want to answer any of his questions. Chatterboxes like this, once he is given a chance to open them up, will go on endlessly. Then force him to end the topic at the beginning, which is one of the ways Lin Mo can think of so far to make the red hair stop annoying him. You are really indifferent. Traveling alone, isn't it really lonely? Seeing that Lin Mo ignored him, the red hair didn't feel that there was anything wrong at all, and continued. By the way, there is something I want to ask you. Let me share with you. When I was in Windmill Village, I met a very interesting person. His name is Luffy. Do you know? Lin Mo. I know. The red hair continued. Do you still remember my straw hat? It was given to me by my former captain, Lin Mo. You must not guess who my former captain is. Haha. Give you a chance, try it. There is a prize for guessing. Lin Mo. Sorry, I know too. Hey, why don't you talk? How about I give you some hints? The red-haired said with a smile. My former captain was a big pirate who created an era. How about it? You can guess it. Lin Mo. You are annoying. Ha ha. The redhead continued. Then I'll tell you. I used to be an intern on the ship of One Piece King Joel D. Roger. My straw hat was given to me by the captain. It's amazing. Seeing that Lin Mo didn't look surprised at all, the red hair couldn't help but scratched his head and continued. I'm really shocked when you look like this. Could it be that I used to be on the Roger Pirate's ship, so I'm so unreasonable? Is it surprising? Lin Mo. Surprise? I already know your details, okay? Ha ha. The red-haired laughed loudly. Forget it. If you can really be surprised by such a trivial matter, you won't be Lin Mo. The straw hat Captain Roger gave me means a lot to me, but I gave that straw hat to Luffy. Do you know why? Lin Mo. I know. So, how long are you going to talk to yourself? The red hair suddenly became serious. I see the future in Luffy. Maybe he can lead the future of pirates in the future, so I put the straw hat on him. I also believe that Luffy will not have disappointed me. It's rare to see a serious redhead. Lin Mo couldn't help but glance at him more. The red hair shifted his gaze to Lin Mo, the corners of his mouth slightly hooked, and continued. If you are willing to join the pirate group, I will definitely block the future of the pirates on you. Although saying this may not be very friendly to Luffy, but your potential is indeed the best among all the people I have ever seen, and you are still in the growth stage. It is no exaggeration to say that in the future, you will definitely become someone who can easily stir up the whole world. Lin Mo. Not only did Lin Mo not feel very happy about the red hair's affirmation and praise, he even wanted to drink a little. Without thinking too much, he picked up his wine gourd, uncorked it, and took a sip. Seeing that Lin Mo didn't react at all, the red hair couldn't help laughing and said, "Ha! Others can raise their tails to the sky after being praised so much by me. Fortunately, you didn't react at all, as if you knew everything a long time ago." Lin Mo. If not, should I cooperate with your performance? The two of them continued to walk forward. After walking for more than 3 hours, the wine in the red-haired flagon was almost finished, and finally found a green town not far away. Lin Mo, I saw the town, the red hair said excitedly. Lin Mo said speechlessly, I saw it too. Come on, let's hurry up. I can't wait to try Alabasta wine. The redhead said eagerly. In fact, Lin Mo was also a little moved. The two immediately quickened their pace and entered the town. Then, under the guidance of the townspeople, they came to the largest tavern in this town. Ha ha ha, I can finally have a good meal. The red-haired man pushed open the door of the tavern with a smile and let Lin Mo go in first. Lin Mo stepped into the tavern unceremoniously. The two came to the bar counter one after another, and the red hair waved directly. Boss, here is a case of the best wine here. A case? Guest, are you planning to take the wine away? The tavern owner asked strangely. The red-haired grinned. Of course I'm going to finish my drink here. Huh? 1 box. Can you drink it all by yourself? The tavern owner asked in surprise. Page 96. The red hair pointed to Lin Mo next to him and said with a smile, There's still this brat here. The two of us have finished drinking, stop talking nonsense, and go to the bar. After speaking, the red hair grabbed a handful of gold from his pocket and put it on the bar. The tavern owner's eyes lit up. He quickly put away the gold, nodded and bowed immediately, and said, Okay, I'll bring you the best wine in this shop right away. The other drinkers in the tavern saw that the red hair took out a handful of gold so generously, and they were all sour. He's really rich. If you have too much money to spend, why don't you buy our wine? Ha ha ha, you are thinking too much, and they don't know you, so why buy you a drink? You can't say that. Maybe people will be willing to invite you. What do you think of the red-haired brother over there? The red hair hooked the corner of his mouth and said casually, Okay, but I only brought so little money. I guess the money just now is enough to buy several cases of wine. Let's all drink together. Huh? Did I hear you right? He actually agreed to buy him a drink. Ha ha. It seems that this little brother is a pretty good person. That's right. That's right. You're a nice guy. Little brother, what's your name? The redhead took off the straw hat on his head, put it on the bar next to him, and said with a grin, My name is Shanks, but my name is not important. You should remember the name of the kid next to me. Well, his name is Lin Mo. Lin Mo said speechlessly. There's so much nonsense. Ha ha ha. The redhead laughed heartily. After hearing what the red hair said, all the drinkers talked about it. Shanks? I seem to have heard of it somewhere. Well, I can't remember. Lin Mo? I haven't heard of it at all. Why should we remember Lin Mo? No, this kid named Lin Mo looks only a few years old. Does he know how to drink? It's not good for you, an adult, to bring a child to a tavern to drink. TCH, what do you know? Now everything has to start with a baby. There is nothing wrong with letting a child learn to drink from an early age. Maybe we adults can't drink as well as other children, huh? In the conversation and laughter of the drinkers, the tavern owner held a case of good wine and placed it in front of Shanks. Shanks directly opened a bottle first and handed it to Lin Mo. Lin Mo took it bluntly and took a big gulp from the bottle. Seeing Lin Mo drinking so freely, the tavern owner couldn't help but sigh with emotion. These days, children can drink so well. Boss, the red-haired grinned. The gold coins just now are enough to buy a few boxes of wine. Take them and distribute them to other guests in the tavern. Let's drink together. Huh? The tavern owner was surprised. You are from another place. You don't know anyone here. So you want to invite everyone to drink? The redhead waved his hands indifferently. Drinking should be lively and lively, just like a banquet. It's interesting when everyone drinks together, makes noise and laughs together, Don't you agree? All the drinkers said in unison, cheerfully, yes. Chapter 70. The Courageous Desert Bandit. In Alabasta the Red Hair is a person who likes to hold banquets very much. Lin Imo knows this very well. Moreover, the red-haired person was originally a generous and informal person. Therefore, it is not surprising that redheads buy everyone a drink. Just as the owner of the tavern delivered the wine sent by Hong to the tables of all the drinkers one by one, and everyone was drinking happily together, the door of the tavern was suddenly kicked open roughly. A man wearing a tea-green turban and a headband inlaid with blue gems to fix the turban was tied on his forehead. He walked in arrogantly with a group of younger brothers. Seeing someone coming, the original cheerful atmosphere in the tavern was suddenly broken. They are desert robbers. How did they enter the town? Where are the guards guarding the town? It's over. I heard that the desert thieves are doing all kinds of crimes, burning, killing, and looting. It will be miserable if we are targeted by them. Why are we so unlucky? The drinkers were shocked. The boss of this group of desert bandits laughed proudly. It's really unlucky to be targeted by me. Dak, you guys, hurry up. Don't want to get hurt. Give me all your money. Duck's younger brothers each held guns and knives, scattered around the tavern, smirked and asked the drinkers for money, but if they didn't cooperate, they would go straight to grab it. The tavern keeper hid under the bar in fear. For a while, there was chaos in the tavern. Only Hongfa and Lin Imo were still drinking wine leisurely there. One of Dake's men chased to the bar, held a long knife to the red hare's neck, and said viciously, "Quick, if you don't want to die, hand over all the money on your body." The red hare took a look at the man, then raised his hands, and said with a smile, "Okay, I'll give it to you, but your robbery is robbery. Don't accidentally hurt innocent drinkers." "Hey, did you make a mistake? We are desert thieves. Don't try to bargain with us. Hurry up and take out your money." The red hare cooperated and took out the few gold coins left on him. Duck's subordinates snatched the gold coins, turned their eyes to Lin Mo, who was still drinking, and was attracted by the three-generation ghost hanging on Lin Mo's waist. The appearance of the three generations of ghosts is quite simple, and people who don't know knives will not see the value of this knives. However, this guy who came to rob Red Hair and Lin Mo still has some research on knives, so he recognized the knives Lin Mo was wearing at a glance. It was Guiche, although he also knew that Guiche was a demon's sword. Even so, the value of Guiche is worth his risk once. Dake's subordinates transferred the knife on the red hare's neck to Lin Mo's neck and said viciously, "Hey, brat, give me your knife." Lin Mo drank his wine, shifted his gaze to the person who dared to threaten him with a knife, and said indifferently, "Take the knife away. Hey, you don't want to live anymore. Come on, give me the knife on your waist." Duck's subordinate said rudely, "If you don't cooperate, I will kill you. I advise you not to do this." The red-haired drank the bottle of wine in his hand that had bottomed out in one gulp, then took another bottle from the wine box and opened it, and said lightly, "That kid is not you. It can be messed with. Besides, that knife is not something you can control anymore. For your own life, get out of here after taking the money. Don't seek death. Bastard, do you really think I dare not kill this brat?" Dake's subordinates were annoyed and slashed their long knives at Lin Mo's head. Lin Mo sat there and continued drinking. When the long knife cut to his neck, page 97, there was a crisp click, and the knife under Dake's hand broke, and Lin Mo's neck was safe and sound. "Huh? How did this happen? My knife. Why did it break?" Duck's men said in disbelief. The red-haired drinker said with a half-smile, "That's right. Your weaponry has improved." Lin Mo continued to drink in silence. "Hey, what's going on? How did your knife break?" "No. You can't even handle a child, haha. Hopi, do you need help? As long as you give me half of the money you can get this time, I will help you, ha." The man named Hopi looked at the broken knife in his hand. His face turned blue and red. "My knife must have been used for too long, so it broke. Brat. Don't be complacent. I will let you know the horrors of desert thieves." While speaking, Hopi immediately grabbed a revolver from his companions around him, pointed the muzzle at Lin Mo's head without hesitation, and pulled the trigger directly. The bullet flew towards the back of Lin Mo's head at high speed. Just as he was about to hit Lin Mo's head, Lin Mo tilted his head casually, and the bullet grazed his hair and flew out, hitting the latticed wine cabinet not far in front of Lin Mo. Hopi was stunned and immediately pulled the trigger again, firing all the bullets in the revolver. You must have hit and avoided by mistake just now. Now, let me see how you are still hiding. Go to hell, brat. Lin Mo shook his body speechlessly, dodging all the bullets from Hopi. Then he looked back at Hopi indifferently. If the opponent escaped by chance for the first attack just now, it is by no means a coincidence that the next attack can be avoided so many times. Hopi didn't expect that this brat, whom he despised so much, could dodge all his bullets. When Lin Mo turned his head and stared at him indifferently, Hopi reflexively took half a step back. Why? What's going on? What's going on with this kid? Why can he dodge so many bullets? It's a lie. The little friends around Hopi also widened their eyes, and they all looked extremely shocked. The red-haired man supported his side face with one hand and held the wine bottle in the other. He looked at Lin Mo with a smile and said briskly, "It seems that you have a good grasp of knowledge and knowledge. What's going on?" At this moment, Duck, the leader of the desert thieves, strode towards Hopi. Hopi hurriedly hid behind Duck, nervously said, "Boss, that kid is abnormal. I suspect he is a monster. If it's a monster or not, it's just a stinky brat." Dak was busy robbing other drinkers in the tavern just now and didn't notice the situation on Hopi's side and didn't know what happened. "Boss, let's go," Hopi said with some fear. Dak glared at him angrily. "Bastard, who do you think we are? Even if you want to leave, you have to loot all the money in this tavern before leaving." Dake looked at Lin Mo with a sullen face and pointed the mace in his hand at Lin Mo's head. "Little rascal, it seems that you have scared my subordinates a lot, Then let me see how you end up. What's the matter?" After finishing speaking, a bloodthirsty and fierce light flashed in Dak's eyes. Without saying a word, he immediately refined his mace made of special materials, which could easily smash a stone into pieces, and slammed towards Lin Mo's head swung away. Lin Mo wrapped the armed color around his right hand in silence, and when Duck's special mace approached, he punched it directly. Just heard a muffled bang. Duck's mace was in front of everyone, and was smashed to pieces by Lin Mo's fist. Chapter 71 Alabasta was discovered. The whole tavern fell silent in an instant. Dak, the leader of this group of desert thieves, stared at his mace with only the handle left in disbelief. His little brothers all had terrified expressions on their faces. Lin Mo glanced at the crumbs of the mace on his fist, frowned slightly, and shook off the crumbs on his fist. It was also his hand-waving action that made Dak think that Lin Mo was going to beat him, so he quickly backed up a few steps in fright. "Today, I will let you go today, little ones, get out." After finishing speaking, Duck immediately took the lead and ran out. His little brothers hurried out with him. After they left the tavern, cheers erupted in the tavern. "Great, I didn't expect that, Lin Mo. You are so powerful. No wonder Shanks wants us to remember you. It turns out that you are not a simple kid. You can even scare away vicious desert thieves. Lin Mo, you are very good at it. Hey, it's a pity our money was still taken away, but it's good that everyone is fine, huh? This feeling of being reborn after a catastrophe is quite exciting." The owner of the tavern poked his head out from under the bar and saw that everyone was laughing and drinking again. After thinking about it, he said, "Everyone is free to drink today. I won't charge you." "Huh? Really, boss? We're very good at drinking. Be careful to drink and bankrupt you, huh? Since the boss is so grand, then we're not welcome, hee hee. Boss, let's drink and drink. Everyone here has experienced disasters together. If you don't get drunk today, you won't return." "Ho ho, okay. Okay, come on. Let's toast our little hero Lin Mo together." The tavern was once again as lively as it was before the desert thieves came. Lin Mo continued to drink in silence. Being so happy after being robbed, the mentality of this group of people is really good enough. The red hair looked at Lin Mo with a smile, and after he finished drinking a bottle of wine, he took the initiative to open another bottle for him. "How does it feel in such an atmosphere?" the redhead asked with a smile. Lin Mo said speechlessly, "It's not very good." "Ha ha ha." The redhead laughed heartily. At this time, the door of the tavern was opened again. One is wearing an Arabian turban, with deep purple four-pointed star makeup on both eyes, wearing a white robe with many black square patterns on the robe and turban, and two orange necklaces. A tall, young man with long brown hair appeared at the door with a group of heavily armed men. Everyone in the tavern recognized the person at a glance. Huh? Isn't this Bell, the deputy head of the guard? Master Bell should protect His Majesty the King in the capital. Why did he come to a small town like ours? Page 98. Could it be for the group of useless desert thieves just now? Master Bell, those desert thieves have been driven away, and there is nothing wrong here. Driven away? Bell was slightly surprised. He was passing through the town on official business, and when he received a distress signal, he learned that a group of desert thieves were coming, so he chased after him. Those thieves could easily injure even the armed guards guarding the town, and now they actually told him that the thieves were driven away? Bell glanced around the tavern with a sullen face, and couldn't help but fall on the two people, one big and one young, who were sitting in front of the bar drinking. Those two people were not dressed in alabasta. Could it be that they drove the desert bandits away? Thinking of this, Bell walked into the tavern and walked towards Hong Fa and Lin Mo. You two, were you the ones who chased away the desert thieves just now? Bell asked in a flat tone. Lin Mo ignored him. The redhead smiled while drinking. That's right, but he drove him away alone. Then he pointed at Lin Mo without hesitation. Lin Mo glanced at him speechlessly, and his eyes signaled, as long as you talk too much. Bell looked at Lin Mo with a flash of surprise in his eyes. Haven't asked anything in detail yet. The drinkers around began to praise Lin Mo's great achievements. That's right. That kid did it, Lord Bell. You weren't here just now, so you didn't see that this kid named Lin Mo smashed the weapons of the gang of desert thieves bosses with one punch. That's right. We all saw it with our own eyes. Moreover, the group of people shot this brat with guns, and they couldn't hit him with a distance of only 2 meters. Also, there was a man who cut Lin Mo with a knife, and even cut off his own knife. Ha ha ha. I even doubt that this kid is not human at all, and he can't even cut his skin with a knife. In short, this kid is really powerful. Thanks to him, we are safe and sound. Bell was a little skeptical at first. How could a child drive away so many thieves? But if so many people saw it, then it should be so. After a moment of silence, Bell opened his mouth and said, I'm Bell, the adjutant of the Alabasta Kingdom Guard. Thank you very much for your help in this incident. After finishing speaking, Bell bowed slightly politely, and then continued, but I still have official business, so I can't stay in this town for too long. As a thank you, I will pay for your drink. Well, Lord Bell, the tavern owner rubbed his head and said with a dry smile, today, the whole tavern is free of charge. If you have time, you can also stay here and have a drink before leaving. Bell? Ha ha ha. The red-haired laughed loudly. Don't be so polite. This kid is not such a snobbish person. If you have to thank him, when you have a chance to meet again next time, treat him to a drink, that's it. Okay. Bell nodded. If that's the case, then I'll take my leave first. Seeing that Lin Mo ignored him, Bell didn't say anything more, turned around, and walked out of the tavern. After he left, Lin Mo rarely complained about Hong Fa. Hong Fa, you talk a lot. Ha! The redhead laughed indifferently. The tavern owner brought him 2 drinks. When Lin Mo called Shanks red-haired, he suddenly thought of a person. In fact, he felt familiar from the first time he saw the red hair, but he couldn't remember where he saw it. You are not the captain of the red-haired pirates, are you? The tavern owner lowered his voice and asked in a low voice. The red hair looked at him, grinned, and said, Oh, I was discovered. You are really. Realizing that he was speaking too loudly, the tavern owner immediately covered his mouth, lowered his voice to the lowest again, then approached Hong Fa and Lin Mo and said in a low voice, I didn't expect that the one who saved us is actually a pirate. So, the purpose of your coming here is also for that. That? The redhead asked strangely. What that? It's the devil fruit that will be auctioned in Yuba's underground auction house in 2 days. Huh? Devil fruit? The redhead exaggeratedly showed a look of surprise. Lin Mo didn't even bother to look at him more. Shoo, keep your voice down. The tavern owner made an ugly gesture to the redhead. You really don't know anything, do you? The red-haired scratched his head, grinned, and said, Now I know. The tavern owner sighed helplessly. The redhead looked at Lin Mo and asked with a smile, Devil fruits are not common. Kid, are you interested in seeing them? Lin Mo drank the wine and said indifferently, I'm not interested. Chapter 72. The lingering guy in Alabasta. Lin Mo and Hong Fa didn't stay in the tavern for too long. After asking about the location of Albana, Lin Mo set off, got on the camel he bought from the small town of Narahara, and continued on his way. The red-haired man followed beside him indifferently, mumbling along the way that he wanted to go to Juba to watch the excitement. Lin Mo ignored the red hair the whole time, until the two of them passed a rocky desert, and there was a large group of white birds that looked like they were covered in wounds, lying on the ground, sprawling and twitching. This is the deceitful bird, a bird that haunts the rocky deserts and likes to trick travelers into sympathy by pretending to be injured and then steal their luggage. Huh? What happened to the flock of birds? The redhead asked strangely, looking at the flock of deceitful birds not far away. Lin Mo smiled lightly. Why don't you go and have a look? That's right. The redhead ran towards the group of fraudulent birds, then grabbed one of them and shook it. Hey, you guys are all right. Then, the bird he was holding twitched weakly again, looking like it was dying. The red hair turned to look at Lin Mo and said excitedly, These birds seem to be dying. Why don't we let them die more meaningfully? Lin Mo. The red hair hooked his mouth and said with a smile, It looks quite fat, so it must taste very good. Exclamation point. The cheating bird caught by the red hair shuddered and began to struggle. Oh, come back. The red hair smiled and grabbed the bird's neck, stood up, looked at Lin Mo again, and asked, What kind of roasted whole bird do you want? Page 99. Lin Mo smiled lightly and said, Anything you want. Okay, then I'll let you have a taste of my craft today. The red-haired stared at the deceitful bird that was already sweating profusely with a smile. The other cheating birds lying on the ground and pretending to be dead all jumped up, fluttered their wings, and flew away. Huh? Are you all right? The red-haired was surprised. The deceitful bird in his hand, which was still being strangled by him, was about to cry and began to squeak and scream. Ha ha ha. The redhead laughed loudly and let go of the deceitful bird as soon as he let go. Just as the deceitful bird flapped its wings and was about to chase its companion, the sand where Hong Fa and Lin Mo were located began to shake. Immediately afterwards, countless huge rhizome-shaped piranhas emerged from the ground, aggressively biting Lin Mo, Hong Fa, and the deceitful bird that failed to keep up with the partners. It seems that there are many big guys hiding under the sand. The corner of the red hare's mouth was slightly hooked, and he pulled out his sword without hesitation. When two of the giant man-eating plants bit Lin Mo at the same time, the camel carrying Lin Mo was the same as when he encountered the giant lizard before. It was really that this camel escaped all the attacks of these two man-eating plants. Lin Mo, on the other hand, had no intention of stopping the running camel. Maybe he can take this opportunity to get rid of the red hair. The red-haired man saw that the camel carrying Lin Mo ran away and ran indiscriminately at a fairly fast speed. If you don't chase after him quickly, you may get separated from him. Without thinking too much, the red hair slashed horizontally with one blow, and an invisible saber energy spread out suddenly, cutting off all the man-eating plants around. This blow also saved the deceitful bird that was almost swallowed by the man-eating grass. Seeing Lin Mo's figure getting further and further away, the red hair was about to fade out of his sight. Without hesitation, he grabbed the bird's leg of the deceitful bird who was breathing a sigh of relief. The red-haired grinned. I saved your life. It shouldn't be too much to take me after that kid, right? Squeak. The deceitful bird was startled. When he thought that this man had killed all the man-eating plants with a single knife just now, he felt a chill on the bird's back. For the sake of his own life, the deceitful bird had tears in his eyes and puffed again. He raised his wings, struggled with red hair, and flew in the direction of Lin Mo. After running wildly for more than 3 hours, the camel carrying Lin Mo finally stopped weakly and laid down on the sand, panting heavily. Lin Mo jumped off its back. He took out the wine gourd and took a sip of the wine. Just when he thought he had successfully shaken off the red hair, the red hare's aura suddenly appeared in midair. Hey, Lin Mo. The red hair excitedly waved to Lin Mo in midair. Hearing this, Lin Mo's mood at the moment was extremely speechless. This guy is really haunted. After the red hair landed on the ground, he patted the back of the sweaty flying bird and said with a big smile, Thank you. Ha, you can go now. Liar Bird was relieved and quickly slipped away with tears in his eyes. The red hare looked at the camel, which was tired and paralyzed on the sand. This guy is really easy to startle. Ha! Luckily I caught up with him. Linimo, where shall we go next? Whatever, Linimo said speechlessly. If that's the case, then continue walking along this road, wherever you go. The red-haired grinned. Linimo responded indifferently. Okay. After that, they rested on the spot for an hour, and after the camel regained its strength, the two of them and the camel set foot on the road again. After walking in the desert for nearly 2 days, the two arrived at the next one, which was surrounded by a circle of tall trees and looked like a large green town. It's finally here. It was red and hot. Linmo's forehead was also covered with sweat. The two immediately speeded up and entered the town. This town was bigger and richer than the one they drank in before. The passers-by on the street are all dressed in fashion, and the buildings in the town look like they have just been renovated. Oh, this town looks pretty good. The redhead looked around with a smile. Linimo walked forward in silence. When passing a stall selling golden apples, the vendor owner immediately held a golden apple and sold it to Linimo and Hongfa with a smirk on his face. Mr. and kid with red hair, you are from other places. Do you want to buy a golden apple and try it? My golden apple is not an ordinary apple, but a secret treasure discovered from an ancient ruin. This is a dreamy golden apple that can live for thousands of years just by eating one bite. Huh? Golden apples? The redhead asked in surprise. Is it true that you can live for thousands of years just by eating one bite? Seeing that the red hare seemed very interested, the vendor owner couldn't help but smirked and said, Of course, what I said is definitely not wrong. The red-haired eyes were shining brightly, and he said excitedly, That's amazing. The vendor owner continued with a smirk. The golden apples are now on a special price, and you can buy one for only berries. How about it? Do you want to buy 2 to eat with your children? Child. The red-haired man was taken aback. Yes. The vendor owner pointed at Linimo. He came here with you. Isn't he your child? The redhead couldn't help laughing and said, Pfft. Ha 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 ha. If only he was really my child, ha ha. Linimo. Huh? Aren't you father and son? The vendor owner scratched his head, then waved his hands indifferently and smiled. Ha ha. It doesn't matter if you are not father and son. Anyway, just buy one for the 2 of you. The price is definitely worth it. Guaranteed that you will not be at a loss if you buy it, and you will not be fooled when you buy it. Chapter 73 Alabastus Targeted Auction. The so-called golden apples are just the things that locals paint on ordinary apples with golden paint to deceive outsiders. Only those who are single-minded or simply go too far will believe it. However, the guy with red hair who has lived for nearly 30 years also believed it. But Hongfa's money had already been scattered in the previous town, and now he is penniless and can't even afford a bottle of water. Linimo, lend me 1,000 Baileys. The red hare immediately sent a signal to Linimo for help. Linimo directly refused. No borrowing. Huh? This is a golden apple. The redhead was a little disappointed, but still muttered unwillingly. Eat one bite, and you can live for 1,000 years. Page 100. Linimo continued to walk forward without a word. The redhead followed helplessly. The owner of the vendor selling golden apples looked at the 2 people leaving speechlessly. Have the identities of these 2 people changed? Why does that child look like an adult? When I was walking in the desert 2 days ago, from time to time there would be big guys hiding in the sand, who were not afraid of death, would come out and attack them, so there was no need to worry about food. Although there was a lot of food piled up in Linmo's system space, the red hare kept staring at him, and he couldn't directly take out the food in front of the red hare. Therefore, he ate the natural pure meat feast in the desert for 2 consecutive days. Now that we are in town, we naturally have to have a good meal. Linimo randomly found a semi-tavern-style restaurant, ordered a table of dishes and 2 bottles of good wine. The redhead sat down across from him unceremoniously, clasped his hands together, and said with a smile, Thank you for the hospitality, then I'll start. Linimo ignored him and started eating on his own. The red hare wasn't idle either. As if he hadn't eaten for several days, he ate his food in big mouthfuls. At this time, the 2 timid men sitting at the next table gathered together and whispered together. Are you sure it's tonight? That's right. I heard that tickets are required to enter this auction. Hey, I just got 2 tickets. Ha ha. Although I can't afford too expensive things, it's pretty good to see what the so-called secret treasure of the sea looks like. The voices of the two were very small, completely covered by the noise made by other diners in the restaurant. Even so, Lin Mo and Hong Fa still heard clearly. Lin Mo, the secret treasure of the sea they're talking about is the thing I'm thinking of, right? The red-haired man said vaguely while chewing with food stuffed in his mouth, regardless of his image. Lin Mo remained silent. When the restaurant delivery man brought up the last large order of fried noodles for their table, Lin Mo looked at the delivery man and asked, "What's the name of this town?" The delivery man wondered. "This is Yuba. Don't you even know where you are?" The delivery guy just finished speaking. The food that the redhead just ate into his mouth spurted out. Puffed. Ha ha. Is this really Yuba? Yes, yes. A drop of cold sweat rolled down the delivery man's forehead. Without saying anything more, he continued to work. The red hair almost turned over without laughing. Ah, Lin Mo, don't you think this is too coincidental? Lin Mo continued to eat the food silently. That's right, it's quite a coincidence, just like it was arranged. Could it be that in this town, there are progress tasks that he needs to complete? If there is a high probability that it should be related to that underground auction. Lin Mo was thinking. The red hair suddenly said softly, "Since everyone is here, why not go to the underground auction to have a look?" Lin Mo raised his head and glanced at the expectant red-haired man. Without thinking too much, he nodded in response. Okay. The red-haired was stunned for a moment, then laughed and continued to cook. To enter the underground auction, you must first get a ticket. Although with the abilities of Lin Mo and Hong Fa, it is not difficult to break in. But doing so can easily lead to unrest. Then it's him who will be in trouble. Instead of adding unnecessary trouble, it is better to enter the auction according to the normal process and attract as little attention as possible. So, when the two people at the next table are leaving after dinner, Lin Mo directly took out a bag of Baileys and threw it to Hong Fa, who asked Hong Fa to deal with the admission tickets. Huh? Can't you go with me? The red-haired reflexively caught the money bag thrown by Lin Mo and said boringly, "It's just me. How boring." Lin Mo said calmly, "You don't have to go, then the auction will not go." "Hey, you can't do this. You obviously promised me just now. How do you get in without a ticket? So you can figure out a way to get tickets with me?" "I don't go." "Why?" "Trouble." Red hair. The redhead put the straw hat next to her on her head and said helplessly, "That's fine, but you can't sneak away without me knowing." Lin Mo said speechlessly, "Understood." The red-haired grinned. "Okay, then I'll go." After finishing speaking, the red hair immediately got up from the dining table and followed in the direction that the two had just walked. As for Lin Mo, after paying for the meal, he also left the restaurant, planning to wander around by himself. Before passing a vendor selling snake wine, Lin Mo stopped. He hasn't had snake wine yet. Looking at the several cobras soaked in the large transparent wine vat, Lin Mo was considering whether to buy a cup and try it.